January 30th, 2125. The Great Shan Kingdom. Baiwa Province. Huacheng. The moonlight was dim like a dark cloud hanging over the magnificent Intercontinental Hotel building. The streets were bustling with traffic while the banquet hall on the 18th floor of the hotel was also crowded with people. Under the bright lights, people mingled with laughter and chatter, creating a lively atmosphere. Tonight's guests were all prominent figures in Huacheng, celebrities, wealthy businessmen, agents, and so on. Just as everyone was in high spirits, clinking glasses, the bright lights suddenly went out completely after a brief humming sound. "What's going on? Why did the power suddenly go out?" a guest asked. "Yes, everything was fine. Why did it all go dark? What can we do? This banquet has been prepared for so long, we can't just let it end like this." Indeed, every guest here tonight has taken time out of their busy schedules. I never expected the Intercontinental Hotel to have such an incident. Truly disappointing. As the guests were all talking, a surprised voice caught everyone's attention. "Wow, it's not just the Intercontinental Hotel, it seems. The entire Huacheng has lost power." The guests stood by the huge floor-to-ceiling window, staring in shock at the pitch black outside. The other guests also came to the windows, looking at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what to do. As everyone knows, unless some extreme event occurs, a large-scale blackout is impossible, let alone a city-wide one. This scene was too unusual. Some people felt a vague unease in their hearts. It's just a power outage. What's there to be surprised about? I've reported countless strange tales under my watch. This is nothing, said Dave, the pot-bellied newspaper editor-in-chief, disdainfully. He was a renowned editor of the Huacheng XBD newspaper, and his extensive knowledge had become his hallmark. Before these country bumpkins who had never seen the world, he was happy to flaunt this label. Editor Dave is right. What's the fuss? It's just a power outage. Just call someone to fix it. Don't waste everyone's time. This banquet isn't held every day. Real estate developer Meng Jiaxing said. He was a famous developer in Baiwa Province. However, that fame was not so great. Many of his projects ended in abandonment, leaving behind a mess. Exactly. That guy. Where's that fellow surnamed Wei? Why isn't he here to solve the problem? Are you all just dead weight? Dave shouted towards the dark crowd. I'm here. Excuse me, let me through, please let me through. A man in a suit pushed through the crowd to Dave, apologizing. I'm so sorry, Editor Dave. He'll call someone to fix it right away. Go quickly. He'll give you 10 minutes. Otherwise, tomorrow's headline will be about you, Manager Wei. Incompetence. Or deliberate obstruction of business exchanges. Dave patted Manager Wei on the shoulders, saying with a threatening tone. He was particularly skilled at phrasing. Don't underestimate a simple few hundred words report. Sometimes its lethality was stronger than real swords and guns. Over the years, some had been ruined, some had their families torn apart, and some had even lost their lives because of his reports. It was precisely for this reason that although everyone despised this sinister middle-aged man in their hearts, they still had to treat him with respect. Yes, I'll do it right now. Manager Wei, breaking out in a cold sweat, quickly took out his phone to call. If that damned fat man really reported something arbitrarily, not only would his position be at risk, but he might never have a place in Huacheng in the future. The call went through but was busy. Presumably electricians were the busiest profession at this moment. Fortunately, the Intercontinental Hotel was a super VP, and after a few attempts it connected. Hello, Manager Wei, you need an electrician, right? Yes, I'm in a hurry. Call someone back immediately. I want to see your electrician in 10 minutes. Well, alright, I'll arrange it right away. 20 minutes later, a young man drenched in sweat appeared at the entrance of the building. He leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. This 20-minute peak hour nearly cost him his life. Damn it, the boss said we had to get there within 10 minutes. How the hell do you expect me to fly? Sweat dripped profusely, falling onto his badge, soaking the words, trainee Gu Chun. Gu Chun had just graduated not long ago in the midst of the most difficult job season in history. So despite majoring in international trade, he resolutely chose the electrician industry. Although the transition was huge, his diligence and eagerness to learn allowed him to quickly get the hang of it, and he was gradually finding his footing. For such a super VIP client as the Intercontinental Hotel, it was usually not Gu Chen's turn, but unfortunately all the experienced veteran workers had already been dispatched, leaving only him. 18 more floors. Fuck, he'll fight it out. Before he could catch his breath, Gu Chun immediately started climbing the stairs. There was no other choice, the elevator was out of service. A few minutes later, at the place where Gu Chun was gasping, a colorful rift suddenly appeared in the silent night, as if cut by a blade that could tear through the void, looking magnificent. A terrifying black creature emerged from the rift. It was humanoid, about 1.5 meters tall. Its entire body was covered in compact black muscles, and the most striking feature was its head encased in a shell, giving it a somewhat technological look. The black creature slightly raised its head, as if sensing this new planet. After a brief moment of adaptation, it headed towards the Intercontinental Hotel lobby. After it left, more black creatures poured out, spreading wildly, like a primordial torrent, in all directions. 10 minutes later, when Gu Chun had exhausted all his strength, he finally arrived at the entrance of the banquet hall on the 18th floor. At this moment, he was really a weakling, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He looked as miserable as could be. Several security guards at the door saw the disheveled Gu Chun and immediately became alert. "Hey little beggar, do you know where this is? Get lost." A uniformed security guard came over waving his hand to shoo him away. His build was very burly. In front of him, Gu Chun's small frame was nothing to look at. "Hello. I'm Gu Chun the electrician. I'm here to fix the circuit." With his hands on his knees, Gu Chun replied weakly, having to catch his breath after every word. The insult of being called a beggar stung, but Gu Chun had no mind to dwell on it at the moment. "An electrician? What electrician? Do you have any proof?" The burly man pressed forward step by step. "Here, this is my identification." Gu Chun took out the nameplate hanging on his chest. But the entrance hall was lit only by pale emergency lights, and the nameplate was blurred by sweat. Moreover, the burly man stood far away and couldn't see clearly, which only made him more irritable. "If I can't see a thing. If you ask me, you're just a liar trying to get free food and lodging at our Intercontinental Hotel." "Captain Yang, why waste words on a liar? Let's just throw him out." Another security guard grew impatient. Captain Yang's full name was Yang Pingan, the security captain of the Intercontinental Hotel. He hadn't been on the job long, but was promoted thanks to his connections and burly physique. However, he was a bully who loved to pick fights and had often clashed with delivery riders. Among delivery riders, he was famously known as the idiot guard. After a brief rest, Gu Chun's strength recovered slightly. Faced with Yang Pingan's increasingly absurd suspicions, Gu Chun's anger flared. Though he worked in the service industry, his fiery spirit had not yet learned to grovel. It wasn't that he couldn't learn, it was that he refused to. Since the guards wouldn't let him in, he wouldn't waste more words. He had already followed his boss' orders. The fault was not his. No need to chase me out. I'll leave on my own." Gu Chun turned around and prepared to go down the stairs. Watching his thin back, Yang Pingan and the others burst into hearty laughter. "Get lost, you damn beggar, ha. Yeah, you're so skinny the circus suits you better." Wait. Just then Manager Wei strode out of the hall. The moment Manager Wei appeared, Yang Pingan and the others' laughter stopped abruptly. "Manager Wei, this is just a beggar looking for free food. I've already kicked him out." Yang Pingan stepped forward to explain, his tone smug, as if he had achieved another merit. Slap. Hearing this, Manager Wei dealt him a fierce slap. He had been furious enough tonight, and now the electrician he had finally waited for was driven away before even starting work. How could he contain his raging anger? "You know nothing. He's an electrician, didn't you know? Couldn't you see his bright yellow uniform? Are you blind?" Yang Pingan covered his face, all his arrogance gone, and said plaintively, "But I checked his ID, it was completely unclear." Slap. Another unexpected slap landed. "Since you're blind, what can you see clearly? If you talk back to me again, you can forget about being security captain." Yang Pingan stepped back and dared not say another word. The other security guards shrank their heads like quails, not daring to breathe. Having been slapped twice, Yang Pingan's heart was filled with rage, but he blamed it all on Gu Chun. Why couldn't that damned electrician have a clear nameplate? "You're the electrician, Gu Chun, right? Your boss told me. Hurry up and follow me. The guests are going crazy waiting." Manager Wei grabbed Gu Chun's hand and strode into the hall. As he passed Yang Pingan, Gu Chun clearly saw the man fuming, his dark eyes blazing with anger. It was as if he had encountered a mortal enemy. "Good boy, you're Gu Chun, right? He'll remember you." Watching the thin figure, Yang Pingan gritted his teeth, his face dark and gloomy. Stepping into the spacious banquet hall, the guests were now in a noisy uproar. The long wait had made them more and more impatient. Especially seeing that the dark city had already begun to regain light, they felt ignored. "Manager Wei, you promised to fix it in 10 minutes. It's already been 40 minutes, you really don't take us guests seriously." Dai Fu said sullenly as he saw Manager Wei pulling Gu Chun in. "Yeah, you've disappointed us. The Intercontinental Hotel claims to be the top hotel in Huacheng, but this is how you treat guests. Ridiculous. It seems our Lin group will have to reconsider our cooperation with you." With Dai Fu taking the lead, other guests also began to complain. Manager Wei felt a headache coming on. This situation was completely unexpected tonight. Who could have imagined that the entire Huacheng would suddenly lose power and the backup generator would happen to break down? "I'm truly sorry, everyone. Tonight is indeed a special situation. I apologize to you all." Manager Wei bowed deeply and continued, "This is the electrician. I believe the problem will be solved soon. Please be patient. Then tell him to get to work." "Do we have to beg him?" Meng Jiaxing almost roared. This big shot had already wasted enough time tonight. Gu Chun set up the ladder and started working. A few minutes later, under his fiddling, the lights began to turn on one by one. Under the illumination, the guests' irritation barely subsided. Manager Wei breathed a sigh of relief, and Gu Chun did too. This was his first time at the Intercontinental Hotel. Taking a moment to rest, Gu Chun glanced around the banquet scene. The hall's luxury was everywhere. Every ornament was built with money, breathtaking. The food and drinks the guests enjoyed also looked very upscale. And the most eye-catching were the many distinguished socialites and wealthy ladies, including some popular actresses of the day. These were people he had only seen on his phone. Now seeing them in person, Gu Chun couldn't help but take a second look. Bang! But just as Gu Chun was enjoying the view, Meng Jiaxing kicked the ladder. Gu Chun was startled, lost his balance under the violent shock, and fell to the ground in a mess. This action was extremely dangerous. Falling from a ladder over 2 meters high was no joke. It could result in minor injuries, disability, or even death. Fortunately, the floor was covered with a thick carpet, and Gu Chun landed on his buttocks, so he wasn't seriously hurt. Even so, he could still feel the intense pain from his buttocks and a deep lingering fear. And of course, endless anger. What are you doing? Don't you know how dangerous that was? Propping himself up with his arms, Gu Chun confronted Meng Jiaxing. But Meng Jiaxing didn't take it seriously. He smirked slyly. Hey little brother, it's so tiring looking up there. I helped you down, so you could see more clearly. Meng Jiaxing's unrepentant expression made Gu Chun realize that his life meant nothing to them. Ha ha ha, mister. Meng is absolutely right. Just an electrician, and he dared to eye the actresses here. Hilarious. Yeah, he doesn't know his place. That fall was well deserved. Some people have to pay a price to realize how lowly they are. Led by Meng Jiaxing, many others joined in looking down their noses at him with an air of superiority. There was no denying it. Tonight's humiliation was monumental. The contemptuous stares of the crowd were like venomous thorns piercing deeply into Gu Chun's heart. Though penniless, powerless, and without influence, Gu Chun still had his pride to protect. Gazing at these sanctimonious hypocrites, rage blazed within him. He especially loathed Meng Jiaxing, wishing he could beat the man senseless. Fine, since this was the case. Then don't blame Gu Chun for being young and reckless. A barefoot man never fears one who wears shoes. As he steeled himself internally, ready to rise and fight Meng Jiaxing to the bitter end, a piercing female voice suddenly cut through the air, calming his fury somewhat. Because that voice was so familiar. Gu Chun, it's actually you. A beautiful woman in a red dress covered her mouth in astonishment. Gu Chun was equally stunned. Xie Qingqing, you're here too. Indeed, Xie Qingqing was Gu Chun's college girlfriend. Gu Chun had been in 2 relationships, one during university and another shortly after graduation. Both ended without resolution, and though the partners differed, the reasons for the breakups were identical. Gu Chun was too poor. In this materialistic society, poverty was the original sin. Because she saw no hope of his rise to prominence, Xie Qingqing had ended things early. Instead, she dolled herself up, frequented high-end venues, and sought a chance to become a wealthy matron. During her college days, she hadn't succeeded. But judging by the present, it seemed she had gotten her wish. For at this moment, her right hand was clasped around the arm of a man in gold-rimmed glasses who appeared both elegant and affluent. Without a doubt, this was her new boyfriend. Of course I'm here. What's there to be so surprised about? But you pauper, what are you doing in a place like this? Xie Qingqing showed no mercy toward her ex, immediately launching into a tirade. Hey Qingqing, you know him? The bespectacled man asked in confusion. Oh, this guy, he's sort of my ex-boyfriend, but we broke up after just a couple of days. Because someone like him isn't worth wasting Missy's time. I see. Then you were quite prescient, huh? Of course. If I hadn't kicked this useless waste to the curb, I'd never have met you. Mike, you're my one true love. Mike was a returnee from overseas, vastly outclassing Gu Chun in family background, knowledge, and refinement. Having attended countless such events, Xie Qingqing finally met Mike, the ultimate catch tonight. She swore inwardly that she would marry him and no one else. Taking his hands, she gazed at him with affection. Mike, you are my true love. Let's be together forever. How well? That's easy to say, easy to say. Mike smiled insincerely, his true feelings unclear. Witnessing this scene, Gu Chun felt nothing but revulsion. TCH. If you're into this kind of gold-digging tramp, be my guest. I couldn't care less. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd at Gu Chun's words. Everyone thought he was just putting on a brave face. With Gu Chun's circumstances, he'd be lucky to find any woman at all. A beauty like Xie Qingqing could only ever discard him. How could he possibly be the one to reject her? Xie Qingqing's brows shot up, his words struck a raw nerve. What did you say? Gu Chun, you were always just a worthless nobody, and now you're insufferably arrogant too. Knowing you is the worst luck I've ever had. Yet kid, take a look at your own station. A woman like Qingqing is way out of your league. You'd better figure out how to trick some big, ugly, unwanted woman and rot away in some dark corner. Mike chimed in to support her. Though a returnee, he was utterly classless when it came to insults. Perhaps he felt Gu Chun wasn't worthy of his civility. Ha ha ha, Mike's right. Oh my, what a delightful evening watching such an entertaining show. Unrestrained mockery flooded toward Gu Chun like a deluge, drowning him until he could barely breathe. Gu Chun's head buzzed, his entire body trembling faintly. At a certain moment, he could bear it no longer, and his pent-up fury finally erupted completely. His face twisted in rage, he raised his head and roared at the sneering crowd. You damn bastards, shut the hell up. The deafening roar instantly silenced the boisterous banquet hall. Yet after a brief pause, even more unrestrained laughter erupted. Look, he's losing it, he's losing it. Ha ha ha, this is killing me. The guy's not just poor, he's got no basic decency either. He's poor with a vengeance. That people like him are only good for impotent rage. The doorman Yang Pingon heard the commotion and rushed in. Seeing Gu Chun on the ground mocked mercilessly by the powerful and wealthy, he felt an indescribable satisfaction. I told you this kid's no good, see. Exactly, Captain Yang has an eagle eye unmatched under heaven. Meng Jiaxing found the reactions of those around him quite amusing. However, this was merely entertainment to pass the time. Indulging too much would render it dull. He turned to Dave and said, "All right, Chief Editor Dave, we've had our fun. Now it's time to discuss business. Hey, race the thing. I've come to Flower City for a lucrative opportunity, but there's a formidable opponent. I wonder if you could help. Offer some advice." Meng Jiaxing leaned close to Dave's ear and whispered. He hoped to leverage Dave's influence to secure a project, completely forgetting about Gu Chun, who was still on the ground. Gu Chun clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking sharply from the strain. Faced with such humiliation, Gu Chun would no longer swallow his pride. "Damn bastard, I'll fight you with all I've got." Leaping up, Gu Chun landed a fierce punch on the back of Meng Jiaxing's head, catching him off guard and sending him sprawling face first into the dirt. Just as Gu Chun prepared to mount him and continue the assault, two burly bodyguards suddenly appeared, firmly restraining him from both sides. The crowd was stunned by Gu Chun's bold move, never expecting he would have the nerve to fight back. Even Meng Jiaxing hadn't anticipated that this insignificant worm of a boy would dare strike him. After a brief moment of shock, Meng Jiaxing's pockmarked face, resembling a lunar landscape, twisted into a cruel smile. "Fine kid, you've got some nerve. In all my life, I've only ever been the one to hit others. Never did I think I'd take a blow from you today." The onlookers wore expressions of eager anticipation. This reckless brat daring to lay a hand on President Meng. Truly ignorant of his own mortality. Meng Jiaxing rose from the ground, dusted off his suit, and glared with murderous intent. "Long Wu Huzi beat this electrician Gu Chun to death. If he leaves here tonight with all his limbs intact, he'll change my surname." "Yes," Long Wu and Huzi replied in unison, rolling up their sleeves to reveal bulging vein-roped arms. Their expressions were hidden behind sunglasses, but it took no imagination to know that these violence-addicted men truly intended to beat Gu Chun to a pulp. Yet just as the fist as large as a bun was about to crash down on Gu Chun's frail frame, a sudden thunderous crash shattered the atmosphere. The tightly shut door burst open with a bang, and looking over, a peculiar gaunt creature stood at the threshold, lifting its head, as if observing the crowd. The reason it was called observing was that this strange black creature lacked ordinary eyes. Its head seemed covered by a rectangular carapace resembling an alien being from a sci-fi film. The creature emitted guttural sounds from its mouth, sending chills down the spine of anyone who heard them. "Hey, what is that thing? It looks so bizarre. Isn't that an alien creature? The ones they always dress up as in sci-fi movies. A cosplay. Could it be a special show from the hotel? Come to think of it, the costume is pretty convincing. If I didn't know it was for entertainment, I'd think a monster invasion was real." "Ha ha ha." Squinting slightly, Dave asked uncertainly, "Wei, is this a surprise you've prepared for everyone?" "You know I've never been fond of surprises." Manager Wei was equally perplexed. He had arranged no such cosplay performance. Though the creature looked terrifying, he never considered it a real monster. In his mind, such beings existed only in the realm of film and fiction. He simply assumed it was some mischievous child causing trouble upstairs. "Hey there, whose child are you? How did you get into the Intercontinental Hotel?" Manager Wei approached and asked. At this distance, he could clearly observe the child's appearance. A sleek, elongated head, sharp silver fangs and claws, and a tumtor-long tail adorned with strange patterns ending in a vicious bone spike. Realistic, utterly realistic. If he hadn't known it was a child, Manager Wei would have truly believed a monster invasion was underway. After a moment of waiting, his question received no response. "Hey, I said, why don't you?" Just as Manager Wei was about to continue his inquiry, a sudden change occurred. The creature abruptly raised its hand, and its sharp claws instantly pierced through Manager Wei's chest. Blood dripped down its silver nails. You. Before he could comprehend what had happened, Manager Wei was dead. A wave of horror swept through the guests, their pupils contracting to pinpricks, their faces etched with indescribable shock. Though many stood frozen, the thought of escape had already taken root in their minds. Yet this was not the most terrifying part. Under the gaze of the guests, more than a dozen identical monsters rushed in from behind the first. They cast a greedy glance, and then lunged at the crowd without hesitation. The guests at the front were the most unfortunate, killed by the black creatures in an instant. Within the blink of an eye, over 20 guests had fallen to the monsters' hands. "Off! Monsters, run!" The guests erupted into chaos, scattering like headless flies. Gu Chen's heart was in his throat. He enjoyed watching sci-fi movies and knew a fair bit about various monsters. Weren't these creatures exactly the alien beings from the films? Capable of piercing a human chest in an instant, their strength was utterly terrifying. All he could do now was flee. Fortunately, after the monsters appeared, Long Wu and Hu Zi had forgotten about him. Gu Chen pushed through the crowd, sprinting at full speed toward another exit of the hall. Desperate cries echoed behind him, but he dared not look back, charging forward without pause. After leaving the banquet hall, Gu Chen reached the guest room corridor, aiming to escape via the stairs. But when he finally found them, a flood of panicked staff poured out from the stairwell. Damn it, they're in the stairwell too. Guchen spat. He then turned and ran down the corridor, twisting and turning until he found an empty guest room. Seeing the door unlocked, Guchen rushed in and locked it behind him. Leaning against the door, drenched in sweat, he couldn't deny his fear. Once targeted by the alien monster, survival was a slim hope. In the midst of Guchen's gasping respite, a colorless, odorless, transparent substance silently appeared in the room, shifting into various shapes like smoke. It drifted to Guchen, circled around his youthful form, and then merged into his body. In that instant, Guchen felt as if a ghost had possessed him, shivering involuntarily. He grumbled, "What the hell? Why did it suddenly get cold?" But before he could ponder further, a frantic pounding on the door erupted. "No way. They found me already. Are you specifically targeting me, or what?" Assuming the monsters had arrived, Guchen grabbed a baseball bat from the room and peered through the peephole. But to his surprise, standing outside was not a terrifying alien creature. Instead, it was a stunningly beautiful woman, and her face seemed oddly familiar. The woman looked around anxiously, her small hands frantically slapping the door as she pleaded in a trembling voice, "Please. Hurry, open the door. I know you're inside. Please, I beg you." Guchen hesitated for a moment, but the next second, he decisively opened it. He pulled the woman inside and locked the door again. Thank you." The woman gasped for breath, her full bosom heaving tumultuously. At such close range, Guchen could almost see her clearly. She wore a pink long dress, her jet black hair cascading like a silken waterfall, with red lips and pearly teeth, her delicate cheeks as fresh and tempting as milk grapes. Her graceful, curvaceous figure suggested she was a regular at the gym, exuding a pure and healthy aura that stirred the heart just by looking at her. But that lovely face, where had he seen it before? Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck. I remember now, you're SP Schweschercher. SP, short for Sweet Pink, is the reigning top-tier girl group in the contemporary music scene. Composed of 3 young and beautiful women, each one is an enchantingly captivating presence. Whenever Guchen scrolled through his phone and saw them, he couldn't help but linger for a long time. Unexpectedly, one of SP's members, Schweschercher, was also at the Intercontinental Hotel. At that moment, however, Schweschercher didn't answer. She turned around, leaning against the wall, as if struggling with something. "You? What's wrong?" Guchen felt a shiver of fear. Could she have been bitten by a zombie? Guchen had watched plenty of zombie movies. The trope of someone turning into a zombie after being bitten was deeply ingrained. He gripped his baseball bat, ready to strike her on the head if things went wrong. Schweschercher ran her jade-like fingers through her hair, as if fiercely resisting something. At a certain moment, it seemed she could no longer bear it. Schweschercher turned around and gazed at Guchen with a dazed look. Her cheeks flushed, her hazy eyes as if they could pull out silken threads. Guchen was startled by this intense stare and muttered, "What's going on? Is this what a zombie looks like? Doesn't seem like it. Should I just hit her with the bat? But what if she's not a zombie, and I kill her by mistake?" At this moment, a fierce battle raged in Guchen's mind. He simply couldn't make a decision. As he hesitated, the charming figure before him suddenly pounced, wrapping her soft, boneless arms tightly around him. Guchen was terrified and prepared to break free with all his might when an intoxicating warmth suddenly pressed against his lips. The flame within him was instantly kindled. Guchen abandoned resistance and fully cooperated with Schweschercher's movements. Their 2 young bodies tangled wildly together, becoming one. 5 minutes earlier, in room 1803. "Sure, you look so beautiful tonight." A woman wearing thick, wide-rimmed black glasses caressed Schweschercher's long hair, her gaze roaming over her entire body, as if appraising a delicate work of art. "Not at all. Sister Tina, I just threw on something casual. I hope I won't seem rude when I meet Director Yin later." Sister Tina smiled faintly and handed over a glass of red wine. Schweschercher took a small sip. "How could it be rude? You don't know that old man absolutely adores girls of your type." Sister Tina's gaze was ambiguous, her words laden with insinuation. Schweschercher felt extremely uneasy. Instinctively, she shrank back, avoiding Sister Tina's fox-like stare. SP was a singing and dancing girl group. Though immensely popular, all 3 members harbored dreams of becoming actresses eager to shine in film and television. Schweschercher had finally managed to secure the renowned agent Sister Tina as a liaison to invite the illustrious director Mr. Yin. But naive Schweschercher had no idea what she was about to face. After a brief wait, Schweschercher felt her body burn with unbearable heat, her breath quickened, and her desires surged uncontrollably. "Sister Tina, I feel unwell." Schweschercher held her forehead, forcing herself to stay calm. This isn't discomfort, it's your bogus instinctive craving. Just don't resist." Sister Tina sat on the bed, crossing her legs, idly swirling a glass of red wine in her hand. Even as innocent as Schweschercher was, she realized Sister Tina had drugged her drink. Panic-stricken, she cried out, "Sister Tina, why would you do this?" "Oh, my dear Schercher. Do I really need to explain? It's all for SP's entry into the film industry. Don't worry, as long as you keep Director Yin happy, everything will fall into place." But I must warn you that old man may be advanced in years, but he has quite the wild side. You'll have to endure it. Schwesherscher never imagined Sister Tina could be like this, nor that Director Yin with his virtuous facade was so despicable. Schwesherscher felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, a profound sense of crisis washed over her as her consciousness spiraled out of control. No. Staying here would only make her a plaything. Before her last shred of awareness vanished, Schwesherscher forced the door open and fled. Soon after emerging, she saw Gu Chun running in one direction. Falling into someone else's hands would be an unknown fate. Schwesherscher steeled herself and followed. After Schwesherscher escaped the room, Sister Tina immediately chased after her, but collided with the panicked waiter Chun Hao and both tumbled to the ground. Watching Schwesherscher disappear from sight, Sister Tina was furious and slapped Chun Hao across the face. "You blind fool. Don't you watch where you're going? This slap will teach you a lesson." Chun Hao was somewhat annoyed. He had bumped into her only while fleeing from a monster, which was understandable. Who knew this bespectacled woman would be so violent? But his training forbade rudeness to guests, and besides, with monsters hunting people everywhere, this minor issue was trivial. "Miss, please hide quickly. There's a monster killing people. It's terrifying." With that, he pulled Sister Tina into a room. Confused, Sister Tina was about to throw another tantrum, but after witnessing an alien-like monster kill a guest, she finally quieted down. 10 minutes later, after a not-so-intense battle, Gu Chun lay contentedly on the bed. Staring at the striking red flower on the bedsheet, Gu Chun still felt a sense of unreality. This was the famous star Schwesherscher. Who would have thought he'd have such an encounter? Now that he'd had his fill of pleasure, even if the apocalypse came, he'd have no regrets. After their passionate encounter, Schwesherscher had sobered up considerably and appeared much calmer than Gu Chun. Though the young man was lean, his features were decent. With a bit of grooming, he could be considered handsome. Giving herself to him was far better than being toyed with by Director Yin. "This is between you and me. Don't you dare spread it around, got it?" Picking up her undergarments from the floor, Schwesherscher dressed herself while giving him a warning. Gu Chun seemed not to hear, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on her graceful figure. He couldn't believe that the one he had just been intimate with was the hottest starlet of the moment. Just as he was savoring the memory, a deep electronic voice suddenly echoed in his mind, sounding like a dull middle-aged man. "Ding, system binding successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ultimate apocalypse system. By subduing beautiful women, you can obtain various rare rewards, including physical enhancements. Killing monsters and completing system-designated tasks grants experience points, which are used to upgrade the host's supernatural abilities." What? A system? Holy crap, this overwhelming fortune has finally come to me. Having read a few novels, Gu Chun knew exactly what a system, a destiny-altering tool, could do. With this thing, the world would be mine for the taking, ha ha ha. Gu Chun was ecstatic. Before him floated two transparent panels, one his own, the other belonging to Schwesherscher. Gu Chun first tapped on Schwesherscher's panel. Name: Schwesherscher, age 22, height 166 centimeters, weight 47 kilograms, appearance rating 93, figure rating 88, overall evaluations grade. No way, seriously. Seeing the data provided by the system, Gu Chun was utterly dumbfounded. Appearance rating 93, figure rating 88. Are you kidding me? In Gu Chun's eyes, Schwesherscher's looks and figure were both perfect. Were the system's standards really this high? Unbelievable. He opened his character panel again. Name: Gu Chun, age 22, height 178 centimeters, weight 65 kilograms, strength 57, speed 61, endurance 65, agility 24, spirit 55. Note: the maximum base attribute for an ordinary human is 100. These stats were far from impressive. They were downright pitiful. Even a dog would shake its head in disdain. No wonder, as Gu Chun had spent his university years focused on academic knowledge, neglecting physical training almost entirely. In terms of conquering beauties, once the system detects a host's heartthrob, or if the host engages in a forced relationship, rewards can be claimed. Current conditions met. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the strength beauty Schwesherscher. Reward: physical function enhanced by 10 times. Buzz. Gu Chun could clearly feel that the moment the system reward arrived, his frail body felt as if it were being forcibly charged. All his senses sharpened significantly, and his strength surged, as if he had boundless energy. He opened the panel again. Name: Gu Chun, age 22, height 178 centimeters, weight 65 kilograms, strength 1057, speed 1061, endurance 1065, agility 1024, spirit 1055. So a tenfold increase in physical function means 10 times the ordinary human limit. The system is incredible. Overwhelmed with excitement, Gu Chun executed a kip-up only to find himself leaping straight toward the ceiling. Seeing the imminent collision, he quickly blocked with his fist, barely averting a disaster. Sorry, got a bit carried away. After landing, Gu Chun grinned sheepishly while rubbing his head. Schwesherscher, however, couldn't bring herself to smile. Gu Chun's jump had sent dust and rubble flying everywhere, leaving the room in utter chaos. As her gaze shifted upward, she froze in shock. Where his fist had struck the ceiling, a crater 2 meters in radius now gaped with cracks spreading like a spiderweb in all directions. Startled, she wondered how he had suddenly become so formidable. Just moments ago, during their encounter in bed, he had been merely average. It seemed that in the blink of an eye this man had transformed into something entirely different. Schwester was utterly baffled, but she couldn't be bothered to dwell on it. She turned to leave. Guchen was puzzled. Didn't she know about the monsters outside? Going out now would be like walking into a death trap. Wait. Didn't you come in here to escape the monsters? Schwester paused, crossing her arms defensively. Monsters? What monsters? If you think such a flimsy excuse will make me stay, you're mistaken. Be satisfied with what you've had. If not for Tina setting her up, this guy would never have had a chance. He should count his blessings. Uff. Just as Schwester was scolding him, the room's door was suddenly pierced by a pitch-black claw. Then another claw thrust through. Under the monster's relentless assault, the door gave way, shattering into pieces. A monster drenched in blood and still chewing on the shredded remains of a guest appeared before Schwester. It showed keen interest upon spotting this beautiful human. Schwester, a young woman unaccustomed to such horrors, stood frozen in terror, watching helplessly as the creature lunged at her. But just as the monster closed within 10 centimeters of her, a baseball bat descended from above, smashing its head open. Limbs shattered, black blood splattered. With his physical function enhanced tenfold, this strike carried immense power comparable to a massive boulder. Congratulations, host, for killing an alien predator. Experience points 10. So these monsters are called alien predators. But gaining only 10 experience points per kill seemed meager. Turning to Schwester, whose beauty was marred by terror, Guchen smiled. Well, this is the monster. They're called alien predators. Such creatures were truly terrifying, and only someone with Guchen's strength could handle them. An ordinary human would likely fall to them. In other words, if Guchen hadn't been there, Schwester would have already become the alien predator's meal. Turning to look at this lean young man, Schwester couldn't help but feel grateful for her choice. How terrifying. She hugged Guchen tightly, pressing her delicate head into his chest, a faint fragrance wafting over. Are all the hotel rooms like this? Guchen nodded. Yes, the entire hotel is. No, I should say the whole of Huaching is. Leading Schwester to the window, they peered through the thick glass to see Huaching in chaos under the cover of darkness. Countless people fled through the streets, smoke and flames rose everywhere, and desperate cries pierced the night like thorns, creating a scene of hell on earth. Order had collapsed and nothing remained. Wasn't this the apocalypse for humanity? Schwester was stunned, never imagining the apocalypse could truly arrive. She had always thought it was a fantasy of bored minds. They're incredibly strong, ordinary rooms can't hold them, but leaving the hotel might only make things worse. Indeed, even the standard guest rooms in the hotel used top-quality wooden doors, yet they were as flimsy as paper against the predator's claws. Seeking refuge in such a room was a pipe dream. Schwester fell silent for a moment, then suddenly looked up. I know a place that's very safe. Really? Guchen was skeptical. Yes, it's the hotel's safe room. Intercontinental Hotel, set it up for emergencies. I've heard it's made from the hardest alloy, so monsters definitely can't get in. How do you know about it? A friend who works here told me. I see. Guchen hadn't expected the Intercontinental Hotel to have such a place. If it was as sturdy as Schwester claimed, it might serve as a temporary haven. All right, let's go now. Without further delay, the two swiftly made their way toward the floor housing the safe room. Guchen was currently on the 18th floor, while the safe room was on the 13th. Since the elevators were out of service, they had to take the emergency stairs down. As soon as they stepped out, 3 alien predators roaming the corridor sensed their presence and charged at Guchen with lightning speed. Schwester was terrified, clinging to him like a frightened cat. Guchen stood ready with his baseball bat. When the leading predator was less than 5 meters away, it leaped into the air, its sharp claws aimed straight at Guchen's brow. If struck, the claws would pierce through Guchen's skull instantly. Scree! Yet before the claws could even graze his hair, a powerful swing of the bat connected with the creature's head, eliciting a piercing shriek. Its carapace-like skull shattered instantly, black fluid splattering through the air like an ink painting. Killed 1 alien predator. Experience points 10. Alien predators were emotionless evil beings unaffected by their comrades' demise. The other 2 predators sprang forward, attacking Guchen once more. He twirled the bat in his hand, preparing to repeat his earlier move, when suddenly a twist occurred. The front predator, seemingly aware of the bat's danger, struck first as Guchen was about to swing. But its target wasn't Guchen. It was the iron bat in his hand. Its powerful tail shot up, a sharp bone spur aimed straight at the bat. Clang! A clear metallic ring echoed, and Guchen felt his arm go numb. He lost his grip, and the bat clattered to the ground. Indeed, the alien predator's strength was formidable, surpassing even that of a fierce tiger. As this predator landed, another lunged, its claws about to tear into Guchen's throat. If one looked closely, a hint of triumphant glee flickered across the creature's grotesque face, as if its prey was within grasp. Huh. Pretty clever, huh? Interesting. Guchun wiped his palm, then clenched his fist, driving it straight toward the pitch-black claws in a heating clash. Expecting his fist to be pierced through, the predator was instead sent flying by the immense force, crashing heavily into the wall. The impact left a terrifying crater with cracks spreading like spider silk in all directions. Such was the terror of a tenfold physical enhancement. Killed 1 alien predator. Experience points 10. The predator behind seized the moment to ambush, its sharp bone spur aimed at the back of Guchun's head. But Guchun seemed to sense it in advance, sidestepping slightly to evade the lethal strike. Then grabbing the predator by its tail, he hurled it with immense force. The creature flew over 20 meters, shattering the glass window at the corridor's end and plummeting down. Congratulations, host, for successfully killing 1 alien predator. Experience points 10. Good heavens. He's truly formidable. Shue Shishi's eyes widened like a cat with bells hanging from its neck. That seemingly slender figure unexpectedly gave her an unprecedented sense of security. Although his prowess in bed was average, his ability to slay monsters was genuinely impressive. After eliminating 3 alien predators, Guchun clapped his hands, picked up the baseball bat, and led Shue Shishi down the emergency stairs. They encountered several more predators in the stairwell, but Guchun dispatched them with ease. Of course, they also passed guests crying for help, including some who had mocked him in the banquet hall. Guchun ignored them all. As the saying goes, in poverty one cultivates their own virtue, in success one aids the world. At this moment he was in the direst of poverty. Naturally, he could not concern himself with so many. In the apocalypse, the most taboo behavior was being a saint. 20 minutes later, the two finally arrived at the safe house's entrance. Surprisingly, no one was there. Presumably caught off guard, everyone had fled in panic, never even thinking of the safe house. Outwardly, this safe house appeared little different from the other rooms. The exterior walls were unremarkable, and even the pure white door, if not examined closely, revealed nothing special. One had to admit the Intercontinental Hotel had been very thoughtful constructing the safe house to resemble other guest rooms to confuse potential enemies. Guchun pushed hard against the door, but it did not budge an inch. Its sturdiness was indeed remarkable. After all, with his physical abilities enhanced tenfold, his strength was no joke. It's like this, Shue Shishi said as she stepped forward and gently tapped the center of the door 3 times. After a brief wait, a pale blue panel materialized. Wow, so high-tech. Guchun's eyes widened in astonishment. Yes, my friend told me this door was crafted by a country called Waganda. Both its materials and technology are world-class. Shue Shishi explained. Do you know the password? Guchun asked. I don't remember it clearly. Let me think. Give me some time. All right. Guchun stopped disturbing her and walked aside to carefully examine the safe house. He discovered that beneath the unremarkable exterior decoration, the inner layer of the safe house was its true essence. The materials used were extremely sturdy, resembling some kind of alloy, and were very thick. He estimated that even something could not penetrate it, let alone a predator's claws. Placing her slender fingers on the blue panel, Shue Shishi tapped in several digits with a series of chimes. The first 2 attempts failed, leaving only one last chance. Drenched in fragrant sweat, Shue Shishi took a deep breath and made her final attempt. Unexpectedly, this time she succeeded. With a dull click, the safe house's door slowly swung open. I did it. Shue Shishi leaped with joy, her face flushed with excitement. Well done. Guchun patted her head in praise. His praise made her even happier. It was wonderful to be able to help. Shue Shishi had feared she might be useless. Are there others who know about the safe house? Guchun asked immediately upon entering. Regular guests probably don't, but the hotel staff certainly do. Guchun did not believe they were the only survivors in the hotel. If others knew about the safe house, they would surely risk everything to get in. Would Guchun let them in? Of course not. Human nature had never been trustworthy, especially in an apocalypse where everyone feared for themselves. For survival, for desire, people would stoop to anything. Can you change the password? Yes. Then go change it. This is our base now. No third person is allowed in, understand? Shue Shishi nodded solemnly. She now followed Guchun's lead, entirely doing whatever he said. While Shue Shishi changed the password, Guchun inspected the entire safe house. He was very satisfied with the environment. Though the room was only about 120 square meters, it had a complete bedroom, living room, bathroom, and kitchen. What surprised Guchun most was that the kitchen stored quite a bit of emergency supplies, including food and medicine. Though not abundant, it was enough for the 2 of them for 10 days to half a month. How comfortable. Guchun plopped onto the sofa, its softness bringing him great relaxation. When my friend first told me about this room, I didn't think much of it. Who would have thought I'd actually be staying here tonight? Who could have predicted the apocalypse would truly come? Shue Shishi inwardly felt grateful. Without such a place, she doubted she could sleep peacefully. Even though Guchun was very strong, no one could endure endless harassment from monsters. That's what they call the unpredictability of fate, Guchun remarked, equally surprised. My body is covered in monster fluids and reeks. I'm going to take a shower first. Guchen got up and strode boldly into the bathroom to wash. Watching his retreating figure, Shue fell into thought. Tonight, if she hadn't stumbled upon Guchen by chance, she, frail and delicate, would have died countless times. Now with the apocalypse upon them, her status as a female star was worthless. Strength was what truly mattered, and that was precisely what Guchen possessed. She had to cling to this pillar of support. As a woman, she knew what a man needed most. Though they had already shared an intimate encounter, it had been under those circumstances. It was not enough. Far from enough. After a moment of hesitation, Shue followed him in. As Guchen stood under the shower, he saw Shue open the bathroom door and step gracefully inside. Under Guchen's gaze, Shue pretty face flushed crimson with embarrassment. After a brief hesitation, she mustered her courage, shed her clothes, and her enchanting fiery body slowly advanced toward the young man in the shower. It must be said that after witnessing Guchen's prowess, Shue became remarkably proactive. She was also exceedingly diligent. Guchen thoroughly savored the experience of being with a celebrated actress. What perplexed Shue was that their first encounter had barely lasted 10 minutes, yet this time, it had astonishingly stretched to 70 minutes. It was utterly terrifying. Had she not been overwhelmed, Guchen could have continued the battle indefinitely. She was completely baffled by what had transpired. Though her mouth, hands, and chest were aching with exhaustion, Shue felt profoundly satisfied. This was the first time she had truly tasted the sweetness of being a woman. While Guchen indulged in the pleasures of the boudoir, the other guests were faring far worse. Under the protection of his two bodyguards, Long Wu and Hu Zi, Meng Jiaxing finally managed to settle into a well-appointed guest room. After this harrowing escape, the two bodyguards had nearly exhausted their ammunition, barely managing to cling to their lives. The room they occupied was quite decent, stocked with a considerable amount of supplies, likely a VIP suite of the Intercontinental Hotel. Damn, that was close. We almost didn't make it out of the banquet hall. Long Wu collapsed into a chair, his taut nerves finally relaxing. Yeah, good thing we had guns. Look at those without. They're in a real mess. Hu Zi shared a similar sense of relief at having narrowly escaped death. What the hell were those things? How could they be so terrifying? Long Wu asked. Who knows? If they come at us again, I'm done for. We need to find a way to break out. As the two grumbled, Meng Jiaxiang remained silent. He walked to the window and peered down, his spirits plummeting at the scene below. There's no escape. It's the same outside. When Long Wu and Hu Zi saw the sight, a chill ran down their spines. This crisis was beyond their imagination. Fortunately, the room was well stocked with supplies to sustain them for a while. Had there been nothing, they would have been left waiting for death. A sudden knock at the door sent their nerves jangling once more. Damn it, they're here sooner than I thought. Hu Zi, I've only got 4 bullets left. How many do you have? Long Wu raised his pistol, aiming at the door. I've got none, damn it. Hu Zi spat. He rummaged through the kitchen, finally finding a kitchen knife. Another knock echoed. President Meng, open up. It's me, Editor-in-Chief Dave. I'm not a monster. I know you're in there. Dave whispered through the crack in the door. During their escape, they had discovered that these monsters had poor eyesight but exceptionally keen hearing. So it was Dave. He was still alive. Long Wu and Hu Zi looked at Meng Jiaxing, asking, President Meng, should we let him in? After a moment's thought, Meng replied, let him in. This Dave was narrow-minded. If pushed to the brink, he might attract the monsters, leading to mutual destruction. Before the door was fully open, Dave's bulky frame squeezed through, grinning foolishly at Meng Jiaxing by the window. President Meng, we meet again. A flicker of contempt and disgust passed through Meng Jiaxing's eyes as he forced a smile. Indeed, fate has brought us together. Meanwhile, Xie Qingqing, Mike, and Yang Pingan had formed a team. Through the desperate efforts of Yang Pingan and his subordinates, they managed to reach a VIP suite. Once temporarily safe, Yang Pingan and the other security guards collapsed onto the sofas. Brother Yang, we're saved, one guard exclaimed with relief, feeling as though his bones were about to shatter. Without firearms, they had to rely on brute force to fight the predators, and the effort required was immense. It often took several guards to subdue a single predator, and during their escape 2 of their brothers had been bitten to death. In comparison, their group was fortunate. Save my ass. Keep your voice down, or he'll make you fight the next one alone. Yang Pingan's voice was stern and commanding. Under his authority, the guard clamped his mouth shut, not daring to speak further. Watching the guards filthy and sprawled across the expensive sofas, Mike and Xie Qingqing frowned with displeasure. Yet they hesitated to ask them to get up, knowing that without Yang Pingan and his men's fierce battles, they wouldn't have survived. Xie Qingqing surveyed the room and announced cheerfully, we're in luck. This is a hotel VIP suite with plenty of supplies to last us several days. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Without supplies, what would they do? Great. I've used up all my strength fighting those monsters. I need to recharge. Yang Pingan rose from the sofa, strode to the kitchen, and began eating ravenously. The other security team members, equally famished, joined in like starving ghosts. As they gorged themselves, the kitchen supplies visibly dwindled. Xie Qingqing and Mike grew even more disgruntled. These damn guards were so short-sighted with no thought for the future. If they ate everything at once, what would they do later? They thought this, but dared not voice it. Partly because the guards had indeed earned their keep, and partly out of fear. Yang Pingan and his men, covered in thick black blood and eating without restraint, gave the impression of encountering bandits in the flesh. Qingqing. Thanks to you, we've survived for now, Mike said with a smile. Throughout their ordeal, Xie Qingqing's main contribution had been screaming. She screamed at the sight of every predator, each sudden shriek startling Yang Pingan and the others. Yet Yang Pingan seemed to hold a favorable opinion of her, unbothered by her behavior. In truth, Xie Qingqing had done nothing right, she had only been a hindrance. Mike was aware of this, but chose to say otherwise. Perhaps it made him seem more gentlemanly. Really, I feel like I haven't been much help. Xie Qingqing scratched her head sheepishly. Nonsense. You are our goddess of luck. Wherever you are, fortune follows. Mike continued. Yang Pingan smiled faintly, seemingly in agreement. The other guards nearly choked on their food. Damn, you call that luck? If it weren't for this woman's constant shrieking, would we have run into so many monsters? Because of her, I lost 2 brothers. But in Yang Pingan's presence, they could only grumble internally. They had all witnessed Captain Yang's attitude towards Xie Qingqing. I second that. Miss Xie is like our lucky charm. I'm glad to be with you. Unlike your ex-boyfriend, what was his name? Gu Chun. Oh, right. That brat. Saying such insulting things to Miss Xie. He deserved to die. Brother Yang, how do you know that kid is dead? One guard asked. No need to ask. Look at his scrawny frame. Even 10 of him wouldn't stand a chance against the monsters. Ha! Another guard chimed in. Yang Pingan nodded. Exactly. Xie Qingqing grew more smug with each word. How dare he call me a stinking woman? He deserved to die early. Xie Qingqing took out her phone to call Gu Chun, wanting to confirm his death. After their breakup, she hadn't blocked him, hoping he would one day see her marry into a wealthy family and become a noble lady. The WeChat voice call rang several times, but Gu Chun didn't answer. Though it was late at night, Xie Qingqing didn't believe her ex-boyfriend could sleep through a night of monster invasion. She thought only, he's dead. Send him a memorial. Her judgment had been correct. If she had stayed with that scrawny guy, she might have already met her end. Just as she was about to hang up, the call was answered. To Xie Qingqing's surprise, it was not Gu Chun who answered the phone, but a drowsy-eyed, stunning beauty. The moment she saw this beauty, Xie Qingqing immediately recognized her. Isn't this Xue Shishir from the Sweet Pink Girl group? Xie Qingqing never dreamed that she would one day video call Xue Shishir. Her first thought was that she had dialed the wrong number. That's right, it must be a wrong number. But after repeatedly checking the name on her phone, Xie Qingqing was utterly perplexed. It's right, it's Skinny Monkey. What's going on? Skinny Monkey was Xie Qingqing's nickname for Gu Chun. As Xie Qingqing stood there bewildered, Xue Shishir on the other end of the line brushed the hair from her forehead, yawned, and said, "Hello, who is this?" After the Fourth World War ended, Gu Chun had already fallen asleep, and Xue Shishir, nearly worn out by his astonishing explosive power and stamina, was also exhausted. The strength Gu Chun displayed this time was simply astounding, a world of difference from their first encounter. Xue Shishir couldn't understand why there was such a vast difference in less than an hour. But she didn't have the energy to dwell on it. Utterly fatigued, she had also fallen asleep early. Who would have thought that before she could rest long the phone would ring? Still half asleep, she assumed it was her own phone and picked it up. Oh, so is this Gu Chun's phone? Xie Qingqing stammered nervously. Hearing the name, Gu Chun, Xue Shishir suddenly became much more alert. After looking at the phone, she realized she had picked up the wrong one. Yes, this is his phone. Are you his girlfriend? Seeing that the person on the other end was a woman of some charm, Xue Shishir assumed she was Gu Chun's girlfriend and felt a pang of guilt. If his girlfriend found out she was messing around with Gu Chun, wouldn't that be disastrous? Although the apocalypse had arrived, it had just happened, and people still clung to their old values. Who's his girlfriend? A useless guy like him doesn't deserve a girlfriend. Not even if he were dead. Gu Chun was merely an insignificant electrician. How could he compare to her, a future lady of a wealthy family? To be called his girlfriend, Xie Qingqing felt deeply insulted. But she wasn't the only one offended. Gu Chun was now Xue Shishir's chosen man, and she would never allow anyone to insult him so vilely. Her brows arched in anger, her face as cold as ice. She retorted, "Why are you so venomous, woman? If he's not, just say so, but why spew such nasty words? Who are you trying to disgust? Let me tell you, Gu Chun is not useless, and it's not that he can't find a girlfriend. Listen up, I Xue Shishir am his woman." Especially the last sentence, she enunciated each word with unwavering determination. Xie Qingqing was left speechless. What's wrong, my little Shishir? Who got you so worked up? The commotion woke the sleeping Gu Chun. He sat up, wrapped his arms around Xue Shishir, and asked affectionately, Some crazy woman called you in the middle of the night, called you useless, and even cursed you. It's driving me mad. Xue Shishir crossed her arms, puffing out her cheeks in anger. Don't be mad. Don't be mad. Gu Chun stroked her smooth back and planted several kisses on her cheek to comfort her. Seeing Gu Chen appear on the screen, Xie Qingqing was stunned. Not only because he was still alive, but what was he wearing? Silk pajamas. While she was grimy and disheveled, Gu Chen was sleeping in expensive pajamas, and with a famous actress by his side. Wait, wasn't there a monster invasion tonight? Xie Qingqing found it hard to believe, as if she and Gu Chen were in two completely different worlds. Gu Chen, how are you still alive? She stammered. Xie Qingqing couldn't fathom it. She had only survived thanks to the desperate fight of many burly security guards. How had a scrawny guy like Gu Chen made it? And he seemed to be doing quite well. Oh, so it's you, Xie Qingqing. What? Are you that eager for me to die? But rest assured, I'm tenacious. Even if all of you die, it'll be the last one standing. Gu Chen said with a smile, then planted another kiss on Xue Shishi's pretty cheek. As for women, it's not like I can't find one. Sure here, well, she's just 100 times more beautiful than you, and her figure effortlessly surpasses yours. You? Xie Qingqing was furious at Gu Chen's words, although she indeed held no advantage compared to Xue Shi. Hearing it spelled out so plainly by Gu Chen was unbearable. All right, tonight Shi and I have gone a few hundred rounds, and we're both exhausted. Let's leave it at that. Without waiting for Xie Qingqing's reply, he hung up directly. Hey, Gu Chen, don't you dare hang up. Hey, this is infuriating. Xie Qingqing, in a fit of rage, threw her phone to the ground. She had originally wanted to confirm Gu Chen's death, but instead found him living 10 or 100 times better than her. How could she endure that? But then she fell back on her AQ spirit to console herself. Humph, what's the big deal? He's only doing well temporarily. In a few days I bet he won't be able to hold on. Chen, are you okay? Xue Shi held Gu Chen's hand and asked with concern. What could happen to me? Aren't we fine now? With such a beauty by his side, how could Gu Chen possibly be angry at Xie Qingqing? No way. After they embraced for a while, Gu Chen instructed, since she wants me to suffer, I'll do the opposite. The supplies in the safe house aren't abundant. They'll go out tomorrow. After I leave, don't open the door for anyone, understand? Does it have to be tomorrow? The safe house has enough supplies to last us quite a while. Yes. Gu Chen nodded, his gaze piercing through the dark window. If we wait too long, we might not get even a scrap. Not to mention the survivors inside the hotel. What about those outside? This huge hotel must have plenty of supplies. It's a tempting prize everyone's after. Xue Shi said worriedly, but those monsters are so strong, and there are quite a few of them. Are they stronger than me? Gu Chen ripped off Xue Shishi's top with a mischievous grin. Xue Shi froze, as she had already been tormented by Gu Chen several times tonight. If they went again, she would truly break. But the young and vigorous Gu Chen didn't care. He pounced on her like a hungry beast, sure about to light the fire. No, it'll break. The next morning, when Gu Chen woke up, Xue Shi was already busy in the kitchen. The sun shone as before, but the entire city of Huacheng was in chaos and unrecognizable. In the daylight, the tragic scene was even more shocking. Breakfast is ready. Xue Shi placed 2 plates of food on the table. A new bar for submission value had appeared below Xue Shishi's personal information. Xue Shishi's current submission value 96, maximum submission value 100. It seemed that multiple intense, profound encounters had completely tamed little Shi. Gu Chen was very satisfied with this feature. Now he didn't have to worry about betrayal from within. Xue Shi had made simple ham and eggs, which was the best she could do, accustomed as she was to a life of ease. Although the taste was mediocre, Gu Chen wasn't picky and ate while watching the news. Urgent bulletin, citizens, last night our city was attacked by a large number of unidentified creatures. Investigations reveal that these creatures launched indiscriminate attacks on all nations on Earth simultaneously. The situation is extremely critical. The military has dispatched elite forces to deal with the situation. Please remain patient and wait. Before the anchorwoman could finish, a terrifying alien predator lunged at her, and then more predators stormed the newsroom, slaughtering the staff. The live broadcast cut off abruptly. The entire world was under attack. Gu Chen frowned deeply. This disaster was far more severe than he had imagined. Survival would only become harder in the future. He needed to increase his strength as quickly as possible. Since it was his first time at the Intercontinental Hotel, Gu Chen was unfamiliar with the floor layout. From Xue Shi, he learned that the hotel restaurant was on the 10th floor, where there might be a large amount of food. Xue Shi found a black travel backpack. It wasn't large, so it couldn't hold much. But there was no better option at the moment. After eating his fill, Gu Chen gave a few instructions and prepared to leave. Just before he walked out the door, Xue Shi ran over and hugged him from behind like a homemaking wife, urging, "Gu Chen, please be careful. They'll be waiting for you at home." A faint, elegant fragrance wafted to his nose, intoxicating him. Xue Shishi's natural scent seemed to have gained a hint of mature charm. During their first intimate encounter, Gu Chen discovered it was her first time, and the subsequent encounters had completely transformed the innocent Xue Shi into someone molded by him. The soft, tender touch made Gu Chen reluctant to leave. Even through the backpack, he could still feel the thrilling peaks and silky plains. Little Gu Chen was eager to prove himself again. Gathering supplies can wait a bit. Turning around, Gu Chen pinned Shui Shirshir down on the sofa, and a fierce project of hardware softening began. 100 words omitted here. Along the way, Gu Chen encountered several alien predators, but he dispatched them all. He had expected a smooth journey to the 10th floor, yet as he passed the 11th floor, he heard a tremendous commotion. It sounded like the impact of heavy objects accompanied by the agonized screeches of predators. Frowning at the direction of the sound, Gu Chen was just about to investigate when the system's notification chimed. Ding, an S-rank beauty has been detected nearby. Host, subdue her for an ultra-premium reward. Wow, an S-rank beauty. This notification instantly invigorated Gu Chen. Considering that a stunning beauty like Shui Shirshir was only rated S-rank, just how breathtaking must an S-rank be? Gu Chen dared not even imagine. With such an opportunity at hand, there was no way he would let it slip. Without a second thought, Gu Chen strode toward the 11th floor. After walking for several minutes down the corridor, he finally spotted his potential target, his next woman. But the scene before him seemed rather off. What appeared was a back as burly as a black bear, while sprawled on the ground was a man as thin as a twig. Since the system had mentioned a beauty, it certainly couldn't be that twig. Eliminated. That left only the truth. Gu Chen scrutinized this robust silhouette, and the more he looked, the more disheartened he grew. If not for the long hair, he would have sworn she was a burly man. Muscular arms, thick legs, a waist like a barrel, flabby sleeves. There wasn't a single redeeming feature on her. This? What am I to do? Gu Chen stammered in dismay, cursing, "System, don't you dare mess with me." Regrettably, the system offered no response. What this S-rank beauty did next left Gu Chen even more astounded. She hoisted a predator as if it were a chick and slammed it against the ground repeatedly, first on the left then on the right, until the creature was a bloody pulp devoid of any life. Pah! Disgusting thing. The woman spat at the predator, wiping her hands, stained with black blood, carelessly on her clothes. "Lily, you're incredible," the man lying on the ground said, trembling. Against such monsters, not just one of him, but even 10 would be utterly crushed. Yet Lily had handled them alone. Not just one, but 2. If I were as pathetic as you, I'd have died long ago. Hong Lily was a cleaning lady at the Intercontinental Hotel. Due to her innate superhuman strength, the stingy manager Wei had hired her on the condition that she do the work of 10 people while her salary remained that of 1. Such harsh terms would have been unacceptable to anyone else, but Hong Lily, desperate, and with no other options, agreed. The reason was simple: jobs were incredibly hard to come by. Moreover, her fierce appearance deterred any employer from hiring her. After working at the Intercontinental Hotel for 4 or 5 years, she was now nearly 40, the oldest woman in the hotel, and still single. No man dared approach her, and she always sneered at those who favored pretty women, dismissing them as shallow and vulgar. Yet what she never revealed was that beneath her tough exterior, she yearned desperately for a passionate romance. Unwilling to accept this harsh reality, Gu Chen scanned the area back and forth, up and down 4 or 5 times, scrutinizing every detail of the corridor, but he could not spot any other woman. No way could the S-rank beauty the system mentioned actually be her, but just looking at her was utterly unappealing. Though they say all women are the same in the dark, with one like this, you wouldn't even want to turn off the lights. Gu Chen was tormented. He felt no attraction to Hong Lily, yet she was likely the S-rank beauty. Considering that S-rank reward was already so explosive, how terrifying would an S-rank one be? After a fierce inner struggle, the pragmatic Gu Chen conceded. Who the hell cared that it was the apocalypse now? Improving his strength was what truly mattered. Sacrificing a little pride for a top-tier reward, this deal was a steal. Once he reconciled himself to this, Gu Chen wore an expression both desolate and resolute, as if embarking on a great cause. "Lily, I like you. Be my woman." "What? You like me? Really?" Turning around, a pair of narrow, squinted eyes appraised Gu Chen as Hong Lily asked incredulously. The young man before her was slender, but his features were handsome, gentle, yet resolute, more than good enough for her. After waiting all these years, the day had finally come to realize her dream. Hong Lily was overjoyed. But when Gu Chen saw her pancake-like face and squinty eyes, half his spirit died. Her figure was beyond hope. He had thought that if her face were normal, he might endure it, but now. Damn it, for the reward, I'll go all out. Gu Chen gritted his teeth, putting on a look of one facing death. "Yes, Lily, I REALLY like you so much." No sooner had Gu Chen's words fallen than a playful giggle suddenly echoed. There was someone else here. The three immediately tensed, turning toward the source of the sound. "Who's there? How dare you eavesdrop on me? Get out here right now, or I won't be polite." Hong Lily instinctively assumed it was a mockery aimed at her. Her pancake-like face twisted grotesquely as she rolled up her sleeves, ready to retaliate. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to overhear your conversation." At the corridor's corner, a graceful young girl emerged, her jade-like hands raised before her chest as she tiptoed over to Hong Lily. With a single glance, Gu Chen was utterly captivated. Beautiful. She was breathtakingly beautiful. The maiden wore a cool white t-shirt, and pink shorts that hugged her curves. Her snow-capped peaks dominating all rivals stirred the heart, while her plump perky peach-shaped derriere drove one wild with desire. A mortal peach. No phrase could describe her better. Now the bow-tie's sparkling eyes gazed innocently at the three, her slightly pouted red lips speaking apologetically. From this distance, Gu-chun could see exhaustion etched across her fair cheeks, as if she hadn't slept all night, and beneath her enchanting starry eyes there seemed to be faint traces of tears. Yet even so it couldn't mask her lethal charm. From the moment she appeared, Gu-chen's gaze never left her. Ding system scan complete. Name Xiaobijin. Age 20. Height 167 centimeters. Weight 50 kilograms. Appearance rating 94. Figure rating 97. Overall rating S level. Seeing the system's evaluation, Gu-chun was astounded. An S-level beauty. Yet Xue Shishi's looks were equally stunning. In Gu-chen's eyes their beauty was neck and neck, both of the pure and innocent type. Why was there a full grade difference in their ratings? Moreover, their figure scores varied greatly, with Xiaobijin's rating reaching a terrifying 97 points. Upon closer inspection, Gu-chen seemed to understand. Compared to Xue Shishi, Xiaobijin's more imposing peaks and fuller peach-shaped derriere must be the key difference. So this was my true goal. I was just scared out of my wits earlier. You say it wasn't intentional, but I've been here for ages. Why didn't you come out earlier? Tell me. Who are you? Why are you lurking about? Looking at the petite and adorable girl before her, especially her pitifully innocent expression, Hong Lily felt inexplicably irritated. Hello, big sister. My name is Xiaobijin. I'm a member of the SP girl group. I ran here to escape some bad people. And when I got here I saw a terrifying monster and hid. I'm not lying to you. Please believe me. Hong Lily's murderous aura made Xiaobijin nervous, and she tried to explain as thoroughly as possible. The explanation seemed reasonable enough, so Hong Lily relaxed her guard, though she still shot the pretty young woman a cold glare. But when she turned to Gu-chun, her demeanor shifted entirely. That young man. You said you liked me just now, didn't you? Actually, I kinda like you too. You're a bit thin, sure, but I can still accept it. Hong Lily lowered her head, rubbing her hands together nervously, acting as if she were extremely shy. This display made Gu-chun feel deeply uneasy. Oh, well, so you're also named Lily. Haha, I mistook you for someone else. My apologies. Gu-chun thought this excuse might spare Hong Lily's dignity. They weren't enemies, so there was no need to start with harsh words. Hong Lily's face darkened, becoming uglier than ever. She didn't believe Gu-chun had mistaken her. Instead, she thought the little enchantress appearance had made her Prince Charming change his mind on the spot. Years of unfair treatment had twisted her heart beyond repair. It's that slut's doing, isn't it? I knew it. Hong Lily suddenly pointed at Xiaobijin, her teeth grinding audibly. She has nothing to do with this. I really did mistake you for someone else. Gu-chun explained. But Hong Lily seemed not to hear, her eyes fixed on the delicate girl before her. After a moment, her narrow eyes blazed with murderous intent. Damn bitch, relying on your looks to seduce my man. He'll kill you. With that, she suddenly charged, her 300 frame rumbling like a heavy tank as she bore down on Xiaobijin. Hong Lily truly intended to kill Xiaobijin. All the humiliation she had endured over the years erupted with Gu-chen's rejection, like the final straw that broke the camel's back. In peaceful times, she might have feared the law's retribution, but now with monsters invading the world and countless humans dying daily, wouldn't it be perfectly normal for one more delicate beauty to perish? The sudden assault left Xiaobijin pale with fright. She couldn't fathom how she had offended this big sister. Facing Hong Lily, who was as strong as a bear, she stood no chance. Should she flee? Or could she escape from this distance? Terrified, Xiaobijin covered her red lips as the massive hands loomed, like demonic claws rapidly enlarging in her pupils. Yet just inches from her the claws froze midair, unable to move another inch. You? What are you trying to do? Defend that slut, are you? Hong Lily was shocked to see Gu-chun arriving swiftly. Hadn't he been standing 20 meters away just a second ago? How had he reached her in the blink of an eye? And with her innate superhuman strength, when had she ever met her match? Yet why was she so firmly restrained by this lean man's grip? Hong Lily tried again, her veins bulging and face contorting with effort, but still to no avail. From Hong Lily's enraged eyes, Gu-chun knew this woman had gone completely mad. He didn't understand what he had said wrong. Wasn't rejection perfectly normal? If there was no fate, why force it? With a gentle flick of his right hand, Hong Lily stumbled backward under a terrifying force, only stopping when she crashed against the wall with a thud. Such immense strength. Who was this kid? She weighed over 300 genes. Anyone else would have been sent flying. I told you this has nothing to do with Miss Xia. Gu-chun was exasperated. This woman was utterly deranged, ready to kill at the slightest provocation. But Tiao Chai was stunned. He knew all too well how formidable Hong Lily was. Even alien predators were no match for her. Yet such a powerful being had been effortlessly subdued. Just how strong was this young man? It was beyond imagination. Gu-chun's heroic display left Xiaobijin dumbfounded. She never imagined that the lean Gu-chun possessed such brute force. In his presence, the fragile Xiaobijin seemed to find a long-lost sense of security. At that moment before this towering man, the chaste little Bijin's heart fluttered with springtime passion. Are you alright? Gu Chun, towering over Xia Bijin, looked down at this radiant and captivating beauty. What caught his eye was not only her delicate features, but also the half-exposed, fragrant snowy peaks. I'm fine. Under Gu Chen's gaze, Xia Bijin felt her breath quicken and her heart race as she shyly lowered her head. Yet how could her bashful demeanor escape Gu Chen's notice? Her fair cheeks suddenly bloomed like a delicate, brilliant rose, as if they might drip with blood. Ding! Detected that S-level beauty Xia Bijin has feelings for the host, meeting reward distribution conditions. Reward space, system ability, infinite space. Space system ability. Holy crap, this is amazing. The moment the system reward arrived, Gu Chun felt a sudden dizziness. After a brief discomfort, a vast, white, wondrous space appeared in his mind. This space was like a heavenly pure land, boundless and infinite. Host note: the infinite space has a permanent preservation function and can hold an endless number of items. But it cannot contain living beings. With infinite space, who needs a backpack? Gu Chun tore off his travel bag and threw it to the ground. Faced with Gu Chen's ecstasy, Xia Bijin didn't quite understand, but she instinctively thought it was related to her. Does Gu Chun really like me too? Her heart fluttering like a startled deer, Xia Bijin thought to herself. Gu Chun didn't just like her, he absolutely adored her. Ignoring the presence of Hong Lily and the others, he immediately gave Xia Bijin a passionate kiss. This sight made Hong Lily's blood boil with rage. She wished she could have the pair of adulterers executed by slow slicing. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Xia Bijin spoke urgently to Gu Chun. Brother Gu Chun, I just escaped. I have a sister, and she's in great danger now. Can you go save her? It turned out that Xia Bijin, as a member of the SP girl group, upon learning that Xue Shishir was coming to the Intercontinental Hotel to meet Director Yin, had brought along another group member, Mu Yumin, to follow. Their aim was to surprise Xue Shishir. While Xue Shishir was struggling in Sister Tina's room, the two were dining in the restaurant. But who would have thought that monsters would suddenly invade, throwing the area outside the restaurant into chaos? The shrewd chefs decisively locked the restaurant door. Due to the door's extremely sturdy material, the alien predators couldn't break in. After a helpless night in the restaurant, the two women tried to call for help, only to have the chefs, led by Gordon, suddenly turn hostile and smash their phones. The irresistible beauty of Xia Bijin and Mu Yumin awakened the demons in the hearts of Chef Gordon and his men. With the apocalypse upon them, they saw a chance to do as they pleased and savor the two women. Just as Gordon was about to succeed, the fiery-tempered Mu Yumin suddenly grabbed his leg, creating a fleeting moment for Xia Bijin to escape. After fleeing the restaurant, Xia Bijin intended to go downstairs for help, but encountered an alien predator and was forced to run upstairs. However, the 12th floor also had alien predators, and from above came the rumbling sounds of battle. Uncertain of the situation, Xia Bijin could only hide on the 11th floor. Not long after, Yidiakai and Hong Lily arrived. Yidiakai was no match for the predator and was instantly terrified, collapsing to the ground in fear. Hong Lily, however, showed no fear and directly confronted the predator. After Hong Lily finally dealt with the alien predator, she overheard what she thought was the most pathetic confession of the century, and her simple nature couldn't help but make her laugh. Catching a glimpse of Hong Lily's astonishing strength, Xia Bijin wanted to ask her to save Mu Yumin, but before they could exchange more than a few words, Hong Lily tried to kill her. Luckily, Gu Chen intervened and saved her. And it was Gu Chen's intervention that made him see a better option than Hong Lily. Where is she? Gu Chen asked. Not to mention that Mu Yumin was also a potential beauty, but for Xia Bijin's sake alone, he had to go and save her. In the restaurant on the 10th floor. Let's hurry, or it'll be too late. Alright. Gu Chun took Xia Bijin's jade-like hand and rushed to the restaurant. Watching this pair of bastards slip away before her eyes, Hong Lily ground her teeth, already imagining countless cruel ways to tear them apart. Seeing Hong Lily's anger and disappointment, Yidiakai approached with a lecherous grin. Haha. Lily, what's so great about that kid Gu Chun? If he doesn't like you, I can. Of course, Yidiakai didn't actually like Hong Lily. But witnessing her incredible strength, his interest was piqued. With his frail frame, he was bound to die at the hands of predators sooner or later. So he figured he might as well sacrifice his dignity and use his charm to survive a little longer. At the very least, he could find himself a bodyguard. To his surprise, Hong Lily showed no sign of joy upon hearing this. Her gloomy pancake-like face twisted into a mocking, chilling sneer. Who do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself to Gu Chun? Yidiakai was utterly disappointed. He hadn't expected this bear-like woman to have such high standards. With her looks, anyone willing to take her should be considered her 8 lifetimes of good fortune. But the next moment, Yidiakai was stunned, his eyes nearly popping out, because Hong Lily was actually strangling his throat with her thick, powerful right hand. It seemed she intended to kill him. Lee, no. Please don't. Terrified out of his wits, Yidiakai begged for mercy. Die, bastard. With those words, a crack was heard as Yidiakai's neck was completely twisted. Until his last breath, he couldn't understand why Hong Lily would kill him just because he said he liked her. Could it be that even liking her was wrong? Disgustedly tossing the corpse onto the carpet, Hong Lily turned and glared in the direction Gu Chun had disappeared, muttering to herself with venom, "Gu Chun, you will regret today's choice." The situation was urgent. Gu Chun and Xia Bijin rushed toward the restaurant. Gu Chun sprinted ahead, covering dozens of meters in a single breath, leaving Xia Bijin far behind. His physique, 10 times that of an ordinary human, was terrifyingly formidable. Xia Bijin ran with all her might, knowing that any delay would spell trouble for Mu Yuman. But having not slept all night, and under immense mental strain, she stumbled and fell. Noticing what had happened behind him, Gu Chun halted. The hotel was teeming with predators and malicious humans, and he couldn't possibly leave her alone. "Don't mind me, brother Gu Chun. Save Sister Yuman first. He'll catch up." Xia Bijin called out to the stopped Gu Chun. She expected him to continue without hesitation, but instead the slender figure turned and walked toward her. To her astonishment, he crouched down, gently stroked her head, and said tenderly, "Are you kidding me? With monsters everywhere, how can I leave you behind?" His heartfelt words warmed Xia Bijin, and the reflection of Gu Chun was deeply etched into her autumn-like limpid eyes. In the next moment, he lifted her into his arms, their young bodies pressed closely together. "Don't worry. Holding you won't slow me down." Carried in Gu Chun's embrace, Xia Bijin nestled obediently against his chest. Through his black t-shirt, she seemed to catch his unique scent. Gu Chun moved with incredible speed, a faint whistling sound accompanying his strides. Yet Xia Bijin, buried in his chest, heard nothing but the gentle rhythm of his heartbeat. Meanwhile, on the 10th floor, a heart-wrenching drama was quietly unfolding. The once tidy and orderly restaurant was now in disarray. Tables and chairs were scattered haphazardly, and fine shards of glass littered the floor. Despite several men in white chef's uniforms present, no one seemed to care. Their attire suggested they were top chefs from the Intercontinental Hotel. In the center of the restaurant, 6 chefs sat or stood in a circle. Some wielded cleavers, others iron rods, while a few embraced expensively dressed women. It looked less like a restaurant and more like a den of thieves. Their mocking gazes converged on a woman lying prostrate in the center. She wore an apricot-colored tank top and pure white denim shorts, her delicate snow-white skin exposed to the air. Her voluptuous figure was so alluring that a single glance inspired reckless desire. Her hair was slightly disheveled, a few strands veiling her face, obscuring her full features. She clutched her right cheek, her body trembling violently, her intermittent sobs evoking pity. "You bitch, you wanted to run, didn't you? Why don't you run now?" This crude insult came from a chef perched on a dining table. His pristine white uniform bore dry bloodstains, but couldn't hide the dazzling 3 gold stars on his chest. Indeed, he was the head chef of the Intercontinental Hotel, a Michelin 3-star chef, Gordon. Gordon toyed with a gleaming short knife, eyeing the stunning beauty before him with keen interest. Originally, Gordon led a team of a dozen chefs, but since the monster invasion began last night, several had fled, leaving only 6. Gordon considered those who ran away the biggest fools under heaven. With monsters invading everywhere, where could they escape? They'd likely meet their doom before even leaving the hotel. Better to stay in the restaurant. Here they had the hotel's entire stockpile of supplies. Food and drink were no issue. Moreover, many beautiful women of noble birth were present. Take the beauty before him, for instance. She was a member of the hottest SP girl group, right now Mu Yuman. He had long coveted this beauty. In the past, had never have a chance to touch a woman of her caliber, but now opportunity had knocked. Had hoped to bag 2 at once, but that damn woman had let 1 slip away. But no matter. Since only 1 remained, she'd have to work a little harder. "I know you. Aren't you that Mu Yuman from SP? The one from that popular girl group? They say you're all delectable to look at. Today I want to taste what you're really like, hee." Gazing at the once glorious superstar, now a lamb to the slaughter, Gordon felt an indescribable thrill. Mu Yuman slowly lifted her head, brushing her hair aside to reveal her stunning face. Her big watery eyes glared at Gordon with fury, but to him it only added to her charm. "Gordon, if you dare lay a hand on me, I'll make sure you pay." Mu Yuman had dined at the Intercontinental Hotel many times and knew who Gordon was. In her memory, the usually gentle and refined chef was easy to get along with, dedicating all his energy to crafting exquisite cuisine. She had once admired him, but now, with the apocalypse barely begun, he had already revealed his true opposite nature. Looking at the chef now, she felt as if she were in a different world. Her feeble threat had no effect, instead sparking laughter all around. "Ha ha ha." Gordon doubled over, laughing uncontrollably, and the other chefs joined in merrily. It seemed this little beauty still hadn't grasped the situation. After his laughter subsided, Gordon leaped off the table, approaching Mu Yuman like a ferocious tiger. He teased her hair with the sharp knife and grinned. "Do you still think it's like before? How naive. Don't you watch the news? The whole world is under attack by monsters. Do you think things can ever get better? Who would have thought the world could change overnight? If you'd been as obedient as the other women, you might have spared yourself this suffering." Shortly after Mu Yuman helped Xia Bijin escape, the enraged Gordon struck her hard across the face. It was the first time in her life she had been hit. His words chilled her to the bone. She was no naive girl, her romantic fantasies had long since shattered. With the entire world under siege by monsters, could anything truly recover? Even if it could, would she live to see that day? Don't do this. Bijin will find help. You can't do this. Mu Yumin made a final desperate plea. This foolish, hopeless woman still clung to hope at this critical moment. But Gordon, who liked her all the same, sighed patiently. You made a wrong decision, you know that. You've seen the monsters outside. Do you think a woman like her can survive? Gordon caressed Mu Yumin's snowy shoulder, sending a chill of revulsion through her. If she'd stayed and served me well, maybe she wouldn't be dead now. What a pity, such a beautiful woman. Her death is entirely your fault. What a shame, such a beautiful woman. Her death is entirely your fault. No, you're lying. Bijing isn't dead. She can't be dead. She can't. Mu Yumin shook her head, frantically refusing to accept it. Yet as she calmed down slightly, she found her own thoughts utterly ridiculous. Even a burly, sturdy man would have little chance against that monster, let alone the delicate Bijing. At that moment she truly regretted it. Perhaps staying would have been the right choice. Originally, I planned to enjoy you alone. But since you're so ungrateful, as a lesson, my underlings will also taste you after I'm done. You'd better behave yourself, or else they'll make your life a living hell. Gordon grabbed Mu Yumin's hair, his sinister gaze as if he would devour her. The head chef is magnanimous. I've long wanted to taste her. Isn't that right? I used to just look at her photos and who knew I'd get the real thing someday. Don't fight me for this, from the South chef, so I go first. At that moment, poor Mu Yumin was in despair. She lowered her gaze, helplessly looking toward the restaurant's entrance. In this world, a weak woman like her had no power to resist. She could not bear the inhuman torment of being violated by the beast Gordon and his underlings. Now only death could bring release. She made up her mind, ready to plunge the sharp dagger before her into her own heart. A moment of pain would grant eternal freedom. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, is anyone there? Just as she was about to act, a rhythmic knock and a polite inquiry came from the door. Huh? What's going on? Everyone was bewildered. Gordon stood up, immediately frowning. Meanwhile, Mu Yumin, whose plan had been thwarted, felt a flicker of hope. Could it be Bijing's reinforcements? Gordon walked to the door and saw through the camera a man and a woman standing outside. The man was somewhat thin, like a college student. And the woman? It was Xia Bijing. Gordon checked several times, confirmed it was Xia Bijing, and was overjoyed. Who knew the cooked duck would fly back? This was truly effortless. This apocalypse was so interesting. Chef, who is it? A cook asked nervously. It's our old friend Xia Bijing. She didn't die and actually found reinforcements. I underestimated her. Our reinforcements? Then, what do we do? Should we apologize? Another cook was also flustered, as if caught in a misdeed. Are you fucking stupid? Apologize. They'll give you 2 punches. Gordon cursed angrily. It's just a young college student. With him. Just a college student. The cooks looked at the camera and saw Gu Chen's thin figure, their eyes narrowing into slits. With his build, one chef could take on 10 of him. After waiting for a while with no response, Gu Chen prepared to force the door open, but just as he clenched his fist, the door swung open. Esteemed guests, please come in. Gordon put on a standard service smile, feeling odd even as he spoke. Gu Chen pulled Xia Bijing inside, and she shot Gordon a fierce glare. Oh, with reinforcements you're getting cocky. Gordon found it amusing. After they entered, he locked the door tightly, his grin harder to suppress than an AK. Just wait, little Bijing, soon you'll see how you die. Seeing her sister return, Mu Yumin threw herself into Xia Bijing's arms, soaking her chest with tears. As a delicate woman, she had faced unspeakable despair. Yumin, are you okay? Did those beasts do anything to you? Xia Bijing hugged her tightly, asking anxiously. She feared she had arrived too late to prevent Mu Yumin from being violated. I am fine. Mu Yumin shook her head. Xia Bijing breathed a sigh of relief. After calming down, Mu Yumin suddenly said, Bijing, you barely escaped. Why did you come back? Isn't that walking right into the tiger's den? Quick, run away. Don't let those beasts succeed. The 2 women had worked together for a long time, sharing deep bonds. Mu Yumin didn't want her dear sister to suffer. If one of them had to stay, she wished it would be herself. But little Bijing was not flustered at all. She gave Mu Yumin a reassuring look and said confidently, Don't worry, Yumin, with brother Gu Chen here, everything will be fine. Xia Bijing's confidence was not unfounded. Hong Lily was formidable enough, able to tear apart monsters with her bare hands, yet she had no chance against her brother Gu Chen. Brother Gu Chen. Mu Yumin finally took a good look at Gu Chen, seeing his tall, lean frame and his clean-cut face with sharp, cold features. Judging by appearances alone, Mu Yumin wasn't very confident. She didn't understand why her little sister trusted Gu Chen so much, but with no other option, she could only place all her hope in him. As she studied him, his gaze also fell upon her face. Ding, system scan successful. Name Mu Yumin. Age 23. Height 165 centimeters. Weight 50 kilograms. Appearance rating 92. Physique rating 92. Overall ratings grade. Excellent, another grade beauty. This Mu Yumin must be recruited. But first let's deal with these annoying flies. Scanning the scene aside from a few women with no combat ability, the real opponents were 6 white-robed chefs. You think you can escape after coming in? Do you think ID make the same mistake? Ridiculous. Gordon signaled his subordinates who surrounded Gu Chun with knives and clubs, the intense pressure nearly suffocating Mu Yuman. Young man, I must thank you. You've brought our little Beijing back. A beauty like her would be ashamed to lose. Undeterred by the encirclement, Gu Chun sneered. No need for thanks. Beijing is my woman, how could I let her die? Xia Beijing's current submission value 99, his domineering words completely captivated little Beijing, who wished she could bare her heart to him. Gordon was surprised that Xia Beijing had found a man so quickly after escaping. But thinking about it, it was normal. What man wouldn't be tempted by a beauty of her caliber? However, being the first to stick one's neck out wasn't easy. Some birds get plucked before they even take flight. Smooth talker. I'm in a hurry, so I won't waste words. Leave Xia Beijing here, cowed out to me 3 times, and he'll let you leave alive. Otherwise he'll chop you into pieces. You know, a master chef's knife skills are quite exceptional. Gu Chun was all too familiar with the knife skills of a master chef. The exquisite technique that could separate flesh from bone in an instant was enough to make one's hair stand on end just by watching. He had seen such videos on his phone. But what use were superior knife skills? You'd need the chance to strike first. Indeed, impressed for time as well, so we'll be direct. First, these 2 women are mine. None of you may touch them. Second, all the supplies in this restaurant belong to me. Don't even think of taking a single scrap. As for the third, the lot of you better scram immediately. If you're late, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Huh. Gu Chen's words sent the chefs into a roaring laughter. This kid had little skill, but an insatiable appetite. He wanted not only the women, but also their precious supplies. Utterly overestimating himself. Has this brat lost his mind from too much studying? Gordon walked up to Gu Chun with a smirk, spinning the dagger in his hand a full 360 degrees before pointing it at his brow. I planned to spare your miserable life, but now, you've earned yourself a death sentence. Die. Before the word had even faded, the short blade in Gordon's hand, gleaming with cold light, tore through the air, closing in on Gu Chen's throat in the blink of an eye. Dodge. Mu Yuman screamed in desperation. The throat was a vital spot. If struck, it would all be over. That damned Gordon struck straight for the kill, without hesitation, his ruthlessness chilling to the bone. In the fleeting moment that passed, however, Mu Yuman saw that Gu Chun hadn't moved an inch from his original position, and the bloody spray she had anticipated never appeared. She only saw the arm gripping the dagger frozen midair, and Gordon's wrist somehow firmly locked in Gu Chen's grasp, unable to advance a single inch further. Gordon was utterly stunned. He hadn't expected Gu Chen's speed to be so swift. He hadn't even reacted in time. At that moment, a mocking smirk played on Gu Chen's face, as if he were merely toying with Gordon. Gordon's fury flared even hotter as he clenched his left hand into a fist and launched another fierce attack, the sandbag-sized fist whipping up a gust of wind through the air. Break! Yet before the fist could land, a crisp crack echoed as Gordon's right wrist was forcibly snapped. My hand. Gordon jumped and writhed, letting out a heart-wrenching scream that filled the entire restaurant. But Gu Chen still didn't let go, glaring coldly at Gordon's wretched state, without a shred of pity. You bastard, he'll destroy you. What are you standing there for? Beat this little wretch to death. The 5 underling chefs were dumbfounded. From Gordon's attack to his broken wrist, it had all happened in a single breath, and they hadn't even processed the scene before witnessing Gordon's pitiful condition. At Gordon's roar, they snapped back to reality and raised their knives and clubs, charging at Gu Chun in unison. Get lost. With a sudden kick to Gordon's abdomen, the latter flew backward, as if struck by a 1,000-pound force, hurtling through the air for over 20 meters before crashing down. He curled up in agony, his abdomen feeling as if it were shattering as gushes of blood spewed from his mouth. The other 5 chefs formed an encirclement from 5 directions, but just before their weapons could land on the slender youth, Gu Chun lashed out, with a lightning-fast whip kick tracing a beautiful arc through the air before striking their shins. The 5, struck by the immense force, flew sideways and crashed heavily to the ground. The blow was so powerful that it shattered their shin bones completely. My leg. It's broken. My leg's broken. The underling chefs clutched their legs in agony, their wretched howls rising and falling in a cacophony. In less than 10 seconds, Gordon and his 5 men were utterly defeated by Gu Chun. Mu Yuman's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape, speechless. This Gu Chun was young, but he fought with incredible ferocity, and his strikes were merciless, leaving no chance for his enemies. She had initially held little hope, given his frail appearance, but who would have guessed that such a thin frame concealed such immense power? Wow, brother Gu Chun is amazing. Even Xia Beijing, let alone Mu Yuman, was taken aback. She had been confident in Gu Chun, but this situation was vastly different from the encounter with Hong Lily. This time he faced 6 burly men armed with weapons. In her mind, it would have been a grueling, even brutal struggle. Yet the battle had ended in the blink of an eye. The disparity between the 2 sides was enormous. Xia Bijin, like a mischievous little bunny, hopped over to Guchen, stood on her tiptoes, and left a bright red lip print on his wheat-colored cheek. Here. This is your reward. Huh, that's it. Anything more exciting? Little Bijin nestled docilely in Guchen's arms, murmuring softly, Bijin is brother Guchen's woman. You can do whatever you want. Her tender voice carried a hint of allure, sending a shiver through Guchen's body, and his own little Guchen unceremoniously stirred. Ah, brother Guchen, you. I'm fine, I'm okay, don't worry. Watching the intimate pair, Mu Yuman blushed, turning away in slight awkwardness. Sister Yuman, come here. Little Bijin waved her small hand, signaling Mu Yuman to join Guchen's embrace. Mu Yuman's face grew even redder, like a ripe apple. Though she harbored feelings for Guchen, he was after all her sister Bijin's boyfriend. Would it be improper? Yet seeing Bijin's enthusiasm, it was hard to refuse. After a moment's hesitation, Mu Yuman ultimately yielded to Xia Bijin. As she pressed against Guchen's chest, she felt a sense of security she had never known. From last night to now, she had witnessed a woman's helplessness and despair. Had Guchen and the others arrived, even a moment later, she might have already met her end, unable to be alive as she was now. She greedily inhaled the scent of Guchen as if only this could put her at ease. If she could, she wished to hold Guchen like this forever. In that moment, she who had never tasted love fell for him. Ding. Detected strength beauty, Mu Yuman's heart fluttering for the host. Reward conditions met. Awarding metal-based superpower, metal manipulation, yes. A metal-based superpower. Damn, that was too awesome. Wasn't this just like Magneto's ability? Treading the void, manipulating all metals like the ancient golden god Rushu. Absolutely spectacular. Yuman, you're my treasure. I love you to death. Gazing at the delicate beauty in his arms, Guchen's heart surged with excitement, longing to lavish her with affection right there. Meeting Guchen's blazing eyes, Mu Yuman's heart raced wildly. Even through her full snowy peaks, Guchen could feel her heartbeat soaring. Brother Guchen, you're biased. Why don't you say such sweet words to me? Little Bijin pouted, feigning anger. How could she be truly angry? Yuman was her dear sister, and she wished nothing more than for her to find a good man who would cherish, respect, and protect her. Oh, my little Bijin, love isn't just spoken. It's shown through actions. Guchen pressed a finger under her chin, his words laden with implication. Brother Guchen, you're so annoying. Xia Bijin cooed, fully understanding his meaning, and playfully pounded his chest with her tiny tender fists. Guchen laughed heartily, pulling both women close again. Xia Bijin and Mu Yuman wished this embrace could last forever. But how could it? Guchen had more pressing matters at hand. He was determined to secure the vast supplies in the restaurant. Hey, still alive? If you are, answer me honestly. Where are the supplies stored? Looking at the agonized Gordon, Guchen felt he deserved it. He wasn't unreasonable. If circumstances allowed, a peaceful resolution would have been best. But the other party refused to play along, so he had no choice but to be ruthless. Gordon was torn. The supplies were their lifeline. If Guchen took them, they'd be left with nothing. Won't talk, huh? Fine, you felt my fists and feet. Now let me show you my knife skills. Guchen leaned down, gripping Gordon's neck, and said with an innocently sinister smile, they'll show you just how exceptional a humble electrician's knife skills can be. But slicing into pieces is too troublesome. How about grinding you into mincemeat instead? Guchen was young, his face even bearing a hint of immaturity, making him appear like a sunny and handsome big boy. Yet when these words left his lips, Gordon felt his scalp tingle and a chill run down his spine. If he didn't comply, he had no doubt that Guchen would truly mince him into meat paste. This kid was truly ruthless. At that moment, Gordon was genuinely terrified. With no other recourse, he could only reveal the location of the stored supplies. Guchen dropped him like a dead dog and strode straight toward the storage warehouse. Xia Bijin and Mu Yuman followed closely behind, unwilling to share a space with these beasts. Pushing open the heavy warehouse doors one by one, Guchen's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had discovered a new continent. The spacious food warehouse was neatly stocked with a vast array of ingredients, rich and diverse. Without any pretense, Guchen began collecting the supplies right in front of the two women. Come on, could such a matter be hidden from the women who shared his bed every night? Besides, the two girls' submission values were exceptionally high, leaving no cause for concern. Guchen waved his hand, and row after row of supplies within his line of sight were all swept into his infinite space. The supplies here were abundant. Boston lobster, black abalone, king crab, caviar, white truffle, Iberian ham, and the like were all available. Guchen stored them all into his space. Additionally, the freezer held large quantities of beef, pork, chicken, and more, none of which escaped Guchen's grasp. As for rice, pasta, and various fine wines and beverages, they were naturally no exception. Wow, brother Guchen, where do all these things go? How do they vanish with just a wave of your hand? Asked Xia Bijin. They're all right here. Guchen pointed to his head with a smile, but said no more. Little Bijin wisely refrained from asking further. Who doesn't have their secrets? Besides, since she was willing to be Guchen's woman, weren't the supplies he collected essentially hers as well? Brother Guchen, there are still a few bottles of drinks you haven't taken. Brother Guchin, you missed these pots and pans. Brother Guchin, there's a few big cabbages here, come quick. Little Bijin, holding Mu Yuman's hand, darted back and forth among the rows of shelves, eagerly reporting any leftovers no matter how small. This left Mu Yuman utterly exasperated. 30 minutes later, all the supplies in the hotel warehouse had been collected into Guchin's space. These provisions were enough to sustain Guchin and his companions for several years. For the time being, there was no need to worry about supplies. Compared to Guchin's jubilant mood, the restaurant was shrouded in gloom and despair. The chefs had all suffered severe injuries, and the pressing question before them was how to survive in the days ahead. Damn it, Guchin took all the supplies. How are we supposed to live? Yeah, we can't just starve to death. Chef, what are we going to do now? You've got to think of something. The crowd turned their gaze to their pillar of support, Gordon, who only stared blankly at his severed wrist, lost in thought. By now his pain had eased somewhat, but his limp hand still needed support. Cooking was out of the question. Propping up his severed wrist, his venomous gaze turned icy and sinister. He had once been the king of this restaurant, yet now he was left with nothing. The women were gone, the supplies were gone. Even his once prized right hand was completely ruined. What difference was there between this and being a cripple? Damn it, you dare cut off my escape route. Fine, even if it costs me my life, I won't let you off easy. Gordon's brooding eyes blazed with murderous intent. He would launch a final frenzied counterattack, determined to make the young Guchin pay a heavy price. Listen up, everyone, hey race, what will do? When Guchin returned to the restaurant with a radiant face, he was surprised to see that Gordon and his crew had stopped their wailing. Even more unexpectedly, their gazes now held a hint of friendliness. Brother Guchin, you're done already? Gordon asked with feigned concern. But he was also puzzled. Wasn't he collecting supplies? Why were his hands empty? In his imagination, Guchin should have emerged laden with bags, so why was he carrying nothing? Pretty much. What? Do you have some advice? Guchin asked warily. This guy's attitude had shifted too quickly. Not long ago they were locked in a life-and-death struggle. Something was definitely off. There had to be a trick. No, don't be suspicious, I was just asking casually. It's fine if you took the supplies, or we couldn't use that much anyway. Gordon waved his hand magnanimously. You misunderstand. I mean, all the supplies. Guchin laughed. Gordon, not a single thing left. Guchin, not a single thing left. With that, he paid no further attention to the group, and arms around the two women prepared to leave. The fate of Gordon and his men was not his concern. Whether they starved or were devoured by predators, it was none of his business. Adults must pay the price for their actions. Brother Guchin, wait. Gordon shouted. What? Another problem? Guchin frowned, slightly unsure of Gordon's game. Then amid his bewilderment, he watched in astonishment as the once glorious 3-star master chef knelt to the ground. Like a penitent confessing his sins, he began kowtowing fervently to Guchin. Just now I failed to recognize your greatness. I sincerely apologize, and I hope you'll be magnanimous and forgive our offense. Now we poor chefs are crippled. If we don't get medical help, we might die here. Our deaths would be insignificant, but we all have families, parents and children, who are innocent. Therefore I beg you, could you find us a doctor? I know it's difficult in this world, but I believe with your strength, Brother Guchin, it's certainly possible. If you agree, you'll be our savior, and even if we have to work like beasts of burden, we will repay your kindness. Please save us, save our innocent families. Gordon spoke with utmost sincerity, enough to move anyone to tears. Brother Guchin, please save us. For the sake of my innocent family, save us. We beg you. We'll be eternally grateful. Led by Gordon, the other chefs also knelt down, thumping their heads against the floor until they bled, looking utterly pitiful. This tragic scene would soften even the faintest heart. Even little Bijin, who detested Gordon, couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Gordon was right, though they deserved their punishment. Their families were innocent. If they died, who would save their poor families? Gordon knelt prostrate, refusing to cease, even as his forehead split open and blood streamed down his face. The gray carpet was soaked through with his blood, as was his visage, a ghastly, terrifying countenance resembling a vengeful demon from the depths of hell. Yet upon closer inspection, his bloodied eyes glimmered with cunning, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smug smile. This self-inflicted agony, he believed, was flawless in its execution. Guchin, though formidable in strength, was but a naive youth, unversed in the world's treacheries, his mind still immature. Such desperate pleading would surely soften his heart. After all, who has a heart of stone? Gordon refused to believe Guchin's could be. If he relented, he might well meet his end at the hands of the monsters. Even if he survived, once they locked the hotel doors and barricaded them with heavy objects while he was away, no matter his prowess, he would be left to rage in impotent fury. Thus Guchin's supplies would remain theirs, and his women would be forced to submit, groveling at their mercy. Brilliant, truly brilliant. And even if by some slim chance Guchin refused, Gordon still held his ultimate trump card. Today let this chef teach you a lesson. Heh. As Gordon awaited with eager anticipation, Guchin finally spoke. Yet the words that fell from his lips were cold and merciless, dousing Gordon's heart like a bucket of ice water. Ridiculous. Gratitude. What gratitude do I owe you, worthless lot? And don't try to shackle me with your families. I Guchin don't know them. Damn it, this brat wasn't taking the bait. Had he grown so heartless? Gordon slowly halted his movements, staring blankly at the glaring bloodstains on the carpet. He spoke each word with deliberation. You truly intend to go this far? Guchin sneered. We're all adults. Learn to face the consequences of your actions. When you made your move against me, you should have had that realization, shouldn't you? Having faced the onslaught of 6 burly men, only Guchin's formidable physical prowess had saved him. Anyone else would have long since been dismembered. Since they had sought his death, why should he show mercy? Not executing them on the spot was already a great kindness. Before the apocalypse, Guchun had been an ordinary law-abiding youth. Killing was a psychological barrier he could not cross. That alone had spared their wretched lives. But given their pitiful state, the moment Guchun left, the predatory xenomorphs would surely storm in and devour them. Gordon was left speechless. He had never imagined Guchun could be so unyielding. He truly was giving them no chance. All right, if you wish to keep kowtowing, go ahead. By Gene, you man, let's go. With that, he turned and strode toward the door, ignoring the others. After he left, Gordon slowly raised his blood-smeared demonic face, fixing his gaze on the slender, retreating figure, a sinister smile curling on his lips. His hand slid slowly into his voluminous chef's robe. When it emerged again, a sharp pair of scissors was clutched in his calloused grasp. Gordon cast a glance at the others, who instantly understood, producing various weapons from beneath their robes, their cold gleam reflecting in the sunlight. Just as Guchin's hand reached for the door. Now, in a flash, the chefs surged up from the floor like maddened beasts, lunging at Guchun with their weapons. Cornered, they unleashed unprecedented speed and strength in that single instant. The sudden onslaught drained the color from Xia Bijin and Mu Yuman's faces. Their minds went blank with a deafening buzz, and they stood frozen like wooden statues. They had never expected that the pitiful chefs of moments ago would transform into rabid beasts in the blink of an eye. And despite their grievous wounds, they now fought like death-defying zealots, their eyes wild with a madness that screamed of mutual destruction. Madmen, every last one of them. Caught off guard in such a cramped space, surrounded by 6 men, even Guchen's skills seemed impossible to deploy. It was over. The 2 women felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, their hearts frozen. In that critical moment, a formidable aura brewed within the slender figure, then burst forth like a raging tide. Under its oppressive weight, the weapons in Gordon and his men's hands seemed nailed to the air, immovable, no matter how they strained. Gordon's heart quaked with terror. This defiance of all reason made his eyes bulge as if they would pop out. How is this possible?" he stammered. The others were equally shaken and bewildered. In their panicked gaze, the youth before them slowly turned, a rare cruelty spreading across his chiseled features. "Wanna know? Go ask the king of hell in the underworld." Guchen's hand shot open, and the scissors frozen in midair were drawn back to him, as if by an unseen force. Under their horrified, uncomprehending stares, Guchen approached Gordon, his sharp eyes like those of a hunting hawk. "It's over, 3-star chef." 10 minutes later, the trio returned to the safe house. As the heavy alloy door swung open, Shue Shishi's face lit up with joy at the sight of her old friends Xia Bijin and Mu Yuman, her cherry lips curving into a blooming lotus. The 3 women embraced tightly, amazed that in this perilous apocalypse they, delicate and vulnerable, had managed to survive. "Bijin Yuman, how did you end up here?" Shue Shishi asked. "Yuman and I heard Director Yin was coming to see you, so we sneaked over to surprise you. But then we ran into monsters and bad guys. Luckily, Brother Guchen showed up in time, or the consequences would have been dire." Xia Bijin said, still shaken by the recent events. "Sister Shishi, you're with Brother Guchen too. Did he save you as well?" "Yes. If not for him, I might never have seen you again." Shue Shishi looked at Guchen with gratitude, then her expression suddenly tensed. "Guchen, what's wrong? Are you injured?" Seeing him drenched in blood, her face paled. Guchen felt a warmth in his heart, and pointed to the blood with a smile. "I'm fine. It's not mine." As an orphan, he had always been alone, bearing even illness in silence. Shue Shishi's concern stirred an unfamiliar feeling within him. "Phew, that's a relief. You scared me." Shue Shishi breathed a sigh of relief. "Sister Shishi, Brother Guchen is amazing. Come sit down, and he'll tell you all about it." Little Bijin took Shue Shishi's hand, and the 3 sat on the sofa, chattering endlessly, their admiration for the slender youth growing with every word. They resolved to bind their fates tightly to Guchen's. Meanwhile, Guchen headed to the bathroom, the stench of blood clinging to him, nauseating. Warm water cascaded from the shower head onto his lean frame, the recent events replaying in his mind. Without his metal manipulation ability to fall back on, he might not have escaped today. The pre-apocalyptic world was fraught with dangers. He had to be more vigilant, avoiding any missteps. He would strike his enemies decisively, leaving no chance for retaliation. As he pondered, the bathroom door opened. The breathtaking curves of Shue Shishi, Xia Bijin, and Mu Yuman were reflected in his dark pupils. Indeed, having allies was essential. With the addition of Xia Bijin and Mu Yuman, Shue Shishi's burden was greatly alleviated. Of course, the happiest of them all was still Guchen. In the past, he could only catch glimpses of big stars on TV or his phone, yet now they were by his side day and night, serving him wholeheartedly. That feeling, indescribable. It was simply too blissful. And so Gu Chun lived an utterly carefree and hedonistic life with the three women every single day. Time slipped away unnoticed, and for Sister Tina, who valued every moment like gold, never had time felt so agonizingly slow. Her room was no longer occupied solely by herself and Chun Hao. During this period, the kind-hearted Chun Hao would always lend a hand immediately whenever he saw his former colleagues and workmates in distress. Although Sister Tina had never ceased her objections, the stubborn Chun Hao never heeded a single word. Of course, it was precisely because of his good deeds that all the other colleagues looked up to him. Chun Hao, look at what you've done. This room is practically bursting at the seams with all these people. There are plenty of other rooms, so why won't you go there? Seeing 8 or 9 men and women in service uniforms crammed into the room, Sister Tina's anger flared. Miss, please be reasonable. The outside is swarming with terrifying monsters. Where else can we go? Do you want to see us all go to our deaths? Chun Hao retorted confidently. Whether you live or die, what's that to me? I wish you'd all just drop dead. Sister Tina cursed, her neck stiff with defiance. But the moment the words left her mouth, she felt something was wrong, as everyone else's eyes turned sharply towards her, burning with unmistakable fury. She was no match for this group. Even if they decided to throw her out to feed the monsters, she would be utterly helpless. Therefore, she had to change her tune. Don't misunderstand, I didn't mean it that way. It's just that with so many of us, our supplies are limited. If we run out of supplies, well, all die anyway. Chun Hao's face also clouded with worry upon hearing this. He had no idea how to solve this problem either. Well, figure that out later. Go out and fight the predators heathen. And get torn to pieces. They would rather die. At least they could die in one piece. In the hotel gym, a group of muscular men were fawning over a woman with a back as broad as a bear's. Your Majesty, have some crackers. A handsome man presented a thick stack of crackers piled high, with a sycophantic smile on his face. Upon closer inspection, this burly woman was none other than the divinely strong Hong Lily. Hong Lily took the stack of crackers, which was over 10 centimeters thick, and shoved the entire thing into her mouth. The onlookers shivered at the sight. Your Majesty, have some water, don't choke. Another robust man respectfully offered 5 bottles of water. Hong Lily downed them in one go, and as the last bottle emptied, a thunderous burp erupted from her throat. Xiaolon, report on our supply situation. After eating and drinking her fill, Hong Lily addressed a handsome man named Xiaolon. Your Majesty, since our brothers are many and have large appetites, our remaining supplies are running low. What should we do? Humph. That's easy. We'll just go grab some more. Xiaolon, you're with me. The rest of you hold down the fort. We'll be back in a flash. Yes. Farewell, Your Majesty. Under the respectful gazes of the muscular men, Hong Lily and Xiaolon grabbed a backpack and headed out. After being dumped by Gu Chun, the heartbroken Hong Lily refused to believe no one wanted her. Before the apocalypse, shallow men only cared about beauty, but after the apocalypse, strength was everything. She went to the gym, a haven for handsome men, and saved them all from a fierce attack by alien predators, becoming their guardian. Now the muscular men treated her with utmost respect, even calling her Your Majesty. Xie Qingqing received similar treatment. Yang Pingan was practically her lapdog, fulfilling her every request without fail. This left the other security brothers speechless, but since Yang Pingan was the strongest among them, they couldn't say much due to his strength. Brother Yang, I think we need to replan our resource distribution. Watching the security personnel devour supplies ravenously again, Xie Qingqing said with displeasure. After this short time together, the sharp-eyed woman had already noticed Yang Pingan's infatuation with her, and she knew she could exploit this perfectly. She was a master of manipulation. Miss Xie, what do you have in mind? Yang Pingan asked, putting down his bread. Brother Yang, please don't be so formal. We're friends sharing hardship. You can just call me Qingqing. Xie Qingqing toyed with a few strands of hair on her forehead, her voice soft, appearing somewhat coy. All right, Qingqing. Tell me, how do you want to divide things? He'll do whatever you say. This feigned reluctance instantly captivated Yang Pingan, who immediately thumped his chest in agreement. Brother Yang, we don't know when this disaster will end, right? And our supplies are very limited. So I suggest we put all the supplies under my care, and I'll distribute them uniformly. That way we can last much longer. What do you think, Brother Yang? Xie Qingqing's suggestion itself wasn't problematic, given that with Yang Pingan and his men's eating habits, they'd be out of food in at most 2 more days. But Xie Qingqing had a hidden agenda. She wanted to control the supplies to ensure the best provisions for herself and Mike. After all, which cook ever goes hungry? But the love-struck Yang Pingan didn't think about any of that. Being called Brother Yang this and Brother Yang that had already gone to his head. I agree with Qingqing's idea. She's truly thinking of us. You guys don't need to say anything else. You must give her your full support. The subordinates all nodded in agreement. Unified storage and distribution didn't seem like a big problem to them. The only downside was the inconvenience of accessing supplies, but it would indeed help them survive longer. Miss Xie, I'm starving right now. Please give me some supplies. A subordinate raised his hand and said. Alright, today's ration is one small bread roll. Brother Yang, share the bread in your hand with them. Xie Qingqing pointed at the bread in Yang Pingyan's hand. The bread was already small, and having to divide it into several portions meant each person got only a single bite. Hardly enough for these hefty men. Miss Xie, this is nowhere near enough to fill us up. When is the next meal being distributed? Actually, this small piece of bread is the ration for the entire day. The situation is special, and I'm sure everyone understands. Isn't that right, Brother Yang? The cunning Xie Qingqing intended to use Yang Pingyan to suppress the others. The subordinates were filled with indignation, silently praying that their leader wouldn't stay so blindly infatuated. With 9 meals over 3 days amounting to practically nothing, they would starve to death long before the monsters ever got to them. But the words their love-struck leader spoke next made them realize it's over. Qingqing is right. The supplies are so scarce. Aren't you all partly responsible? Have you made any effort to gather more? Have you killed all the monsters in the hotel to break us out of here? The subordinates. Damn it, you're so capable, why don't you go out and fight the monsters yourself, you lovesick fool? But these were thoughts they dared only keep in their minds. They didn't have the courage to say them out loud. Alright, it's settled then. With Yang Pingyan's declaration, the matter was concluded. Mike watched Xie Qingqing with keen interest, thinking to himself, this woman is really useful. I need to keep her tied to me. Mike, don't worry, I'll never let you go hungry. Xie Qingqing walked aside and whispered to Mike, Mom, my Qingqing is the best. Meeting you, I realized just how good my judgment is. Putting his arm around Xie Qingqing's waist, Mike said affectionately, I feel the same way. Xie Qingqing nestled in Mike's arms, completely enchanted. Over at Meng Jiasheng's place, he wasn't having such a good time. That fat pig Dave ate far too much, and the supplies in the room were nearly gone. Of course, Long Wu and Hu Zi also ate a lot, but they were his own people, and they had guns, so he couldn't and dared not say anything. But Dave was different. He was an outsider. Dave, can't you eat a little less? Our supplies are going to be devoured by you, you pig. Meng Jiasheng said irritably. In this environment, he had no energy left for pleasantries. Mr. Meng, how dare you insult me? Dave's mouth was stuffed full. This was already the 10th piece of bread he had eaten today. The junk food he used to despise now tasted incredibly delicious. I don't want to insult you either. But look, you're eating and drinking everything we have. How are the rest of us supposed to survive like this? We might as well just die now. Meng Jiasheng said with earnest advice. Upon hearing this, Dave's angry face relaxed. He scoffed disdainfully, Mr. Meng, it's just a bit of supplies. No need to ruin our harmony over something so trivial. All I have to do is say the word, and people will line up to bring us supplies. Do you believe me? Meng Jiasheng and the others looked at him skeptically. You have that kind of power. A piece of cake. Just add me to the high-level exchange group, and it's done. It turned out that the guests from last night's banquet had formed a temporary contact group called the high-level exchange group for easier communication. In essence, it was just a way for them to leverage each other's resources. Everyone knew Dave's character and feared he would expose their secrets, so they kept him out of the loop. Meng Jiasheng didn't know how Dave had found out. Chief Editor Dave, this matter is actually... Alright, no need to explain. Dave raised his hand to cut Meng Jiasheng off, staring out the window and muttering to himself, do you think I wouldn't know what people are up to behind my back? After all, I am Chief Editor Dave. The first thing Dave did upon entering the group was to change its name, renaming the original Advanced Exchange Group to Survivors Mutual Aid Group, while his own nickname became Big Totoro Dave. Big Totoro Dave, everyone, dear friends, I am Dave, editor of XBD. Is everyone still alright? Dave asked in the group. Over 200 people had attended the banquet, but after the invasion tragedy last night, less than a quarter of the survivors remained. Those who survived were hiding in storage rooms, restrooms, or other corners, shrouded in darkness, trembling with fear, their nerves stretched to the breaking point. Trapped in desperation, they frantically scrolled through their phones, yearning to find even a sliver of rescue information. This was their only hope, pitiful as it was. Yet instead of rescue updates, they stumbled upon Dave's warm greetings. This editor had a notorious reputation, and his greetings were hardly comforting. Unsure of what devious scheme this cunning and despicable editor was concocting, no one replied for several minutes. Oh, there are still over 50 alive. That's quite surprising. Scrolling through the long list of read but unreplied names, Dave found the flock utterly laughable. Did they think ignoring him would render him powerless? Humph. In the art of deceit, everyone present was but a novice compared to him. Big Totoro Dave, everyone, my dear friends, I deeply sympathize with your plight. In truth, I myself narrowly escaped death at the hands of those monsters. But please do not despair. Official rescue forces have been dispatched and should reach our areas soon. What do people in utter despair crave most? Hope, of course. Some would do anything for a glimmer of it. Dave dropped this bombshell, confident it would lure the silent ones out of hiding. True to his expectations, the survivors, upon seeing the word rescue, were invigorated, their hearts kindled with the flame of hope. BP, this is fantastic. Finally, there's hope. Iceman Chief Editor Dave, is this information reliable? How about Benson Boss Dave, when will the military arrive? Is there a specific time? I can barely hold on. In less than 10 seconds the group chat had exploded with over 99 messages. Only then did the cunning Meng Jiaxing see where things were headed. What a sly fox! Dave was spouting nonsense with such a straight face. If he hadn't been right beside him, even Meng Jiaxing himself might have been swayed. Indeed, not a single punctuation mark from that fat bastard can be trusted. Dave curled his lip in disdain. Handling this rabble was as easy as pie. Big Totoro Dave, yes, I have a friend working in the military, and he told me this himself. However, due to the overwhelming number of monsters on the road, their arrival will take some time. So my friend asked me to first tally the number of survivors in the hotel to facilitate their rescue efforts. Many desperate souls clung to Dave's words like a lifeline, quickly lining up to respond. Old Zhang Chief Editor, Dave, my wife, and I are in the restroom on the 16th floor. Please help us. Xiaoxi, benevolent Dave, there are 4 of us in room 9912. May God bless you. Grocery seller brother Dave, we also have 4 in the storage room on the 6th floor. Dave's phone buzzed incessantly. A rough count showed over 50 people had reported in. These were not mere numbers, but lambs ready for slaughter. If he could gather all their supplies, he would be set for at least half a month, if not a month. Alright, I've carefully read everyone's replies. I'm truly surprised to see so many survivors like myself. I'm happy for you all, but also regretful, because my friend told me that this rescue has limited spots. In these chaotic times, they can't possibly save everyone. I'm sure you all understand that. This was the crux of Dave's plan. Now, he just waited for the fish to take the bait. After a long silence, a fierce scramble erupted in the group. Milk tea franchise brother Dave, for old-time sake, you must save a spot for me. Remember 10 years ago, I treated you to milk tea. Best pre-made meals, ha. The one above is hilarious. Trying to bribe Chief Editor Dave with a cup of milk tea. Ridiculous. Brother Dave, I'll give you 5 million, just reserve 2 spots for me. Strength, Chin, only 5 million. Bossman, that's rather stingy. I, Chin Biao, am willing to pay 50 million for a single spot. Carefree old donkey, you people are so vulgar, always talking about money. Do you think Chief Editor Dave is that kind of person? Old Dave, if you save me, my wife will surely thank you properly later. You know my wife Vivian, the most famous flight attendant in Flower City. Live in the moment. Some people have no limits, willing to sacrifice even their wives to survive. And those offering money, don't you find it laughable? The most practical thing now is food and drink. Chief Editor Dave, save a spot for me, and I'll give you half of my supplies. How the fish had finally taken the bait. This was exactly what he was waiting for. Big Totoro Dave, everyone knows that I, Dave, regard money and beautiful women as mere dirt. If I could, I would save you all without asking for anything. But circumstances are stronger than us. The rescue personnel are risking their lives to save us. It would be too disheartening if we couldn't even provide them with basic sustenance. So I think live in the moment suggestion is more practical. Live in the moment, haha. Chief Editor Dave is indeed a practical man. I like that. Old Bull in the Mountains donate supplies. But we don't have much ourselves. Best pre-made meals, exactly. If we give away our supplies, we'll have nothing to live on. Carefree old donkey, Boss Ma is right. Without supplies, we might croak before the rescue even arrives. Under the influence of Boss Ma and others, more and more people raised doubts. They didn't fully trust Dave. Rescue was important, but if they lost the supplies needed to sustain themselves, what good was rescue? At this point, Dave refrained from intervening directly. He winked at Meng Jiaxing and said cunningly, President Meng, do me a favor. This isn't just benefiting me alone. Meng Jiaxing pondered for a moment and realized it was true. They were in the same boat now. His shrewd eyes darted around, and he quickly typed, sheltering all the world's cold scholars. I understand everyone's concerns. Initially, I felt the same way. But when I thought of the frontline soldiers risking their lives to save us, I felt guilty and donated most of my supplies to support their spilled blood. Think of this as an investment. Are you short-sighted, clinging to a few scraps of food? Or will you take a long-term view? If we are saved, we can return to our former lives and have everything we want. Who would care about these meager supplies then? Don't you all agree? It must be said that as a profit-driven real estate mogul, Meng Jiaxing truly excelled at manipulating people's minds. Under his honeyed words, many guests surrendered their weapons one after another. Supplies, after all, were merely worldly possessions. In this era of collapsed order, one could steal or loot to survive, or at worst tighten their belt to stave off hunger. But if these external possessions could buy a glimmer of hope, why not seize the opportunity? Their lives were far more valuable than those supplies after all. Just as they were about to make their decision, a dissenting voice emerged in the group, offering them another possibility. Jenny, actually, I have a better piece of intelligence. If Chief Editor Dai agrees to give me 2 slots, I wouldn't mind sharing. Xie Qingqing, also a member of the mutual aid group, saw the conversation, and a malicious idea struck her. Why not seize this chance to frame Gu Chun? By fabricating false information that he had a vast stockpile of supplies in this era of extreme scarcity, his troubles would come one after another. In the worst case, he might even be killed by someone desperate enough. Who told you to humiliate me? This is your retribution. Jenny, who is she? Dave couldn't recall immediately. Oh, she's the ex-girlfriend of the electrician, Gu Chin, the woman in the red dress. He remembered everything that happened that night vividly, especially how Gu Chun dared to ambush him. He swore to make Gu Chun pay a heavy price. I see. But who she is doesn't matter. If she can provide useful intelligence, it's a good thing for us. Big Cat Dave Miss, yeah, that depends on the value of your intelligence. If it's substantial enough, 2 slots aren't out of the question. Jenny, thank you. I know that Poetry's Horizon has a large stash of supplies. While everyone else is starving, she intends to hoard it all herself. Such an immoral act. Xie Qingqing's words caused a storm. If it were true, borrowing some supplies from her would be the best option. But Dave was no fool. These words might fool ordinary people, but they were clumsy when aimed at him. Xue Shishir was just a fragile woman. How could she possibly amass a large stockpile? Big Cat Dave Miss, yeah, as everyone knows, Miss Xue Shishir is merely a woman. How could she obtain so many supplies? I can't believe you joke around at such a serious moment. This is very uninteresting. Dave's words immediately shifted the group's sentiment, and everyone began to think it was impossible. Seeing that no one believed her, Xie Qingqing stomped her feet in fury. Jenny, I'm telling the truth. She's with Gu Chun now, and they really have a lot of supplies. Hearing Gu Chun's name, Dave found it even more absurd. That publicly humiliated waste probably struggled just to survive, let alone gather a large stockpile. Big Cat Dave Miss, yeah, I beg you to think before you speak. We understand your hatred for your ex-boyfriend, but look at what a useless wretch he is. If someone like him had supplies, not even a ghost would believe it. Dave's words left Xie Qingqing speechless. She hadn't expected him to be so sharp, seeing through her little scheme in just a few words. Just as Dave was about to continue the topic of donating supplies, he saw several explosive messages suddenly appear in the group, and their source was Xue Shishir. Poetry's Horizon, you fat bastard, you're the waste. Your whole family are waste. Dave. As everyone knew, Xue Shishir was an exceptionally gentle and obedient girl, never seen cursing on or off stage. Now with such crude words, he couldn't believe it. Poetry's Horizon, you idiots in the group, can't you see that fat bastard Dave is using you? Look outside. How chaotic has it become? Who's still coming to save you? Who can save you? That fat bastard just covets your supplies, you fools. Exposed, Dave panicked and quickly argued in the group. Big Cat Dave, everyone don't listen to Xue Shishir. She must have gone mad. She wants to destroy our only rescue opportunity. I think she's just trying to hog the rescue slots. Poetry's Horizon. What damn rescue? I don't care about it at all. Keep it for yourself if you want. Poetry's Horizon, and that damn Xie Qingqing brother Gu Chun doesn't want you, yet you still come to disgust him. Have you no shame? I truly pity you. Poetry's Horizon, also the one with the most supplies, is you, Xie Qingqing. I saw it with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, go search. Poetry's Horizon, finally stop tagging me, you idiots. Everyone. The survivors were stunned. Was this really the gentle and obedient Xue Shishir? Unbelievable. But after being scolded thoroughly, they finally woke up. That damn Dave couldn't be so kind. He was just exploiting everyone's despair for his own gain. Instantly, no one was willing to donate supplies anymore. Dave was absolutely furious. And Xie Qingqing, in trying to harm others, ended up hurting herself. Not only failing to disgust Gu Chun, but also getting splashed with mud. Now that Xue Shishir had said this, even if she tried to explain, it was useless. Once the seed of suspicion was planted, it would quietly take root. Now she had to be wary of other survivors. She gritted her teeth in rage at this sharp-tongued Xue Shishir. And the mastermind behind it all, Xia Bijin, was now sitting on the sofa with her arms crossed, puffing with anger. Yes, those words had all been said by her. To celebrate the three sisters' reunion in the apocalypse, they had prepared a lavish feast: steamed lobster, steamed king crab, steamed beef. The enthusiastic Xia Bijin had even opened an aged bottle of red wine ready to drink until they were drunk. But before they could pick up their chopsticks, Xue Shishi's phone suddenly buzzed incessantly. Picking it up, she saw the group was in such a lively state. However, Xue Shishir was a good-tempered woman and didn't intend to get involved. She just smiled faintly and ignored it. But the curious Xia Bijin was different. She was a girl who spoke her mind. She snatched the phone and started cursing furiously. Still not satisfied, she downed the entire glass of red wine, and her fair cheeks flushed with a light blush, adding a touch of allure to her appearance. Gu Chun was unaware of all this. He had shut himself in his room, continuing to practice metal manipulation. His previous encounter with Gordon hadn't been very smooth, but after repeated practice, he had become much more proficient in controlling metal. To his surprise, acquiring the metal-type ability had also improved his physical strength. What's wrong with my little Bijin? Gu Chun walked over to Xia Bijin and sat down, pulling her into his arms. Under his gentle caress, her anger subsided considerably. Xue Shishir told Gu Chun what had just happened. He burst out laughing, not expecting Xia Bijin to be so fierce. He pinched her delicate chin and chuckled. Well done. No wonder you're my woman. Then he said solemnly to the three women, survival will only get harder from here. Many among these survivors might know about the safe house, and they'll definitely try to break in. We need to be extra cautious. The three women nodded gravely. They had all experienced the terror of humans in the apocalypse firsthand. But don't worry too much. Whoever dares to target me, Gu Chun, I won't let them off easy. As soon as he finished speaking, his phone buzzed. When he saw who was calling, his gaze turned icy cold. You again? Xie Qingqing. Gazing at that familiar face, Gu Chun felt a surge of disgust rising from the depths of his heart. In the past, he must have been utterly blind to have fallen for this woman. He had gained nothing but trouble instead of pleasure. Gu Chun, you worthless piece of trash, your life is certainly tenacious. After Xue Shishi's deafening outburst, the furious Xie Qingqing grew increasingly suspicious. This couldn't be Xue Shishi's style, but must have been that damned Gu Chun pulling the strings behind the scenes. Thus she had to find Gu Chun and give him a thorough scolding to vent her anger. Gu Chun raised an eyebrow and sneered. I told you long ago, even if you all bite the dust, they'll be just fine. Xie Qingqing, you? Why is it you again? Don't you ever get tired of this? Xue Shishi squeezed over and plopped down on Gu Chun's lap, feeling uneasy at the sight of that familiar face. Why can't it be me? You think I have amnesia after the way you cursed me in the group chat? Xie Qingqing retorted with a sneer, her neck stiff. That speech. Gu Chun put you up to it, didn't he? Xia Bijin, already tipsy after a large glass of red wine, snapped to attention upon hearing Xie Qingqing's words. She dared to come knocking. Xia Bijin was eager to see just what kind of shameless woman this was. What nonsense are you spouting? Those were my own words, so what? Am I wrong? Right. Gu Chun, big brother. Xia Bijin's hazy eyes fixed on Gu Chun's chiseled profile as she breathed softly. A stunning beauty with features as delicate as a porcelain doll suddenly appeared on the screen, startling Xie Qingqing. Taking a closer look, wasn't this the positioned little junior sister of the SP girl group? Xia Bijin. When did she get together with Gu Chun? And judging by their intimate demeanor, their relationship was clearly far from ordinary. You're Xia Bijin. How are you? Xie Qingqing covered her mouth in disbelief, stammering. Mike Yang and the others, noticing Xie Qingqing's agitation, curiously crowded in, and the sight left them all utterly dumbfounded. Wow, isn't that Xue Shishi and Xia Bijin? Heavens, this is the closest I've ever been to them in my life. Yeah, they're so beautiful, they're a feast for the eyes. Ooh, I don't even feel hungry anymore. The security guards exclaimed in awe. Hadn't the SP girl group risen above the sea of girl groups precisely because of their breathtaking, kingdom-toppling beauty? To hold hands with even one of them would be a blessing from one's ancestors, and yet this Gu Chun had managed to snag two. That guy had neither money nor fame. How on earth had he managed to land two stunning beauties at once? It was utterly illogical. They must have been kidnapped by that bastard Gu Chun. Or Xue Shishi and Xia Bijin are classic cases of Stockholm Syndrome. But amidst their astonishment, the third member of the SP girl group, Mu Yuman, squeezed her way in. She sat sideways on Gu Chun's lap, her boneless arms draped around his neck. Oh, so this is your ex-girlfriend. Honey, your taste in the past really wasn't up to par, hee. What? Another one? Isn't that Mu Yuman? Heavens. It's her, she's the goddess I dream of day and night. How could she now? One of the security guards wailed. He simply couldn't fathom why even Mu Yuman had chosen Gu Chun, and even more incomprehensible was that it wasn't one nor two, but three women who had flocked to him. A full three of them. The crowd felt as if the very crowns of their heads were about to be blasted off. For one man to single-handedly possess all three goddesses of sweet pink was something they dared not even dream of. Yet that damn Gu Chun had actually pulled it off. Was there no justice? Was there no law? Not bad. I'm not too demanding, as long as she's passable it's fine. Gu Chun laughed. Honey, haven't you noticed? Her face has been heavily modified with plastic surgery. I'm curious what she looked like before. The observant Mu Yuman had immediately spotted the fact that Xie Qingqing had undergone plastic surgery. Gu Chun, a typical straight man, hadn't noticed. He had only been with Xie Qingqing for a short week back then, and she had probably just wanted to test her charm after the surgery, using him as a guinea pig. Exposed Xie Qingqing quickly panicked. You. What nonsense are you talking about? I only had a little touch-up. A little touch-up, or a full makeover? Xie Qingqing was rendered speechless. The truth was as clear as day. Mike frowned and glanced at Xie Qingqing, a hint of disdain rising in his heart. But Yang Pingan didn't care. After all, everyone had a desire for beauty. What did it matter if his goddess had a full makeover? Look, what's that on the table? It looks like king crab. One of the security guards exclaimed, pointing at the dish in the lower right corner of the screen. No way. Let me see. Yeah, it really is. Not just king crab. There's also blue lobster, and Iberian ham, and so much more. I'm going crazy. I've been gnawing on bread here every day, just a pathetic little piece. And that Gu Chun is feasting on a luxurious banquet. I couldn't even afford this stuff before the apocalypse. With beautiful women by his side and top-tier food to enjoy, Yang Pingan and the others felt like their heads were about to explode. Their wails grew louder and louder. This place looks very familiar. I know where he is. Yang Pingan realized why the background seemed so familiar. It was the hotel safe house. He had been there before and was deeply impressed by its luxurious interior. Gu Chun, you sly dog, so you've taken over the hotel's safe house for yourself. I was wondering how a useless little brat like you managed to survive until now. So that's it. Yang Pingon suddenly understood. He had been puzzled as to how the seemingly worthless Guchun could have women draped all over him, but it turned out he had a safe house to rely on. Thinking about it, everything made sense now. Huh. Give yourself some credit. Yeah, I'm in the safe house, and it's damn comfortable here. Guchun laughed heartily. He loved seeing Yang Pingon and the others green with envy. Xie Qingqing suddenly realized. She had heard about the hotel safe house before, but had never paid it any mind. Since the apocalypse broke out, her mind had been filled with monsters and such, and she had completely forgotten about the safe house. Now crammed together with Yang Pingan's group, living in constant fear every day, she had had enough. Guchun, the safe house is hotel property. How dare you, an outsider, take it over without permission? Xie Qingqing accused him with a frown. Guchun snorted coldly and said, so what if I'm taking it over? First come, first served. It's not my fault you blockheads didn't think of it, ha ha ha. Xie Qingqing and the others exchanged glances. They had indeed been so focused on fleeing that they had forgotten such crucial information. But it didn't matter, remembering now was better than never. Guchun let us in too, and maybe we'll change our opinion of you. Xie Qingqing said. Ridiculous. Who cares what you think? The strong don't bother with the opinions of the weak. Guchun retorted. Arrogant, utterly arrogant. It infuriated Yang Pingon. Yang Pingon ground his teeth and said, don't get too cocky, you little waste. You think just because you won't let us in we can't get in ourselves, eh? I'm telling you now, the day we break in will be the day you die. I Yang Pingon mean what I say. Brother Yang, just kill Guchun, but don't hurt his 3 little beauties. We've been bachelors for years, you've got to look out for your brothers. One of the security guards flashed a row of yellow teeth and leered at the 3 goddesses on the screen. Fine. Come at me, you'll be waiting. A man's greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. These pathetic riffraff thought they could storm this safe house. Overreaching. Brother Yang, what do we do now? A lackey stepped forward and asked impatiently. What else? Let's prepare and leave immediately, take over the safe house, and kill that Guchun kid. Yang Pingon sucked on his teeth and said viciously. Such a fat prize, he had no reason to give it up. Brother Yang, but there are monsters outside. If we run into them, we're in trouble, another lackey reminded. Yang Pingan's murky eyes rolled, and he scolded, fear wolves ahead and tigers behind, you'll never accomplish anything. Is the road to success ever smooth sailing? Under his instigation, this lackey seemed to get a shot of adrenaline, his blood boiling with fervor. Qingqing, the safe house must be kept secret. If others find out, we won't be the only ones wanting in. Yang Pingon instructed uneasily. Xie Qingqing nodded, then pulled Mike aside and whispered in his ear. Mike, you don't want to stay with these hoodlums, do you? Looking at this treacherous woman, Mike seemed to know what she would say next. He truly didn't want to share a room with these fierce thugs anymore. It wasted supplies and highlighted their inherent class difference. So Mike nodded. Xie Qingqing smiled cunningly and said, once the safe house opens, it'll create an opportunity and we'll drive them out together. That way we can enjoy our time alone in peace. 10 minutes later, Yang Pingon and his crew were ready. Except for Xie Qingqing, who carried no weapon, the other 6 men held knives, clubs, hammers, and other tools. The group of 7 opened the door and crept down the stairs. Through their observations, they had discovered that the alien predators had poor eyesight but exceptional hearing. Only by moving as quietly as possible could they avoid the predators' notice. Yang Pingan's group was on the 17th floor, and the safe house was on the 13th, just 4 floors down. The journey went smoothly except for a predator on the 14th floor. But luckily it was drawn away by a loud noise from another floor. It sounded like heavy objects colliding mixed with the predator's screeches. The group paid it no mind, merely grateful for Xie Qingqing, their goddess of fortune. Of course that was just Yang Pingan's opinion. This is a good omen, we'll definitely secure the safe house. Yang Pingon rejoiced inwardly. The others were equally confident. 25 minutes later, they finally arrived at the safe house door. They breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes filled with hope as they exchanged glances. The safe house had hidden cameras, so when Yang Pingan's group appeared in the corridor, he saw them clearly. I'd like to see how you nobodies plan to breach this alloy fortress. The safe house door was similar in size to the other guest room doors, but the material was entirely different. The metallic sheen reflecting off the door told its own story. Yang Pingon pressed both hands against the door panel and pushed with all his might. It didn't budge. He nodded in satisfaction. With this kind of strength, predators couldn't touch it. Brother Yang, this door looks very sturdy. Do you know how to open it? Xie Qingqing asked. Yes. I heard the alloy used for this door was imported from a country called Wakanda. The material is extremely tough. To open it, you can use fingerprint recognition or enter a password. They didn't take my fingerprints, but I know the password. Yang Pingon introduced himself like an expert. In front of the woman he liked, he had to seize the chance to show off. Brother Yang, you're amazing. You know so much. Xie Qingqing flashed a fangirl smile, leaving Yang Pingon completely enchanted. Heh, just average. Yang Pingon waved his hand, putting on an inscrutable air. Then he knocked 3 times on the center of the door. When the high-tech blue panel appeared, Xie Qingqing and the others were stunned. Yang Pingon relished Xie Qingqing's astonished expression. Just enter the password on this panel, and well escape this life. Brother Yang, hurry up, and enter it. Ew, I can't wait. Brother Yang is the best, there's nothing you can't do. Brother Yang, you're so great. Qingqing is so happy to have met you. Amidst the flurry of praise, Yang Pingon entered several digits on the panel. Just as he eagerly awaited the door to open, he heard. Beep. Incorrect password, please re-enter. Remaining attempts 2. Yang Pingon. Yang Pingon glanced nervously at the others, a hint of panic creeping in. It's okay, Brother Yang, try again. We all believe in you. Xie Qingqing encouraged. Yeah, Brother Yang, go for it. We trust you can definitely open this door. Brother Yang is the best. The others chimed in with encouragement. Forgetting a password was normal, just enter it again. Yang Pingon took a deep breath, thought for a moment, then entered another set of digits. But upon closer inspection, his hand seemed to tremble slightly this time. Beep. Incorrect password, please re-enter. Remaining attempts 1. Yang Pingon. Cold sweat broke out on Yang Pingon's forehead. He forced an ugly smile and said to the group, Damn. Wrong again. Heh. With 2 consecutive failures, the others could no longer stay calm. There was a world of difference between having 2 attempts left and 1. With 2 you still felt there was a backup. But with only 1 left, the psychological pressure became immense. If the last attempt failed, they'd have to slink away in disgrace. They had arrived with grand ambitions, but leaving without achieving anything would sting for anyone. Captain Yang, do you really remember the password? A lackey began to doubt him. Brother Yang, think carefully. Did you misremember a digit? Xie Qingqing asked with a furrowed brow. Yang Pingon, don't mess with us. We risked our lives to come here, we can't leave like beaten dogs. Mike accused. Yang Pingon felt terrible too. He had wanted to show off, but now look. Instead of impressing anyone, he had made a complete fool of himself. The higher you climb, the harder you fall. But now he was in too deep, he had to seize this last chance. At that moment, Gu Chen sat on the sofa, Xia Bijin on his left, and Mu Yuman on his right, watching the scene with amusement. Husband Gu Chen, they won't get it right on the last try, will they? Mu Yuman asked. Absolutely not. I had sure changed the password, they'll never guess it. Gu Chen hummed an affirmation. Sister Sure, what password did you set? Can you tell us? Xia Bijin asked. They watched Shui Sure, who was busy, her little face flushed red. Just as Shui Sure was about to answer, Gu Chen stopped her. Never mind, Sure, keep working. Let's just enjoy the show. This time Yang Pingon's expression was unusually grave, and his deliberation lasted an excruciatingly long time. The others held their breath, their nerves taut like spectators watching a game enter its final decisive moment. After praying inwardly, Yang Pingon finally raised his trembling right hand, and everyone's heart raced along with that shaking hand. Beep, beep, beep. Yang Pingon shakily entered a string of digits. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, but what they awaited was still that familiar sound. Beep. Incorrect password. Your attempts have been exhausted. Please try again in 24 hours. If your situation is urgent, you may also contact Wakanda's technical consultant. As the last precious opportunity slipped away, everyone was utterly crestfallen and disheartened. This Yang Pingon was indeed too unreliable. He had previously sworn that entering the safe house would be a breeze, yet now that they had finally arrived, he couldn't even open the door. What a colossal joke. Xie Qingqing glared furiously at the burly Yang Pingon before her itching to land a couple of punches on him. Mike, seething with rage, launched into a torrent of abuse at Yang Pingon. What's the matter with you, Yang Pingon? Did we travel all this way just to watch this spectacle? Do you think we've lived too long, you moron? Yang Pingon, already humiliated beyond measure, was further tormented by Mike's venomous scolding. He felt like gasoline thrown onto a fire, ready to explode at the slightest spark. You little pretty boy, dare to curse at me. Who gave you the nerve? If it weren't for Qingqing's sake idea of throwing you into a monster den long ago, you wouldn't even be alive now. Say one more word, and he'll smash your head in. At that moment, Yang Pingon was as ferocious as a wild beast. Under his threat, Mike dared not utter another sound. In terms of brute force, Mike was no match for Yang Pingon. Heh, why stop? Keep going, I'm eager to see the show. Just as the commotion reached its peak, Gu Chen's mocking voice rang out. Hearing Gu Chen's undisguised ridicule, Yang Pingon burned with fury, his blood surging, as if he might explode at any moment. Don't get too cocky, you little bastard. In 24 hours, I'll have 3 more chances. When I remember the password, it'll be your doom. Yang Pingon snarled at the door. All right. 3 chances every 24 hours, 6 chances after 48. You're quite the clever one. Gu Chen sneered. But the simple-minded Yang Pingon seemed oblivious to the sarcasm, boasting shamelessly. Humph. Scared now, are you? Be sensible, and open the door for me, and maybe you'll be merciful enough to spare your life. But Mike wasn't so foolish. There was no hint of fear in Gu Chen's tone, it was clearly a sign of confidence. Gu Chen, did you change the password? Oh ho. Finally someone with a bit of sense. Congratulations, you're right. But even though the password has changed, you can still guess. 3 chances a day, 30 in 10 days. Surely you'll get it right once, don't you think, Captain Yang? Gu Chen laughed. It was then that Yang Pingon finally realized he had been duped by that brat Gu Chen. He had found it strange. The safe house password was clearly 123,456. Though his memory wasn't great, he couldn't have possibly forgotten such a simple number. He had been pressing away like a fool, making a complete spectacle of himself. Yang Pingan ground his teeth in fury, his face flushed bright red like an enraged Guan Yu. Haha, damn you Guqin. Do you think changing the password can stop me? I tell you nothing can stand in my way. Give it here. Yang Pingan snatched the sledgehammer from his underling, mustered all his strength, and swung it fiercely at the alloy door. Clang! The collision of metal produced a thunderous roar like a great bell. The sound reverberated, lingering endlessly. Everyone clamped their hands over their ears, but even so their eardrums ached as if they might burst. That single blow had exhausted Yang Pingan's full power. Even a dozen-on elephant would have collapsed and died on the spot. Yet the door made of special alloy bore only a white mark, not even a dent. Its hardness was terrifyingly formidable. Yang Pingan's eyes nearly popped out in shock. Yang Pingan, have you lost your mind? You'll get us all killed. Seeing Yang Pingan on the verge of madness, Xie Qingqing could no longer contain herself and erupted in fury. Under her hysterical scolding, the nearly unhinged Yang Pingan finally calmed down. Only then did he realize how dangerous his action had been. If they attracted the alien predators from the building, they would all be doomed. Qingqing. I. Yang Pingan stammered like a guilty child. Xie Qingqing arched her brows in anger, crossed her arms, and turned away, unwilling to look at this brute any longer. But before her anger could subside, that familiar black creature abruptly appeared in her line of sight. Indeed, what else could it be but the predator? Oh, monster. The monster is here. Xie Qingqing's face drained of color and terror as she quickly hid behind Yang Pingan, while Mike Evershrewd was the first to shrink to the rear, ready to abandon everyone and flee. Yang Pingan and his underlings wore grim expressions, weapons in hand, drenched in sweat. Alien predators were formidable foes, swift and powerful. Though Yang Pingan and his men had killed one before, it had only been through a coordinated encirclement. And even then they had lost several underlings to escape. But it wasn't over yet. Under their horrified gaze, another predator slowly emerged from around the corner. Damn it, not one but two. Against a single predator their combined strength might have stood a chance, but now there were two. They were utterly outmatched. And at such close range, fleeing was no easy task. It would likely accelerate their deaths. You've really doomed us. The men silently cursed Yang Pingan. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yang Pingan glanced sidelong at his underlings. His mind racing, he narrowed his eyes as if a plan had formed. After a moment of silence, the two predators suddenly charged their forms, darting toward the group like the wind. Brother Yang, what do we do? We're no match for two of them. A trembling security guard said. No choice. We can't escape now. We have to fight. If we work together, we can kill those two monsters. They'll count to 3 and we all charge forward. There was indeed no better option. Only a desperate struggle could offer a glimmer of hope. They gripped their weapons tightly, awaiting Yang Pingan's command. 1, 2, 3. Brothers. Charge. Yang Pingan raised his hammer and bellowed. Spurred by his impassioned cry, the underlings steeled themselves, gritted their teeth, and charged forward with their weapons. But they soon realized something was wrong. Their leader Yang Pingan stood frozen in place, a cruel smirk spreading across his face. Sorry, brothers. Sacrificing a few of you is better than us all dying here. He'll remember you. We'll be brothers in the next life. Yang Pingan turned, grabbed Xie Qingqing, and fled upstairs without looking back. That bastard Yang Pingan abandoned us. Damn it, I knew he was unreliable. The underlings were disheartened, but with the monsters closing in, they could only swallow their rage and brace themselves for the fight. But with their strongest fighter gone, the 4 remaining underlings were no match for the predators. In a single exchange, they were knocked to the ground, spitting blood, their weapons seized by the creatures. Like wounded dogs, they cowered in the corner, awaiting their final doom. Just as they resigned themselves to fate, the 2 terrifying predators seemed drawn to something and turned their heads. Ah, it's Guqin. What is he doing? Is this kid insane? Why is he showing up now? Doesn't he know how terrifying these predators are? How stupid. The underlings gaped, staring at the smiling youth at the safe house door, utterly bewildered. For some reason, there wasn't a trace of panic on his delicate face. The 2 predators exchanged glances, then charged at the youth by the door. Just as they were about to pounce on his slender frame, Guqin raised his fists and struck them with lightning speed, landing blows on the predators. The predators were sent flying dozens of meters as if struck by a cannonball. They crashed heavily to the ground, smashing a meter-wide crater into the hard concrete floor. Black blood sprayed as they died on the spot. The security guards stared as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes wide as saucers, their faces frozen like ancient ice. They had never imagined that Guqin, whom they had dismissed as a waste, possessed such terrifying power. As they watched in astonishment, the slender youth approached them with a mocking smile, looking down as if at ants, and said, "Let me be clear. I'm not here to save you." On the other side, the panic-stricken Yang Pingan was still running for his life. Those 4 underlings were no match for the 2 predators. After killing them, the beasts would surely give chase swiftly. Yang Pingan and his group were still far from safe. Before long, two thunderous crashes echoed from downstairs, filling Yang Pingan with sheer terror. His only thought was to race back to the 17th floor as fast as possible and never come out again. Though it was not as secure as the safe room, it offered a decent hiding spot and some supplies. Yet just as the three of them reached the 17th floor exhausted and breathless, a wandering predator spotted them and charged without a second thought. With no other choice, they had to seek refuge elsewhere. After a grueling escape, they finally found a concealed spot to evade the predator's pursuit. But the place was utterly deplorable. It was a restroom. The restroom was cramped and reeked of foul odors. The floor was littered with bleached bones of some unfortunate souls, and the stench of decay was suffocating. Compared to the luxurious rooms on the 17th floor, this place was 100 times worse. Yang Pingan, being thick-skinned, could barely endure it, but Xie Qingqing and Mike had never suffered such hardship. The pungent smell made them retch bile. If not for their desperate need to survive, they wouldn't have stayed a moment longer. Gazing at the wretched restroom, Xie Qingqing felt that all of this was Yang Pingan's fault. If he hadn't boasted in front of everyone, she wouldn't have ended up in such misery. "Brother Mike, are you alright?" Xie Qingqing approached with concern. Mike was now drenched in sweat, his hair disheveled, his once pristine shirt wrinkled, and he exuded a strong sour odor. His former elite demeanor was utterly gone. "Get away. Don't touch me." Mike shoved Xie Qingqing away and roared. He was completely exhausted, yearning for a soft, comfortable bed to sleep in. But the filthy restroom offered no respite. He couldn't even bear to sit crouching on the floor like a destitute beggar. "Brother Mike, you." Xie Qingqing was stunned by his uncharacteristic behavior. In her memory, Mike had always been courteous. Seeing his beloved woman treated so harshly, Yang Pingan could no longer contain himself. Pointing at Mike, he cursed, "How dare you speak to Qingqing like that? Do you believe I can cripple you right now?" In front of Yang Pingan, Mike was like a timid quail. But Xie Qingqing wouldn't indulge him. "Yang Pingan, what are you doing? This is a private matter between Brother Mike and me. Who asked you to meddle? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in this mess. I regret ever believing your lies." Xie Qingqing's words struck Yang Pingan's heart like merciless steel needles, making it ache until he could barely breathe. But this only deepened his hatred for Gu Chun. If that bastard hadn't changed the password without permission, Qingqing wouldn't hate him so much. "Qingqing, it's all Gu Chun's fault. If he hadn't barred you from the safe room, none of this would have happened. I did it all for you," Yang Pingan declared with feigned sincerity. Yes, Gu Chun was the root of all evil. If he had obediently let them in, would any of this have occurred? Of course not. Xie Qingqing nodded, her voice dripping with hatred. "You're right. It's all that damn Gu Chun's doing. He's the cause of everything. I will never let him off easy." But despite her words, Yang Pingan's side had suffered heavy losses. Oh, what could they do now? Yang Pingan and Mike exchanged glances, a sense of desolation washing over them. A group of 7 had returned as only 3. How unpredictable life was. "Qingqing, do you have any ideas?" Yang Pingan asked. Xie Qingqing snorted coldly, pulling out her phone from her pocket and showing them a photo. "Here. This is the solution." She waved her phone triumphantly. The photo was a screenshot Xie Qingqing had taken during a video call with Gu Chun. It showed Gu Chun lounging on a luxurious sofa, embracing 3 top-tier beauties, Xue Shishir, Xia Bijin, and Mu Yuman, while the table before him was laden with an abundance of precious delicacies. A single glance was enough to evoke envy and jealousy. Yang Pingan stared at the photo with envy, still clueless about Xie Qingqing's plan. But the shrewd Mike understood her intention. "You want to play? A game of using others to do your dirty work?" "Bingo." Xie Qingqing nodded, a sinister smile curling at the corner of her lips. "Brother Mike is so clever. Imagine if this photo is posted in the group, what kind of reaction will it provoke? Interesting. If I were them, I'd be insanely jealous and do everything to seize his resources. Then Gu Chun won't just face 1 or 2 people, but all the survivors." Behind Mike's pale blue lenses, his fox-like cunning eyes gleamed with sharpness. "Last time no one believed me. But this time with the picture as proof, I'm sure they'll be tempted." Xie Qingqing said. "I finally get it. So that's it, Qingqing, you're a genius." Yang Pingan slapped his forehead in sudden realization. But his praise only earned him a look of scorn from Xie Qingqing. "Then what are we waiting for? Post it now." With so many survivors, how could they not handle a mere Gu Chun? Shortly after this infuriating photo was uploaded to the group. The moment it appeared, the stagnant survivor mutual aid group erupted into a storm of uproar. "Carefree old donkey, huh? The 3 top goddesses of the SP girl group are all in one frame. Am I hallucinating from hunger? Mountain old ox, no way. I see it too. It can't be an illusion, right? Live in the moment, you guys are so naive, it's obviously photoshopped. Anyone who isn't blind can see that. Milk Tea franchise, the guy above is talking nonsense. There's no trace of Photoshop here. I'm a professional, can't I tell? Live in the moment, you're the one talking nonsense. A milk tea seller knows Photoshop. How can you even say that? Milk Tea franchise, pfft. With competition so fierce these days, selling milk tea is just my side gig. My real skill is Photoshop. I can whip up any scandalous photo or explosive news you want." The survivors. Carefree old donkey, damn, I never even dreamed of having all three goddesses at once. Who's the guy in the back? How is he so capable? Mountain Old Ox, hey. He seems to be the electrician, the one everyone mocked that night. Seems his name is Gu Chun or something. Milk tea franchise, right. That's him. He's too incredible. And aren't those on the table king crabs and blue lobsters? General store seller, I've scrutinized it 100 times. Those are indeed top-tier ingredients. I've been eating bread and biscuits every day, never full, and he's feasting on this. The group chat buzzed with chatter messages quickly exceeding 99. Seeing the opportune moment, Xie Qingqing jumped in to fan the flames. Jenny, everyone, as you can all see, this Gu Chun is utterly despicable. While all you esteemed guests are struggling to survive, this outsider has monopolized the hotel's safe room, using it as a base to coerce the SP girl group members into relations. Not only that, but he's also hoarded all the hotel's vital supplies. This is nothing short of heinous criminal behavior. Jenny, I noticed something was off about him long ago, but I had no evidence last time. I've put in a lot of effort to obtain this photo. Xie Qingqing's words successfully shifted all the blame onto Gu Chun. What? The hotel has a safe room. No wonder that guy's living so well. But isn't this behavior utterly shameless? He's not even an invited guest. What right does he have to hog the most important resources? Exactly, he's absolutely despicable. The SP girl group members are all my goddesses, and now sigh. In room 1803, a space of less than 30 square meters was crammed with over a dozen people, all wearing the uniform of the Intercontinental Hotel, except for a woman with an exaggerated pair of black-rimmed glasses. That's right, she was Sister Tina. After prolonged torment, Sister Tina had become haggard, having lost a great deal of weight, her spirit utterly broken. Fortunately, the hotel's power hadn't been completely cut off, allowing her to survive by scrolling through her phone. Without even this small distraction, she would have surely sought death long ago. When she saw the absolutely explosive photo in the group chat, she instantly perked up. Sure is still alive. And she looks radiant with a rosy complexion, nothing like the end of the world. Meanwhile, Chun Hao and the others were fixated on the food in front of Gu Chun, as they had all been starving these past days. With only a small piece of biscuit each day, they were so hungry they felt their stomachs touching their backs. Now, seeing the lavish spread of top-tier food, they couldn't stop their mouths from watering. Ever since Dave had taken advantage of the crisis in the group, they had joined this so-called survivor support group to band together for warmth. Bro, how I want to feast so badly. A lackey in uniform muttered, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the table full of food. Chun Hao felt the same. He stared blankly at the photo, wishing he could devour it whole. On the 8th floor of the hotel, the gym. In just a few days, the number of women around Gu Chun had grown again. All of them were fair-skinned, beautiful, and had long legs, making Hong Lily's heart feel as if it were being scraped by a knife. When she had been dumped, she had sworn to make him regret it, but seeing him grinning from ear to ear, there was not a hint of remorse in sight. Xiaolon noticed her distress, and asked with concern, Your Majesty, do you also know this bastard named Gu Chun? With the safe house supplies and top-tier women all monopolized by Gu Chun alone, calling him the enemy of humanity was no exaggeration. To her surprise, Hong Lily shot Xiaolon a fierce glare, and snapped, Who told you to curse him? He is my first love. In contrast to Hong Lily's devotion, Dave wore a sour expression. Last time, when Xie Qingqing claimed Gu Chun had a massive stockpile of supplies, he hadn't believed it. Now he realized he had outsmarted himself. If he had chosen to believe that day and instigated the Longwu 5 Tigers' 2 bodyguards to seize everything, he wouldn't have to constantly rescue others in the group. Ever since, whenever Dave mentioned the rescue team in the group, other survivors would simply tell him to go die. Before the apocalypse, they might have had some reservations, but afterward, they could go to hell. Dave had never endured such humiliation. He blamed everything on Gu Chun, and seeing Gu Chun living so comfortably only made the bitterness in his heart fester. Big Cat Dave, Gu Chun. I curse your ancestors. Why is everyone else suffering so much? You've taken all the good stuff for yourself? Do you have any morals? With Dave leading the charge, others joined in condemning Gu Chun. In truth, their miserable state had nothing to do with Gu Chun. It was simply because he was doing too well that he became the target of their attacks. For a moment, the survivor support group erupted into a frenzy against Gu Chun. As for Gu Chun, the central figure of this uproar, his mind was on the system's rating. Gu Chun rested his head on Xia Bijin's fair long legs, lost in thought. To be fair, Xia Bijin's beauty was on par with Xue Shishir and Mu Yuman, the difference lying in their figures. Despite being the youngest of the three, Xia Bijin had the most explosive physique. Beneath her innocent face, 2 perfect curves were strikingly eye-catching. Her tall, alluring snowy peaks, plump and seductive peach-shaped hips, and a waist so slender it seemed fragile, embodied a pure and seductive allure to the fullest. This must be the difference causing the system's varying ratings. Meanwhile, Xue Shishir and Mu Yuman worked in tandem, one massaging Gu Chun's upper body, the other his lower body. Wife Yuman a little lower. Wife Shishir a little higher. Here. Husband Gu Chun, have a grape. Mu Yuman offered a glistening purple grape. Gu Chun took it and popped it into his mouth, saying, Not bad. I love grapes. Another one, please. Wow. Brother Guchen, you've become a star. Xia Bijin exclaimed, holding his phone and scrolling. Guchen took the phone and looked. Oh ho. Indeed. Scrolling up, he found that Xie Qingxing had added him to the group. She probably wanted him to experience the wrath of 1,000 pointing fingers. The group was filled with insults, especially from the fat Dave, who was the most vocal. Guchen decided to respond appropriately to this damned editor-in-chief. 3,000 morning light, Dave, you fat bastard, what are you yelling about? Your master Guchen is right here. What can you do to me? With the public fury at its peak, Guchen actually dared to show his face. Everyone immediately turned their fire on him. Old Chen Guchen, you're totally unfair. You secretly hoarded all the hotel's supplies. Do you know how miserably we're living? Love to steal, old Wang. Exactly, these supplies belong to the Intercontinental Hotel. What right do you, an electrician, have to claim them? Hand them over now. Baldhead Jade Guchen, and manager Du of the hotel. I seriously tell you, the safe house is hotel property. You have no right to occupy it. Get out of the room immediately. Faced with a common enemy in Guchen, the survivors, each with their own agenda, surprisingly united, attacking him in rapid succession. Guchen's expression turned cold. Such words might have held weight before the apocalypse, but now they only prove their foolishness. The times had changed. 3,000 morning light, listen up, everyone. The safe house is mine, all the hotel supplies are mine, and the top-tier actresses you covet are also mine. If you want me to give them up, no way. Big Cat Dave, damn Guchen, do you realize what you're saying? You're making enemies of all the survivors. If we unite, we could drown you in our spit. If you know what's good for you, give up what doesn't belong to you, and we might show some mercy. Flowers and fortune, Guchen, it's Lily. If you abandon those 3 women and come back to me, you'll still forgive you. I'm the queen of the hotel now. With me, I promise you can live like an emperor. Lily, who is she? Some survivors wondered. Why was this woman suddenly appearing? Didn't she know Guchen was public enemy number 1? It was better to distance herself from him, yet she was actively aligning with him. Was she tired of living? But the primary target remained Guchen, and the survivors issued their sternest warnings and threats. However, faced with their threats, Guchen showed no fear. These worthless rabble couldn't stir up any real trouble. As for Hong Lily, he didn't know what to say. 3,000 morning light, so what if I'm against everyone? If you've got the guts, come at me all at once. Whoever's afraid is a coward. 3,000 morning light, and I warn you, Xie Qingxing, don't play with fire in front of me. Be careful you don't get burned. With that, he stopped engaging in their verbal sparring and contentedly enjoyed the massages from the 3 women. Seeing Guchen's impulsive words, Xie Qingxing and Mike smirked triumphantly. This kid is still too young. He fell for it so easily, Mike mocked. Indeed, he's a hot-headed. No, an impulsive man. Such people have no brains. Daring to make enemies of all survivors, he must have a death wish, Xie Qingxing said smugly. Big Cat Dave, fellow survivors, you've all seen what Guchen is like. Arrogant, overbearing, and utterly contemptuous, showing no regard for our VIP interests. With someone like him, we need not show mercy. I suggest we unite and teach him a harsh lesson with force. Dave's proposal was met with approval from all survivors, yet the ever-present predators outside these terrifying creatures left them hesitant. To this end, Dave came up with a brilliant idea. President Meng, I suggest we have Long Wu and Hu Zi lead the charge. They have guns, they could easily take down Guchen. Once Guchen falls, our lives will be much more comfortable. Dave sneered. Dave had no intention of sharing the spoils with the other survivors. These fools were only fit to be used by him. If Guchen were defeated, he would surely drive everyone else away and keep the bounty for himself. But before Meng Jiaxing could answer, Long Wu, whom Dave regarded as a mere tool, was the first to refuse. Hey, who do you think you are to order us brothers around? Don't you know we only have a few bullets left? This is our last hope for survival. Not to mention, we don't even know how many predators are in the hotel right now. What if those few bullets miss? We'd be dead on the spot. We've struggled this long to survive. Who would risk death? Anyway, we still have supplies, and this place is safe enough. A living dog is better than a dead lion. Yeah, we 2 brothers are not taking part in this. If you want to go yourself. Hu Zi chimed in, retorting. But Dave didn't have the courage for that. He was only good at fanning the flames and stirring up trouble. When it came to actually doing it himself, it was utterly impossible. However, his hatred for Guchen made him unable to give up this opportunity, so he had no choice but to turn to Meng Jiaxing, who was lying on the sofa. After all, Meng Jiaxing was the master of these 2 dullards. President Meng, that kid Guchen even hit you. Don't you want revenge? This is a rare chance. Dave urged. Meng Jiaxing could certainly hear the provocation in his words, but what Dave said was true. That unexpected punch the other night. He had to repay it tenfold, 100-fold. Although this matter carried some risk, if it could eliminate that brat Guchen, it would be well worth it. Long Wu, Hu Zi, Dave is right about this. You 2 go and bring me the head of that little bastard Guchen. Meng Jiaxing commanded, his voice dripping with murderous intent. Who've got him? These 2 damn bodyguards are so insolent. My words weren't enough. They had to hear it from Meng Jiaxing. What disobedient dogs. Dave sneered inwardly. But just as Dave thought he had the 2 brothers under his thumb, their words made him sense impending doom. Meng Jiaxing also felt a chill of unease. Sorry, President Meng. This time we two brothers are making our own decision. Long Wu snorted coldly. That's right. Our contract was signed in peacetime, but now. Times have changed. Hu Zi added. In the past they wouldn't have dared to speak to Meng Jiaxing like this, but that was the past. As Hu Zi said, times were different. Meng Jiaxing felt things spiraling out of control. Long Wu and Hu Zi were nominally his personal bodyguards, but in reality they were just two dogs he kept. Meng Jiaxing could order them to bite anyone. But now these two dogs seem to have developed minds of their own. What do you two think you're doing? I'm your boss and you dare to disobey me. Don't you want your salaries anymore? Meng Jiaxing thundered. Unexpectedly the Long Wu and Hu Zi brothers were completely unfazed. President Meng, what era are we in that you still threaten us with wages? I'm not falling for that. Don't forget, if it weren't for us two brothers protecting you, you'd have died in the banquet hall long ago. Hu Zi blew on the dark muzzle of his gun, a sinister look in his eyes. Meng Jiaxing was horrified. These two bastards had completely rebelled. Judging by Hu Zi's demeanor, it seemed he would even dare to lay a hand on him. Perhaps Meng Jiaxing himself hadn't realized that in the apocalypse their positions were subtly shifting. But although he was extremely angry now, he still needed their protection, so this once arrogant man finally backed down. After thinking it over carefully, Long Wu and Hu Zi do have a point. Our conditions here are passable. I think we shouldn't meddle. But if you, Chief Editor Dave, insist, I won't stop you. Ridiculous. If even two burly bodyguards with firearms didn't dare to step forward, how could a fat man like him dare? Fighting was never his forte. So despite his burning hatred for Guchun, he had to let it go. He could only hope that others would be effective and vent this pent-up anger on his behalf. Back in the gym, Guchun's firm attitude had made everything clear. Hong Lily stared blankly at those heartless words, her heart aching with each throb. After her grief, her square pancake-like face contorted. She spoke hideously, since this bastard is so cold and heartless, fine. Don't blame me for what happens next. This time we're going all out. I'm going to take all his supplies. As for his beautiful women, I'll slash their faces one by one. Then we'll see just how much Guchun loves them. After a short period of development, Hong Lily now had 15 gym-built men under her command, each one burly with explosive muscles. If they all attacked together, even if Guchun was incredibly strong, he would surely be no match. So Xiaolon announced in the group chat Hong Lily's plan to lead the assault on the safe house. Initially the others weren't convinced by this strange woman, questioning how a mere woman could be their leader. Later Xiaolon posted several videos of Hong Lily fighting predators with her bare hands in the group, and they were finally convinced. With Hong Lily leading the way, the predators were no longer a threat. It was because of these videos that the number of people willing to hail Hong Lily as their empress surged. Over at Tina's side, she was also persuading Chun Hao to join. If they could seize Guchun's supplies, it would solve their urgent problems. Chun Hao himself was not a competitive person, but faced with the shortage of supplies, he had no choice. These underlings looked up to him. He couldn't just let them starve to death, could he? After discussion, they agreed to gather at the gym at 3 p.m. and then march on the safe house on the 13th floor. While the other survivors were mobilizing, Guchun remained leisurely and unhurried. But his women were not so calm. From what's happening in the group, it seems a lot of people are coming for us this time. What do we do? Mu Yuman's eyes showed concern. Yeah, I'm worried too. Although Guchun, my husband, is very powerful, after all, 2 fists can't fight off 4 hands. It's going to be troublesome. Shueshir also voiced her worry. Yes, brother Guchun, with so many of them this time, shouldn't we think of some countermeasure? Xia Bijin said, her face also serious. Guchun listened and smiled faintly, saying nonchalantly, haha, aren't they just a mob of rabble? Look how worried you all are. Let them all come at once. We can't hide the fact that we've taken over the safe house forever. The conflict was bound to erupt. This problem has to be solved. Guchun was quite philosophical about it. He couldn't be on guard against these survivors forever. Wouldn't it be annoying if a group came today and another came tomorrow? If they used a war of attrition, knocking on his door in the dead of night, it would drive him mad. It was better to let them all come at once, saving him the trouble of dealing with them one by one. Mu Yuman leaned tightly against Guchun's chest and whispered softly, husband, the future of us sisters rests on your shoulders. You must be careful. If anything happens to you, we won't survive either. Guchun's heart skipped a beat, as if tugged by something. He gently stroked Mu Yuman's cascading hair and sighed tenderly, hold your hand and grow old with you. With 3 beauties like you by my side, I have to live well. With seductive eyes, Mu Yuman gazed deeply at Guchun. Her jade-like hands slowly undid his clothes and her cherry lips parted slightly. Husband, we can't help with the fighting, so let me do what I can. Around 4 p.m., the cold sunlight streamed through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, spilling onto the soft and comfortable king-sized bed. Shueshir, Xia Bijin, and Mu Yuman were fast asleep, like drowsy cats. Guchun got out of bed to take a shower. Just as he reached the bathroom, he heard a rumbling roar followed by the clamorous cheers of a crowd. Guchun smiled faintly, murmuring to himself while gazing at the direction of the door, finally, here, huh? Holy crap, this woman is way too fierce. Staring at the black monster lying on the ground like a dead dog, a survivor widened his eyes in shock, utterly speechless. They never imagined that this stout and robust woman possessed such skill. There were 3 whole monsters after all. Yeah, long live the Empress. Long live the Empress. Behind Hong Lily, a group of muscular, handsome men raised their hands and cheered in support. They were like Hong Lily's little fanboys, stars practically shining in their eyes. Though Hong Lily was ugly in appearance, her strength was undeniably formidable. With her leading the charge, taking down little Gu Chun was within reach. After eliminating the predators blocking the way, the crowd, led by Hong Lily, surged toward the safe house upstairs. At a rough glance, the group numbered no fewer than 50. They carried hammers, sledgehammers, machetes, or iron bars, looking fierce and imposing. After witnessing Hong Lily's valor, they were even more spirited, battle-ready, and brimming with confidence. Where was the exhaustion and fatigue of the past days? After a 10-minute march, they finally arrived at their target, the safe house on the 13th floor. The area around the safe house was utterly deserted. A gust of wind passed, making it seem even more desolate. As if silently heralding Gu Chen's tragic end, Hong Lily stood at the front of the group, wearing an expensive Burberry trench coat she had stripped from a deceased wealthy woman. A fierce wind swept through the window, causing her coat to flap loudly, giving her an air of heroic command. Hong Lily raised one hand high, and the bustling crowd halted under her signal. Hey, is this the hotel safe house? It looks so ordinary. Is Gu Chen hiding in there? A grown man acting like a turtle? Shameful. Gu Chen, the coalition's righteous army has arrived. Come out and surrender quickly. If we have to break in, you'll suffer dearly. That's right, be smart, and hand over all your supplies and women, or we'll make your life miserable. Rest assured, after you're dead, I'll take good care of your women. The once quiet corridor was now filled with noise and clamor, voices shouting in succession. In their eyes, Gu Chen's defeat was inevitable. Hong Lily's close henchman Xiao Lan stepped out of the group, eager to seize this opportunity to shine. Gu Chen, you heartless wretch, how dare you reject our noble empress? This is unforgivable. I'll give you 10 seconds to crawl out and apologize. Maybe the empress will spare your miserable life. I'm starting the countdown now. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Yet when the word 1 fell, the safe house door remained utterly still. Everyone turned to Xiao Lan, who felt a sting of humiliation. Everyone. It seems this guy is incorrigible. In that case, we'll force our way in and take his head. Those with axes and hammers step forward. Smash this door to pieces. Yes. As Xiao Lan's words faded, a dozen or so men emerged from the crowd. They carried terrifying axes and hammers still stained with dried black blood. Creak. Just as they were about to act, the safe house door slowly opened, revealing Gu Chen's thin and lean figure. Gu Chen had no intention of letting them run wild. Not because he doubted the door's sturdiness, but because he wanted to avoid the racket. He still couldn't forget the deafening noise from Yang Pingin's violent hammer strike last time. It was a nightmare. But the coalition didn't know Gu Chen's thoughts. They assumed he had been intimidated by their might and had come out to surrender. Ha ha ha. Gu Chen, you finally came out to surrender. Humph. I thought you had some spine. Xiao Lan taunted. Other survivors also jeered. Look at him. Does he look like he has any spine? Hilarious. Gu Chen, kneel and beg for mercy now and hand over your women obediently. Maybe we'll consider sparing your life. After all, there's no deep-seated hatred between us. Gu Chen shook his head with a smile. These survivors were getting carried away with their own hype. Who do you think you are to make me? Gu Chen begged for mercy. Go take a piss and look at yourselves. What? At death's door and still spouting nonsense. Weren't they afraid the righteous coalition would tear him apart? Gu Chen, you've got a death wish. At the brink of doom and still bragging. We were going to spare your sorry life, but now it's clear there's no need. Xiao Lan pointed at Gu Chen and snarled. Die. With that, Xiao Lan charged at Gu Chen like a cannonball, aiming to capture him first and earn the Empress's favor. As he sprinted, a smug grin spread across Xiao Lan's face. But that grin didn't last long. Just as his fist the size of a sandbag was about to slam into that slender frame, a single slap sent him flying. Yes, sent flying through the air. Xiao Lan crashed heavily into the crowd behind, dazed, seeing stars, instantly unconscious. What? Just one simple slap had such power. Everyone exchanged glances, shocked beyond words. Terrifying. After all, Xiao Lan was a fitness expert. His explosive muscles were awe-inspiring, earning him the nickname Demon Muscle Man. Yet the fearsome Demon Muscle Man had been taken down so easily. Gu Chen's action looked as effortless as swatting a fly. Hong Lily was also stunned. She sensed that Gu Chen's strength had grown again. Even she at full force couldn't have delivered that slap. Now all eyes were on her, and Hong Lily had to respond forcefully. Ignoring Xiao Lan's fate, she gritted her teeth, stepped forward, and said, Gu Chen, I'll give you one last chance. Surrender now. Otherwise, once we break in, it'll be too late. Seeing this ugly woman again infuriated Gu Chen. Impatiently, he said, Why do you crazy woman keep yapping all day? If you want to fight, get on with it. I'm a busy man. You're asking for death. Hong Lily could no longer restrain herself. Dragging her 300-plus-pound frame, she charged like a massive truck, the entire floor trembling under her violent stomps. Under the crowd's eager gaze, she thrust out her thick clawed hand aimed directly at Gu Chen's throat. Gu Chen didn't dodge. Just before the claw reached him, he grabbed her arm like a hawk, his powerful strength halting her completely. Before Hong Lily could even register her shock, her massive body was lifted off the ground, spun in the air a few times, and crashed heavily into the crowd like a falling boulder. Many survivors were caught beneath her enormous frame, letting out miserable wails. Hong Lily struggled to rise from the ground, her entire body aching, especially her arms, which felt as if they might snap. Yet she paid no heed to the pain, her mind consumed by the terrifying brute strength of Gu Chen. Had she not crashed into the crowd, landing elsewhere, she dared not imagine how dire the consequences would have been. During their first encounter, she naively believed Gu Chen's extraordinary burst of power was merely a desperate act to protect Xia Bijin, and that such strength was unsustainable. But after this clash, she finally understood. This lean man possessed such overwhelming might that if he wished to kill her, it would be effortless. With the coalition's strongest fighter defeated, the remaining survivors lost all their previous bravado. They stared at the smiling youth before them in utter horror, as if beholding a terrifying monster. Why stop shouting? Come on, bring it on. Gu Chen clapped his hands, stepping forward to taunt the crowd. The people recoiled in fear, trembling at the thought of this fearsome figure launching an attack. None dared to step forward and court death. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances at a loss, while Chunhao had already begun to contemplate retreat. He had never imagined that Gu Chen, whom everyone regarded as a pushover, could be so formidable. They stood no chance against him. Losing their lives for a mere morsel of food was simply not worth it. Just as he was about to withdraw, several of his underlings, as if injected with adrenaline, let out a long howl to the sky, grabbed iron rods, and charged forward recklessly. Have you all gone mad? Get back here! Chunhao bellowed. Yet these underlings turned a deaf ear, not looking back, their eyes blazing with nothing but frenzied bloodlust. They had grown weary of the days spent hungry and dizzy from starvation. Slaying Gu Chen was their only temporary escape from this misery. Though risks existed, risk and reward had always been proportional in this world. Thus they resolved to stake everything. Bet it all turn a bicycle into a motorcycle, gamble it all turn a motorcycle into a Land Rover. After them, some other survivors who refused to accept their fate followed suit. The scene erupted into a chaotic cacophony of shouts and battle cries. In Chunhao's view, the slender figure moved with fluidity, unleashing a flurry of jabs, hooks, uppercuts, side kicks, and high roundhouse kicks. Each effortless strike sent a burly man weighing nearly 90 kilograms flying 20 or 30 meters away. Bones shattered, blood splattered, and screams rang out incessantly. Gu Chen resembled a supreme master from Kung Fu hustle, his seemingly ordinary attacks concealing terrifying energy. As comrades fell one after another, the remaining survivors, driven to madness, abandoned all tactics and wildly swung their iron rods. Even their own allies suffered heavy blows, yet Chunhao saw not a single strike land on Gu Chen. Instead, the underlings wielding rods were beaten like drenched dogs, utterly pathetic. In less than 3 minutes, the 20 or so underlings who charged forward were all defeated, gravely wounded, vomiting blood, with some even suffering shattered bones and dying on the spot. A gruesome sight. It was a one-sided massacre. The coalition forces had no power to retaliate. Damn it, this kid is a living demon. Fuck. I'm done fighting. This is terrifying. Who the hell said it would be easy? Step forward, and I'll kill them myself. Gu Chen, like a god of war who slays all who stand in his way, terrified the survivors into fleeing in disarray, dropping their weapons as they scattered for their lives. The corridor descended into chaos, with many tripping and being trampled to death by others in their panic. The grandeur of their arrival was matched only by the disgrace of their flight. The once crowded corridor was now desolate in the blink of an eye. The underlings who had sworn to follow him fell before him, leaving Chunhao dazed. A wave of numbness washed over him, followed by a surge of blazing fury that rushed to his head. He gripped the cleaver tightly, choosing to swim against the tide, as the others fled, determined to fight Gu Chen to the death. Yet before he could take a step, other underlings grabbed his arm, dragging him back desperately. Let's go, Hao Ge. This kid is too brutal, we're no match for him. Yeah, Hao Ge, where there's life, there's hope. In moments, Gu Chen's slender figure vanished from Chunhao's vengeful sight. The youth who had caused this carnage did not give chase, knowing well the adage, never corner a desperate foe. Achieving strategic deterrence was sufficient. After this battle, it was believed that the humiliated survivors would not dare to target him for a long time. In fact, the outcome of this confrontation proved even more effective than Gu Chen had anticipated. Back in room 1803, Chunhao and his two companions finally returned, disheveled and disgraced. Sister Tina, seeing them return, asked urgently, "How did it go?" "Success. Did you snatch Gu Chen's supplies?" The three hung their heads in silence. Growing anxious, Sister Tina pressed, "Why are there only 3 of you? Where are the others?" Again no one answered. Disliking the dead silence, Sister Tina snapped in frustration, "Have you all gone mute? Can't you speak after one trip?" Can you just stop asking? Don't you see we're annoyed? One underling finally roared back. Sister Tina then realized that this bunch of incompetents had not only failed to secure anything, but had also lost a large number of people. What a case of going for wool and coming home shorn, she thought. And now a defeated general dares to shout at her. She sneered mercilessly, useless trash. So many of you couldn't even beat a scrawny Gu Chun. You might as well be dead. Chun Hao's had snapped up, his eyes bloodshot, and he stared at Sister Tina growling. What did you say? Say that again. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Sister Tina persisted. What? Did I say anything wrong? I'd rather be with a dog than with useless cowards like you. These words pierced like the sharpest needles, each one ruthlessly stabbing into Chun Hao's already wounded heart. He rose slowly, saying nothing, picked up an iron rod from the ground, and walked deliberately towards Sister Tina. What do you think you're doing? Trying to scare me? Go ahead if you dare kill me. You worthless waiter who can't be helped. Sister Tina continued her shrill mockery. Then die. Chun Hao's face twisted into a chilling smile as he swung the iron rod, fiercely striking her forehead with brutal force. How go? The underlings watched in stunned disbelief, a chill creeping down their spines. Chun Hao had always been the image of a docile man, but now he seemed like a desperate thug. Wiping the blood from his face, his eyes brimmed with endless murderous intent. No matter the cost, I will kill Gu Chun. That bastard has taken down quite a few of my brothers. Hong Lily, supported by a group of fitness enthusiasts, finally managed to return. The moment she stepped through the gate, she immediately ordered her underlings to haul over 1,000 jin of gym equipment to barricade the entrance tightly. They must not allow that god of slaughter Gu Chun to break in. Even within the safety of their base, she remained shaken, her body trembling uncontrollably. Xiaolon had finally regained consciousness. Gazing at the familiar gym and the silent, taciturn others, he already understood the outcome of this operation. What he never expected was that the divinely strong Empress had also fallen to Gu Chun. The group was dejected, and the atmosphere was thick with gloom. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Someone asked. Yet his inquiry received no response. Hong Lily simply lowered her head, lost in thought. Meanwhile, other survivors were trickling back. Fortunately, most of the predators had already been eliminated by Gu Chun and Hong Lily, and otherwise their escape would not have been so effortless. Now unable to advance or retreat, they were utterly despairing. They had hoped to use their numerical advantage to plunder supplies, but after that battle, that path was utterly unthinkable. Gu Chun's valor was still vivid, replaying in their minds like a film on a loop. There was no way they could defeat a man like that. But people are not immutable. In their desperation, a sudden inspiration struck them. Indeed, they couldn't defeat Gu Chun, but why did they have to defeat him at all? From the very beginning, they had harbored prejudice against Gu Chun, a mere electrician. But in all honesty, the boy had done nothing wrong. They knew about the safe house, yet in that panic no one thought of it. They were solely focused on fleeing, unable to think clearly. Could they blame Gu Chun for that? Not at all. As for supplies, anyone could guess that the restaurant would have ample stock. But with monsters everywhere, who dared to risk collecting them? Could they blame Gu Chun? Not at all. And as for the women, many of them didn't even know the top 3 stars of the SP girl group were at the hotel. Even if they did they have the ability to protect them? Look at the women by their sides. All were disheveled and exhausted. Therefore Gu Chun was utterly blameless. The fault was theirs. Insatiable greed, lacking strength, yet coveting everything he had. Gu Chun's strength was outstanding. If they could become his followers, they would no longer fear attacks from horrific monsters or worry about treacherous humans. With such a pillar of support, why worry about food? Their eyes lit up once more. Brother Mike, what do you think they'll do to Gu Chun? Give him a quick death, or make him wish he were dead? Xie Qingqing asked, sitting on a relatively clean toilet lid. I'd guess the latter. You can tell from how much they hate him. Mike leaned against the bathroom wall. Even though his legs were sore, he refused to sit on the filthy floor. This was the last stubborn pride of a high-class elite. By now they should have succeeded. Sigh. What a waste for those people, Mike sighed. Don't be like that, Brother Mike. With Gu Chun down, we've avenged ourselves. We should be happy, Xie Qingqing consoled. Since we're bored, let me ask. Jenny, everyone, I know this might be a weird request, but does anyone have a photo of Gu Chun's miserable state? For the sake of the intel I provided, please send me one. Thanks. No sooner had the message been sent than Xie Qingqing received a flood of replies. To her surprise, they were all insults directed at her. Strength Chin, Xie Qingqing, you damned bastard, how dare you show your face? Where are you? They'll kill you. Milk Tea franchise, I was wondering who was stirring up trouble between us and Brother Gu Chun. It's this bitch. AO by himself. Brother Gu Chun is such a fine young man. It's his misfortune to have met you. If I run into you, he'll beat you all the way to Jerusalem. Huh. Staring at the screen full of hostile insults, Xie Qingqing and Mike exchanged bewildered glances. What's going on? How did I suddenly become the villain? Without my selfless intel, would they have had this opportunity? Now they're biting the hand that feeds them, cursing me instead. Isn't this the classic tale of the farmer and the snake? Jenny, friends, why do you say this? I provided intel without expecting anything in return. Not only do you not thank me, but you turn around and curse me. Have you no conscience? Carefree old donkey conscience my ass. Brother Guchun is such a great guy and you a fickle bitch didn't cherish him but instead made things hard for him. You are the greatest gold digger of the century and you dare talk about conscience. Shameless. Mountain Old Ox totally agree. From today I Old Ox am Brother Guchun's follower. I'll guard his safety. If any blind fool dares to mess with my Brother Guchun, I'll fight them to the death. Milk Tea franchise right Brother Guchun, I want to protect you too. Please take me as your follower. I'll treat you to milk tea every day, okay? Carefree old donkey, the guy above you underestimate Brother Guchun too much. I old donkey now declare from today you are my lord, and I am your son. To show sincerity, I offer my virtuous wife. You know my wife Vivian, the most famous flight attendant in Flower City. These survivors had finally figured it out. Guchun was the strongest force in the hotel, and following him was the right choice. Xie and Mike were dumbfounded. How had the group's sentiment completely shifted in just a few hours? The very people who wanted Guchun dead a moment ago had suddenly all become his followers. Was this for real? It was utterly absurd. Even Dave was baffled. Staring at the screen full of pledges of allegiance, his mind raced. After a long hard think, his small eyes narrowed as if he had finally found the answer. I see. So that's it. Heh. Such a young man already dabbling in crooked paths. The clever Dave believed that Guchun must have bought off these turncoats. The price could be supplies, or even his women. Dave had used similar tactics many times, bribing key witnesses to lie, distort the truth, or even fabricate slander. Money makes the world go round. People too can be bought, the only difference is the price. Dave snorted coldly. He would never let Guchun get away with this. Big Cat Dave, everyone my dear friends, that bastard Guchun promised you all benefits, didn't he? It's all a trick of his aimed at dividing us from within. You must not fall for his schemes. Listen to me, let's unite and storm his safe house. Then all his resources will be ours, much more substantial than his empty promises. So many survivors, even if each got just 10 loaves of bread, that would be an astonishing amount. Dave didn't believe Guchun had such vast supplies. Of course this was just Dave's assumption. Bribing a survivor would take far more than 10 loaves of bread. Thus he could only offer empty promises. All Dave had to do was expose them. Just as Dave, thinking himself clever, tried to rouse the others, he was shocked to find himself kicked out of the chat. What the fuck? Dave stared blankly, squinting and rereading several times. He was indeed kicked out, and the one who did it was none other than Manager Du from the hotel. This chat group was created by Manager Du, originally called High Class Exchange Group. After the apocalypse, Dave renamed it Survivor Mutual Aid Group, but Du remained the group owner. He never expected that bald Du would dare turn on him. What's that old fool thinking? Why remove me? Has he forgotten the leverage I hold over him? He found the latter's avatar to demand an explanation, only to discover he had been blocked. A surge of rage churned in Dave's chest, but he had no outlet. He couldn't even find the person. Was he supposed to vent at a ghost? Bald Yu Sanshinshinsi, Lord Guchun, that damned fatso, was still spreading lies in the group, so I've kicked him out. Everyone, did I do the right thing? Previously, when the group discussed a joint attack, Guchun and Shweshirshir had been kicked out. Now that everyone had decided to rely on him, they naturally invited him back, of course, to show their loyalty, right under his nose. If he wasn't even in the group, who would see their display of loyalty, right? Guchun smiled as he scrolled through his phone and gave Manager Du a thumbs up. He knew all too well what the others were thinking. If they wanted to pledge allegiance, let them. Though they were weak in combat, they still had other uses. At the very least, they could keep watch at the entrance. With such a large hotel, many desperate souls would covet it. Guchun couldn't stay cooped up inside forever. Slaying monsters to level up? That was a must. Sanshinshinsi, good job, Baldy. Listen up, everyone. I Guchun am not heartless. As long as you obey me, basic food and shelter won't be an issue. Of course, if monsters attack, I'll be happy to help. Live in the moment, dearest Brother Guchun. You are the electricity, the light, the only myth. I love only you. You are my superstar. Carefree old donkey, Brother Guchun, you're generous. A prime minister's heart can sail a boat. Brothers, from now on, well, follow your orders. If you say east, well, never go west. Powerful Chin, well said. From this moment, I am Lord Guchun's loyal dog. Just give the command, and he'll bite anyone to death. Bald you, thanks for the like, boss. From now on, he'll be the watchdog of this group. If I catch anyone bad-mouthing you, will boot them out immediately. Defeated Dave slumped in his chair, muttering weakly sigh. How could this be? It's like they've all been brainwashed. No matter what I say, they won't wake up. Looks like moving against that kid won't be easy. Meng Jiaxing also witnessed the frenzy in the group, utterly baffled. In truth, Meng Jiaxing's grievance was 10 times greater than Dave's. That night he had been punched in front of everyone, and he still hadn't retaliated. For this vengeful petty merchant, it was simply unbelievable. He had been holding that grudge inside all along. No kidding. What price did that kid offer to make everyone so obedient? Damn it. Dave stared at the ceiling, then sat up, as if struck by a thought. Mr. Meng, these people are weather vanes, fickle and untrustworthy. I think we should handle it ourselves. We have guns. Taking down Guchun would be a piece of cake. Dave made sense. Rely on no one but yourself. Long Wu and Hu Zi had guns. Revenge would be a snap. What about those monsters? Meng Jiaxing hesitated. The reason they hadn't stepped out was their fear of the terrifying alien predators. Shouldn't be a problem. Look, these past few days hardly anyone in the group mentioned them, and we haven't heard their sounds either, right? Dave said. Meng Jiaxing thought it over. It was true. The monsters seemed to have vanished without a trace. If that was really the case with the monster threat gone, capturing Gu Chun would be easy. Meng Jiaxing excitedly looked at the two brothers, but before he could speak, Long Wu flatly refused. Mr. Meng, some thoughts are best kept to yourself. Voicing them spoils the fun. Long Wu said lazily from the bed. Meng, we've already said we're not going. If I hear you nagging again, don't blame me for turning nasty. Hu Zi added. They just wanted to survive, unwilling to take any risks, especially for Meng Jiaxing's personal vendetta. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness enveloped Meng Jiaxing. Now he seemed unable to do anything. You two are just hired bodyguards for Mr. Meng. What's with the attitude? In essence, what difference is there between you and a dog? If this continues, aren't you afraid of being dealt with later? Dave, already furious, saw the two strong bodyguards cowering when a golden opportunity presented itself, and lost his temper. Bodyguards? They're more like cowards. As his words fell, the room fell into a dead silence, eerily quiet. Long Wu took a deep breath, rose from the bed, and approached Dave, an intense pressure enveloping the latter. Slap. Without a word, Long Wu delivered a fierce slap to Dave's face, sending him stumbling to the ground. 5 bright red finger marks appeared on his plump cheek. Chief Editor Dave, my patience has limits. Next time you speak to me like that. Death. Seeing Long Wu's grim expression, Dave calmed down considerably. He finally realized that in this world his status meant nothing. Strength was everything. Someone like him, who only knew how to talk, seemed superfluous. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Dave made a silent resolution. Before the apocalypse, weren't those esteemed guests all elites of society? Were they stupid? Impossible. Yet they all chose to follow Gu Chun. Was it merely because they were bribed? Since they willingly became his underlings, they must believe in his strength. So why shouldn't he follow their lead and join them? Unlike Meng Jiaxing, Dave harbored no deep-seated enmity with Gu Chun. He had merely uttered a few harsh and vulgar words. Even a steed may stumble. What harm was there in a few misspoken phrases? A sincere apology to Gu Chun, and surely he was not so petty as to hold a grudge. Moreover, he could simply shift the blame onto Meng Jiaxing, claiming he was merely acting under the latter's instigation, thus absolving himself entirely. At this thought, Dave's murky eyes flickered once more with cunning light. He slipped into the restroom, and after pleading frantically, managed to obtain Gu Chen's contact information and sent a friend request. Brother Gu Chen, long time no see. How have you been? Haha. I'm Dave, editor from Watching News. I've come specifically to offer my apologies. I know there have been many misunderstandings between us, but it's all because of that scheming Meng Jiaxing stirring trouble. As for me, I still hold great admiration for you. Having nothing better to do, Gu Chun accepted Dave's friend request, curious to see what tricks this repulsive fat man was up to. Is that so? What exactly does Chief Editor Dave admire about me? After all, I'm just a humble electrician, Gu Chun asked with a chuckle. Seeing Gu Chen's reply, Dave felt a glimmer of hope and perked up. What's wrong with being an electrician? It's a respectable profession. Without it, the whole world would be plunged into endless darkness. I admire your spirit of self-sacrifice, bringing light to the citizens. Dave chose his words carefully, piling on flattery one after another. Chief Editor Dave flatters me too much. It's just a job to make ends meet, nowhere near as noble as you describe. If you only want to apologize, save it. There's no connection between us, so apologies are meaningless, Gu Chun replied. Seeing Gu Chun trying to distance himself, Dave quickly said, No, brother Gu Chun, I truly realized my mistake. I was blinded by greed. Now I finally see Meng Jiaxing's true, vile nature. Brother Gu Chun, you know I have no other skills, just a silver tongue. If you let me join your side and protect me, it'll make your name renowned far and wide, the talk of all watching. What do you say? Gu Chun chuckled to himself. At a time like this, was he still trying to buy him off with fame? He was someone who just wanted to lie low. Fame was as fleeting as clouds in the sky to him. Besides, this was the apocalypse, pal. Using such intangible things as bargaining chips was utterly laughable. Sorry, Chief Editor Dave, I'm a very low-key person. Keep the fame for yourself. Also, I hold grudges. Those vile words you said, I remember them very clearly. With that, he tossed his phone aside. Chatting with him was a waste of time. Given what this fat bastard had said and done, it was already merciful of Gu Chun not to grind his bones to dust. Dave sensed trouble and sent dozens more messages, but the other party didn't even glance at them. He knew this path was a dead end. Dave slumped helplessly to the floor, listless and dejected like a stray dog. A sense of defeat he had never experienced before. Suddenly, an unbearable rage surged to his head. His eyes bulged with fury, veins popping on his face. Just a damned electrician, what's he so smug about? Do you think I can't survive without you, you bastard? Throwing open the bathroom door, Dave dashed into the kitchen, ransacking cupboards and stuffing every bit of food and supplies he could find into a travel bag. He couldn't just wait to die. Staying in the hotel was certain death. He had to leave this place. Seeing the suddenly frantic Dave packing away the meager supplies, Meng Jiaxing was furious and rushed over to stop him. Are you out of your mind, you fat bastard? Stop right now. This is all my food. You're not taking a single thing. Meng Jiaxing screamed hysterically. But Dave acted as if he hadn't heard, continuing to stuff the bag, while muttering under his breath, no. I can't die here, I can't die here. He suddenly lashed out, shoving the approaching Meng Jiaxing to the ground. Staring at the nearly crazed obese figure in that moment, Meng Jiaxing's eyes were filled with nothing but murderous intent. He couldn't let Dave take all the supplies, nor could he allow this fat man to stay and squander more food. In this chaotic world, people like him were surplus, and surplus people had no right to live. Meng Jiaxing's eyes darkened as he glanced at Long Wu, making a slashing gesture across his neck. The latter smirked slyly, instantly understanding the meaning. He had long been fed up with Dave. This task suited him perfectly. Pulling out a dagger that gleamed coldly, Long Wu crept up behind Dave, pressing the blade firmly against his neck, and whispering, Chief Editor Dave, I told you. My patience has limits. In an instant, Dave felt a bone-chilling cold shoot from his soles to his crown, his pupils contracting to pinpricks. Before he could turn, he saw his own blood blossom in the air like cherry blossoms. He pressed his hands desperately against the wound, but it was futile. Within 10 seconds, Dave's terrified eyes lost all color. Meng Jiaxing stood up and walked over, a cold sneer on his face. He spat at the now lifeless Dave. Dave, why don't you get it? In times like these, people like you are surplus. And surplus people don't deserve to live, ha ha ha. Meng Jiaxing laughed uproariously, an indescribable elation in his heart. But as he laughed in his smugness, Huzi quietly approached from behind, gripping a chilling boning knife. Huzi expertly pressed the blade against Meng Jiaxing's neck, sneering, Mr. Meng is right. Surplus people don't deserve to live, including you. You. What are you? Meng Jiaxing was terrified beyond words, mumbling incoherently. But before he could finish, Huzi's boning knife slashed deeply across his throat, and in his shocked eyes, Meng Jiaxing saw the same sight Dave had seen. In his final moments, the last thing Meng Jiaxing's eyes registered was the sinister, chilling grins of Long Wu. At 8 in the evening, a cramped toilet reeked of stench, the odor unrelieved by the arrival of night. Under the dim, flickering light, Xia Qingqing, Mike, and Yang Pingan crouched on the floor, holding 2 dry biscuits in their hands. These biscuits were found by Yang Pingan from the clothes of the deceased in the toilet. He was indifferent, wolfing them down eagerly. But Xia Qingqing and Mike found it hard to swallow, their hearts instinctively resisting. However, their bodies were brutally honest, their stomachs growling in protest. Driven by intense hunger, they reluctantly began to eat as well. Brother Mike, what are we going to do from now on? We can't keep on like this. Xia Qingqing asked gloomily. The environment was utterly wretched, with only a few biscuits to eat. Continuing like this would surely spell doom. Mike shook his head in despair. Alas, I don't know either. How about we fight our way out? We can't just sit here and wait for death. Xia Qingqing proposed. Both men were startled, looking at her simultaneously. Are you crazy? Didn't you see how that damned monster devoured people? I'd rather die here waiting. Yang Pingan also refused. Qingqing, I can't agree to this. Though conditions are poor here, at least we're still alive. Looking around, Xia Qingqing sighed helplessly, thinking to herself, living like this might as well be dead. But as a woman, her words carried little weight. Even Brother Mike had rejected the idea, so she had to let it go. After eating the biscuits, their hunger was slightly alleviated. The 3 returned to their respective stalls to rest like refugees fleeing disaster. In such an environment, Xia Qingqing and the others had no energy for anything else. But that guy Yang Pingan, like a dog in heat, began to act towards Xia Qingqing's stall. Xia Qingqing and Mike were well aware of it. Yet they couldn't be bothered. Mike sat on the toilet lid, propping his head in his hand, utterly dejected. Recalling all these encounters, they all stemmed from that young man named Gu Chun, and the link connecting him to Gu Chun was Xia Qingqing in the adjacent stall. In truth, Mike had only wanted to have some fun with her, initially discarding her like trash afterward. Marriage was never in his consideration, and his family would never have agreed. Now he found himself trapped in this predicament, while Gu Chun had unexpectedly grown strong, with other survivors obeying his every command. So why should he remain an enemy? He was Xia Qingqing's ex-boyfriend, likely holding a grudge because Mike had taken his former love. If he returned Xia Qingqing to him, wouldn't all the conflicts be resolved? He could rid himself of the annoying Xia Qingqing, escape this filthy toilet, and perhaps even gain entry to the safe house out of Gu Chun's gratitude. Oh, that luxurious, comfortable safe house. Mike's spirits lifted instantly, shedding the exhaustion and despair of recent days. He pulled out his phone and added Gu Chun as a friend, eagerly sending a message. Brother Gu Chun, hello. I'm Mike. Could I trouble you for 2 minutes? At that moment, Gu Chun had just finished the lavish meal prepared by Xue Shishir and the other 2 women. After a few days of learning, their cooking had improved. Full and satisfied, Gu Chun lounged on the sofa, scrolling through his phone. That's when he saw Mike's friend request. Oh, it's you. How come even an elite talent like you is condescending to contact me? Gu Chun teased. Noticing the word, even, Mike found it odd. Had someone else approached him too? But that wasn't the point. Brother Guchen, please don't say that. Many people misunderstand returnees, or we're not the elites others think we are. Cleaning sewers serves society, and so does finance. There's no difference, right? Guchen smiled without confirming. Mike continued to lower his stance. Actually, I came to resolve the misunderstanding between us. After this period of reflection, I finally realized the problem. Qingqing was your first love, and I got involved with her right under your nose, deeply hurting you. I'm ashamed and guilty. Therefore I want to return Qingqing to you, so you two lovers can reunite. Brother Guchen, what do you think? Guchen smiled faintly. Oh, and what must I pay? Mike, thinking Guchen was interested, grew even more excited. No, don't misunderstand. I truly just want to see you two together. Of course, if you could provide me with a safe place, that would be ideal, as I'd like to witness your happiness firsthand. Guchen found it both amusing and exasperating. Mike's scheme was so loud it could be heard from 100 miles away. Trying to trade the promiscuous Xie Qingqing for his own worthless life. It was a deal where Mike wouldn't lose. But Guchen had no interest. Sorry, I really have no feelings for Xie Qingqing. If you like her, feel free to keep her. Ooh, I don't care. Guchen's reply threw Mike into disarray. That kid couldn't possibly not like Xie Qingqing, could he? The words he said in the banquet hall must have been just angry talk. Though Xie Qingqing couldn't compare to top beauties like Shui Shishir, she was still decent. She should be more than enough for a lowly electrician like Guchen. Could it be that he didn't like women? He liked men. Mike nodded, finding it plausible. Back when he studied abroad, had seen many male classmates with special orientations, and most of them were slender. Guchen was also slender, so. In desperation, Mike made a shocking judgment. Thinking of what he had to do, his rear tightened, and he shuddered. But he couldn't stay in this hellish place any longer. He steeled himself and went all out. Brother Guchen, I want to tell you a secret now. Actually, I'm a bottom. I particularly like slender men like you. You exude such masculine charm. You know what I mean. Guchen. This time it was Guchen's turn to shudder. He could no longer bear to look at Mike's profile picture. He replied with a single scram, and threw his phone heavily into the trash bin. Even so, he was still shaken. That damn Mike came to disgust me, damn it. Xia Bijin had been leaning against Guchen the whole time, naturally witnessing Mike's heroic sacrifice. With her innocent nature, she covered her mouth and giggled. Honey Guchen, don't be afraid. No matter who this bottom is attached to, you just need to be the top. Even at a time like this, little Bijin was mocking him. If a tiger doesn't show its might, it's taken for a sick cat. He pounced on her, pinning her to the sofa, his muscular body pressing firmly against Xia Bijin's curvaceous form. Fine. Tonight, I'll let you truly experience this top. Their faces were inches apart. Xia Bijin's cheeks flushed, and she whispered softly to Guchen. Can we go to the room? The two sisters might see us here. With the arrow already on the string, Guchen couldn't care less. Let them see. He'll show them how to perform the ultimate four-wheel alignment. Ignition. Slap. At 3 in the morning, Xie Qingqing jolted awake from her sleep, and suddenly slapped her bare thigh, leaving a smear of red blood. Dozens of mosquitoes were instantly killed, and the rest scattered upon realizing their prey had awakened. Looking at her bloodstained right hand, Xie Qingqing wiped it disdainfully on her clothes. These clothes were stripped from the dead, the night was cold, and she no longer cared about such things. Off. There's a cockroach. Suddenly, Xie Qingqing pointed at the corner and screamed. Cockroaches were a specialty of Baiwa province, still very active even in November. The scream also woke Yang Pingon. He groggily looked at the corner, saw it was an American cockroach, and pounced on it with gleaming eyes like a hungry wolf. These days they had mostly survived on biscuits, not even catching a whiff of meat. Qingqing, here you go. This is a fine tonic rich in protein. Yang Pingon cheerfully handed the American cockroach to Xie Qingqing, who was scared out of her wits, her soul fleeing in terror. Get away. I'm not eating that disgusting thing. Yang Pingon shrugged helplessly. Fine, I'll have it myself then. So saying, he stuffed the American cockroach into his mouth, its vile juices squirting out. Delicious. Much better than biscuits. Yang Pingon seemed to relish it, chewing and praising. Xie Qingqing felt nauseated, nearly vomiting the undigested biscuits in her stomach. After this commotion, Xie Qingqing lost all desire to sleep. She leaned against the toilet, scrolling through her phone with a vacant stare. When she saw the notification that she had been removed from the group chat, her face was eerily calm. Reflecting on her recent experiences, she smiled bitterly. This is all my own doing. Yes, it was all Xie Qingqing's own fault. What did it have to do with Guchen? That young man was not bad at all. In fact, he was very considerate. Back in school, the shy Guchen bought her breakfast every day, spending all his meager allowance on her. But Xie Qingqing still complained he didn't do enough, finding fault with everything. After only a few days together, she scorned him for being poor and abandoned him without hesitation. Honestly, she never liked Guchen, and she just wanted to test her charm on him after her plastic surgery. Guchen had never done anything wrong. Even years after their breakup, when she met him again at a hotel, she still taunted him like a venomous snake, trampling his self-esteem into the ground. No, I must get Guchen's forgiveness. If he forgives me, I won't have to stay in this wretched place anymore. Xie Qingqing found Guchen's profile and immediately called him. She hadn't deleted his contact after the breakup, not because she still had feelings, but to flaunt her life after marrying into wealth. She wanted to prove to Gu Chun that dumping him was the right decision. But no one answered. Xie Qingqing didn't care what time it was if she was determined to reach Gu Chun now immediately. She called dozens of times with no response, and on the 87th attempt the call was finally answered. A ghost. Seeing Xie Qingqing's disheveled appearance on the screen, Gu Chun was startled, thinking a vengeful spirit had come for him. He was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, but not because of Xie Qingqing's ghastly look. It was because of a terrifying nightmare. In his dream, Gu Chun was in a vast, boundless cosmic space. Before him was an overwhelming, all-consuming, endless darkness. Gu Chun struggled with all his might, but to no avail, helplessly letting the sky-covering abyss swallow him. Before it, Gu Chun was like a leaf in the wind, frail and helpless. The profound sense of powerlessness was so real that even after waking, Gu Chun was still shaken. Gu Chun, it's me. Xie Qingqing, am not a ghost. Xie Qingqing forced a strained smile, making her look even more like a ghost. Oh, it's you. You scared me. Ooh, I really thought a ghost had come knocking. Gu Chun teased. In the past, Xie Qingqing would have jumped 8 feet high, but this time she wasn't angry at all. I'm sorry, Gu Chun. I wasn't well-groomed and scared you. Xie Qingqing apologized, completely out of character. Gu Chun, I've thought a lot lately. I finally know where I went wrong. Can you forgive me? Forgive you? There's nothing between us anymore. My thoughts don't matter. Gu Chun said. No, Gu Chun, your thoughts matter most. How can they not matter? Gu Chun, I truly know I was wrong. Please forgive me, okay? I want to come back to you. I can serve you well, you can do whatever you want. Placing her phone on the bathroom shelf, Xie Qingqing began to strike various poses. Gu Chun, look, is this pretty? Or how about this? Watching Xie Qingqing grovel to please him, Gu Chun's heart remained calm. In the past, this was unimaginable. Even holding hands would make her shake him off in disgust. Now this woman was debasing herself to win his favor. Truly, fortunes change. The world is unpredictable. But unfortunately, after having Xue Shishir, Xia Bijin, and Mu Yuman, 3 top-tier beauties, Gu Chun no longer had any interest in someone like Xie Qingqing. Watching her degrade herself, he only felt disgust. Gu Chun, it's too far. Oh, I can't serve you properly. Let me into the safe house. I'll serve you well. Xie Qingqing continued to flaunt herself desperately. Gu Chun managed a faint smile and waved his hand. Forget it. I think you'd better stay with Mike. A returnee like him, an intellectual, a future business elite. He's the one for you. No. Mike is a useless waste. How could he compare to you? I was blind to fancy him. Xie Qingqing said. She had once liked Mike, but that was before the apocalypse. Since the outbreak, this refined man had been utterly useless. He couldn't fight monsters. He couldn't find food. Incompetent and short-tempered, Xie Qingqing grew increasingly disappointed with him. In the darkness, Mike slowly opened his eyes, his fists clenched tightly. Of course, Xie Qingqing in the cubicle didn't notice. She continued to display her assets. Top, bottom, front, back, white, black, even the rare pink. She showed everything she could think of. When she had nothing left to show, she asked dejectedly, So Gu Chun, are you satisfied with me? Let me in, it'll make you happy. Okay. Just as Xie Qingqing was posturing, Xia Bijin approached wearing a thin silk nightgown. Her full peach-like bottom settled into Gu Chun's arms as she cooed. Honey, who are you talking to so late? Wow, a ghost. Seeing Xie Qingqing's pale figure on the screen, Xia Bijin screamed in fright, covering her eyes with her hands. It was terrifying. She had seen Xie Qingqing in a video call before, but she hadn't been so thin or pale. Now Xie Qingqing looked as if she had been severely ill, her face gaunt with dark circles deeper than a panda's. Under the dim light, she appeared especially eerie. Don't be scared, it's Xie Qingqing. Xia Bijin finally uncovered her eyes and stared at the woman on the screen for a while before calming down. Living so comfortably with Gu Chun, she had forgotten how brutal the outside world was. Seeing Xie Qingqing's state filled her with deep fear. Without Gu Chun, she and her sisters would be just like Xie Qingqing. Sister Bijin, please. Help me talk to Gu Chun. Let me into the safe house. We can be good sisters. Seeing how Gu Chun doted on Xia Bijin, Xie Qingqing hoped to use her influence. As if Xia Bijin would never share her man with Xie Qingqing. Besides, the things this woman had done were still fresh in memory. It couldn't be so easily forgiven. Sorry, but I'm not your sister. And Gu Chun, my husband, has us 3 sisters. Right, honey? Xia Bijin said in a soft, alluring voice. Gently holding her seductive snake-like waist, Gu Chun smiled. You little vixen. Whatever you say goes. Watching the two cling to each other, Xie Qingqing felt like an unwanted third wheel. She wanted to plead further, but Gu Chun interrupted. Xie Qingqing, as you can see, I'm a family man now. Please don't contact me again. You'd better stick with your mic. You two really look like a match made in heaven. Even the idea of coming to me was a shared thought. Impressive. Gu Chun ended the call and completely blocked Xie Qingqing. There was no longer any possibility between them, and he wanted no further contact with her. Rejected, Xie Qingqing flew into a rage. She had just been putting on such a desperate, seductive show, practically debasing herself. Yet even so, that damned Gu Chun remained as cold as stone. If Gu Chun were before her now, Xie Qingqing would flay his skin, devour his flesh, and drink his blood. With a bang, she kicked open the bathroom door. She needed to find Mike and demand an explanation. What did he mean by our thoughts align? Was even this damned Ritterni going to abandon her? What right did he have? Mike, you better explain yourself. Did you secretly go see Gu Chun? What did you say behind my back? Xie Qingqing shrieked, losing all composure. Slap. But Mike was not one to be trifled with either. Hearing her words, his blood boiled, and he felt as if he might explode with fury. Without a second thought, he dealt her a stinging slap. You slut, how dare you question me? What were you doing in there? Did you think I didn't know? Mike said, his face dark as a storm cloud. What business is it of yours? Gu Chun is my ex-boyfriend. What's wrong with me contacting him? You useless waste, you actually want to betray me. What right do you have? Xie Qingqing continued her reckless tirade. What have you done since the apocalypse, you good for nothing? Have you killed a single monster? Found a scrap of food? You've done nothing but cower like a dog. Are you even a man? These words struck at the very core of Mike's manhood. He would never allow his dignity to be trampled into the dirt by this wanton woman. A surge of fury erupted in his heart, and he felt as though his very organs were seething with rage. He clenched his fists and began to pummel Xie Qingqing's face mercilessly. At that moment, Mike was like a maddened beast, his movements suggesting he intended to beat her to death. Even if this elite Ritterni was a pathetic excuse for a man, he was still stronger than her, and Xie Qingqing stood no chance against him. Soon her face was battered and swollen, blood streaming down, a truly pitiful sight. Fortunately, the commotion finally woke Yang Pingan, who had been sleeping like a log. Seeing his beloved woman so abused, he immediately charged forward and grappled with Mike. You little pretty boy, daring to hit my woman while I was asleep. He'll kill you. Yang Pingan used his burly frame to pin Mike down, raining blow after blow onto his face. Poor Mike tried to fight back, but was utterly helpless. How could he possibly match Yang Pingan? Yang's punches landed solidly, and soon Mike's face was swollen like a pig's, bloodied and battered, a truly miserable sight. Even his expensive glasses were shattered by Yang's fists. Mike lay on the ground like a dead dog, unable to move. Only then did Yang Pingan stop rushing to Xie Qingqing's side. Seeing her wretched state, his heart ached. Qingqing, my Qingqing, are you all right? This damned pretty boy dared to do this to you. In the transparent glass mirror of the bathroom, Xie Qingqing saw her own reflection. After Mike's brutal beating, her face, 90% artificially enhanced, was a bloody, unrecognizable mess. Without immediate treatment, she would be permanently disfigured, a complete monster. At that moment, her hatred for Mike, lying on the floor with his fate uncertain, was absolute. Brother Yang, kill this beast. Kill him, and it'll be yours. These explosive words struck Yang Pingan like a thunderbolt. Overjoyed, he asked, do you mean it? Upon receiving Xie Qingqing's firm confirmation, he was ecstatic. Without hesitation, he grabbed an iron rod and approached Mike, murder in his eyes. Kid, any last words? Mike was terrified. He truly did not want to die like this. He had studied abroad for so many years. He was an elite of society with a brilliant future ahead. How could he die like a rat in this dark, foul bathroom? No. Please. I don't want to die. Please. Qingqing, don't let him kill me. Mike crawled, his body covered in blood, to Xie Qingqing's feet, begging desperately. But looking at his pig-like face, she felt not a shred of pity. Now you beg for mercy. Where was that when you were hitting me at? Xie Qingqing put on an air of superiority, now holding the power of life and death over another. I was wrong. Qingqing, please. Mike pleaded, tears and snot streaming down his face. Brother Yang, do it. Tonight we'll never go hungry again. Xie Qingqing seemed transformed. Her cleanliness obsession, her noble upbringing, her morality, all cast aside. As long as she could survive, what did any of it matter? Roger that. Yang Pingan gloated inwardly. He was never one to be bound by morality, and with Xie Qingqing's approval, the demon within him was unleashed. Die. After you're gone, we'll make good use of your body, With those words, he swung the iron rod and brought it down hard on Mike. An hour later. Come on, Qingqing, eat more. You need to rest and recover. Yang Pingan carefully offered a piece of meat, afraid of hurting her. Xie Qingqing didn't stand on ceremony. She grabbed it and stuffed it into her mouth. If anyone else had seen their savage, bloodthirsty feasting, they would have been scared to death. This meal was the most satisfying they'd had since the apocalypse began, their first full stomach. After eating and drinking their fill, the lecherous Yang Pingan felt the urge again. Just as he was about to make a move, Xie Qingqing stopped him. Brother Yang, I know what you want. If you agree to one thing, I'll let you do whatever you want. Really? What is it? I want you to kill Gu Chun. Yang Pingan hated Gu Chun just as much. He would have done it even without her asking. He had been hiding in the cramped bathroom only out of fear of the monsters called predators. But now, after days without hearing any monster sounds, his confidence was growing. Fine. I promise. I didn't like that Gu Chun kid from the first moment I saw him. Even if you hadn't said anything, I'd have torn him apart. Yang Pingan thumped his chest in assurance. Xie Qingqing was satisfied with his attitude, but she remembered that Gu Chun now had many followers. Yang Pingan alone would be no match for them. Understanding her concern, he thought for a moment, then said with bursting confidence, "Ah, I've got it. They may have numbers, but they're nothing against firearms. If we get our hands on those, hee. Gu Chun is finished." Xie Qingqing asked, puzzled. "Firearms? You mean a gun?" Yang Pinggan nodded, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. "Remember those two bodyguards with Meng Jiaxing?" In the oppressive silence of the hotel corridor, a suffocating aura of death spread unchecked. Everywhere lay gruesome human corpses and alien predators. Of course, Xie Qingqing and Yang Pinggan had no idea that these creatures were called xenomorph predators. Xie Qingqing's mindset had undergone a drastic transformation. Even the hellish scene before her did not daunt her. Yet curiosity gnawed at her. How had these seemingly invincible monsters met their end? "Brother Yang, what happened to these creatures? So many of them are dead." "I don't know either." Yang Pinggan shook his head. Even he was utterly astonished, fully aware of how formidable these monsters were. He knew all too well how his own underlings had perished. But now the inexplicable demise of these monsters baffled him. Judging by their injuries, they seemed to have been crushed to death by an overwhelming gravitational force. Yet no human could possess such immense power. He could only surmise that an even more terrifying monster had emerged within the hotel. "Brother Yang, this is actually a good thing for us. With the last obstacle cleared, what leverage does Gu Chun have left?" Xie Qingqing declared triumphantly. In her view, the greatest hindrance to defeating Gu Chun was not his impenetrable safe room, but the menacing black monsters. With them gone, capturing Gu Chun would be a walk in the park. Indeed. Heaven helps us. Haha. Yang Pinggan laughed heartily, already envisioning the tortures he would inflict on Gu Chun once the safe room was breached. "But Gu Chun has many followers. We still need to find Meng Jiaxing. Once we have guns, those small fries won't stand a chance," Yang Pinggan said. Just then, rustling footsteps echoed from the corner corridor, sounding like more than one person. Yang Pinggan immediately became alert. "Qingqing, someone's coming. Let's hide." Yang Pinggan pulled Xie Qingqing aside, gripping his iron rod, tightly holding his breath, and ready to strike. The moment the first person appeared, Yang Pinggan swung the rod viciously toward their forehead. The person sensed the danger and retreated several meters, barely dodging the lethal blow. "Brother, how are you? Okay?" Two underlings rushed forward to ask. "I'm fine." Chun Hao shook his head, glaring at the familiar burly figure before him. "Damn scum, how dare you ambush me? They'll make you pay with your life." Just as Chun Hao was about to act, the imposing figure turned around, and Chun Hao finally recognized him. "It's you." They both exclaimed in shock, speaking in unison. "You're Yang Pinggan." "You're Chun Hao." Indeed, both were employees of the Intercontinental Hotel, just in different roles, so they naturally knew each other. Since the apocalypse began, their appearances hadn't changed much, though they looked more disheveled, and an intangible killing intent emanated from them. "Oh, it's you, kid. So you're still alive. Haha." Seeing an old colleague, Yang Pinggan relaxed his tense nerves. "Humph, you're not dead either." Chun Hao glanced at Xie Qingqing and said coldly. He didn't seem as cheerful as Yang Pinggan. His entire demeanor remained shrouded in a gloomy, ruthless aura. Yang Pinggan was surprised. Chun Hao used to be so honest and simple, but now that former self was nowhere to be found. Yang Pinggan also recognized the other two. With Chun Hao, they were hotel employees. Seeing them now address Chun Hao as big brother was quite unexpected. It seemed a lot had happened while he was holed up in the restroom. "What are you all up to?" Yang Pinggan asked, puzzled by the three men armed with guns and clubs, exuding murderous intent. "We're going to kill Gu Chun and avenge our fallen brothers," one of Chun Hao's underlings replied. Yang Pinggan was taken aback. "Gu Chun killed your comrades." In his memory, Gu Chun was such a scrawny weakling that he'd be lucky not to get killed himself, let alone kill others. "Yes, that bastard is terrifyingly strong. Many of our brothers died by his hand." Recalling that day, the underling couldn't stop trembling. It was brutally savage. Yang Pinggan was surprised, but didn't dwell on it. He was delighted to have found allies. "Humph, that bastard Gu Chun is way too arrogant. An outsider dares to seize the hotel's assets and even kill its employees. As part of this hotel, we must avenge this," Yang Pinggan said indignantly. "That bastard is indeed despicable, but he's also incredibly strong with many supporters. Killing him won't be easy." One underling sighed. They had prepared to risk everything today, yet still had no certainty of capturing Gu Chun. "Don't worry, I have a plan." Yang Pinggan smirked slyly. He then shared his plan with Chun Hao and the others, who perked up instantly, as if seeing light after prolonged darkness, their gloomy aura dissipating slightly. With guns, what did they have to fear from Gu Chun? Killing him would be as simple as a single bullet. The two quickly agreed to recruit Meng Jiaxing. But before that, Chun Hao suggested bringing along another old acquaintance. The expedition against Gu Chun needed to be stronger. The group arrived at the gym to find the robust Hong Lily, who was unusually dejected. Ever since her defeat by Gu Chun, she had lost all confidence. Alas, since that incident, Her Majesty has been like a different person, moping around the gym all day, completely demoralized. All thanks to that damned Gu Chun. Xiaolon spat venomously, his neck wrapped in a thick cast, looking like a patient fresh out of surgery. "I didn't expect Gu Chun to have some skills, even taming Lily like this." Yang Pingan was astonished. He knew all too well about Hong Lily's superhuman strength. She handled all the heavy labor in the hotel, and Yang Pingan had often taken advantage of her. It seemed Gu Chun did have something going for him, but that was as far as it would go. Lily, snap out of it. This time we have firearms. Well, make Gu Chun suffer, Yang Pingan said confidently. He then recounted the story of Meng Jiasheng's bodyguards with guns. Hong Lily's defeated gloom vanished, and she radiated renewed vigor, as if reborn. That heartless bastard, let's see how you die this time. Hong Lily was instantly brimming, with fighting spirit swiftly rallying all her gym followers to find Meng Jiasheng. However, when they finally reached Meng Jiasheng's room, following Yang Pingan's directions, they found that the cunning merchant had vanished from the face of the earth. The room held only unprocessed bleached bones, and the two relaxed bodyguards. Everyone understood what had happened, but by now they were used to it. Many of them had done the same. It was nothing out of the ordinary. Yang Pingan and the others stated their purpose. Since Meng Jiasheng was gone, their new partners naturally became the two brothers Long Wu and Huzi. Long Wu and Huzi had had unpleasant encounters with Gu Chun that night. If not for the sudden monster invasion, Gu Chun would never have escaped unscathed. They never expected that since the apocalypse began, this kid had monopolized the hotel's luxurious safe room, a mountain of exquisite gourmet food, and 3 top-tier celebrity actresses. Nor did they anticipate that this seemingly frail weakling now possessed the formidable strength to crush an entire coalition. Though they didn't know the specifics of that day, the fact that he single-handedly fought off dozens spoke volumes. After brief consideration, the two brothers agreed. Why refuse a sure-win deal? With the addition of Long Wu and Huzi, the two bodyguards, a new, more powerful coalition was forged. This time their morale was soaring, their confidence unprecedented, and they were determined to erase Gu Chun from this world completely. At the 16th floor of the Intercontinental Hotel, the International Conference Center. Since the apocalypse broke out, the once deserted meeting room now stood guarded by a dozen burly men exuding an air of arrogance. Their gazes were fixed on 5 individuals within the room who were the true focus of this gathering. Yang Pingan and the other 4 sat around an oval solid wood table, each wearing a faint self-satisfied smile. Once they eliminated their sole enemy, they would become the masters of this most luxurious hotel in Huaqing. Everyone's here. Let's begin, Chun Hao said calmly. As the initiator of this meeting, he believed a thorough plan was necessary before launching the final assault, unlike the last disorganized attempt that left them scattered by Gu Chun. What's the big deal? Why bother with a meeting? Let's just charge in and get it done. Yang Pingan complained, spreading his hands. He despised formalities, seeing it as utterly superfluous. I also think this meeting is necessary. That Gu Chun fellow does have some skills. Without a solid plan, I'm uneasy. Hong Lily voiced her support. The shadow of their last encounter with Gu Chun still haunted her. She wouldn't have agreed to this again, if not for Yang Pingan's mention of guns. I agree too. We need a detailed plan before acting, just like when we protect clients. If we can't identify potential risks, how can clients trust us with their lives? Long Wu said calmly. Long Wu and Huzi, having worked as bodyguards for over a decade, had deep insights into their trade. Seeing the 3 take Gu Chun so seriously, Yang Pingan sneered inwardly, but held his tongue. So any thoughts on how to deal with Gu Chun? Long Wu said, lighting a cigarette. Let me start. I was the first to attack Gu Chun's safe house. You might not know, but the door and walls are made of the toughest alloy, hard as a turtle shell. I smashed it with a hammer, but it did nothing, Yang Pingan said. Recalling that day, he still shuddered. That reckless hammer blow had attracted a terrifying predator that took out his underlings. Alloy. Huzi frowned. You heard it's from something called Waganga Super Tough. Yang Pingan replied. Long Wu mused briefly, then smiled. Simple. Use fire. Alloy conducts heat well. Light a fire outside and Gu Chun will have to flee the unbearable heat. But what if he doesn't come out? Yang Pingan asked. In that situation, even a beast would fight to escape. Do you think Gu Chun is worse than a beast? Long Wu sneered. Yang Pingan's eyes lit up with excitement, right? Why didn't I think of that? What a fool I am. Long Wu's expertise earned the trio's respect, boosting their confidence. The safe house is dealt with. Next are his followers. You said there are quite a few. Long Wu said. Yes. I counted about 23 survivors from the hotel, Chun Hao replied. Long Wu sensed something and stared at Chun Hao. How do you know so precisely? Chun Hao remained silent, merely clapping his hands. 2 men in waiter uniforms entered, escorting a balding man. Manager Du of the hotel. Spare me, sirs. Am innocent, truly innocent. Manager Du knelt, kowtowing and begging. This man is the hotel manager and also the admin of the survivors' mutual aid group. Those fence-sitters pledged loyalty to Gu Chun in that group. He knows it all, don't you, Manager Du? Chun Hao said, pointing at the bruised manager with a smile. Yes, you're right. But I only pretended to submit. Please don't kill me. Manager Du confessed. Hey, the admin, huh? Long Wu looked up thoughtfully, then said, don't worry, we won't kill you. You're still useful. Manager Du sighed in relief, kowtowing again. Thank you for sparing me. He'll do whatever you ask. Watching the once surrogate manager do now so spineless, Hong Lily sneered, pointing at the muscular men behind her. Humph. Those rabble are nothing. Look at my men. Each can take on 10. The muscular men thought. Your Majesty, don't misunderstand. We may look strong, but we're actually weak. This muscle is just for show to pick up girls. Fighting. No way. But none dared speak it aloud. Excellent. So the follower problem is solved too. Now only Gu Chen remains. You said he's incredibly strong, right? Long Wu asked. As a professional bodyguard, Long Wu handled things methodically, which was why Meng Jiaxing had hired him at a high price. Yes. That man is formidable. Hong Lily had the most say on Gu Chen's strength. The terrifying scene of her 300-plus-pound body being flung away was still vivid. So what if he's strong? Just shoot him when he shows up. Yang Pingan said dismissively. Actually, I need to tell you all something. We do have guns, but we used most of the bullets that night. Now, we have only one left, Long Wu said, glancing at Hu Zi. Hu Zi looked back in surprise, wondering, did Long Gu misremember? Don't we have 4 bullets left? I see. Then we must strike decisively, leaving no chance for Gu Chen. Shun Hao said gravely. With only 1 bullet, their margin for error was 0. Yes, this bullet is precious. We can't afford to miss. So before I fire, I need you 3 to pin Gu Chen down. Long Wu said. 3. Shun Hao and the others were puzzled. Wasn't it 4? Was Hu Zi just watching? Why only us 3? Can't your brother join in? More strength, more power. Yang Pingan blurted. Long Wu waved his hand. No. Hu Zi stays with me. He has other plans. Yang Pingan, Shun Hao and Hong Lily were displeased. Why should they be the ones to restrain Gu Chen while Hu Zi did nothing? But Long Wu's earlier professionalism had established him as the leader, so they said nothing more. As long as Gu Chen was dealt with, the details didn't matter. Fine. We'll find a way to trap him, and you deliver the killing blow, Shun Hao said. Good. Then it's settled. We'll assemble at 4 p.m. and launch the final assault on Gu Chen. Long Wu announced, standing. Huh. Why not now? The sooner we take care of Gu Chen, the sooner we seize everything. Yang Pingan scratched his head in confusion. Yeah. Attacking now would catch him off guard. If we wait until afternoon, word might leak, and hell be prepared, Shun Hao added. No. Before that, we need to bolster our numbers to reduce the chance of failure. The trio's minds raced, then they understood. If the enemy outnumbered them, their encirclement of Gu Chen would be compromised, and Long Wu's final shot would be uncertain. Long Wu was truly professional. How do we bolster our numbers? Yang Pingan asked. Blowing a perfect smoke ring, Long Wu pointed at manager Du, still kneeling him. After the meeting, Yang Pingan, Hong Lily, and Shun Hao each left with their underlings to make preparations. Long Wu walked over to manager Du, who was still kneeling on the ground, and looked down at him imposingly, saying, Tell everyone in the group to surrender immediately if they know what's good for them. Otherwise, no one will be spared. Yes, yes, yes. They'll do it right now. Manager Du trembled and scrambled out, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura Long Wu exuded. Wait. Don't you dare leak anything about the pistols. If I find out, your life is over. Long Wu warned. Rest assured, Lord Long, I will keep it a secret. After manager Du left, the vast meeting room was left with only Long Wu and Hu Zi. Brother Long, I don't quite understand. You said at the meeting we only have 1 bullet, but don't we still have 4? Did you misremember? Hu Zi leaned in and asked. Long Wu smiled faintly. I didn't misremember. We do indeed have 4 bullets. Hu Zi's confusion deepened. Long Wu clasped his hands behind his back, walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at Flower City like the owner of the hotel. Of these 4 bullets, only 1 is for Gu Chen. As for the other 3, they are for those 3. What? Hu Zi was shocked. Who else could those 3 be? None other than Yang Pingan, Hong Lily, and Shun Hao. Weren't they allies on the same side? Why would Brother Long want to harm them? A sinister smile curled at the corner of Long Wu's mouth as he said, After Gu Chen is dead, they'll surely want a piece of the pie. But why should I share with them? Isn't it better for us 2 brothers to take it all? Besides, it's just the 2 of us while they have numbers. If we don't take them out now, they'll turn on us. With only 4 bullets, how will we deal with them, then? Long Wu's explanation cleared Hu Zi's mind. In this world, it was kill or be killed. Only by striking first could they firmly grasp the initiative. Brother Long, so that's it. I understand now. If they get killed by Gu Chen, so be it. But if they survive, we 2 brothers will have to see them off properly. Long Wu said cunningly. All right. These bumpkins are laughable, not knowing death is upon them. Hu Zi was thrilled, already imagining the luxurious life after victory. Once Gu Chen and the others were eliminated, all the hotel supplies would be theirs, a lifetime's worth of delicacies they could never afford before. All the women would also be theirs, including the lofty female celebrities. In the past, as mere bodyguards, they wouldn't have dared to dream of it. Now it was about to come true. Suddenly Hu Zi seemed to remember something, and pulled out his phone to send a message. Tiger Power Wang Su, are you dead or alive? If you're alive, get to the Intercontinental Hotel quickly. I'm about to fulfill my promise. Wang Su was Hu Zi's childhood friend from the same village. They had grown up together like brothers. Hu Zi had sworn they would share weal and woe, and now that the chance to rise had come, he couldn't forget his brother. After all, there are 3 female celebrities. He and Brother Long couldn't possibly enjoy them all. Star elder brother Huzi am still alive. But the place is crawling with terrifying monsters. I'm probably about done for too. Tiger Power good news. The top hotel in Flower City has been taken by me and Brother Long. Get over here. There are supplies and women aplenty. Star elder, actually I've got women here too. Maybe you'll pass. The risk is pretty high. Tiger Power, what are your women compared to this? You know the SP girl group. Shue Shir, Xia Beijing Mu Yuman, those 3 peerless beauties. If you don't come, Brother Long, and I will have to work a little harder. Holy shit. Shue Shir, Xia Beijing Mu Yuman. How could Wang Su not know them? He was their diehard fan, his home plastered with their photos. Every night, he would do unspeakable things while staring at them. Star elder, to hell with the monsters. I'm coming now. Brother, you're a true friend. Meanwhile, Manager Du quickly composed his message. Bald Jade, everyone, fellow survivors of the hotel, after a painful reflection, I must sever ties with the bandit Guchun. He is nothing but a trivial electrician, yet he now relies on brute force to bully and oppress us. This is utterly detestable. Such a person must pay with blood. Now a group of wise individuals has formed a new alliance to launch a final counterattack against the bandit Guchun. I hereby solemnly invite everyone to join the righteous cause against the bandit Guchun. If anyone remains obstinate, they will bear the consequences. Manager Du's words were like a bombshell stirring up an uproar. Iceman, huh? Am I seeing things? What the hell is this bald guy babbling about? Hasn't he woken up yet? By been true do bald, are you out of your mind? Weren't you Guchun's loyal follower? Now you suddenly want to attack him. Are you born a traitor? Shall see wait another crusade. Haven't they learned their lesson from last time? Wasn't the beating bad enough? General Merchant no Manager Du was in the last attack. He wouldn't say something so stupid without good reason. He must be confident. Carefree Donkey makes sense. If so, this is trouble. Maybe we should switch sides too. Being a lackey to an electrician doesn't sit well with me. Livin' now, hey, what are you people thinking? Betraying us. With your spineless principles attitude, who would want to deal with you? Brother Guchun, some people are defecting. Come and sort them out. 3000 Dawn. While the group was in chaos, Guchun was lost in the enchanting scene in the kitchen. He leaned against the doorframe admiring the incredibly graceful curves of Shue Shir and Mu Yuman. The two were truly top-tier beauties. Even such a simple act as cooking was a delight to behold. No wonder the sweet pink girl group had become the hottest act around. Just as Guchun was enjoying this brief moment of bliss, Xia Beijing rushed over in a panic. Honey, something terrible has happened. What's wrong? It's them. Those bastards are coming for us again. Xia Beijing handed him her phone showing the messages in the group. Guchun took it and frowned slightly. What the hell did these idiots want now? Hadn't they learned their lesson last time? Or did they have some new scheme up their sleeves? Unbeknownst to Guchun, a hunt was quietly unfolding against him. Bald Jade, I'll say this one last time. Surrender now if you know what's good for you, or brace for annihilation. You have only 1 hour left. Under Manager Du's relentless pressure, many survivors with weaker mental fortitude switched sides, joining the so-called righteous faction. Of course, there were also survivors unaware of the coalition's true nature who still stood by Guchun. They had to choose between Guchun and the coalition. It was a life-or-death ultimate showdown with no middle ground. 3000 Dawn Ball, do you dare poach my people right under my nose? Do you truly hold me in such contempt? As Guchun himself appeared, Manager Du's mind involuntarily replayed that unforgettable scene of the invincible war god, and he couldn't help but gasp in shock. But now that he had chosen the opposing side despite his deep fear of Guchun, he had to steel himself and press on. Bald Jade, Guchun, you brat, you're just a reckless whelp bullying others with brute force. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? I tell you, today at 4 in the afternoon is your doom. 3000 Dawn, oh my, don't you people ever consult the almanac. Last time it was 4 and now again. How dare you? How laughable. Live in the moment, ha. Brother Guchun is right, these fools want to repeat their past mistakes. In that case, brother, don't hold back. Annihilate every invader. Bald Jade, I warn you, don't get too cocky. This time the coalition is far stronger than before. If you don't come to your senses, prepare to collect your own corpses. 3000 Dawn, alright Baldy, they'll be waiting for you this afternoon. Let's see who ends up burying whom. Realizing he was marked for death by Guchun, Manager Dus' legs trembled uncontrollably. But since matters had come to this, he could only pin all his hopes on that final bullet. If he could kill with one strike, all the better. Otherwise his own miserable life might truly be forfeit. Guchun looked up and pondered. Manager Du was obviously a coward, yet now he dared to speak so arrogantly. Clearly he had gained some new support. If it were still the same defeated troops as before, he wouldn't act so emboldened. After a moment's thought, Guchun decided it was necessary to rally his followers. 3000 Dawn, everyone, through this time together, I believe you've come to know me, Guchun. I'm not one to seek trouble, but I've never been one to avoid it. If anyone dares to cross me, I'll make them pay a heavy price. Now you're free to choose. If you opt to join the so-called coalition, I won't blame you, but don't expect any mercy from me. But if you choose to stand with me and resist the coalition, each of you will get at least a caddy of pork. A caddy of pork. This sentence struck like a depth charge, exploding all the lurking fish into the open. After all, these survivors subsisted on mere scraps of bread daily. They could barely fill their stomachs, let alone enjoy luxuries like meat. Now Gu-chun was offering a whole caddy of pork. Such extravagance. Many wavering survivors upon seeing this made up their minds to firmly stand with Gu-chun. Merchant Lu Boss Gu, say no more. I Lu Han am with you all the way. Live in the moment, brother Gu-chun, we're your most loyal followers. Talk like this hurts our bond. Old Huang here will forever be your hound. This time I'll bite those bastards to death. Watching his underlings pledge their allegiance, Gu-chun felt quite satisfied. Though these men were weaklings, they could handle the coalition's small fry. Gu-chun had no intention of taking on everyone alone. It wasn't that he lacked confidence in his abilities, but that it was unnecessary. In the apocalypse, he needed to be more cautious. Honey, they seem prepared this time. You must be careful, Shue Shirshir said, holding Gu-chun's hands with concern. If only we could help. Sigh, Mu Yuman leaned against Gu-chun's chest, her low voice tinged with helplessness. I believe brother Gu-chun can beat those scoundrels again. Xia Bijin clenched her little fists with furrowed brows, her expression both amusing and adorable. Gu-chun smiled faintly. He had full confidence in himself. This was the perfect chance to ensure none of them returned, eradicating them once and for all. Gu-chun reached out lightly into the void. A dozen kitchen knives and iron tools, as if tugged by a powerful force, flew toward him with sharp whistles like lightning. The moment they neared Gu-chun, with a flicker of his will, all the iron implements froze in midair, steady and strange. A scene both sci-fi and eerie. Gu-chun pulled out a gleaming boning knife and said in an icy tone, "That's right. This time no one gets away." Time quickly arrived at 4 in the afternoon. In the corridor outside the safe house, an oppressive aura spread silently. Outside the door, a scattered group of about 20 survivors had gathered, all supporters of Gu-chun. Facing the impending coalition attack, they knew it would be a hard battle. Everyone's face was grim, their hearts filled with anxiety. The clock on the wall ticked away, each sound like a heavy stone crashing onto their fragile hearts. In their agonizing wait, a rumbling noise rose from downstairs. Sweat dripped uncontrollably from their gripped weapons. They were both nervous and terrified. After a brief wait, the coalition's imposing formation came into view. This time the coalition was even larger, at least 2 or 3 times their numbers. Their momentum was also more formidable and spirited. Unlike last time, when Hong Lily led alone, this time there were 3 leaders. Apart from Hong Lily, Yang Pingan and Chun Hao were also prominent. They strode forward like domineering gangster bosses, exuding a fierce and unrivaled aura, instantly crushing the survivors with an intense sense of oppression. When they were about 20 meters from the safe house, Yang Pingan raised his hand to signal a halt. Looking back at his pack of wolf-like underlings, a surge of unprecedented pride swelled in Yang Pingan's heart. He flicked his trench coat, stepped forward, and shouted at the trembling survivors, "Where's that brat, Gu-chun? Come out and face your death." The survivors were startled by his booming voice. They glanced back at the tightly shut safe house door, their panic deepening. Gu-chun had told them to wait outside. Could it be that he wouldn't come out, leaving these brothers to die? Seeing the safe house remain silent, Yang Pingan couldn't help but sneer. "You worthless lot, choosing to follow that brat Gu-chun. Such poor judgment. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't surrender, don't blame me for being ruthless." Yang Pingan's words weighed on them like boulders, crushing their spirits. But for that precious caddy of pork, they were willing to risk it all. "Yang Pingan, if you're going to fight, just fight. Spare the nonsense," a survivor in the crowd shouted. "Fine. So you've got backbone." Yang Pingan sneered. "They'll start the countdown now. If your master hasn't come out to die by the time I'm done, I'll make an example of you. 10, 9, 8. Wait." Just as Yang Pingan was counting down, a male voice, deep yet tinged with tension, rang out. Yang Pingan looked up and immediately furrowed his brow. "What do you want now, eh?" Yang Pingan asked, displeasedly looking at the muscular man before him. Indeed, this muscular powerhouse was none other than Xiaolan. So far, everything today was largely the same as the last assault. Especially the countdown, which made Xiaolan's already uneasy heart even more anxious. "I think we should skip the countdown and just start the slaughter directly," Xiaolan suggested. Yang Pingan found this fellow utterly unreasonable. Didn't movies always have a countdown before an attack? So what if he followed suit? It was truly exasperating. "Get lost. I insist on counting down." With that, he shoved Xiaolan aside and raised his voice to continue. 10, 9, 8. His sonorous voice was like a solemn judgment, each number making everyone tremble in fear. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. They understood that as soon as the last number was called, a merciless massacre would begin. Those few numbers felt like an eternity. Finally, Yang Pingan uttered the final digit, yet the safe house door showed no sign of opening. The survivors on their side were deeply disappointed. It seemed Gu-chun intended to use them as cannon fodder. "So Gu-chun, you're determined to be a turtle hiding in your shell, aren't you? Fine." Yang Pingan coldly swept his gaze over the crowd, waved his hand, and barked, "Kill all these stubborn fools. Every last one of them." Bang! Just as Yang Pingan was shouting for blood, the tightly shut door finally opened. There a familiar slender figure appeared before everyone's eyes. All eyes instantly focused on this young man. Their expressions varied. Some showed fear, others scorn, and some relief. The most excited were the survivors on their side. Gu Chen's arrival gave them a glimmer of hope for victory. Without this strongest combatant, they stood no chance against the enemy's formidable coalition. The survivors on their side voluntarily made way. Under everyone's gaze, Gu Chen walked forward with his head held high and steady steps. His calm demeanor showed no sign of being affected by the enemy's momentum. Gu Chen, you've finally shown yourself, haven't you? Yang Pingan stared intently at Gu Chen, uttering each word through gritted teeth. He had waited so long for this day. Recalling that failed attack, not only had he lost face, but all his followers had perished. He himself had hidden like a rat in a stinking toilet, enduring untold misery. Now with the culprit behind it all before him, Yang Pingan secretly vowed to tear him to pieces. Yes. If I didn't show myself, would I just let you bark like a dog here? So annoying. Gu Chen said lightly, a mocking expression on his face as he looked at this brawny but simple-minded brute. Glancing at the coalition from the corner of his eye, Gu Chen understood. It was the same old recipe, the same old flavor. If there was any difference, it was the addition of Yang Pingan and Xie Qingqing. But would they be the key to victory or defeat? What a joke. Gu Chen, for old-time sake, if you kneel and kowtow now to admit your mistakes, I might consider asking Brother Yang to give you a quick death. Xie Qingqing raised her head proudly. This lineup was more than 10 times stronger than their first assault, so her arrogance was understandable. Xie Qingqing's hatred for this man was etched into her bones. She could never forget that night of utter despair when she had cast aside all dignity as a woman, flirting and fawning over Gu Chen only for him to remain unmoved and treat her like a joke. Under the camera, she had never been so degraded. This was her shame, an indelible scar that only Gu Chen's death could heal. What? Your might can't be relied on anymore. Now it's Brother Yang. Gu Chen sneered mercilessly. You? The blatant mockery made Xie Qingqing's blood boil. Her eyes widened, but it was an undeniable truth. Ever since Gu Chen appeared, Hong Lili and Chunhao's gazes had never left him. Although Hong Lili hated Gu Chen, when she saw this familiar young man, her eyes held deep fear alongside anger. Chunhao, on the other hand, radiated murderous intent, wishing he could devour him alive. That day his good colleague and brother had died at his hands. No matter what, even if it cost him his life, he would have his revenge today. Yang Pingan, why waste words with him? Let's go. Without further ado, Chunhao swung his rusted iron rod and charged at Gu Chen in swift strides. At the same time, Yang Pingan acted immediately. Raising his iron hammer high, he brought it down with a whistling force aimed directly at Gu Chen's head. Die! Faced with the sudden eruption of battle, everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed unblinkingly on the three combatants. In their view, Yang Pingan and Chunhao moved swiftly, their hammer and rod leaving afterimages in the air as they headed straight for Gu Chen, seemingly about to succeed. However, to Gu Chen, whose physical capabilities had increased tenfold, their movements appeared slowed down several times. With a slight sidestep, he easily dodged the fatal blow. Undeterred by the missed strike, Yang Pingan and Chunhao let out a loud roar and swung their weapons again, launching another attack. They flanked him from left and right, forming a pincer. Each strike carried immense destructive force. Under their assault, large holes were smashed into the walls, and the floor did not escape damage either. Yet their ferocious attacks left no real damage on Gu Chen. He moved like a fluttering butterfly, weaving freely between their strikes, evading each one with perfect timing. After several failed attempts, a sweaty Yang Pingan grew increasingly agitated. Brad, are you just going to dodge? How disappointing. Though he said this, Yang Pingan was still shocked by Gu Chen's agility. If it were him, he would have been beaten to a pulp. After a few probing moves, Gu Chen had figured out their capabilities. They were barely above ordinary people. Honestly, they couldn't even compare to Hong Lili. Gu Chen truly wondered, was this their trump card? If so, there was no need to waste time. Come on. This time I want dodge. Gu Chen smiled. Seeing his relaxed demeanor infuriated Yang Pingan and Chunhao. They immediately unleashed their full strength, swinging viciously at Gu Chen. This time Gu Chen didn't evade. He simply watched their movements descend. Yang Pingan and Chunhao rejoiced, thinking they were about to succeed. But just as the hammer and rod were about to hit Gu Chen's face, his suddenly raised hand caught them firmly. What's this, say? The two were horrified. They gritted their teeth and struggled with all their might to break free. Yet even as sweat poured down and veins bulged, it was futile. Before Gu Chen, Yang Pingan and Chunhao were like pathetic clowns. They exchanged glances, seeing deep shock in each other's eyes. Then simultaneously they let go and threw fist-sized punches aimed at Gu Chen's chest. Thump! Thump! Gu Chen sneered inwardly. He swung the captured weapons down heavily onto their arms. The two immediately felt a heart-wrenching pain that nearly made them faint. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Xia Bijin finally awoke, her entire body aching from the strenuous activities of the previous night. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she asked Sister Shirshir, Sister Yumin, where is Brother Gu Chen? Still calling him Brother Gu Chen. We heard everything you two were up to last night, Shue teased. The two had risen earlier and were now sitting on the sofa painting their nails. Upon hearing this, Xia Bijin's face flushed a captivating crimson. You're now one of Guchen's women, so your address needs to keep up with the times. Mu Yuman chuckled. Well, alright. Xia Bijin was barely in her early 20s, and calling someone husband at this age was indeed a struggle to utter. Yet after the first time it became much smoother. Guchen went out early this morning. He said he wanted to go kill some monsters for fun. Shue continued. Sigh. I really don't understand those boys. Why can't they just have fun with us? He has to go looking for terrifying monsters to play with, and if he's not careful, he could get hurt. Mu Yuman pouted, somewhat puzzled. Before the apocalypse, men would go wild just by her glance, enough to keep them excited all night. But Guchen had left them behind to go fight monsters. Don't say that, Sister Yuman. Guchen, my husband is doing this to protect us better, Xia Bijin said with a smile, then suddenly remembering something. Oh dear, Guchen must not have had breakfast yet. I need to make him a meal so it's ready when he returns. With that, she dashed into the kitchen, tied on a pink apron, and began bustling about. Holding the spatula, she looked utterly flustered. This was her first time cooking. How should she start? Should she light the fire first, or prepare the ingredients? Or should she aim to astonish him with a spectacular dish that would leave Guchen pleasantly surprised? Xia Bijin propped her head deep in thought, and finally decided on making a heart-shaped fried rice. She took out some rice, and placed it in the rice cooker, filling it with plenty of water. That's right, more water is needed to cook it properly. While the rice was cooking, she fetched carrots, ham, and green beans, but preparing these ingredients required a certain level of knife skill. Xia Bijin gripped the kitchen knife with both hands, and carefully sliced, barely managing to cut off a piece of carrot. But the pace was far too slow. If she took this long to prepare all the garnishes, this breakfast wouldn't be ready until evening. Sigh. I really am no genius. Xia Bijin let out a sigh. With Guchen due back soon, time was pressing, so she changed her plan and decided to boil eggs. Undoubtedly the simplest option. As expected, Guchen returned shortly after. Without a second thought, Xia Bijin quickly fished the egg out of the pot and trotted over to Guchen. Guchen, my husband, try the breakfast I carefully prepared for you, she said, beaming as she handed him an egg. Wow, little Bijin is so thoughtful, Guchen said, touched. He took the egg and tapped it with his finger. With a crack, the shell broke and raw yolk and egg white splattered all over his hand. This is still raw. Are you sure you boiled it? Xia Bijin averted her gaze, then tilted her head and said, honey, you don't understand cooking. Eggs are meant to be eaten raw. That's how they're nutritious. Guchen was left speechless. In the narrow and oppressive hotel corridor, the pig-like screams of Chun Hao and Yang Pingan echoed incessantly, sending chills down one's spine. Damn it, what are you waiting for? Help me. Chun Hao, supporting his nearly crippled arm, roared at Hong Lily, who was still watching the show behind him. Hong Lily snapped back to reality, as if waking from a dream. Their utterly miserable state once again stirred the deep-seated fear within her. This thin man had already cast a heavy shadow over her heart. But now, with no way to retreat, she had no choice but to see this through to the bitter end. With a fierce yell, Hong Lily's face twisted in rage as she charged at Gu Chun like an enraged rhinoceros, her mountainous body thundering forward. Each of her steps was heavy and powerful, causing the entire floor to tremble with a booming roar, making anyone unaware of the situation think an earthquake was occurring. Seeing Hong Lily's formidable assault, Gu Chun remained unfazed. A relaxed smile spread across his face as he readied his footing. Catch this. With a sudden kick, his right foot shot forward, carrying an overwhelming force that slammed into the chests of Yang Pingan and Chun Hao. The two were sent flying as if struck by a cannonball, crashing directly into the bear-like figure. The immense impact knocked the charging Hong Lily to the ground. Fortunately, her sturdy build barely allowed her to withstand the heavy blow. Even so, she ended up with a battered face, looking utterly disheveled. But Yang Pingan and Chun Hao lacked such physical resilience. After receiving that powerful kick, they felt as if their ribs were shattered, with blood gushing from their throats like a spring, their insides wrenched in unbearable agony. Silence fell over the scene. The coalition forces watched in stunned disbelief. Their three strongest fighters lay utterly helpless before Gu Chun. Their hearts sank, and the initial surge of morale rapidly dwindled. In stark contrast, the survivors on Gu Chun's side erupted in cheers and joyful shouts, celebrating as if it were New Year's. Gu Chun, you're awesome. Gu Chun, you are the lightning, you are the light, you are the only myth. Haha, see if you bastards still dare to mess with my brother. Go to hell. Once many of them had been among those condemning Gu Chun, gnashing their teeth in fury as they watched him crush the coalition. But now, with their roles reversed, their feelings were completely different. The ones being beaten were the enemy. The stronger Gu Chun was, the more they reveled in it. They had chosen the right side. Yang Pingan never imagined that this insignificant brat he had always dismissed could possess such terrifying power. A casual attack from him was something Yang Pingan could never achieve, even after a century of training. Chun Hao was no better. When he saw his brothers being kicked around like soccer balls, he hadn't realized the extent of Gu Chun's strength. Only now, after enduring 2 solid blows, did he finally understand. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. If not for his regular exercise, he too would have followed his brother's fate. With the coalition's three main combatants defeated, their once high morale plummeted to rock bottom. Seeing the opportune moment, Gu Chun immediately commanded, "Listen up. Kill every single one of these delusional bastards in front of you. For each head you take, I'll reward you with 100 gene of pork." His words struck like thunder from the heavens, stirring a massive wave of excitement among his survivors. Heavens! 100 gene of pork. In this world it was almost unimaginable. Even catching a whiff of pork was difficult, let alone actually eating it. And now Gu Chun was promising 100 gene. They were ecstatic. All the survivors, as if injected with two-century-old stimulant, had a terrifying red gleam in their eyes. The sight made the coalition's underlings tremble and fear, their hair, standing on end, their will to fight completely shattered. Beat them to death. At Gu Chun's command, the survivors charged at the coalition like a pack of starving wolves. They were immensely excited, their morale soaring, unleashing 10 times their usual combat power. Though the coalition outnumbered them several times over, they showed no sign of weakness in spirit. And the results were the same. The battlefield was filled with deafening shouts and cries. The more the coalition fought, the more their hearts quaked. Even many muscular tough guys were being pummeled by scrawny survivors. Damn, who said we were strong? These guys don't even like fighting. Yeah, I only worked out to pick up girls. Brother, I was wrong, please stop hitting me. The coalition was a mess of wailing, a pitiful sight. Yang Ping and Hong Lily and Chun Hao's hearts ached. They had never expected such a crushing defeat. Well then, let's begin. But this time I'm going all out. Gu Chun cracked his knuckles, a chilling smile on his face. Yang Ping and the others were horrified. The previous attacks were already terrifying enough, yet Gu Chun hadn't even used his full strength. If he truly struck with all his might, would they even have a chance to survive? The three exchanged glances, seeing nothing but sheer terror in each other's eyes. What do we do? He's going to kill us. Xiaolan crept up to Hong Lily, trembling. Hong Lily's eyes narrowed into slits. After a moment's thought, she said coldly to Xiaolan, "I'm sorry, but we have no choice." The cryptic words sent a chill down Xiaolan's spine. He had a very bad feeling. But before he could figure it out, Hong Lily grabbed him and lifted him high. "Hey, what are you doing? Put me down. You crazy woman, stop it." Xiaolan's panicked pleas did not soften Hong Lily's heart. She glared venomously at the approaching young man and said, "Xiaolan, for all of us, die." With that, Hong Lily's face contorted in extreme malice. She hurled Xiaolan with all her might toward Gu Chun. Xiaolan's face turned ashen as he flew helplessly through the air. The next second, Gu Chun's terrifying fist slammed into him. With a thunderous crash, his body flew back uncontrollably like a willow in the wind. Under Gu Chun's full-force blow, Xiaolan felt as if a massive hole had been punched through his body. An indescribable pain instantly engulfed him, and his consciousness rapidly faded. Even before he hit the ground, he was already dead. "Humph, a human sandbag. Hong Lily, you really are willing to sacrifice." Gu Chun sneered, easily countering Hong Lily's human sacrifice tactic. But before he could finish, a sudden change occurred. "Die, you bastard." After hurling Xiaolan away with a single punch, a thick cloud of white smoke was abruptly scattered from Hong Lily, who followed closely behind. In an instant, the white smoke engulfed Gu Chun like a dense fog. At that moment, Gu Chun's vision turned into a vast expanse of white, and he could see nothing. In that fleeting moment, Hong Lily, Chun Hao, and Yang Ping lunged forward like suicide soldiers, locking onto Gu Chun with lightning speed. Hong Lily coiled around Gu Chun's waist like a python, while Chun Hao and Yang Ping, one on each side, clung tightly to his legs, ignoring the piercing pain. "He didn't expect that, did you? I searched for a long time to find magnesium powder. This stuff is in gyms, and I never thought it would come in so handy," Hong Lily said with great pride. After the meeting to plan the attack on Gu Chun, the three of them had been pondering how to delay him for a while. After much thought, Hong Lily came up with the idea of using magnesium powder from the gym. Those muscular men often coated their hands with magnesium powder to increase friction during workouts. So that was it. Gu Chun thought the texture of that white smoke felt familiar. It was magnesium powder. Before the apocalypse, he used to watch ball games, and there was a bald athlete from America who always tossed magnesium powder before the game to show off his kingly aura. "So what? Do you think this is enough to defeat me? Ridiculous." Gu Chun sneered coldly. After all that effort, they had only managed to trap him. To be blunt, with these little nobodies, Gu Chun could break free with just a slight exertion of strength. "Of course we know we can't, but he can." Chun Hao said with a gloomy face, shouting sharply toward the corner of the corridor. "Longwu, why haven't you made your move yet?" Chun Hao and the others never expected to defeat Gu Chun on their own. All they had to do was follow the plan and immobilize Gu Chun for that brief moment, creating a chance for Longwu to deliver a fatal blow. At Chun Hao's shout, a burly man in a suit stepped out from the corner, holding a silver pistol in his hand. Without hesitation, Longwu aimed the gun at Gu Chun's forehead and pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, a chilling bullet shot out from the dark muzzle at lightning speed. Only then did Gu Chen realize that the Alliance's audacity to attack him despite the great risk stemmed not from the two extra fighters, but from Long Wu, or to be precise the gun in Long Wu's hand. In the world of ordinary people, no matter how strong one was, could they be stronger than a gun? Could they be faster than a bullet? Yang Pinggan and the others were overjoyed. They had finally completed their mission. If this bullet hit Gu Chen, all the pain they had endured would be worth it. The underlings who were still locked in battle also stopped watching this scene, with a mix of shock and delight. At this moment none felt worse than Gu Chen's followers. When Long Wu fired at Gu Chen, their first thought was, it's over. The situation had been so favorable, but now that their backbone Gu Chen was restrained and would likely be killed by this bullet, they didn't know what to say. They could almost foresee that with Gu Chen's death their own fate would be far from good, and they would likely be executed on the spot by the Alliance. At that moment some of them began to regret why they hadn't joined the Alliance in the first place. Was it worth risking their lives for that one gene of pork? The look of regret was still on their faces, but in the next second their expressions suddenly froze. Their eyes bulged like copper bells, and their jaws nearly dropped from their faces. Because in their field of vision the bullet that had been fired actually stopped. About 50 centimeters away from Gu Chen. Yes, the silver bullet hung motionless in the air, as if an invisible hand in the void had firmly grasped it. No one could comprehend this magical and bizarre scene, it completely defied their understanding. Hong Lili, Yang Pinggan, and Chun Hao were utterly dumbfounded, especially Hong Lili, who had the clearest view from her angle. The bullet had stopped right in front of her eyes. Brother Long, what? What's going on? Hu Zi stammered. Having been a bodyguard all his life, he had never seen anything so strange. And how would Long Wu know? At that moment his brows were twisted like a pretzel. But he was a professional bodyguard, and his excellent composure under pressure quickly calmed him down. If one shot didn't work, he'd fire a few more. Not every bullet could be so freakish, right? Bang, bang, bang. Long Wu pulled the trigger, firing the remaining 3 bullets all at once. The 3 who had thought the plan had failed were shocked to see Long Wu fire 3 more bullets. Damn, it didn't they say there was only 1 bullet? Why were there 4? Their minds raced, and only then did they realize that Long Wu had held back. Those 3 bullets were likely meant for them, their allies. How insidious, truly insidious. Even if they managed to kill Gu Chen today as the heroes, they wouldn't escape a tragic end. In the blink of an eye the other 3 bullets also arrived. But as expected they joined the first bullet, all 4 stopping in perfect alignment in the air. This scene looked both sci-fi and eerie. Who the hell are you? Long Wu could no longer stay calm, pointing at Gu Chen and stammering. A gentle breeze from the window brushed past, lightly lifting the boy's refreshing bangs. His still youthful face sneered. Me? I'm your grandpa. Go. With a loud shout from Gu Chen, the 4 bullets simultaneously reversed direction and whistled toward Long Wu and Hu Zi at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye the 2 bodyguards were pierced through the head by the bullets, blood gushing out as they fell dead on the spot. You. Seeing Long Wu and Hu Zi both dead, Yang Pinggan pointed at Gu Chen, his finger trembling uncontrollably. He stammered, trying to say something, but after a long pause he couldn't utter a word. Chun Hao and Hong Lili were also ashen-faced. Clearly this young man possessed some special ability to control bullets, something they had only ever seen on TV, never imagining it would happen to them. Gu Chen's physique was already extraordinarily strong, and now he could even manipulate objects from a distance. As ordinary people, how could they possibly fight against that? Not just the 3 of them, but all the Alliance members, including Manager Du and Xie Qingqing, couldn't help but feel deep regret. How foolish were they to oppose such a monster? I was wrong. Please, don't kill me. Yang Pinggan couldn't help but beg for mercy. Too late. Gu Chen waved his hand lightly, and the 4 bullets drilled out of Long Wu and Hu Zi's heads, then shot into Chun Hao, Yang Pinggan, and Hong Lili. Without any resistance they watched helplessly as the bullets pierced their bodies. Perhaps they understood that any further struggle would be futile. Outside the Intercontinental Hotel chaos reigned, with screams piercing the sky. But inside the hotel it was deathly silent, eerily quiet. Everyone turned their gaze to the young boy before them, their eyes a mixture of fear and reverence, looking at him as if he were a deity descended to earth. On the 13th floor of the Intercontinental Hotel, an eerie silence reigned so profound that a falling pin could be heard. Yet within Gu Chen's mind a series of crisp notification sounds suddenly echoed. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining Yang Zikai's submission. Experience points 1. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining Ji Gonfa's submission. Experience points 2. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining Kong Ming's submission. Experience points 5. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining Chun Haonan's submission. Experience points 10. Experience points increased. Gu Chen was astonished. Dear host, the way to gain experience points is not limited to killing monsters. Obtaining submission from humans or other creatures can also increase them, the system explained. I see. Gu Chen suddenly understood. It seemed these turncoats weren't entirely useless. But why do I gain different amounts of experience from each of them? Gu Chen asked. Dear host, it's because each person's degree of submission towards you differs. Those with higher submission grant more experience points, and vice versa. The notification sounds continued for about a few dozen seconds before stopping. Guchen opened his personal information panel. Name Guchen. Age 22. Height 178 centimeters. Weight 67 kilograms. Strength 1122. Speed 1201. Endurance 1166. Agility 1177. Spirit 1288. Ability level Yida level. Current experience 3200 points, 6800 points needed for next level. Damn, still needs 6800. This experience gain is way too slow. Guchen sighed, rubbing his forehead. By now he had basically killed all the alien predators in the hotel and had collected submission from the few remaining survivors. It would be very difficult to gain more experience here. Now only outside the hotel held that possibility. But before that, Guchen had to deal with these traitors. Meeting Guchen's icy gaze, Manager Du trembled in fear and immediately knelt down. Lord Guchen, I was wrong. Please spare me. Guchen glanced coldly at Baldy Du and said, Manager Du, I remember you said you'd collect my corpse, didn't you? This damned Baldy had been so arrogantly reckless in the group chat. Guchen remembered it all too clearly. Manager Du was panicked. He had been so bold back then only because of Long Wisgon, who knew that even that couldn't stop Guchen. He had miscalculated badly, but he couldn't just die like this. His survival instinct made him shift the blame to Long Wu. Bosco, I was forced by that bastard Long Wu. He pointed a gun at me. I had no choice but to agree. You can forgive me, right? Guchen smiled faintly and waved his hand. Forget it, it makes no difference to me. Manager Du understood the implication all too well. He was so terrified that he lost control of his bowels and nauseating stench emanating from his pants. Guchen ignored him and walked straight to Xie Qingqing, staring into her almost vacant eyes. Xie Qingqing never imagined that her former boyfriend possessed such power. If only she hadn't broken up with him to chase after that so-called high society, her fate wouldn't be so miserable now. Guchen, for old-time sake, please spare me. I swear I'll be good to you. Xie Qingqing made a last-ditch plea, but even she didn't believe her own words. Who had repeatedly trampled on Guchen's pride. Who had always tried to use others to eliminate Guchen. Forget it. I don't want your kindness. But since we once knew each other, I'll give you a quick death, Guchen said coldly. Xie Qingqing stood frozen, wanting to say more, but unable to utter a word. With a gentle wave of his hand in the air, two silver-gray bullets suddenly emerged from the heads of Yang Pingan and Shun Hao, floating like death warrants before Manager Du and Xie Qingqing. Faced with real death, they were both terrified. Manager Du especially kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. However, some mistakes were simply mistakes. Adults must take responsibility for their actions. Go. Brother Guchen, what should we do with these people? A survivor pointed at the few remaining members of the coalition. Many from the coalition had died at the hands of their own survivors. Now less than 10 were alive. Guchen looked at the survivor before him, shifty-eyed, but with decent combat ability. He had fought the fiercest, just now killing the most coalition members. What's your name? Guchen asked. I'm living the moment, oh no. My real name is Wu Xiangshuan. Good work just now. I'll give you extra rewards later. Guchen patted his shoulder. Great. Thank you, Brother Guchen. Wu Xiangshuan nodded and bowed gratefully. Guchen smiled, then turned and walked away, saying lightly, take care of them all. I don't want to guard against thieves every day. Understood. Wu Xiangshuan hoisted his blood-soaked iron bar and saluted solemnly at Guchen's retreating back. Once Guchen entered the safe room, Wu Xiangshuan revealed a desperate grin. Hey, brothers, let's finish off this trash. All of them. Honey, you're finally back. Are you hurt? Xue Shishir immediately came forward with concern. They had seen the harrowing scene through the peephole. Luckily, Guchen had metal abilities. Anyone else wouldn't have escaped unscathed. I'm fine. They can't hurt me. Guchen shook his head with a smile. The women were finally relieved. Without Guchen's protection, they would have been in deep trouble. To reward this hero, they busied themselves for the next while giving him massages and helping him bathe. Then they prepared a large feast, the three women lovingly feeding him. Guchen didn't have to lift a chopstick the entire time. After dinner, it was around 8 or 9 in the evening. Watching was now completely dark. Since the apocalypse began, the city's power grid had collapsed, leaving everything pitch black. Fortunately, this safe room had an independent backup power source, so they weren't in complete darkness. Guchen lay on Xia Bijin's warm jade-like thighs, enjoying the attentive service of the three women. Honey, we won't have to worry about those wicked people anymore. Xue Shishir said with relief. Yes, we can live peacefully here from now on, Mu Yuman added. Guchen chuckled. This was just the beginning. As the apocalypse deepened, dangers would multiply and their opponents would grow stronger. He had to hurry to improve his strength. He understood the principle of preparing for a rainy day. Although he had secured the Intercontinental Hotel supplies, they would only last a few years. Guchen was insecure by nature. He had to use this time to gather as many resources as possible. Our supplies aren't enough. I need to go out and scavenge tomorrow. The apocalypse just broke out, so there should be plenty of resources outside, Guchin said. What? You're leaving again? But it's so dangerous out there. I saw it. Shweshir exclaimed. The three women often observed the situation outside the hotel through the window. Every time their hearts tightened. Watching was in chaos filled with terrifying powerful monsters. The hotel was much safer by comparison. Yes. Can't you stay? We can ration the supplies and barely get by, but we really can't lose you, honey, Mu Yumin said worriedly. Lacking security, she wished she could cling to Guchin every day. Sister Yumin, I think honey is right. We can't just sit around and do nothing. It's dangerous outside, but I believe he can handle it, Xia Bijin said confidently. Little Bijin is right. He'll be careful. But I'm not familiar with this area. Finding things might take some effort, Guchin suddenly realized. His home wasn't here, so he didn't know the area around the Intercontinental Hotel well. Ah, I remember. Shweshir suddenly perked up excitedly. About 5 or 6 kilometers from here is Starry Mansion, which is Watching's largest commercial center, called Starry Commercial City. There must be a lot of supplies there. I remember it too. I've been there before. The variety of goods is indeed very rich, Mu Yumin added. Starry Mansion is the tallest building in Watching, with 100 floors. Floors 1 to 10 are the shopping mall, and above that is the Starry Group's office. It's magnificent. Yeah, I was stunned when I first saw that building, Xia Bijin recalled. But what surprised me more was that the boss of Starry Group is a woman named Yao Wanya. She became the group president at such a young age. So impressive. And she's stunningly beautiful too. Guchin opened his eyes gazing at the 2 towering peaks, and asked, have you been to Starry Group? Yes. Not just me, Sister Shirshir and Sister Yumin have been too. They wanted to collaborate with SP Girls, so we went. Xia Bijin said slowly, then as if remembering something she became excited. Honey, if you're going to Starry Mansion for supplies you might look for manager Wu Honkai. He's the head of the Starry Group's resource management department. He might be able to help. Why would I need his help to gather supplies? Guchin didn't understand, thinking Xia Bijin had forgotten how he collected resources last time. Honey, don't misunderstand. I'm just saying it's possible. Starry Commercial City has very high security. I heard the mall doors are made of special materials. I was worried you couldn't get in if they were locked. Of course it would be best if the doors are unlocked. Xia Bijin explained in detail. Guchin thought for a moment and smiled. Maybe not. It's better if they're locked. As you said, such a big mall would attract countless people. If the doors were open it would have been looted long ago. That's true, Xia Bijin nodded. Alright then. They'll set off tomorrow morning. I just hope this Wu Honkai is still alive. Guchin said. The next morning on Luhua Street. The once orderly and clean thoroughfare was now a chaotic ruin. Vehicles lay scattered and wrecked on the road, some colliding violently with each other, others crashing into roadside buildings, leaving behind harrowing cracks on the walls. The streets were teeming with terrifying monsters, including xenomorph predators and other bizarrely shaped creatures. They roamed the city's avenues and alleys as if they were the new masters of this domain. In this perilous apocalypse, no survivor dared to venture out and confront them. Yet upon closer inspection, in an inconspicuous spot, several fearless men were nimbly navigating through the debris. Strangely, each of their movements skillfully avoided the dreadful monsters ahead. That was close. Good thing we took this path, or we'd be done for, exclaimed a burly man with a thick waist. Just moments ago, he had witnessed several survivors searching for supplies meet their end after choosing the wrong route and encountering monsters. Yeah, I saw that too. They were really tragic. Thank heavens for keeping us safe. They'll definitely burn more incense for our ancestors when we get back. Another stout man chimed in. However, his words displeased a third man who sneered. Zhang Sanli, see, what do you idiots know? Do you think it was heaven that helped you dodge those monsters? It was our brother Wang. This heavily tattooed man named Azu was walking behind Wang Su. Wang Su, fully known as Wang Su, was the leader of this team. It was under his guidance that they had navigated smoothly to this point. Azu is absolutely right. If it weren't for brother Wang's nose sharper than a dog's would have died thousands of times over. Lu Jie agreed enthusiastically. But this fellow named Lu Jie seemed to lack tact. As soon as he spoke, Wang Su, who was leading the group, turned around with a menacing glare and said, Lu Jie, you damned fool, who are you calling a dog? Do you believe he'll kill you? Wang Su was the most robust among the 5 with the most intimidating demeanor. A mere cold glare carried immense pressure. Lu Jie immediately wilted. Sorry, brother Wang, I didn't mean it. It just slipped out. Please don't mind. Azu laughed. I told you, Lu Jie, you need to remember. That thing is called superpower, right, brother Wang? Azu's memory was better than Lu Jie's. He had firmly remembered the term after hearing it in the news. Wang Su nodded without another word and turned back to sniff the air. Now he could precisely detect and distinguish the various scents lingering in the atmosphere. It was this special ability that allowed them to turn danger into safety and reach here smoothly. Even Wang Su himself found this newfound skill incredible. After the apocalypse erupted, he, a professional debt collector, had fled like a dog to evade predators. After several miserable days, he unexpectedly discovered he had awakened a strange power. Suffering from rhinitis, he used to smell nothing, but now he could accurately detect scents from kilometers away. His nose was over 10 times more sensitive than before, likely surpassing even trained police dogs. Damn it, the city is full of skyscrapers. Finding a place is so hard. Might as well be in the countryside. Zhang San grumbled. The group had set out before dawn, yet after hours of walking, they still hadn't reached their destination. He began to suspect they were lost. Li Si, do you even know the way? I feel like you're really unreliable. We should be there soon, Li Si said, scratching his head awkwardly. He had delivered goods to the Intercontinental Hotel before, but that was decades ago, and his memory was hazy. The group trudged on in a daze, the atmosphere growing heavy. Lu Jie, unable to stay quiet, blurted out, Brother Wang, can you trust that buddy of yours who's Z? I don't think he's reliable. If the Intercontinental Hotel really has so many supplies, and that beautiful star, why wouldn't he keep it all for himself? Why would he be so kind as to call you? Isn't he just messing with you? But these seemingly casual words seemed to touch Wang Su's sore spot. He stopped, turned, and strode over to Lu Jie, suddenly delivering a fierce slap. You bastard, if you can't talk, shut up. What do you know? Hu Zi is my closest brother since childhood. How could he deceive me? If you spout nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart. I'm sorry, Brother Wang. I won't talk nonsense anymore, Lu Jie apologized, bowing his head. Li Si, open your damn eyes and see clearly. If we don't find the Intercontinental Hotel today, you'll be monster bait. Got it? Yes, Brother Wang. Li Si stammered, trembling with fear. He quickly rushed to the front of the group, staring at the towering skyscrapers with a furrowed brow. Meanwhile, Guchen finally left the safe house, reluctantly bid farewell by 3 women. After giving some instructions to Wu Daxuan, he departed from the Intercontinental Hotel. There wasn't much to say, just to keep the door secure. Guchen didn't fully trust Wu Daxuan and the others, but he wasn't worried about rebellion. First, they lacked the strength to breach the safe house. Second, they clearly understood the consequences of betraying him. No one would be foolish enough to attempt such a thing. The air outside the hotel wasn't as fresh as imagined, laced with a thick, bloody scent. This was Guchen's first time leaving the hotel since the apocalypse began. Counting the days, he had been holed up there for a full week. After determining the direction, Guchen set off along the route Xia Bijin had described. The area near the hotel was relatively safe, with few xenomorph predators. But as he ventured deeper, their numbers increased. Guchen was ecstatic. To him, these were mobile nourishment. He was desperately in need of experience. Clenching his fists, he dispatched one on sight. His strength was growing formidable, and his metal-based superpower enhanced his physical toughness, making his punches even more devastating. The system's notification chime rang incessantly. Within half an hour, he had gained over 600 experience points. The results were decent, but still too slow, mainly because the predators were scattered. After a relentless killing spree, he arrived at a spacious gas station. Once bustling, it was now desolate, filled with a deathly stillness. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the station. A predator, after overturning several cars, had discovered a few survivors hiding there, a family of 3. They fled immediately, but the child was slow and was killed by the predator before getting far. The woman, overcome with grief, grabbed an iron rod from the ground, ignoring her husband's attempts to stop her, and charged to avenge her child. But she stood no chance against the predator. Within a mere breath, she was slain. The man, terrified, fled desperately across the street. Spotting Guchen appearing silently, he cried out, as if grasping at a lifeline, "Brother, save me." But before he could finish, the pursuing predator struck him dead with a single blow. Guchen watched calmly. In this post-apocalyptic world, ordinary people struggled to survive, but he couldn't save everyone. A bleeding heart was the most superfluous thing in these times. The predator naturally noticed the slender figure and abandoned its prey to charge at him. Yet the next moment, a system prompt sounded, "Congratulations, host, for killing a xenomorph predator. Experience 10. The gas station now held 2 tanker trucks that hadn't been unloaded. The shop's windows were shattered, with only a few panes of glass hanging precariously. Since he was already here, why leave empty-handed? Guchen entered the shop and collected snacks and bottled water into his spatial storage. Most of these supplies had already been taken by other survivors. A little remained. But even a fly's leg was meat. After finishing, Guchen prepared to leave. But as he stepped out, a clang rang out. A crimson sword sliced through the void, its sharp edge aimed directly at his throat with a chilling gleam. The sudden scene made Guchen furrow his brows in bewilderment, for he recognized none of the 5 burly men before him. Wang Su and his companions were equally perplexed. When they saw Guchen's slender frame, they were greatly taken aback, having expected a formidable foe only to find a fresh-faced young man. Why is it a young lad? Zhang Sen exclaimed in surprise. Having lost their way, they had just arrived in the vicinity and discovered a freshly deceased predator, then spotted a figure entering the store. They had assumed it would be some formidable special forces soldier, but instead it was an unremarkable young man. I doubt the monster's death has anything to do with him, Li Si chimed in. Wang Su squinted, scrutinizing Guchen from head to toe. Upon closer inspection, he was slightly taken aback. Though the youth was thin, his muscles were exceptionally taut, exuding a sense of explosive power. Yet this changed nothing. He immediately let his guard down and sheathed the crimson sword in his hand. "Kid, you're alone?" Wang Su asked, his tone laced with surprise. To him, this was nothing more than a wet-behind-fears brat, no different from a child. Guchen chuckled. He understood the mockery all too well, but saw no need to take offense. I'm hardly a child, but yes, I am alone. His nonchalant reply left Wang Su stunned. He knew his fierce visage was enough to render most people tongue-tied. Yet judging by this brat's demeanor, there wasn't a trace of fear. Kid, I didn't expect you to have such nerve for someone so young. Skinny as you are, you dare to venture out alone. Don't you value your life? Ha ha. Lu Jie jeered, hoisting a pickaxe. Guchen smiled without a word. Seeing the youth, unfazed, Lu Jie bored fell silent. After a moment of inner struggle, Li Si steeled himself and asked, young friend, could you tell me how to get to the Intercontinental Hotel? Li Si had indeed forgotten the route. Though the hotel was a mere 5 kilometers away, finding it amidst the towering skyscrapers of the metropolis was no easy feat. If they couldn't make it today, Wang Su would surely kill him. The Intercontinental Hotel. Gu Chen's eyes narrowed, instantly on alert. These men hardly looked like upstanding citizens. What was their purpose there? And what business do you have there? Gu Chen probed. Rebuffed by this kid, Li Si's face darkened. Hey, I asked you a question. Just tell us if you know or not. Gu Chen remained silent, but murderous intent had already taken root in his heart. Mistaking his silence for intimidation, Lu Jie stepped in to mediate. Oh, come on, Li Si, why so harsh? It's only natural to be cautious in the apocalypse. Don't scare the kid. Lu Jie continued with a smile. Hey, race the deal, little brother. A friend told us the Intercontinental Hotel is stocked with supplies and even has top-tier female celebrities. Ever heard of the SP girl group? It's those 3. We're just heading there for some fun, you know. If you point the way, there'll be plenty in it for you. How about that? Gu Chen understood now. These damned bastards were after his supplies and his women. But how did they find out? Someone must have leaked it. If not one of the fallen coalition members, then a living survivor. If the latter, then none could be spared. Sounds interesting. Mind telling me who told you? In times like these, it pays to be cautious. Gu Chen feigned interest. The kid was indeed cautious. No wonder Head survived this long. Well, actually, Lu Jie was about to blurt it out, but then thought better of it, glancing warily at Wang Su. Seeing no displeasure on his face, he continued. It was our brother Wang's sworn brother, goes by Hu Zi. Heard he was a professional bodyguard protecting a big shot at the hotel before the apocalypse. So that was it. This group were brothers of those 2 bodyguards. Their intentions were clearly hostile. All right, now you have to tell us. Hurry up, we're in a rush. Li Si urged impatiently. I do know, but I have no intention of telling you. Gu Chen said coldly. The 5 men's expressions shifted instantly, their gazes turning hostile like vicious dogs. Wang Su's face was the darkest. Allowing Lu Jie to answer had exhausted his patience. Kid, you don't seem to understand the situation. We're not asking for your opinion. Wang Su pointed the crimson sword at Gu Chen, enunciating each word with clear menace. They'll say this one last time. Take us there now, or die. The others watched with amusement. You had your chance, and now you've angered Brother Wang, and you'll lose your life. Gu Chen shrugged and shook his head with a smile. You don't seem to get it either. None of you are going anywhere. As the last word fell, to the astonishment of all, Gu Chen raised his fist and delivered a heavy blow to Wang Su's chest. With a resounding bang, Wang Su was sent flying, his sword flying from his grasp. Gu Chen, quick as a flash, caught the falling blade and pointed it at the group. Silence. The scene was utterly silent. None of them had even seen that punch. By the time they registered what had happened, Wang Su was curled up on the ground, screaming in agony, and the blade of the red firmament sword was aimed at them. This kid. So fast. And incredibly strong. They were deeply shaken. If even Wang Su was no match for him, the rest of them stood no chance. Brother, don't be hasty. Let's talk this out. I didn't make it clear before. The hotel has plenty of supplies. We can split them with you half and half. And the female celebrities, you can have one too. How about it? Lu Jie said, backing down. Gu Chen remained impassive, merely staring coldly at them. Assuming Gu Chen was still unsatisfied, Lu Jie gritted his teeth and made another concession. All right, you take 90% of the supplies and 2 of the women. That should be enough, right? Lu Jie, you son of a bitch, keep talking and it'll tear your mouth apart. Wang Su cursed through the pain. What the hell are you waiting for? Beat this little bastard to death. Now. The men exchanged glances, but not one dared to move. They weren't idiots. If even their strongest Wang Su was no match, charging in would be suicide. Gu Chen took in their cowardice. He sheathed the sword, walked past them to stand before Wang Su, and without a word delivered a vicious kick that sent Wang Su into a howling, writhing agony. You little bastard. He'll fucking kill you. Wang Su blustered. Looking at his pitiful state, Gu Chen sneered. You're quite tough, aren't you? Good. Then let's see which is harder, your mouth or this sword. With that, he raised the red firmament sword high, poised to strike Wang Su dead. The others were terrified. If anything happened to Wang Su, how would they survive in this world? Wait, sir, please don't do anything rash. That sword is the red firmament sword, incredibly sharp. Please don't hurt Brother Wang. Lu Jie warned in panic. The red firmament sword. Gu Chen examined the blood-red blade in his hand. Its hilt was forged from bronze, engraved with mysterious, intricate patterns. The blade itself was razor-sharp like the fangs of a demon. Young master, if it pleases you, the sword is yours. Let's call it a day, shall we? Azu said, thinking Gu Chun was interested in the weapon. How did you come by this? Gu Chun asked. We borrowed it from a wealthy merchant, Azu stammered. Borrowed? I suspect that merchant is now dead and dismembered, Gu Chun said with a cold laugh. Their silence confirmed his suspicions. He had initially planned to dispatch them cleanly, but then a thought struck him. They might still be useful. You want to save this man? Gu Chun asked with interest. Yes. Brother Wang is our leader. Without him we're done for. Please, sir, have mercy, they pleaded in unison. Gu Chun tilted his head, a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I can let him go, but you'll have to do something for me. The sunlight fell upon the young man's handsome face, making one feel as if enveloped in a spring breeze. However, to Lu Jie and the others it felt as chilling as 1,000-year-old ice. They sensed that what this young man was about to say would undoubtedly not be good news. But do they still have a choice now? If the ability user Wang Su was killed lacking this human navigation device, their deaths would be truly imminent. Young master, what do you want us to do? Lu Jie asked, cautiously swallowing hard. Gu Chun smiled and said, I want you to lure the monsters over. What? Lure the monsters over? Those terrifying creatures, people would flee at the sight of them, yet this guy wants to bring them here. Is he out of his mind? Lu Jie thought he misheard. Pointing to the nearby aberrant predators, he asked, you mean bring those things over? Gu Chun nodded indifferently. Yes, but I need at least 400 of them. In other words, each of you must bring me more than 100. Gu Chun currently had over 6,000 experience points, and by killing 400 aberrant predators, he could gain enough experience to level up. Since they were so scattered, hunting them one by one would take a lot of time. Now Gu Chun was rushing to the Star Building and couldn't afford to waste time here. Everyone felt a heavy weight in their hearts. This boy was treating them as bait, wasn't he? Not to mention the dangers involved in the luring process. Even if they succeeded, how would they cope with so many monsters? But if they did not comply, once Wang Su died, the outcome would be the same. If they hadn't just witnessed Gu Chun's methods, they would think he was joking. Young master, this is too dangerous. How about we change to something else? Lu Jie said with difficulty. Gu Chun shook his head and smiled, saying, since you are unwilling, then this one shall go to hell. Saying that, he pretended to stab Wang Su. Damn it, you bastards really want me dead. If I die, can you still live? Why aren't you hurrying to do as he says? Wang Su yelled angrily while enduring the intense pain. After taking a punch and a kick from Gu Chun, he had learned the ruthlessness of this young man. He had no doubt that if they did not comply, he would be executed on the spot. After some hesitation, everyone agreed, surviving against the odds was better than certain death. Gu Chun took out 4 large loudspeakers from his space. I believe you all know that monsters are especially sensitive to sound. Just shout loudly, it's very simple. Everyone took the loudspeakers, feeling wronged in their hearts. Simple, my ass. If we run a bit slower, our lives will be forfeit. Gu Chun gave them half an hour. If they didn't return by then, well. You bastards, what are you dawdling for? Do you think you're here for a vacation? Hurry up and get going. Looking at everyone dawdling, Wang Su couldn't help but curse loudly. Everyone rolled their eyes and then scattered in 4 directions. In no time, Gu Chun heard their shouts. Damn Wang Su, I curse your ancestors. Bastard Wang, you've got me killed. Monsters, come out and bite Wang Su. Wang Su. Gu Chun raised an eyebrow. It seemed that Wang Su's little subordinates were not entirely loyal. What? What do you want? Wang Su's heart tightened as he watched the young man walk towards him with a smile. Was this kid not planning to go back on his word? Don't be nervous, I just dislike being watched while I work, Gu Chun said with a grin. After knocking Wang Su unconscious with a punch, Gu Chun stood up and looked at the 2 huge oil tankers on the ground, lost in thought. A large number of predators were about to arrive, and he certainly did not want to face them barehanded. The danger was high, and it would waste time. Too inefficient. He planned to make good use of these 2 tanks of oil for a grand barbecue. The tankers were covered in metal, and Gu Chun tried to lift them using metal manipulation, but they only trembled slightly. There was no way. He was currently only at the Yida level, and could not handle such a colossal object weighing over 15 tons. With no choice, he had to do it himself. He opened the valve of the tanker, and then used a pipeline to leak oil onto the ground, instantly enveloping the site in a strong smell of gasoline. Setting everything up took him a full 20 minutes. At this time, the commotion on the communicator grew louder. Shit, we're doomed. So many monsters. Stop chasing me. There are so many monsters, 1 bite each isn't enough. Don't come over. Zhang San and the others wailed tragically, and behind them were the relentless predators, like a black torrent pursuing them closely. The 4 of them ran for their lives toward the gas station. Fortunately, their physical fitness was good. Had it been anyone else, they would have been caught and eaten by the predators long ago. After the 4 regrouped, the number of predators had multiplied, resembling 4 small tributaries, eventually converging into a mighty river surging fiercely toward the gas station. The rumbling sound echoed through the sky, and even the ground of the entire gas station trembled violently. Young master, you brought the monsters over. Think of a way to solve it. Looking at Gu Chun, who stood unmoving like a mountain, Zhang San was jumping in anxiety. Hurry up. I can't hold on much longer. Come kill them. Lu Jie yelled desperately. Wang Su was awakened by the tremendous noise. Upon opening his eyes, he saw countless monsters charging toward him, leaving him stunned. Glancing at the young man, he found him calm and unafraid, even wearing a look of joyful harvest on his face. Madman. Truly a madman. Seeing groups of predators entering his trap, Gu Chun narrowed his eyes. The moment had come. His body arched like a drawn bow, and Gu Chun suddenly exerted force, kicking the side of the oil tanker in front, which flew out like a silver cannonball, tracing a curved arc in the air, before crashing down into the rushing tide of monsters. After leaking some oil, relying on Gu Chun's formidable physical capabilities, he was able to kick the hundreds of pounds of tanker. Boom. The moment the tanker hit the ground, it exploded violently, smoke billowing and flames soaring instantly, causing countless casualties among the predators at the center of the explosion. But that was not the end. The flames spread like galloping wild horses across the prairie, sweeping rapidly in all directions. Within a very short period, the raging fire completely surrounded the predators on the scene. The lucky predators were blown to bits, while the unlucky ones suffered from severe burns, unable to escape the flames that clung to them like a shadow. Sizzle. The sounds of barbecuing resounded from the scene, and the rich aroma of meat mixed with the gasoline-saturated air, resembling a grand barbecue party. The predators emitted painful howls, their sturdy bodies twisted and deformed under the scorching flames, debris flying everywhere. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing an aberrant predator. Experience points 10. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 10 aberrant predators. Experience points 100. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 1,000 aberrant predators. Experience points 1000. The notifications in Gu Chun's mind rang incessantly, like boiling water. The intense fire continued for over an hour before subsiding, and by then Gu Chun had gathered enough experience points. Congratulations to the host. The current experience points meet the requirements for leveling up. Gamma level upgrade successful. The experience points required for the next level is 1000. The current experience points are 23000. Please continue to strive. Gu Chun was overjoyed. He originally just wanted to obtain 400 experience points, but unexpectedly, he had amassed nearly 1700, which was truly surprising. As the system notification fell, a faint colorful halo appeared around Gu Chun, looking splendid and magical. The halo quickly retracted into his body after a brief period of existence. At that moment, an incredibly refreshing feeling surged through him, rapidly spreading throughout Gu Chun. Gu Chun closed his eyes, wearing a look of enjoyment. He stretched lazily, and a series of cracking sounds echoed between his bones. So refreshing. Wang Su and the others stared blankly at the raging flames as hundreds and thousands of monsters were annihilated before their eyes, leaving them in indescribable shock. And the originator of all this also experienced a miraculous scene. When that familiar face turned around, everyone could clearly feel the change in him. Indeed, he seemed stronger. Young master, we have followed your orders. Can we be released now? Lu Jie said respectfully. Yes, this was all a misunderstanding. We can make our way to the hotel ourselves, Zhang San also said. They no longer dared to let Gu Chun lead. Being with such a monster made them feel uneasy. Gu Chun took a deep breath, his sharp gaze fixed on Wang Su and the others, his tone indifferent as he said, "You all seem to misunderstand the situation. I said you won't be leaving." As his words fell, the supernatural power surged forth like a tide, tightly enveloping the crimson cloud sword. Guided by Gu Chun, the sword floated into the air, as if it possessed a life of its own, its tip pointing directly at Wang Su and the others. You? What are you trying to do? Lu Jie's heart leaped into his throat as he felt the sharp sword aura. The others also showed terror in their eyes. This kid's tone clearly implied he intended to kill them. Wang Su suddenly seemed to understand something, and said, "So you're also an ability user?" With a faint smile and no reply, Gu Chun pointed at the group. The crimson cloud sword instantly shot forth like an arrow from a bow, tearing through the void with lightning speed toward them. After a brief moment of agonized screams, blood stained a large patch of the ground. The burly men who had been full of life just moments ago now lay silently on the cold floor, motionless, their eyes wide open in death. Gu Chun cast a cold glance, then stored the crimson cloud sword in his space and turned to leave. After an unknown amount of time, one of the 5 corpses suddenly stirred and rose. His face twisted in fury. It was none other than Wang Su. Clutching his bleeding abdomen tightly, he lifted his head and sniffed the air, then, as if catching something, fixed his sinister gaze on the direction Gu Chun had disappeared. He muttered to himself, "You bastard, daring to kill me. He'll remember you." On the 100th floor of the starry tower, in a modern office, 2 beautiful women in suits stood before a huge floor-to-ceiling window, gazing into the distance through the thick glass. This was the tallest building in Flower City. From this height, the entire city could be seen at a glance, a truly exhilarating view that inspired a feeling of everything within my grasp. Yet at this moment, the 2 beauties seemed not in the mood to appreciate it. Their brows were tightly furrowed, worry etched on their faces, showing clear signs of fatigue. President Yao looked. The smoke is rising from that area. The explosion just now must have come from there as well, said the beauty with black-rimmed glasses, pointing at the source of the smoke. The commotion had been so loud that even they high above the clouds had noticed it. President Yao gazed calmly at the spot, her expression unreadable. Probably. But it means nothing to us, does it? President Yao spoke softly, a hint of helplessness in her tone. Her full name was Yao Wanya, and though young, she had become the CEO of Starry Group, one of Flower City's most outstanding young entrepreneurs. The bespectacled bowtie's heart sank at her words, her eyes full of disappointment. Since the apocalypse broke out, explosions of all sizes occurred every day, and they had grown somewhat numb to them. At first they had hoped for official rescue teams, but later they became accustomed to it, and no longer took it seriously. Looking at the devastated Flower City, how could there be any rescue teams? Even if there were, who could they save? Bobo, what's our current situation? Yao asked, turning to sit back in her chair, her expression serious. Bobo, whose full name was Dai Bobo, was Yao Wanya's personal secretary. Dai Bobo sighed, deeply frowning as she said, the situation is grim. Our food is almost gone. I'm afraid we won't even make it through today. What's worse, those people outside are getting more restless. Before they were still somewhat restrained out of respect for you, and would go to other floors to look for supplies, but now hardly anyone is willing to go. Especially Wu Hongkai and his gang. They're stirring up trouble everywhere, saying you're a poor leader and no longer fit to be their CEO. Yao Wanya was not surprised by Bobo's words, as she had seen everything happening outside. This is to be expected. In the apocalypse, our status and titles are nothing but expired labels. No one cares about them anymore. I'm afraid in their eyes we're just two useless women. Bobo quickly waved her hand, retorting, President Yao, please don't say that. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have lasted this long. After the apocalypse broke out, Yao Wanya had reacted immediately. She ordered the company's employees to gather supplies from all floors and set up defenses against the predators, saving them from the jaws of death time and again. Bobo, we're old classmates. Oh, just call me by my name. The title President Yao is a thing of the past. Yao Wanya forced a faint smile and continued, don't worry, I'm not belittling myself. Just feeling a bit sentimental. Hearing this, Bobo felt relieved. A competent secretary not only assists the CEO with tasks, but also pays attention to her mental state. Bobo, we can't just sit and wait for death. If this continues, Wu Hongkai and his men will rebel sooner or later. Before that happens, we need to prepare as much as possible. Bobo asked, puzzled. Wanya, what do you mean? Before my authority completely expires, I'll pressure Wu Hongkai one last time. If we can find more food, we can hold out a little longer. As for what comes after, well, leave it to fate. Yao Wanya said, barely hiding her disappointment. Bobo's heart sank, her expression turning grim. Yao Wanya's meaning was all too clear. This was her final struggle, and after that they could only wait for death. On the other side, after going around in circles, Gu Chen finally found the Starry Sky building. Standing in the spacious shopping plaza, he couldn't help but gasp at the towering, majestic edifice. It's ridiculously tall. The plaza was empty at this moment, scattered with abandoned shopping carts, and the ground was stained with large patches of darkened blood, even revealing scattered, eerie white bones. At the entrance of the shopping plaza, several alien predators were wandering about. Suddenly, urgent cries for help echoed from within the shopping center, followed by sharp, piercing shrieks that sent chills down the spine. What puzzled Gu Chen even more was that these predators seemed to have changed their temperament, hesitating and pacing in place. It is well known that predators are particularly sensitive to human sounds. Upon hearing them, they would act as if injected with adrenaline. However, the current predators appeared listless, seemingly wary of the beings inside. The cries for help did not last long before being drowned out by terrifying shrieks. A monster that even predators fear, Gu Chen murmured, stroking his chin. After pondering for a moment, he resolutely decided to enter. Setting aside the rich resources inside, he also wanted to test his strength after advancing to Gamma level. Besides, even if he truly couldn't handle it, couldn't he just escape? After dealing with the few predators at the entrance, Gu Chen quickly entered the building. As soon as he stepped inside, he was hit by a foul stench that made him wrinkle his nose, reminiscent of a long-dead corpse. The shopping mall was vast, filled with countless stores. The display windows were packed with a dazzling array of goods, including clothing, home goods, electronics, and more, most of which were well-known brands from both domestic and international markets. In the past, Gu Chen couldn't afford a single piece of clothing here. However, now these expensive luxuries were of no interest to anyone. Aside from the food stores that had clearly been visited, the other shops were mostly ignored. Gu Chen cautiously walked inside, and soon arrived at the central atrium, which showcased several luxurious sports cars. Ferraris, McLarens, Lamborghinis, Aston Martins, and even some unnamed new energy luxury cars were displayed. The customized Bugatti in the center was especially eye-catching, its fiery red exterior captivating, resembling a furious speed demon. But now they were all covered in dust, reduced to mere scrap metal. Regardless, Gu Chen had plenty of space. He intended to store all these cars, treating them as scrap. He never had the chance to drive such cars before the apocalypse, but now it was possible. Just as he was about to make a move, a familiar shriek suddenly echoed from above the atrium, and a bloodthirsty monster, entirely white, leaped down from above and landed heavily in front of Guchun with a loud thud. The immense force left a large crater in the ground with cracks spreading like a spiderweb. Hiss! The monster, like a lion defending its territory, turned its head to emit a sharp shriek at the intruder, as if it intended to tear apart anyone's eardrums. While the monster scrutinized the intruder, Guchun was also examining it. This monster was massive, towering over 2 adults. Its entire body was covered in stark white skin, resembling a demonic figure in the dark night that sent shivers down one's spine. Most peculiar were its 3 pairs of legs of varying lengths, with the smallest pair resembling the forelimbs of a mantis at its chest. The largest and most powerful pair beneath it appeared incredibly swift, brimming with explosive force. Additionally, its tail bore 2 resilient tentacles that could unfurl like petals lined with sharp bone spines inside. Ding, system scan complete. This monster is known as the White Ghost Slayer, Gamma-level extraterrestrial life form. Oh, a Gamma-level monster, no wonder the predators dared not enter. Guchun raised his eyebrows in surprise. However, Guchun was also at the Gamma level now, and with his enhanced physical abilities, he had nothing to fear. After a moment of observation, the White Ghost Slayer let out a hiss and abruptly stomped its feet on the ground. Its massive body sprang into the air like a spring, its sharp foreclaws extending straight toward Guchun. Let alone the predators, even he at the Eta level would find it a bit challenging to deal with. Guchun slightly shifted his body, causing the powerful strike of the White Ghost Slayer to miss instantly, creating a large pit where he had just been standing. The baffled White Ghost Slayer stared intently at this strange human with its 2 blood-red eyes. In its previous attacks, this strike would usually result in blood and flesh flying everywhere, with screams all around, leaving no one, be it human or other monsters, unscathed. Yet this time this human remained completely unharmed. After regaining its composure, the White Ghost Slayer swung its body like an enraged Tyrannosaurus Rex and charged at Guchun once more. Under its ferocious charge, the entire atrium of the mall trembled faintly. Guchun remained unperturbed. He picked up a brand new Pagani and hurled it at the White Ghost Slayer. With a loud bang, the Pagani was astonishingly torn in half, showcasing its formidable strength. Through the earlier pro, Guchun gained some understanding of the combat strength of the White Ghost Slayer. Very strong. However, compared to him, it still fell short. Since that's the case, bring it on. Guchun smiled, cracking his knuckles and provocatively beckoning the White Ghost Slayer. Hiss! The White Ghost Slayer was furious. How dare this damned human provoke it? It immediately charged forward once more. However, this time it did not use its claws to attack, but abruptly swung its tail when it was mere inches away from Guchun, swiftly launching 2 bonus spine-covered tentacles. The tentacles were as resilient as steel whips, and the densely packed small bone spines were terrifying, reflecting a chilling light under the dim sunlight. Guchun did not dodge. Just before the terrifying tentacles reached him, he struck like lightning, grabbing the thick tentacle and forcefully swinging it out. Before the White Ghost Slayer could react, its entire body was uncontrollably thrown high into the air, crashing down after shattering several glass panels, kicking up a cloud of dust. Hiss! The White Ghost Slayer emitted a painful shriek, clutching its abdomen as it staggered up, its eyes filled with horror at how terrifying this human strength was. It still survives. Guchun was somewhat surprised to see the White Ghost Slayer manage to stand up. He knew that if this strike had been dealt to a predator, the latter would have been crushed. Indeed, a Gamma-level creature has its merits. Although it was not dead, it was severely wounded. Blood was continuously oozing from its abdomen. This must be its weak spot. Next, it's time to finish this. Taking out the Qishao sword from his space, Guchun firmly grasped the hilt, and after a deep breath charged straight toward the White Ghost Slayer. At this moment, fear was evident in the White Ghost Slayer's eyes. The sword in this human's hand posed an unprecedented threat of death. It shifted its body, trying to evade this lethal strike. However, Guchun's speed was simply too fast, and coupled with its severe injuries, it couldn't dodge in time. The young man before it seemed to appear in the blink of an eye, and the White Ghost Slayer watched helplessly as the menacing red sword pierced its body. Hiss! After a spine-chilling shriek, the White Ghost Slayer ceased its struggles, taking its last breath. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a White Ghost Slayer. Experience points 500. Wow, 500 experience points. Guchun was somewhat surprised. The experience gained from killing a predator was only 10 points, yet this White Ghost Demon was worth as much as 50 predators. Quite a bargain indeed. With a glint in his eyes, Guchun spun his crimson sword 360 degrees and pointed it at the group of White Ghost Demons, laughing just in time. 10 minutes later, all 4 White Ghost Demons lay in pools of blood, and Guchun sheathed his crimson sword, feeling elated with the 2,000 experience points he had just acquired. He strolled through the shopping mall, but didn't see any other survivors. Of course, he didn't encounter any more White Ghost Demons either. Gu Chen noticed that aside from the special door of the supermarket on the first floor, he could easily open the shops on other floors. Ordinary glass doors and security doors couldn't withstand even a single heavy punch from Gu Chen. Although his main purpose in coming here was to gather food and water, could he really ignore the goods right before his eyes? Even a fool would make the right choice. Alright. In the past I worked like a horse and didn't even have time to shop. Today I shall enjoy a good shopping spree, ha. Gu Chen laughed heartily and began to sweep through the stores, clearing everything in his sight without leaving a single item behind. All kinds of branded clothing from Armani, Burberry, Louis Vuitton, Dior, to Gucci. He took them all. Various watches including Patek Philippe, Richard Mille, Vacheron Constantin, and Rolex. He claimed them all. The Nintendo Switch and Xbox, which he had always wanted, were also taken away. As for the luxury cars on the first floor, he left not a single one behind. Cars are a man's lifeblood regardless of their material. Whether flashy or understated, they all matter. Even in the apocalypse, Gu Chen remained true to his nature. After clearing out the goods on the first and second floors, he moved on to the third floor. The third floor primarily sold women's products. Without a second thought, Gu Chen collected everything into his storage space. 3 women at home were in dire need of clothes, having worn only the hotel-provided pajamas for days. This was just in time. As he continued collecting, Gu Chen unknowingly found himself in a famous lingerie store, Victoria's Secret. The various sexy lingerie on display left everyone parched with desire, intriguingly captivating. He held a delicate lace piece in his hand, and just thinking about it being worn by Xue Shishir Xiaobijin or Mu Yumin made his mouth water. This was simply a treasure. He had to take it all, not a single piece could be left behind. Time flew by amidst his frenzied shopping. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Chen had already reached the 10th floor. Other than the supermarket supplies on the first floor, he had thoroughly looted the rest. This Wu Hongsai, being the head of the resources management department at the Star Group, could surely unlock the supermarket door. However, such executives were typically found on the upper floors of office buildings. Now that the elevator was out of service, he had to take the stairs. Just the thought of Wu Hongkai possibly being on the 80th or 90th floor made Gu Chen break into a cold sweat. Although he had a good physique, no one wanted to go through that ordeal. The torment of climbing up to the 18th floor of the hotel was still fresh in his memory. Damn it, it's just a little less than 100 floors, right? Gu Chen gritted his teeth and began to climb upstairs. There was no choice, he needed supplies. Meanwhile, the top floor's conference room was already buzzing with voices. The executives of the Star Group sat around a long rectangular conference table, with Yao Wanya naturally occupying the top seat, while Bobo stood behind her. In the past, before this cold and glamorous president spoke, no one dared to speak up. From this detail, it was clear that Yao Wanya's influence as president was no longer what it used to be. The executives looked disheveled and haggard, as if they had lost several generations of wealth. Despite their dismal appearance, the glances they cast at Yao Wanya sparkled with intensity, filled with yearning. This outstanding young entrepreneur from Huaqing was not only well-connected, but also exceptionally talented, and her looks were striking. Her face was as cold as ice, her eyes like a starry river with long, thick eyelashes like tiny brushes, and her aloof demeanor resembled frost and snow on a cold night. While it sent chills down one's spine, it also made one yearn to melt that coldness with warmth. In addition to her captivating beauty, her figure was also a topic of admiration. Long legs stood upright, a slender waist danced in the wind, and her perfect waist-to-hip ratio created an alluring curve. In the past, such a woman was beyond their imagination, but now, with just a thought and an action, they could attain their desires. I say, President Yao, what's wrong with you? What time is it, and you're still holding a meeting? A man in a black suit complained. Yeah, we might starve to death. Who has the heart to listen to your lecture now? Another man in a dark blue suit chimed in. Why are you like this? Indifferent. If President Yao is willing to serve me a little, I don't mind continuing to be her dog, ha. Director Jean, after serving you, can I be the next? He. Amidst the uproar, some even made lewd comments about Yao Wanya, completely disregarding her. Bobo, unable to tolerate it, scolded. Manager, she Minister Pei. Director Jean, please mind your language. Don't forget you are still employees of the Star Group and subordinates of President Yao. Ha ha ha. Just as Bobo finished speaking, a loud laugh echoed from outside the door, and a middle-aged man with a full beard swaggered into the conference room and sat down directly beside Yao Wanya. I say, Bobo, have you become so infatuated with being a secretary? Nowadays it's the apocalypse, who still considers themselves an employee of the Star Group. Let me tell you now. We are our own masters. This man, his face shiny, appeared to be in better spirits than the other executives. That's right, he was Wu Hongsai, the head of the resources management department at the Star Group, looking to be in his 40s, portly, and skilled in winning people over. Exactly, Minister Wu is right, we are no longer employees of the Star Group. Manager, she said. I also agree with Minister Wu. I don't believe that in such a world a woman can continue to lead us. Minister Pei also raised his hand in agreement. Under Wu Hongkai's lead, others began to challenge Yao Wanya. This was not merely a show of power, it was outright disregard for the female president. Bobo wanted to refute, but was interrupted by Yao Wanya waving her hand. Yao Wanya coldly swept her gaze over the executives, her beautiful eyes like a bottomless cold pool, and her icy stare emanated a powerful aura. Minister Wu, what do you mean by this? Have you forgotten that even in the apocalypse this is still the territory of the Star Group, my possessions? If you do not acknowledge your identity as employees of the group, feel free to leave. I will not keep you. Dai Bobo's words cast a pall of solemnity over the executives, who murmured among themselves with faces etched in 100 shades of reluctance. President Yao, it's not that I'm unwilling. Do you have any idea what's happening downstairs? The place is littered with the dead. Who would dare leave this place? Exactly. Manager, she chimed in. You don't know the half of it. Lately, a ghastly pale monster has been roaming the building, and it's terrifyingly formidable. Last time I went out for supplies, I saw with my own eyes several colleagues fall to its claws. Not even a whole corpse left behind. I'd rather die than go. Director Jean shuddered at the mere mention of the white ghost. Initially, they had considered gathering supplies from the first floor, but the sheer height of the building and the encounter with countless horrific monsters had forced them to confine their search to the office tower. But the subsequent appearance of the white ghost had them so petrified they dared not even step out. A cacophony of dissent filled the room. Wu Hongkai shot a smug glance around the venue before interjecting. President Yao, ensconced as you are in the ivory tower, you naturally have no clue about the perils of the outside world. You can't just shove everyone into the fire out of your own ignorance. Director Wu is absolutely right. As Wu Hongkai's words faded, the executives nodded in unison. At a time like this, sending them out to gather supplies was nothing short of a death sentence, wasn't it? True, running out of supplies would mean starvation, but that was a distant concern. Who would willingly court death when they could cling to life a little longer? I say, Bobo, can't you think before you speak? You women talk so lightly, never realizing that we men have to pay with our blood. Another bespectacled, refined-looking man fanned the flames. His name was Wu Yingxiong, the only son of Wu Hongsai, working in the marketing department of the Starry Group. Without food we all die. To survive, sacrifices are inevitable. Bobo retorted defiantly. Wu Yingxiong snorted in contempt, his face twisted in disdain. Sacrifices? Whose sacrifices? You two women sit safely in your office while we brothers are supposed to go die for you. Yes, I agree with Yingxiong. All lives are equal. Why should we be the ones to die? A lean, middle-aged woman stepped forward to chime in. Yao Wanya stared at her in shock. It was none other than Wang Mei, the head of the Human Resources Department. She had always been diligent and obedient, showing Yao Wanya utmost respect. Why had she now raised the banner of rebellion? Wang Mei continued, It's true our supplies are tight, but some people have more than their fair share. She hoards the supplies we all risked our lives to gather, stuffing her own pockets. This is utterly despicable. A wave of shock rippled through the executives. If this were true, it was indeed heinous. All eyes turned to Wang Mei, who wore a smug expression, reveling in being the center of attention. Deep down, she had always resented Yao Wanya. Why did she have wealth, power, and beauty, drawing everyone's gaze wherever she went? While Wang Mei felt like a disposable tool, yearning for the same recognition. Yao Wanya's brows knitted tightly as she stared at the sanctimonious woman before her, a foreboding feeling rising in her heart. That's right, the person is Yao Wanya. I saw her stuffing food into the safe with my own eyes. What? It's actually President Yao. The executives exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes filled with disbelief and complex emotions as they looked at Yao. I knew it all along. No wonder our supplies are so scarce. There's a traitor in our midst. This woman is two-faced. She appears upright, but in reality. How disgusting. In truth, Yao Wanya had not embezzled anything. It was merely Wang Mei's scheme to divert blame. Previously, supplies collected by employees were handed over to Yao for fair distribution. To ensure equity, she and Bobo only took their rightful share. Since the two women ate little, and Yao was prudent, she locked the saved food in the safe. Little did she expect Wang Mei to spot it and stir up trouble. Wang Mei, what nonsense are you spouting? When did we ever embezzle anything? Words have consequences. Bobo's face flushed crimson, her glasses barely containing her fury. Whether it's nonsense or not, let everyone check and see. Wang Mei said airily, like a dead pig unafraid of scalding water. Dai Bobo was livid, her impressive chest heaving violently. Of course, she couldn't let them search. If those starving wretches saw the stash, they'd leave not a crumb. And being searched by subordinates was an insult to President Yao's dignity. How utterly improper. Wang Mei, don't slander us. Yao and I are innocent. We haven't taken a single extra ration. Bobo fought back fiercely, but the crowd seemed indifferent to her words. Wu Yingxiong snorted, rose abruptly, and strode before Bobo. Ignoring her shocked gaze, he pinched her delicate chin and leered, Don't get so worked up. No need to search. Just serve me well, and we'll call it even. While many coveted Yao Wanya's beauty, Wu Yingxiong found Dai Bobo the true prize. Plump women were his type. Bobo's voluptuous curves and full hips formed a naturally alluring figure, every gesture exuding mature intellectual sensuality that was utterly irresistible. In private, Wu Yingxiong had fantasized about possessing her more than once. And today his dream finally came true. After learning of Yao Wanya's meeting, he conspired with his father and the other executives to stage this open rebellion. Wu Yingxiong, how dare you? Flaunting your disrespect by harassing Bobo right in front of me. Have you no regard for me as your president? Seeing Bobo insulted, Yao Wanya rose and thundered. Bobo was not only her personal secretary, but also her classmate and close friend. She would never allow this to happen. Wu Yingxiong, however, was unimpressed. He grinned. My dear president, I'll not only keep you in my sights, I'll have you beneath me soon enough. Ha ha ha. Oh. Just as Wu Yingxiong threw his head back in laughter, Bobo whipped out a pepper spray and blasted it into his eyes. Wu Yingxiong clutched his eyes, groaning in agony. You damned bitch. I'll make you pay. Seizing the fleeting moment, Bobo grabbed Yao Wanya's hand, and the two dashed back into the office, slamming the door shut and locking it. The sudden turn of events left the executives dumbfounded. By the time they snapped out of it, Yao was already inside. Wu Hongkai sneered inwardly. Run. Where do you think you can go? Are you all right? He asked, approaching his son. Fine. Wu Yingxiong shook his head. They'll make sure to take care of that bitch later. Led by Wu Hongkai, the group marched in a formidable procession to the president's office. Through the thick glass, they leered at the two beauties inside, like cats toying with mice. President Yao, do you really think hiding in there will stop me? Haha. The other executives joined in the mocking laughter. Today they would finally taste the two top beauties of the group. Wang Mei smirked triumphantly, a perverse pleasure washing over her at the thought of the once lofty, ice-pure president being pinned down and tormented by the crowd. As she gazed at her subordinates, whose sinister smirks resembled those of hyenas, Yao Wanya felt a chill crawl up her spine, her hair standing on end. In her eyes, those once familiar faces now seemed utterly alien, as if she were seeing them for the first time. Wu Hongkai, you've gone mad. If you dare lay a hand on us, I swear I'll never let you off. Yao Wanya exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with fury. Yet even as she spoke, a deep uncertainty gnawed at her heart. In such a world, what could a woman like her truly do? Wu Hongkai paid no heed to her hollow threat, chuckling. Yao, spare me the useless chatter. Later, under the relentless assault from all of us, I hope you can hold out until the end. Otherwise, a cold, lifeless corpse would be far too dull. Don't you agree? Wu Hongkai beamed with satisfaction. Once he and his men had subdued Yao Wanya and the other woman, he would become the new master of Star Group. Yao Wanya and Bobo felt as if they had fallen into an icy abyss, their hearts sinking to the depths. If they were truly defiled by these scoundrels, how could they ever go on living? You there, smash this glass door. Wu Hongkai ordered, gesturing to a few burly employees behind him. Several of them picked up chairs, and without hesitation hurled them against the glass door with tremendous force. Bang! 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 The relentless pounding echoed like a death knell, mercilessly piercing the fragile hearts of the two women. Though the glass door was made of sturdy material, it could not withstand such continuous battering. Indeed, after several violent blows, cracks began to appear on its surface, and its complete shattering was only a matter of time. Their faces turned pale with terror. At that moment, an unprecedented wave of despair surged from the depths of their souls. Ha ha ha! Watching the women panic, Wu Hongkai and his men burst into laughter. The thrill of turning the tables was intoxicating. Clang! Yet just as they were reveling in their triumph, a far more resounding clang rang out from the stairwell, like a colossal bell, sounding like a violent collision of two metals. The noise originated from the entrance to the top floor. What's going on? What was that sound? Someone in the crowd asked uneasily. That deafening crash was definitely not caused by their own people. They couldn't have mistaken it. Everyone furrowed their brows, their eyes fixed intently on the door at the entrance. Clang! Soon after, another ear-splitting crash erupted. Under the assault of this sonic wave, the entire floor seemed to tremble faintly. This time the heavy steel door swayed precariously under the violent impact, on the verge of being breached at any moment. The crowd grew restless, their earlier arrogance evaporating. Even Yao Wanya and Bobo were terrified, their tightly clasped hands sweating profusely. Clearly such force could not be humanly possible. The only explanation was the monstrous creature from downstairs. We're doomed. That monster must have come up. Director Jean exclaimed in panic. Everyone's gaze shifted to the door, their hearts clenched as if by an invisible hand. If that monster truly broke in, everyone here would die. Clang! With the third deafening crash, the steel door could no longer hold. With a thunderous bang, dust billowed as the door was sent flying several meters, shattering the nearby glass partitions into fragments. Everyone's hearts leaped into their throats. In their terrified stares, a slender figure slowly emerged from the dust. With a youthful, smiling face, he looked like a college student. Exchanging bewildered glances, they all shared the same question mark in their minds. Who was this young man? Had he caused the commotion? Where were his accomplices? Great! Finally, some living people. Gu Chun breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the stunned crowd. During his climb up the stairs, all he had seen were gruesome corpses, leading him to believe that everyone in Star Tower had perished. To his surprise, this top floor still harbored so many survivors. Wu Hongkai kept his eyes fixed on the area behind Guchan, but saw no one or any monster emerging, filling him with confusion. That was a steel door. How could he have smashed it open alone? Young man, are you alone? Wu Hongkai asked. Guchan found the question odd, but nodded in reply. Yes, what's the problem? Wu Hongkai wanted to ask about the door, but somehow couldn't bring himself to speak, so he waved his hand and said, no problem, just asking. Not knowing the other's background, it was best to avoid stirring up trouble. If he provoked him, things could turn ugly. Guchan glanced around the scene, noticing that everyone was dressed in suits, likely the elite staff of Star Group. But now their hair was disheveled, their faces haggard, looking utterly worn out. However, the portly middle-aged man before him seemed in much better spirits than the other survivors. His gaze swept past the elites to the office beside them. In an instant, Guchan's eyes lit up and his spirits soared. For there no other than two naturally stunning top-tier beauties were confined like canaries in a cage on display for all to see. Ding, system scan complete. Name Yaowania. Age 26. Height 171 centimeters. Weight 51 kilograms. Appearance rating 95. Physique rating 91. Overall ratings grade. Wow. Indeed, it's grade. Guchan was not surprised by this result. The moment he saw Yaowania, he knew she was an absolute gem among gems. As the system's high appearance rating of 95 suggested, her face was breathtakingly beautiful. Clear, bright pupils, arched willow brows, fair and flawless skin tinged with a faint blush, and delicate lips, as tender as rose petals. She was like a flower blooming in the harsh winter, evoking a desire to cherish her tenderly. Her figure was also gracefully curvaceous, with the right curves in all the right places, especially her long, slender legs that were particularly eye-catching. Truly a beauty endorsed by Xia Bijin, with top-notch physique and looks. However, Yaowanya's temperament leaned toward the cool and aloof, giving off an air of keeping others at a distance. Guchan then shifted his gaze to the beauty beside her. Ding, system scan complete. Name Daibobo. Age 28. Height 173 centimeters. Weight 62 kilograms. Appearance rating 89. Physique rating 95. Overall ratings grade. Another grade. Guchan was slightly taken aback. In terms of looks, Daibobo was somewhat inferior to Yaowania, yet she remained a top-tier beauty. Particularly her mature glasses-wearing demeanor was utterly captivating. What was most astonishing was her explosive figure, a voluptuous hourglass waist topped with firm, magnificent curves that seemed ready to burst through her shirt. Below her waist were round and firm hips stirring the heart. In short, Daibobo embodied a plump, slightly chubby figure. In the past, Guchan preferred slender girls, but now he understood the true value of a curvy woman. As for how high that value was, it was at least as high as 3 or 4 stories. While Guchan scrutinized Yaowania and Daibobo, the two women were doing the same to him. Toward this unfamiliar youth, Yaowania was evidently more cautious. After the collective betrayal of her subordinates, she dared not trust anyone. But Daibobo was different. Beneath her calm exterior, her mind raced. If he had truly single-handedly opened that reinforced steel door, it meant his strength was formidable beyond measure. He could be the perfect person to seek help from. Moreover, judging by his gaze, he was clearly intrigued by her, and this she could exploit. However, uncertain of his intentions, she decided to observe for now. Which one of you is Wu Hongkai? Guchan asked. The youth was actually looking for Minister Wu. What was their relationship? Could it be an enemy? Instantly, everyone turned their gazes toward Wu Hongkai. He too immediately grew wary. He prided himself on being diplomatic and believed he had never offended anyone. Besides, he had never seen this youth before. Surely he couldn't be an enemy. Young friend, may I ask who you are and why you seek him? Wu Hongkai asked politely. My name is Guchan. I'm here to get supplies from him. I heard he's the head of the group's material management department. Guchan replied. Hearing this, Wu Hongkai heaved a great sigh of relief. Good thing he's not an enemy. Young friend, I am indeed Wu Hongkai. But we've never met, have we? Wu Hongkai wanted to know how he was recognized. Guchan waved his hand dismissively. You don't need to ask about that. Just give me the supplies. Wu Hongkai was taken aback. Are you referring to the food in the first floor market? Yes, Guchan admitted. But before Wu Hongkai could respond, his subordinates grew displeased. Do you think you can just take the Star Group's supplies as you please? Who do you think you are? Manager, she said indignantly. They too were highly interested in the market's vast supplies, enough to sustain them for years. If not for the sudden appearance of monsters downstairs, they wouldn't have ended up in their current starving state. Yet this youth came demanding the market's supplies as if it were his due, infuriating him. After him, several others stepped forward to oppose. Yeah, who do you think you are? Coming here demanding market supplies. Do you think it's your family's store? Young man, I advise you to know your place. Oh. Guchan's expression shifted slightly. He had expected this to go smoothly, but a few clowns had jumped out. But did he care? Not in the slightest. Wu Hongkai was right in front of him. Even if everyone opposed, he would still have to come with him obediently. Otherwise, haha. All of you shut up. Wu Hongkai raised his hand and barked sternly. Have you people lost all semblance of being star people? Have you completely forgotten our corporate culture? Under his reprimand, the others lowered their heads, but inwardly they fumed. Damn it, corporate culture. Wasn't it you old fox who stirred up the rebellion? Young friend, please forgive my colleague's rudeness. Wu Hongkai apologized sincerely. You want supplies? No problem. I do have the authority to open the market. You can have as much as you want. Wu Hongkai was clever. If this youth had truly smashed open the reinforced steel door alone, his brute force was unimaginable. He must not be offended. And even if he gave him some of the market's vast supplies, what harm was there? Look at how scrawny he was. How much could he carry? A bunch of fools. But Wu Hongkai shifted his tone, speaking with difficulty. Downstairs there are some terrifying man-eating monsters, extremely fierce. I'm afraid. Guchen smiled faintly and said lightly, don't worry about that. They're just white ghouls. I've killed them all. What? Killed them all? Everyone was astonished. Those ghastly white monsters were terrifying beyond even the capabilities of regular military personnel. How could he have done it? With his scrawny frame, he'd be lucky to even escape. Friend, don't blow your trumpet. I've seen those monsters with my own eyes. Even I could only flee in disgrace, let alone you, Director Jean said disdainfully. He was a northerner built like an ox. In his view, Gu Chun couldn't even withstand one of his punches, let alone kill the ferocious white ghouls. Don't be ridiculous. Yeah, are you sure you don't have a grudge against Minister Wu trying to trick him to his death? Manager, she added. Dad, don't believe a word this guy says. I think he's out to get you. Wu Yingxiong said angrily. From the first moment he saw Gu Chun, he had taken an instant dislike to him, feeling an inexplicable loathing. But Wu Hongkai thought differently. According to the other employees' descriptions, the white ghouls were not only physically tough, but also had incredibly sharp senses. A person that size couldn't have slipped past them unnoticed. The truth was likely as Gu Chun had said. Dai Bobo also realized this. It explained how he alone could have opened that heavy reinforced steel door. Young man, I also have the authority to open the market. If you're willing to save me and President Yao, all those supplies can be yours. Dai Bobo interjected. Through her observations, this youth named Gu Chun didn't seem like a ruthless thug, far better than Wu Hongkai's lot. To survive, Dai Bobo decided to win him over. Gu Chun looked with interest at this voluptuous beauty. From her close relationship with Yao Wanya, she was clearly of high status. These so-called elites were always arrogant. Gu Chun couldn't agree too easily. That would make him seem cheap. Young friend, don't believe a word that woman says. You don't know this, but during this time she's been lining her own pockets with the supplies we've painstakingly gathered. But I will always keep my word. If you trust me, I'll take you to get the supplies right now. Wu Hongkai patted his chest and promised, looking bold and generous. After Dai Bobo joined in, Wu Hongkai felt a great unease. Seeing Gu Chen's interest in the two beauties, if he chose their side, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? So the priority was to drive away this potential troublemaker. Wu Hongkai, you damned lackey, even now you're still spouting slander. Let me tell you, I Yao Wanya am above reproach. And even if I did embezzle, so what? The entire Star Group belongs to my Yao family, let alone a few supplies. Yao Wanya's fury blazed in her beautiful eyes like a brilliant pearl, irresistibly captivating. Young man, President Yao is right. She's the CEO of Star Group. How could she deceive you? But this Wu Hongkai is a heartless, cunning scoundrel. Not a word he says can be trusted. Dai Bobo urged. Gu Chun rested his chin in his hand, feigning thought. Seeing this, Dai Bobo grew anxious. At this critical moment, she had to offer everything. Young man, if you save me, I'll repay you well. Dai Bobo took a deep breath, and her proud bosom swelled even more, bursting the tight buttons of her shirt to reveal a vast expanse of alluring white skin. Gu Chun stared fixedly, his heart pounding. Though only a part was exposed, he could fully imagine the magnificence of the entire peak. Dai Bobo stepped forward, quickly pressing her hands against the glass, and said urgently, and if you like, President Yao, she is also available. What a... Yao Wanya's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at Dai Bobo, never expecting to be dragged into this herself. This man named Gu Chun was essentially a stranger to her. How could she so easily give herself away? With a hint of indignation, Yao Wanya said, Bobo, what nonsense are you talking? I never agreed. Dai Bobo pulled her aside and whispered in her ear, Wanya, you saw how things are today. If we don't seize Gu Chun as our lifeline, the consequences would be unimaginable. I understand that naturally. But wouldn't you alone be enough? I think he's quite interested in you. Yao Wanya said doubtfully. All along her mind had been on her career, and she knew little about matters between men and women. Oh, you don't understand men. They're all philanderers. One is never enough for them. They wish all the beauties in the world were theirs. Yao Wanya looked at Dai Bobo strangely and murmured, Is that so? Yes. I've seen plenty of lousy men, and I haven't found a single exception yet, Dai Bobo said with a hint of contempt. But now we can't afford to be too particular. As long as we're saved, I'd accept serving him with more than just the two of us. At the very least, it's better than being humiliated by these beasts. Yao Wanya's heart was bitter. She who had once dominated the pre-apocalyptic world now had only her appearance to rely on. Biting her red lips, a flicker of struggle passed through her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by resolve. The situation was clear now. Only by setting aside her pride and becoming Gu Chen's woman could she escape from these greedy, cunning wolves. Taking a deep breath, she stared straight at Gu Chun as if surrendering to fate. Yes. As long as you save us, all the supplies in Starry Mart are yours, and Bobo and I are yours too. Hiss. As Yao Wanya's words fell, gasps rippled through the crowd like waves. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Let alone the massive stockpile of supplies. Even obtaining just one of the top-tier beauties like Yao Wanya or Dai Bobo would have them burning incense in gratitude daily. Now both women were being offered for free. Such a deal would make anyone willing to brave fire and water. But now this heaven-sent fortune was falling entirely on this brat named Gu Chun. Unbelievable. Unacceptable. Hearing Yao Wanya's words, Gu Chun was overjoyed inside, but his outward composure remained unshaken. He would never let go of two such high-caliber women. Even if they hadn't offered, Gu Chun would have taken the initiative. Since you two are so sincere, I won't stand by and let you die. He'll make it clear, if anyone dares to touch a hair on your heads today, I won't let them off. His gaze swept over the crowd as he spoke with firm resolve. Wu Hongkai's face instantly darkened. Gu Chin's words meant he was siding against him, an ominous signal. Young friend, I recall you came specifically to find me, didn't you? How can you be so easily swayed by beauty? Wu Hongkai said with a grim expression. Gu Chun sneered inwardly. All roads lead to Rome, but couldn't a person change course? Moreover, judging by how Wu Hongkai treated his own boss, Gu Chun had a clear picture of his character. And this man dared to lecture him. Had given him an inch, and now he wanted to take a mile. Gu Chun snorted coldly. True, I did come to find you initially. But now I've changed my mind. Well, you got a problem with that? You? Wu Hongkai pointed at Gu Chun, eyes blazing with fury, words stuck in his throat. As the head of the Materials Management Department of Starry Group, was he not superior to Gu Chun in talent, knowledge, background, status, and position? Yet he had stooped so low to curry favor with Gu Chun. Never did he expect this brat to be swayed by lust and abandon him without hesitation. This was intolerable. Wu Hongkai's blood boiled. He wasn't truly afraid of Gu Chun. His cautious nature had merely led him to grovel to avoid complications. But if it came to a full-blown confrontation, he had no fear. Looking at the dozens of men behind him, Gu Chun might not come out on top in a fight. Hey kid, don't be ungrateful. My dad spoke to you politely, and you still refuse. Do you really think we're afraid of you? Believe me, our men could drown you with spit. Wu Yingxiong said with reddened eyes. He could overlook the supplies, and even the aloof, beautiful CEO. But Dai Bobo was his prey. What right did a nobody like Gu Chun have to snatch the woman he coveted? Utterly reckless. Gu Chun crossed his arms and said with a smile, I truly can't accept your goodwill. But since you're so formidable, I'd like to test your mettle. Wu Yingxiong's side might outnumber him, but they were all ordinary folks. He could dispatch them with a flick of his finger. If he were a bloodthirsty killer, would any of them still be alive? Yet they dared to act arrogant before him. They clearly didn't know how to spell death. Fine kid. If you want, learn your lesson, I'll show you what I'm made of. Wu Yingxiong rolled up his sleeve, revealing a bulging, vein-ripped arm that radiated terrifying power. Go, Brother Xiong. Crush this punk. You've got this, Brother Xiong. We're rooting for you. Before he even struck, Wu Yingxiong's followers were already cheering him on. They'd had enough of this kid and couldn't wait to see him beaten to a pulp. Amid the rousing cheers, Wu Yingxiong puffed out his chest, a smug grin curling at the corner of his mouth. He cast a proud glance at the frowning Dai Bobo and swore inwardly, today you'll beat this arrogant pretty boy to death right before your eyes. Dai Bobo and Yao Wanya were both nervous, especially Dai Bobo, who felt like she was waiting for a lottery result. If her guess was right, Gu Chun should be incredibly strong. But it was only a guess. She hadn't seen it with her own eyes. And now he was facing their strongest fighter right off the bat. She couldn't help but worry. Amid the crowd's fervent cheers, Wu Yingxiong strolled up to Gu Chun with his hands in his pockets, brimming with confidence. After a disdainful glance at the reckless kid, his face twisted in rage, and he roared, throwing a fist the size of a cauldron straight at Gu Chun. The punch howled through the air like a small cannonball about to hit Gu Chun square in the face. To be worthy of Dai Bobo, Wu Yingxiong had hit the gym whenever he had time, honing his brute strength through relentless training. He held the record for a perfect score of 999 on the Starry Amusement Park punching machine. That record remained unbroken until the apocalypse struck. But his beloved Dai Bobo had never cared. No matter. Today he would demonstrate it right before her. Gu Chun stood still, not dodging. Just as Wu Yingxiong's fist was about to land, he shot out his own right fist like lightning, leaving trails of afterimages as it collided heavily with Wu Yingxiong's. Thud! A dull sound rang out, and Wu Yingxiong's body flew backward uncontrollably like a kite, with a broken string arcing through the air, before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. My hand. Wu Yingxiong clutched his injured right arm, letting out agonizing screams. He felt as if his entire arm had ceased to exist, the excruciating pain nearly driving him mad. The scene fell into dead silence, broken only by Wu Yingxiong's hair-raising wails. The crowd stared dumbfounded at the unscathed youth, mouths agape, unable to utter a word. They knew all too well what Wu Yingxiong was capable of. This self-proclaimed starry king of the ring was no fraud. Honestly, none of them would dare to clash fists with him. But what was up with this scrawny Gu-chun? With just one casual punch, he had utterly crippled the famed Starry King of the Ring. Terrifying, absolutely damn terrifying. After a brief moment of stupefaction, Dai Bobo and Yao Wanya were both stirred with excitement. They had truly feared that this frail young man would be struck dead by Wu Yingxiang's fist. He was their lifeline. If even he fell, they would be utterly doomed. Now, witnessing his exceptional strength, the heavy stone in their hearts finally settled. Little brother, you're amazing. Sister Bobo adores you. Dai Bobo cheered and leaped, instantly becoming Gu-chen's fangirl. But Wu Hongkai could not muster any joy, staring at his son writhing in agony on the ground, his face darkened with menace. What are you all standing around for? This brat is trying to rob the Starlight Group. If he takes all the supplies, you'll be left with nothing. Get him, all of you. Under Wu Hongkai's roar, the crowd snapped out of their stupor. Though Gu-chun was formidable in single combat, they numbered no fewer than 50. It would be child's play to beat him to death. Thus, shaking off the gloom of Wu Yingxiang's defeat, they grabbed clubs and charged at Gu-chun. A gang fight. I love it. Gu-chun flashed a cunning smile, then clenched his fist, stomped his right foot, and shot into the crowd, like lightning, lashing out with punches and kicks. His fists moved so swiftly that only afterimages could be seen in the air. Straight punches, slaps, elbows, legs. Every part of his body became a lethal weapon, each strike accompanied by a scream. Then the Starlight employees flew through the air like fireworks. The scene descended into chaos. Watching their colleagues being battered and wailing, the remaining men went berserk, swinging their clubs wildly. Yet not a single wild swing landed on Gu-chun. With his extraordinary speed and keen senses, he dodged every attack with perfect timing. Damn it, Dot. Amid the turmoil, Director Zhang seized a moment when Gu-chun was dealing with others and aimed a blow at the back of his head. But Gu-chun's back of the head seemed to have eyes. He reacted, instantly delivering a straight punch to the iron rod. With a dull thud, Director Zhang's eyes nearly popped out, because his iron rod had been bent. Bent. Yes, bent like an arch bridge. Then, as Director Zhang stared in utter shock, a fist as heavy as steel landed solidly on his body, sending him flying as if struck by a massive force. As time passed, fewer and fewer fighters remained on the field. After Manager, she was sent flying. Not a single person was left standing to fight. They all lay on the ground, clutching their wounds and howling like wounded beasts. Wu Hongkai felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. He was utterly numbed. Damn it, with so many men, even a lion should have been taken down. Yet in the end, they couldn't even handle a scrawny young man. My God, what kind of person is he, eh? Minister Wu, what are you waiting for? I've been waiting for you. Gu-chun clapped his hands and said with a grin. But that innocent smile seemed more terrifying to Wu Hongkai than seeing a ghost. If so many strong young men couldn't defeat him, what chance did a pot-bellied middle-aged man have? One light punch from him would probably knock the shit out of him. Driven by a fierce will to survive, he made a bold move. Wu Hongkai forced an ugly smile and suddenly began slapping himself hard. Slap, slap, slap. Brother Gu, this is all a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. I Wu have always been amiable and kind to others. I never thought I'd make such a grave mistake in a moment of foolishness. I deserve to be hit. I deserve to be hit. Wu Hongkai slapped himself one after another. He was truly hitting hard. After a few slaps, his face swelled up like a pig's head. Of course, the old fox wasn't truly repentant. He knew that if he didn't slap hard enough, once Gu-chun took action, he'd end up missing limbs. Choosing the lesser of two evils, he was a clever man. Quite sensible. Then keep hitting. Don't stop until I say cut. Gu-chun said leisurely. Yes, yes, yes. Wu Hongkai's heart was truly bitter. His entire foundation had been exposed, and he still had to play the fool. Yao Wanya and Dai Bobo were dumbfounded. This outcome was beyond their wildest expectations. There had been dozens of men. Even a special forces soldier would have struggled. But Gu-chun had taken them all down single-handedly. Just how formidable was he? When they looked at Gu-chun again, the heat and excitement in their eyes were undeniable. Have you two seen enough? Gu-chun said lightly. Enough. Enough. The two women, realizing their rudeness, replied sheepishly. With the danger neutralized, there was no need to stay in the office. Dai Bobo opened the door and in a flash rushed to Gu-chun. To his surprise, she extended her soft arms and tightly embraced him. Little brother, you're amazing. I like you so much. Dai Bobo hugged him tightly, as if trying to merge with Gu-chun. Feeling the warmth and faint fragrance emanating from her slightly plump body, little Gu-chun couldn't help but rise to attention. A little brother, you. Dai Bobo suddenly felt something strange below. A glance left her blushing furiously. Don't worry, little brother just likes you too much. Gu-chun rubbed his head and smiled awkwardly. Dai Bobo covered her mouth and giggled, thinking, this little brother is pretty cute. Ding detected that class beauty. Dai Bobo has a crush on the host. Meeting reward conditions. Reward physical ability enhanced tenfold. Buzz. With the system's chime, a familiar surging power coursed through Gu-chun's body, as if he were being recharged. Gu-chun felt every cell in his body vibrating with vitality. His muscle tissue became firmer and more compact. With a light clench of his fist, his joints crackled. His fists radiated immense power. Guchun was confident he could send even an African elephant flying with a single punch. Why did only Dai Bobo develop feelings for me? What about Yao Wanya? Guchun turned his head, looking at the icy CEO, puzzled. Had he not been handsome enough just now? But Yao Wanya just kept her head down, hands clasped over her chest, her expression unreadable. Are you two done? Should we go collect the supplies? Yao Wanya seemed a bit flustered. Before Guchun could answer, Wu Hongkai begged. Brother Guchun, can you take us with you? Staying here means certain death. Originally, there had been so many free laborers, but now they were all crippled by Guchun. Without medical treatment, they would be permanently disabled, unable to go out and search for supplies. And without supplies, they were as good as dead. Guchun cast an indifferent glance at the groaning crowd and said coldly, "Why should I take a bunch of trash like you?" Wu Hongkai's heart turned cold. He hadn't expected this young man to be so ruthless. Money. I have a lot of money. If you take us, all my money is yours. Desperate Wu Hongkai could only offer money as a bargaining chip. Over the years, he had secretly skimmed plenty of profits. Money. I used to crave it, but now. It's just worthless paper. Guchun shook his head with a smile. Then he turned and walked toward the stairwell, without looking back, the two women following. Watching Guchun's resolute back, a surge of overwhelming rage welled up in Wu Hongkai's heart. He panted heavily, grinding his teeth audibly. At that moment, reason was completely drowned by fury. A chilling, murderous intent arose within him. He swept his gaze over the crowd. Just as they were about to launch a final counterattack, a blood-red sword suddenly appeared out of thin air behind Guchun, then, as if guided by sight, flew straight to the front of Wu Hongkai and his men, exuding a fierce, killing aura. Hey, what is that thing? How can it hover in midair? Am I hallucinating? Where did that sword come from? I didn't see it. Staring at the astonishing sight, the crowd was baffled. The well-traveled Wu Hongkai immediately recognized the sword. Wasn't it the Crimson Firmament sword? It was said to be forged from a special material sharp enough to cut through iron like mud. But wasn't this sword in the hands of a wealthy merchant? How did Guchun have it? As they speculated in confusion, the slender figure walking away with his back to them said lightly, "I knew you'd try this. Come, let me formally introduce you all. This is my new friend, the Crimson Firmament sword." Clatter, clatter, clatter. In the dark, foul-smelling stairwell, three young figures moved along, their sparse footsteps echoing continuously. Guchun led the way, with Yao Wanya and Dai Bobo following closely behind. Since the apocalypse broke out, this was the first time the two women had left the top-floor office building, and they felt a hint of excitement. But as they walked, the excitement on their faces visibly faded. Ugh, what's that stench? It's making me want to puke. Dai Bobo pinched her nose, looking quite distressed. Yao Wanya also furrowed her delicate brows. Guchun, however, was used to it. He had smelled it all the way up the stairs. Well, it's from those things over there. Guchun pointed at a pitch-black lump on the steps and chuckled. It was a rotting, blackened mass of flesh, emitting a suffocating stench. Covered in flies, mosquitoes, and white maggots, it sent chills down one's spine. Dai Bobo screamed in terror, crashing into Guchun's arms, breathing rapidly. What is that? It's so horrifying. The mass of flesh lay not far from her feet. If Guchun hadn't warned her in time, Dai Bobo would have stepped on it. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Guchun gently patted her fragrant back and said with a smile, "These must be employees from your company. They've been dead a long time, so naturally there's a smell. Actually, corpses like this are on every floor." The two women were horrified, cold sweat trickling down. Since the apocalypse began, they had been taking refuge on the top floor. Though they occasionally heard other subordinates describe the horrors below, it wasn't until today, seeing it with their own eyes, that they understood the cruelty of the end times. Sure enough, the further down they went, the more corpses littered the ground. A shocking and tragic sight. Among these corpses were both human remains and those of monsters like predators. But fortunately, as time passed, the two gradually adapted, and their reactions weren't as intense as before. "Little brother, there's so much supplies in the market. How are you going to take it all? From the looks of it, you can't carry much," Dai Bobo asked. She was 28 years old, while Guchun looked like a naive college student, so naturally she called him little brother. Guchun didn't mind, once she witnessed his divine might, he'd see if she still dared to be so cocky. Now, with his super-enhanced physical abilities, he was like a tireless human pile driver. When it came to unknown combat, none of the three women at home could match him. "I'll take as much as there is." Guchun laughed. Dai Bobo was astonished, looking utterly skeptical. "How about this? Let's make a bet. If I take it all," Guchun leaned in and whispered mischievously in her ear, "then you'll do this. And then that." Dai Bobo's face flushed bright red after hearing it, overwhelmed with embarrassment, and she pouted. "Little brother, you're too wild, so naughty. So are you betting or not?" "I'm in." Dai Bobo was determined. She wanted to see how this little brother would clear out the market. The three walked on, and before they knew it, they had reached the 58th floor. Going downstairs wasn't too tiring, but Yao Wanya and Dai Bobo had been eating and sleeping poorly for days, and their stamina was failing. Their slender jade-like legs felt as heavy as lead. Yao Wanya gritted her teeth and persisted, but Dai Bobo couldn't go on. She rested her hands on the railing, gasping for breath. Want to take a break? We're not in a hurry. Gu Chen stopped and asked. Both women shook their heads. The smell here was too pungent, and they didn't want to stay a moment longer. Just as Dai Bobo tried to move forward, her long legs suddenly gave way, and she stumbled, nearly falling. But Gu Chen caught her with his quick reflexes. Looking at the beauty in his arms, Gu Chen said helplessly, "If you can't go on, don't force it. Here, let me carry you." Without another word, he scooped Dai Bobo up in a bridal carry. Startled, she cried out, "No, no need. I'm heavy." "Oh." But before she could finish, Gu Chen had effortlessly lifted her. Her weight was nothing to him. "Little brother, is this okay?" Dai Bobo asked shyly. This was the first time she had been so intimately close to a man. "You're my woman now, it's fine," Gu Chen said casually. Looking at his chiseled jawline, Dai Bobo's heart pounded wildly, her face reddening to her ears, yet she felt a deep happiness. Along the way, Dai Bobo chattered non-stop, recounting the chaos at Star Group after the apocalypse broke out, how Yao Wanya led everyone to resist monsters and gather supplies, and finally the changes in Wu Hongkai, and the others, especially the mass rebellion that happened today. If Gu Chen hadn't arrived in time, the two women would have been in deep trouble. By the time she finished, they had reached the 33rd floor. "All right, little brother, I've recovered enough. Time to switch." Dai Bobo knew that Yao Wanya was also exhausted, but her strong personality made her stubbornly endure. "Me? I don't think I need it, right?" Yao Wanya said, blushing, whether from fatigue or something else. "Stop dithering. Up you go." Gu Chen didn't hesitate. He scooped up the cold, elegant CEO, pressing her delicate body close to him, and a faint fragrance like spring white roses wafted around them. Smack! Gu Chen gave Yao Wanya's bottom a playful pat and sighed. "Pretty firm." Whoosh! Yao Wanya's face turned even redder, as if it might drip blood. In all her life, this was the first time a man had carried her in a bridal hold. She tentatively rested her head on Gu Chen's solid chest, as if she could hear his heartbeat. At that moment, an unprecedented sense of security surged within her. It seemed that in front of this man she no longer needed to be a strong woman, as she could just nestle like a little girl. Ding! Detected strength beauty. Yao Wanya's heart fluttered toward the host. Reward conditions met. Award physical ability enhancement by 15 times. Holy crap, 15 times. Gu Chen was ecstatic. He had thought 10 times was the limit, but now 15 times was possible. Then a familiar surge of energy washed over him, but this time Gu Chen clearly felt the power was stronger and lasted longer. After the charge completed, Gu Chen looked down at the CEO, who was like a startled fawn in his arms, his blazing gaze, as if it could melt her. Yao Wanya had been sneaking glances at Gu Chen's sharp jawline the whole time. When she met his intense eyes, she quickly averted her gaze, burying her head deep into his chest like someone caught doing something wrong. Gu Chen smiled slightly. Was this the other side of the cold, elegant CEO? Quite interesting. Half an hour later, the trio finally reached the first floor. Passing through the familiar atrium, they arrived at the entrance of Star Market. Yao Wanya reluctantly left Gu Chen's embrace and used her fingerprint to open the heavy market doors. As the doors opened, Gu Chen was stunned. The Star Market was enormous, the size of 10 football fields. Stepping inside, it felt like being in an endless commercial ocean. Countless shelves stood like towering giants, neatly arranged to the horizon, each row like an infinite shopping corridor. From fashionable clothing to household items, from high-end electronics to exquisite delicacies, everything was available. Moreover, since the market had closed early, the supplies inside were completely untouched. Surprised? Hee, this is actually just the smallest asset of Star Group. Looking at Gu Chen's astonished expression, Dai Bobo said proudly. Then what's the biggest asset? Gu Chen asked. Probably the biotech sector, but I don't know much about that. Dai Bobo shrugged. Gu Chen looked at her suspiciously, wondering how the CEO's secretary could be so clueless, then turned his gaze to Yao Wanya, who also shrugged helplessly. Actually, I don't know either. My mother didn't let me get involved in that area. It's quite mysterious. After returning from studying abroad, Yao Wanya had taken over the visible businesses of Star Group. Apart from these observable operations, Star Group had other core businesses, but that's a story for later. Gu Chen thought this family was strange, keeping secrets even from their own daughter. But it wasn't his concern. The priority was to collect the supplies. Go on, little brother, show us. Dai Bobo crossed her arms, looking like she was ready for a show. All right, here I go. Gu Chen chuckled and stepped into the market, demonstrating his unique storage technique. Under Dai Bobo's gaze, Gu Chen casually waved his hand, and entire rows of supplies, including shelves, suddenly glowed with a faint white light before vanishing into thin air like a magic trick. Dai Bobo's eyes widened like brass bells, her mouth agape, utterly incredulous. 40 minutes later, the entire market had been swept clean, cleaner than a locust swarm. The sheer volume of supplies collected was enormous, enough for Gu Chen to live comfortably for a lifetime, putting him in a great mood. Beaming with joy, Gu Chen swaggered over and wrapped his arms around the two women's voluptuous waists. My two wives, this is a huge haul. These supplies are enough for us to live worry-free for a lifetime. Yao Wanya and Dai Bobo nestled sweetly against Gu Chen's chest, tracing patterns with their fingers. Of course Star Market is the biggest in the entire Flower City, so naturally it has the most supplies. Dai Bobo said smugly. Yes, but there's a place with even more staggering supplies. Compared to it, Star Market is just a drop in the bucket. Yao Wanya suddenly thought of a location. Dai Bobo caught on immediately. Wanya, you mean the Shansong warehouse? On the outskirts of Flower City, there was a massive supply distribution center, the Shansong warehouse. It wasn't just for Flower City, but for the entire Baiwa province. The quantity of supplies there was mind-boggling. Yes. Yao Wanya nodded gently. Is that so? Gu Chun stroked his chin, suddenly intrigued. The supplies at Star Market were already vast, yet they paled in comparison to the Shansong warehouse. Just how terrifying would the latter's supplies be? Though his own stockpile was already ample, it was only enough for the current members. If other women were to join him later, it might fall short. No, he had to stock up more. But that place is far, about 100 kilometers from here. Getting there is a problem, and who knows if others have their eyes on it. Yao Wanya continued analyzing. The outside world was in chaos now. Driving was impossible, especially with all the monsters around. So Yao Wanya only mentioned it casually, thinking it was unlikely herself. Yet Gu Chun pondered for a moment, then his eyes lit up, and said, I might have a way. Under the two women's puzzled gazes, Gu Chun waved his hand, and a brand new Bugatti sports car appeared before their eyes. That's right, Gu Chun planned to use his metal abilities to control it. Back when he was at the Eta level, he could barely control 100 pounds of metal. Now that he had risen to the Gamma level, combined with the 25 times physical enhancement reward from Yao Wanya and Dai Bobo, it should be no problem. After all, a Bugatti weighs just over a ton. Gu Chun extended his hands. As his ability continuously output, the Bugatti's body glowed with a faint golden aura. Then, to the women's astonishment, the fiery red supercar seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and lifted into the air. Wow, what kind of trick is this? Dai Bobo grew even more amazed. Just a normal operation. Gu Chun chuckled. Today let's try a flying car. Under the dying glow of the setting sun, an enormous warehouse crouched like a steel beast at the edge of Flower City. Within the warehouse compound, dozens of soldiers clad in black combat gear patrolled with rifles in hand, their disciplined movements far from those of ordinary rabble. Yet upon closer inspection, two stood apart. Neither fully armed nor required to patrol, they lingered leisurely in an open space, smoking with an air of contentment. Brother Jia, how's that cigar treating you? Satisfying, isn't it? A young man in a black short-sleeved shirt emblazoned with Boy London on both chest and back, a trendy brand of the times, asked with a smile. Hiss. Brother Jia drew deeply on the smoke, paused for a moment, then slowly exhaled, his face a picture of blissful ecstasy. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Never thought I'd enjoy such a fine cigar in the apocalypse. You've got heart, kid. Brother Jia remarked, glancing at the man beside him. His full name was Zhao Hejia, once the scion of the Zhao group in Flower City. Now he was poised to become a hero of a burgeoning power, at least in his own eyes. Heh, of course. This is a genuine Cuban import my damn father had someone bring from abroad. I couldn't bear to smoke it myself. But today for your sake, I brought it out specially. Hope when you rise to glory you won't forget about me. Zhang Yue said sycophantically. Once the young master of the Zhang capital in Flower City, he had known Zhao Hejia for years, a pair of fair-weather friends. When the apocalypse struck, the two had scurried and hidden, living a wretched, displaced existence. Only after seeking refuge with a formidable faction in Flower City, the Sky-Shattering Legion, did they find shelter. Yet lacking any notable skills, their contribution to the Legion was minimal. Thus their status remained lowly, eking out a living with menial tasks. But Zhao Hejia refused to accept this position, constantly scheming for a breakthrough. Until yesterday, a sudden inspiration struck him, a path to defy fate. That path was the Shandong warehouse behind them, the largest distribution center in Baiwa province. Zhang Yue was also aware of the warehouse, but Zhao Hejia had thought of it first, so the credit naturally fell to him. It was for this reason that Zhang Yue now showed such deference to Zhao Hejia. Easy, easy. Yue, we've known each other for decades. Rest assured, once I rise to power, I'll look out for you. When one man attains the Tao, even his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. I remember that saying. Ha ha. Zhao Hejia laughed joyfully, already envisioning his triumphant return to the Legion, showered with accolades, and elevated above the masses. Chickens and dogs ascending to heaven. He's comparing us to livestock. If you're so illiterate, keep your mouth shut. Zhang Yue cursed inwardly, but he wasn't foolish enough to correct the phrasing now. Instead, he nodded and smiled agreeably. Young Master Zhao, you've truly made a great contribution this time. Ha ha. As the two reveled in their triumph, an exceptionally burly man emerged from the warehouse nearby. Before he even reached them, his booming voice carried over. At the sight of him, Zhao Hejia and Zhang Yue quickly discarded their cigars, their smug expressions sobering. I've inspected the supplies. Just as you said, they're enough to sustain our Sky-Shattering Legion for decades without worry. Your reward upon return is guaranteed. The man declared, stopping before them. Of course, my intel is never false. This was from my family's business partners. Zhao Hejia replied with a respectful smile. Commander Black Panther, in your opinion, what rank could this achievement earn me? Black Panther's eyes shifted evasively. Well, that depends on the Legion leader's decision, but I reckon it'll be substantial. Black Panther, real name unknown, was once a formidable mercenary leader. Now he was one of the elite cadres of the Sky-Shattering Legion. His individual combat prowess was outstanding, his battle experience rich, and he formed part of the Legion's Iron Triangle along with 2 other powerhouses. After Zhao Hejie provided intel on the Shandong warehouse, Black Panther led the team to scout it. Reporting Commander Black Panther. We found survivors in the warehouse office claiming to be staff. How should we proceed? Please advise. A soldier in black combat gear jogged over to report. How capable are they? Black Panther asked. They appear to be ordinary middle-aged men, non-combatants, the soldier answered truthfully. A flicker of disappointment crossed Black Panther's face before he said, in that case, eliminate them all. No use keeping them alive. Yes, sir. The soldier turned and left. Soon after, the desperate pleas of men and women echoed, followed by several gunshots. Zhao Hejie and Zhang Yue shuddered, stealing a glance at Black Panther, whose dark face remained impassive, as if nothing had happened. Don't be afraid. Those people were surplus, unworthy of life. But you too are different. Aren't you? Black Panther remarked, casting a cold glance at them with pointed meaning. In his heart, where strength reigned supreme, he held deep contempt for these idle privileged brats who relied on family connections. Had Zhao Hejie not provided this invaluable intelligence, he wouldn't have deigned to exchange a single word with them. You're absolutely right, Commander Black Panther, the 2 chorused, nodding fervently. With a scornful smirk, Black Panther turned and walked away. Only after he left did the 2 finally exhale in relief. The oppressive aura Black Panther exuded was overwhelming. Not only did he resemble a black bear in build, but his expression was as chilling as a wild beast's. Damn, how is everyone in the Sky-Shattering Legion such freaks? Scared the hell out of me. Zhang Yue patted his chest, still shaken. What do you know? It's these freaks who have real power. Would you dare to seek shelter from someone who looks refined and gentle? Zhao Hejie scolded. His experiences since the apocalypse had forged a unique way of reading people. In his view, the fiercer a person appeared, the stronger they were. And in this apocalyptic world, they needed to rely on such strong individuals to survive. Ah, Brother Jie speaks the truth. My admiration for you flows like an endless river. Zhang Yue quickly flattered him. Enough. Spare me the act. I'm off to take a dump. Keep an eye on things here. Call me if anything happens. Zhao Hejie said casually, though inwardly he basked in the praise. Who doesn't enjoy being complimented? Even if it's insincere. As Zhao Hejie disappeared into the restroom, Zhang Yue's mind lingered on his words. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard a commotion at the warehouse entrance, as if a dispute had broken out. Perplexed, Zhang Yue approached the entrance and saw another group of soldiers in khaki combat gear shoving and arguing with the Sky-Shattering Legion troops. Neither side yielded and the tension escalated. Eager to prove himself, Zhang Yue took a deep breath and stepped forward to scold them. What's going on? This is Sky-Shattering Legion territory. Do you want to die? But his voice was too weak, quickly drowned in the clamor. Feeling ignored, rage surged within him. Straining his throat, he bellowed with all his might at the shoving soldiers. Damn it, you bunch of bastards. Stop right now. Whoosh. A fiery red phantom streaked across the void like a shooting star, trailing a series of roaring winds. The 3 sat in the vehicle, marveling at the scenery swiftly passing beneath them. From this height, they could overlook the entire panorama of Blossom City. After about 20 minutes of flight, the trio finally arrived near the Shanshan warehouse. Under Gu Chen's control, the flying car landed steadily. Thanks to his superhuman physical capabilities, even after prolonged consumption of his abilities, Gu Chen remained as composed as ever. He stored the Bugatti in his spatial dimension, and the 3 walked into a dense forest. Passing through this grove would lead them to the warehouse's main entrance. Just as they were about to emerge from the woods, they unexpectedly discovered that the warehouse had already been beaten to the punch. At the warehouse's entrance stood 2 groups of heavily armed men, one clad in uniform black combat suits, the other in khaki battle gear. Without exception, they all held various sophisticated weapons, exuding formidable prowess. However, judging by their stern expressions, the 2 factions were clearly at odds. A tense, sword-drawn atmosphere spread between them. Little brother, perhaps we should. Dai Bobo felt a surge of retreat at the sight of the intimidating groups ahead. Don't speak. Gu Chun pressed a finger to her lips in warning. Had he come all this way just to slink back empty-handed? Impossible. He was determined to claim the supplies of Shanshan warehouse. Yet unaware of the opponent's background, Gu Chun decided to conceal himself first and assess the situation. As Zhang Yue's words fell, everyone's gaze turned sharply toward him. Before these battle-hardened elite warriors, he appeared like a clown. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and he regretted stepping forward as the scapegoat. With a single glance, the warriors knew this man was all bark and no bite, utterly harmless. Their real focus should be on the adversaries before them. Oh, I never expected the Skyrending Corps to harbor such a character. Truly surprising. From the khaki-uniformed crowd, a burly man spoke with mockery. This man was clearly the leader of this group, as others stepped aside to clear a path for him after his words. Compared to Black Panther, this man's physique was equally imposing, exuding a daunting aura that made Zhang Yue wish he could crawl into a hole. Yet now he was caught in a dilemma and had to brace himself. You. Who are you? 3 warn you, this place is already Skyrending core territory. If you know what's good for you, get lost, or else the consequences will be SSS. Severe. Zhang Yui's lips chattered as if he were in -50-degree winter. The absurd scene made the man laugh even more heartily. Huh, I thought it was someone. Turns out it's Xing Aniu from the Iron Hammer base. What a small world, to run into you in this godforsaken place. At this, a man with a murderous aura from the black uniformed group pushed aside his underlings and slowly stepped before Xing Ani, showing no fear. Indeed, who else but Black Panther? The Skyrending core and Iron Hammer base had always been at odds, often clashing over supplies. Now they coincidentally encountered each other at Shanshan Warehouse, though perhaps it was inevitable. Seeing Black Panther appear in time, Zhang Yue sighed in relief, as if saved. He obediently stood behind Black Panther, glaring angrily at Xing Ani. Hey, if your Skyrending core can be here, why can't our Iron Hammer base? Is this place your private property, or something? Xing Aniu said with a forced smile. Iron Hammer base was one of Blossom City's 4 major factions. After the apocalypse erupted, it was formed by the 3 brothers Zheng Tieju, Zheng Liuxia, and Xing Aniu, and had grown rapidly into a force to be reckoned with. As the base's third-in-command, Xing Aniu had immediately led a group here upon receiving intelligence about Shanshan Warehouse. Their goal naturally was the vast supplies. You can, but unfortunately you're too late. This place is already marked by our Skyrending core. You'd better head back. Black Panther pointed coldly at the massive warehouse behind him, which loomed like a mountain. Xing Aniu burst into wild laughter upon hearing this, as if it were the greatest joke. Haha, Black Panther, you look like a proper man, but you're marking territory. Do you really think you're a dog? Pee anywhere, and it's yours. Ridiculous. Black Panther narrowed his eyes, his face calm as he watched Xing Aniu, but a fleeting cruelty flashed in his gaze. What's wrong with you? Can't you be reasonable? We arrived here first. You should know the principle of first come, first served. How shameless. Seeing their leader Black Panther insulted by Xing Aniu, Zhang Yue quickly stepped forward to argue. With Black Panther backing him up, he spoke with more confidence. Awesome. Yao Wanya was astonished. As soon as Zhang Yue stepped out, she recognized him instantly. You know him? Gu Chen asked. Yes. Yao Wanya nodded. That man is Zhang Yue's son of Zhang Tianyang from Zhang's capital. I've met him once. Oh. Gu Chen was unimpressed and continued watching. Dai Bobo, however, was puzzled, her brows furrowed as she asked. Wanya, this guy is a notorious playboy in Blossom City, extravagant, indulging in every vice. How did you meet him? As far as I know, Starry Group has no business dealings with Zhang's capital. Yao Wanya sighed, but just as she was about to explain, Gu Chen interrupted. Quiet, they're about to fight. Being scolded by a mere brat, Xing Aniu instantly flared up in rage. You little whelp, who gave you the right to speak? Say another word and he'll kill you right now. Zhang Yue quickly hid behind Black Panther, not daring to utter another sound. Faced with the enraged Xing Aniu, Black Panther remained unflinching, staring coldly at the man before him like a hunter afraid his prey might escape. Xing Aniu, that brat you mentioned, is now a member of our Skyrending Corps. What? Are you looking for a war with us? These icy words instantly sobered Xing Aniu. A war with the Skyrending Corps? Don't be ridiculous. Though Iron Hammer base had grown rapidly, it was no match for the Skyrending Corps. First, most of their members were pre-apocalypse mercenaries, elites who had fought through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Moreover, they had the formidable Iron Triangle, excelling in both open combat and covert assassination. Most terrifying of all was their leader Li Tianlong, rumored to possess special abilities capable of defeating even those ghastly pale monsters. His strength was evident. Xing Aniu looked up at the sky, then exhaled deeply, speaking with a hint of compromise. Black Panther, am not an unreasonable man. The supplies at Shanshan Warehouse are too vast. Your Skyrending Corps can't handle them all. So I suggest we split them 50-50. What do you think? As dusk fell, Xing Aniu didn't want to waste more time with Black Panther. It was better to reach a deal quickly and gather some supplies before returning to base. If it got too late, those terrifying creatures would be beyond their ability to handle. It must be said, Xing Aniu's proposal was not a bad one. Black Panther squinted, lost in thought. Both sides were major powers in Flower City, and it would be unwise to come to blows over these supplies. For the Sky-Shattering Regiment, even if they could annihilate the Iron Hammer base, they would still suffer no small losses. In an apocalypse overrun by hordes of monsters, their current state was better suited for development rather than bloody conflict with others. Black Panther did not refuse. His eyes darted about, and his tense expression softened as he chuckled. Hey, your proposal is good. With so many supplies, we truly can't consume them all. An equal split is the best option. Then turning his face, he waved his hand grandly and shouted to the group of underlings behind him. Did you all hear me? Make way now. At Black Panther's bellow, the underlings blocking the entrance quickly parted to form a path. Something's off, this feels wrong, Yao Wanya said, furrowing her delicate brows. What's wrong? Gu Chen asked. I just feel that this man called Black Panther can't be trusted. The scene before her gave Yao Wanya a sense of walking into a trap. I think so too. Look at that fake smile of his. Who knows what kind of malice he's hiding in his heart? Dai Bobo shared the same view. Gu Chen smiled, feigning indifference. In his eyes, neither side was any good. It would be best if they tore each other apart, saving him the trouble of intervening. Zhang Anyu didn't overthink it. He nodded to Black Panther and waved his hand, and the 20-plus combat members behind him filed in through the cleared passageway. After they entered, Zhang Anyu followed closely behind. Black Panther's gaze was fixed tightly on that earthy yellow figure, his heart surging with excitement. Suddenly the scene shifted. Black Panther's eyes snapped wide open. He pulled the military dagger from his waist, surged forward, and when he was just a step away from the ladder, he leaped up, abruptly stabbing viciously at the back of Zhang Anyu's neck. Accompanied by a scream of awe, blood splattered everywhere, and a thick coppery scent spread through the air. Zhang Anyu's pupils shrank to pinpoints. He never expected that damn Black Panther would ambush him, but by then it was too late. He fell to the ground in agony, his right hand desperately clutching the wound. Yet no matter how hard he pressed, he couldn't stem the gushing blood that flowed like a spring. At the same time, the other members of the Sky-Shattering Regiment sprang into action. They drew their guns and unleashed a full-force barrage on the Iron Hammer base members trapped in the encirclement. Rat-a-tat. The members in earthy yellow combat uniforms didn't even have time to resist before they were struck down by the merciless bullets falling like autumn leaves. It was a one-sided massacre. The dense gunfire lasted less than 10 seconds, and there were no survivors left from the Iron Hammer base. Everything happened too fast. Zhang Anyu was dazed. Gazing at the countless brothers who had died horribly before his eyes, he was overcome with anguish. Yet what pained him even more was his own impending demise. Black Panther, you this. Zhang Anyu struggled to keep his eyes open, trembling as he pointed a finger at the burly, shadowy figure who crouched before him. He wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come. Oomph. Black Panther grabbed Zhang Anyu by the hair, snarling savagely. Don't you know you never turn your back to an enemy? What a fool. With that, he raised his knife and brought it down, ending the life of the Iron Hammer base's third-in-command in one stroke. The air was still thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder, and the scene was terrifyingly silent. But the silence didn't last long before it was shattered by a rustling sound. Black Panther spun around and roared at the small grove from which the noise came. Who's there? Get out here. All the combatants of the Sky-Shattering Regiment immediately went on alert, swiveling their guns toward the nearby grove, ready to open fire at any moment. We're done for. Yao Wanya covered her rosy lips, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. The usually calm and composed woman couldn't hold back at the sight of such a brutal massacre. Her delicate body involuntarily staggered back a few steps, and this retreat kicked some loose stones on the ground. The clattering sound was especially jarring. She was filled with regret, now looking at Gu Chun and Dai Bobo in panic. She knew all too well what would happen if they angered this group. Wanya, don't worry. No matter what happens, we'll face it together. Dai Bobo tried to comfort her, but her own heart was filled with deep unease. The brutality of this gang was plain to see. They were far beyond the likes of Wu Yingxiong and his men. Moreover, they were all well armed and seemed fierce and capable. She couldn't imagine what would happen if they fell into their hands. Meeting Gu Chen's gaze, he simply smiled faintly without a hint of blame. He gently patted her head and said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Since the Sky-Shattering Regiment was also after the supplies from the Shansong warehouse, there was no way this would end peacefully. Under the dark muzzles of the guns, the three of them walked out of the thicket one after another. Gu Chen walked calmly at the front, his gaze sweeping over all the members of the Sky-Shattering Regiment. Including Zhang Yue and Black Panther, there were 27 people in total. From their appearance, these fighters were indeed far tougher than ordinary people. But for him, well, it was only acceptable. If they dared to pull the trigger, then everything would be over. Staring intently at the young man before him, the battle-hardened Black Panther quickly reached a judgment, unfamiliar, clean-cut, thin, and utterly non-threatening. He seemed even less formidable than a common soldier from the Iron Hammer base. Yao Wanya, it's you. The moment Yao Wanya appeared, Zhang Yue recognized her instantly. That cold, exquisitely beautiful face was one he could never forget, even though he had conquered countless women. Indeed, Yao Wanya had once been his only blind date. Before the apocalypse, Zhang Tianyang, the boss of Zhang's capital, had racked his brains to climb the tree of the Starry Group. Fortunately, persistence paid off. After many attempts, he finally succeeded in persuading Yao Wanya's mother to agree to the two of them meeting, which led to their blind date. However, Yao Wanya had no liking for this idle, dissolute, and arrogant playboy. She only agreed to meet him out of deference to her mother. During their one and only blind date, Zhang Yui's frivolous behavior only deepened her aversion, and the meeting ended in discord, lasting less than 3 minutes before it was hastily concluded. Humiliated and losing face, Zhang Yue became the laughingstock of his circle from then on. This made the proud young master even more resentful toward that icy, beautiful CEO. He tried every means to get revenge, but all his efforts were in vain, and he never even got another chance to see her. But fate works in mysterious ways. He never expected that in this apocalypse he would once again encounter the woman who had ruined his reputation. Yao Wanya merely cast a cold glance at Zhang Yue before turning her head away, as if unwilling to waste even a second more on him. Zhang Yue, you know her? Black Panther asked. Reporting to Commander Black Panther, this woman is Yao Wanya, the CEO of the Starry Group. The one beside her is her personal secretary Dai Bobo. As for the brat in front, he's probably her new boy toy. Zhang Yui's gaze swept over Yao Wanya and Dai Bobo, finally resting on the thin figure, his eyes brimming with contempt and hostility. Hey CEO Yao, you wouldn't even look at me, and I thought your standards were so high? And this is what you end up with? What a joke. Look at that scrawny kid. He probably can't even protect himself. Zhang Yue taunted mercilessly. What business is it of yours? Who I like is my own freedom, and I don't need your meddling. Yao Wanya retorted angrily. Of course, I don't want to bother with your sorry affairs either. But since we know each other, I have to give you a piece of advice. If you're looking for a backer, find someone stronger. Someone like this trash can't even protect himself. Gu Chun watched Zhang Yue with a smile, his calm face showing not a single ripple from the man's words. A barking dog seldom bites, a biting dog doesn't bark. All right. I don't care about your past squabbles, Black Panther said, waving his hand impatiently. He was a man of action, eager to finish the task quickly. Stepping forward, Black Panther fixed his sinister eyes on Gu Chun, exuding a tangible aura of murderous intent. Kid, come clean. Why are you here? Are you an accomplice of the Iron Hammer base? As his words fell, the scene fell into utter silence, and all eyes turned to the slender young man. Oh, them. I don't know them, Gu Chun said nonchalantly, pointing at the corpses strewn across the ground. But since I'm here at Xiangong warehouse, it's naturally for a tiny bit of supplies. A tiny bit? Black Panther squinted. A tiny bit, Gu Chun replied with a smile. Black Panther furrowed his brow and thought, his beastly gaze raking over Gu Chun, searching for any sign of weakness. Yet the latter remained completely composed, an unruffled demeanor about him. Black Panther couldn't fathom where this young man's confidence came from. Didn't he know that a mere flick of his finger could snuff out his life? You saw how these men died. Black Panther circled Gu Chun, his voice icy. These fools dared to covet what belongs to our bombardment legion. They deserve their fate. So tell me now, what is it you want? Black Panther pressed forward, exuding a suffocating, killing intent. The threat in his words was unmistakable. If Gu Chun dared mention supplies again, he would show no mercy in cutting him down. The members of the Bombardment Legion raised their guns, fingers poised on the triggers. Yao Wanya and Dai Bobo's hearts leaped into their throats. The two women tugged at Gu Chun's sleeve, signaling him not to be reckless. Supplies could be lost, but their lives were paramount. Zhang Yue, however, folded his arms and shot a smug glance at Yao Wanya, as if to say, see, this is the man you chose. Just wait and see how you'll die. The atmosphere in the scene dropped to freezing point, a suffocating tension silently spreading among them. Yet Gu Chun, like a brash anomaly, seemed utterly oblivious to the danger. He smiled faintly, meeting Black Panther's piercing gaze heat, and under everyone's watch declared loudly, I told you all the supplies here are all mine. His arrogant words startled Black Panther. In the next instant, before his eyes, the youthful face of the man before him suddenly shifted, a fierce, killing intent blazing in his once gentle gaze. Before Black Panther could comprehend what was happening, the young man's clenched fist wrapped in a whistling wind shot toward his chest like a miniature cannonball. With a bang, in less than a tenth of a second, the iron fist landed on him. The moment it struck, Black Panther felt an overwhelming, crushing pain erupt from his chest, and his entire body was sent flying backward uncontrollably, only stopping when he slammed into the thick steel plates of the warehouse. A coppery taste rose in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. What a... Black Panther clutched his chest, staring in shock at the unremarkable young man. His fists weren't large, but the energy contained within them was terrifying. As a mercenary who had faced life-and-death situations for years, he had taken countless punches. But none had ever matched the force of this blow. It was as heavy as 1,000 June, as solid as a boulder, and fiercely unstoppable. He couldn't help but wonder if even his leader, the so-called mechanical czar Li Tianlong, could deliver such fearsome power. The scene fell into dead silence. The remaining soldiers of the Bombardment Legion were stunned by the sight. In their field of vision, they hadn't even seen the young man's punching motion, only heard the loud bang, and then the burly mountain-like Commander Black Panther was sent flying, utterly unbelievable. They knew well how formidable Commander Black Panther was. Though he ranked only third in the Iron Triangle, his strength was unquestionably immense. Aside from those three, none of the 100-plus mercenaries in the Legion could best him. Yet this imposing commander couldn't withstand a single punch from the young man. As for Zhang Yue, he was so shaken that his mind seemed to shrink, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Good kid, you've got some skill after all. Black Panther clutched his wounds, staggering to his feet, his teeth grinding in fury. And not bad, I suppose, Gu Chun replied with a smile betraying no panic. From that smile, Black Panther clearly perceived a hint of disdain, and fury blazed within him. You insolent brat, daring to dismiss me, a core member of the Bombardment Legion. In the next moment, his stern face twisted into a sinister grin. A dark, cold light began to emanate from Black Panther's body, casting him like a black tower. Under the shroud of that black radiance, his muscles bulged, his bones cracked audibly, and in an instant he transformed into a majestic Black Panther. Commander Black Panther has transformed. This kid is doomed. Commander Black Panther is a beastkin esper. In his transformed state, his speed and strength are several times greater than before. But he usually only uses this move against formidable foes. Didn't expect him to pull it out so soon. His eyes blazing like blood-red flames, Black Panther fixed his gaze on Gu Chun. Since that's the case, let me show you my true power. With a roar to the heavens, he dug his claws into the ground and shot forward like an arrow from a bowstring. Dozens of meters from Gu Chun, he pushed off with his hind legs, leaping high into the air, his sharp claws aimed straight at Gu Chun's throat. Gu Chun raised an eyebrow and smiled. So you're an esper too? After completing his beastkin transformation, Black Panther's overall speed and power had indeed increased significantly, far greater than any opponent Gu Chun had faced before. But that was as far as it went. Just as Black Panther's claws were about to strike, Gu Chun swung his right fist, colliding violently with the iron claws, using half his strength. With a thunderous bang, a powerful shockwave radiated outward from the two, kicking up a cloud of dust. Amid the eager anticipation of the Bombardment Legion members, they were shocked to see Commander Black Panther sent flying once again by a single punch, his form crashing to the ground like a boulder, reverting him to his original state. The soldiers were dumbfounded, mouths agape, speechless. After taking that blow, Black Panther clearly felt it was even more powerful than the first punch. His entire arm felt shattered. He lay on the ground in disgrace, now staring at Gu Chun with profound fear in his eyes. No longer able to maintain his composure, he gritted his teeth against the searing pain and roared at the stunned soldiers. What the hell are you waiting for? Fire! At his command, the other soldiers snapped to attention and unleashed a barrage of gunfire at Gu Chun's slender form. Bullet casings clattered to the ground as hundreds of rounds were fired in that brief instant. The scene erupted with gunfire, flashes of light, and billowing smoke. What's going on? Got another warehouse worker. Zhao Hejia looked up at the sound of gunfire, murmuring to himself. Yeah, must be that. He then lowered his head and continued playing his Angry Birds. But the mercenaries on site weren't so at ease. They realized that the young man before them hadn't been riddled with holes like the members of the Iron Hammer base. Instead, he stood there unscathed, as steady as Mount Tai. As for those bullets that had been fired, wait. Every single bullet that left the barrels now hung suspended in midair, unable to advance an inch. A faint golden glow surrounded the bullets, creating a dazzling magical spectacle. The mercenaries halted their fire, staring at the bizarre scene. From Yao Wanya and Dai Bobo's perspective, it was especially clear the black bullets seemed caught by an invisible force, stopping dead about a meter from Gu Chun. They could even see the cold gleam reflected off the bullets in the setting sun's rays. Back at Fanqing Tower, they hadn't understood how Gu Chun had annihilated Wu Hongkai and his men. When they left, Gu Chun had only warned them not to look back, so aside from hearing the relentless screams of agony, they had no idea what happened. Now they finally understood. Gu Chun possessed extraordinary power. The bullets suspended in midair as if time itself had been forcibly frozen. It was a strange and wondrous sight. Yet after only a brief pause under Gu Chun's control, these bullets swiveled in unison, their tips aimed at the still-stunned soldiers of the Skyrim Mercenary Corps and shot forth with a series of soft thuds. Screams of agony erupted across the scene. The stricken mercenaries collapsed like discarded puppets. With this single wave of counterattack, more than half of the mercenaries lay fallen on the ground. Those who survived looked at each other, utterly bewildered and lost. So you're an awakened too. Black Panther instantly discerned Gu Chun's ability, surmising that his power likely involved controlling metal or something similar. Correct, but no prize for you. Frowning in thought, Black Panther, an experienced mercenary leader, quickly devised a solution. Since firearms were useless, hand-to-hand combat would have to do. As the saying goes, a pair of fists is no match for four hands, especially when our numbers far exceed that. Everyone don't panic. This kid can control metal. Just engage him in melee combat. Black Panther commanded the flustered soldiers. Jolted back to their senses, they dropped their guns and charged at Gu Chun with clenched fists. Yet they still underestimated Gu Chun's prowess. If even the awakened Black Panther was no match for him, how could these ordinary mercenaries possibly stand a chance? Relying solely on numbers cannot forge a victory. Gu Chun moved with a flurry of fists and kicks, each strike felling an opponent. Every soldier hit flew through the air like a kite with a broken string before crashing heavily to the ground. Though their physiques were robust, they were far inferior to Black Panther's explosive power. Thus, after receiving a blow as heavy as 1,000 jin from Gu Chun, the least they suffered was severe injury. The worst among them met their end on the spot. After this wave of slaughter, most of the remaining Skyrim soldiers had perished. The few who still clung to life were unlikely to survive much longer. Black Panther was on the verge of despair. He never imagined that the tragic fate which had befallen Zingania moments ago would so swiftly be visited upon him. Truly, heaven's justice has a long reach, and the cycle of retribution spares no one. You can't kill me. Black Panther threatened, weakly staring at the young man standing before him, terrifying as a demon. And why not? Gu Chun asked with a smile. Because I'm a cadre of the Skyrim Mercenary Corps. If you kill me, they will never let you go. Gu Chun raised an eyebrow deep in thought. Judging by the gear of Black Panther and his mercenaries, the Skyrim Corps must be immensely powerful. Especially since Black Panther was an awakened, it was likely there were even more formidable figures within the organization. Crossing them was indeed not a wise decision. But if he let Black Panther go, would he be safe and sound? Not to mention he had already killed dozens of Skyrim soldiers, forging an irreconcilable enmity. Moreover, the very supplies they coveted had all been seized by him. Was there any chance they would let him off? No, there wasn't. The knot between them was a death knot. Seeing Gu Chun's silent, Black Panther thought his threats were working and felt a glimmer of hope. He continued to promise, as long as you don't kill me, the Skyrim Mercenary Corps can let bygones be bygones regarding today's events. Furthermore, we can split the supplies here half for you. Black Panther believed this offer was extremely tempting. First, the Skyrim Corps was arguably the most formidable armed force in the entire Flower City since the apocalypse. Going against such a behemoth would bring no good outcome. Let alone Gu Chun, who was alone. Even the other major powers in Flower City lacked both the strength and the courage to do so. Secondly, the proposal to split the supplies was generous. The quantity of supplies in the Shamora warehouse was terrifyingly vast. Even a tenth or 100th of it would be an incredibly substantial amount. Therefore, considering these 2 points, any sensible person would know how to choose. As Black Panther waited with eager anticipation, he saw the young man slowly crouch down, sizing him up with a cheerful smile, and then speak lightly. I admit your offer isn't bad. But the supplies here are all mine. Gu Chun grabbed Black Panther by the hair. In his other palm, a boning knife materialized. At that moment, his face was twisted and ferocious like a demon from the abyss. And you must die too. Black Panther was stunned, about to say something more, but in the next second, Gu Chun's boning knife pierced his throat. Black Panther clutched his neck tightly, struggling for only a few seconds before breathing his last. Staring at Black Panther's unseeing eyes, Gu Chun let out a cold snort. Just as he was about to stand up, a scream from Yao Wanya erupted behind him. You despicable bastard, what are you doing? Let me go. Let you go. If I let you go, how can I survive? Zhang Yui's eyes were bloodshot, his roars frantic like a cornered beast. Zhang Yue, you beast. What kind of skill is it to threaten a woman? Let Wanya go. Dai Bobo was also terrified, her beauty pale with fright. She and Yao Wanya had been close classmates and best friends for years, their bond deep. Hell, what's wrong with threatening a woman? Surviving is a skill in itself. Zhang Yue sneered. You should be grateful that it's not you being held hostage. Do you think this will work? It will only hasten your death. Gu Chun stood up and looked calmly at the frenzied Zhang Yue, his gaze devoid of any ripple. He'd let me go, and he'll let this woman go. Otherwise, he'll take her down with me. Zhang Yue had witnessed Gu Chun's ruthlessness firsthand. Black Panther and his entire squad had been annihilated by Gu Chun. He didn't believe for a second that Gu Chun would mercifully spare him. Rather than waiting for death, he would fight for a way out. Faced with death, even Yao Wanya couldn't remain calm. Tears blurred her vision, her delicate body trembled, and her helpless, pleading eyes sought Gu Chun's aid. She was truly a pitiful sight. Under Zhang Yui's terrified gaze, Gu Chun walked towards him step by step. What are you doing? I'm warning you, one more step, and I'll kill her. As Gu Chun drew nearer, Zhang Yue grew as panicked, as if he were seeing a demon coming for his soul, unconsciously tightening his grip. Stop right now, damn it. He'll really do it. But Gu Chun, not far away, acted as if he hadn't heard, walking on as if the threat meant nothing. Seeing his threats utterly futile, Zhang Yui's psychological defenses completely collapsed. Fine. You asked for this. Just as Zhang Yue was about to drag Yao Wanya down with him, he found the dagger in his hand completely unresponsive. No matter how he struggled, the dagger was as if frozen solid. Fool. I can control bullets, so why not a dagger? Gu Chun snorted coldly. By now Gu Chun had reached Yao Wanya. He reached out into the void, and the dagger in Zhang Yui's hand flew obediently into Gu Chun's grasp like a tame pet. Dagger in hand, Gu Chun forcibly pried open Zhang Yui's left hand. Sir, I was wrong. Spare me, please. Seeing his last trick fail, Zhang Yue begged in despair. Trash begs for mercy. But I, Gu Chun, am no trash. With those words, Gu Chun's hand rose and fell in a single swift motion, delivering a fatal blow. Seeing Yao Wanya safe and sound, Dai Bobo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having narrowly escaped death, Yao Wanya threw herself into Gu Chun's embrace, her body pressed tightly against his, as if she wished to merge with him entirely. It seemed only there could she find a shred of security. Gu-chun gently patted her back and soothed her softly. All right. You're hugging me to the point I'm getting a reaction. Let's save the hugs for when we get back, okay? Yao Wanya obediently nodded and loosened her arms. The ground was awash with spilled blood, and among the stains some mercenaries who hadn't yet expired were struggling in their death throes. Gu-chun granted them a swift and then gathered all the scattered firearms into his spatial storage. After finishing, he entered the massive Shansong warehouse. Once inside, Gu-chun was astounded by the boundless sea of supplies. The sheer volume here had reached a terrifying magnitude. By Gu-chun's estimation, it was at least dozens of times larger than Fanqing Market. The shelves were stacked with neatly arranged, fully stocked supplies that stretched endlessly like mountains. Due to the warehouse's immense size, Gu-chun took out his Bugatti and sped around like a wild horse on the prairie, indulging in carefree abandon. After a frenzied round of collecting, Gu-chun spent a full 20 minutes to finish the job. Gazing at the mountain of supplies in his spatial storage, he felt immensely satisfied. Never again would he have to worry about resources. Not with 5 women now. Even if there were 50 or 500 in the future, he wouldn't flinch. As dusk was about to fall, Gu-chun wasted no time and quickly led Yao Wanya and Dai Bobo away from the place. Not long after they left, Zhao Hejia, who had been playing games while squatting in the restroom, finally emerged. He was feeling refreshed, for in that time on the toilet he had cleared the entire game. However, when he came out, he was utterly stunned. Not only had dozens of soldiers in khaki uniforms mysteriously appeared dead on the ground, but all the mercenaries of the Hongtian group, including Black Panther, had been completely slain. He walked cautiously among the corpses, growing more horrified with each step. When he saw his former good partner Zhang Yue, who had died with eyes wide open, a chill shot from the soles of his feet to his head. The gruesome scene before him made it clear what a brutal massacre had occurred during his absence. Had he not been in the restroom, there would have been one more body on the ground. He had assumed the 2 bursts of gunfire he heard were merely the execution of surviving warehouse workers. He hadn't given it much thought. Little did he know such a tragedy had unfolded. If these sights could still keep him rational, then the completely empty Shansong warehouse was the final straw that broke him. That was the supply stock for the entire Baiwa province. How could it all vanish in just that short time? Even if they had used trucks to haul it away, it would take an entire day and night to finish. What on earth had happened? The surreal scene left Zhao Hejia collapsed on the ground, his mind buzzing, completely dazed. It was all over. Now, with the Black Panther squad completely annihilated and not a single supply left, how could he return to report? Li Tianlong would consider himself lucky not to kill him. But if he didn't go back, could he survive alone? After a fierce internal struggle, Zhao Hejia decided to return and report. He still knew of several other supply storage points. Perhaps trading that information might spare his life. With this thought, he stood up, his figure gradually merging with the distant darkness. After several tens of minutes of flight, Gu-chun and the 2 women finally made it back to the Intercontinental Hotel just before nightfall. At the hotel's entrance, 3 white ghost fiends were prowling, slamming against the thick walls with heavy thuds. Each impact produced a loud noise like a small controlled demolition. With their ramming, alarming cracks began to appear on the walls. Gu-chun was somewhat surprised. These monsters had originally been several kilometers away, yet they had wandered here. It seemed this place wasn't so safe anymore. Drawing a pistol from his spatial storage, Gu-chun quickly dispatched them. Congratulations, host, for killing 3 white ghost fiends. Reward 1,500 experience points. Wu Dexuan and the others, seeing Gu-chun return, hurried downstairs to open the door. To prevent anyone else from sneaking in, Gu-chun ordered Wu Dexuan and his men to maintain a 24-hour watch. Boss Gu-chun, you're back, Wu Dexuan said joyfully, while the other survivors looked at Gu-chun with reverence, their eyes filled with awe and admiration. The white ghost fiends had terrified them, but fortunately Gu-chun showed up and dealt with them. Gu-chun grunted in acknowledgement, then recalled Wang Su and the others he had met in the morning. After I left, did anyone else show up nearby? Wu Dexuan thought for a moment, then shook his head. No. In the afternoon a few monsters came, the same kind you killed. As for people, not a single shadow. Good. Keep guarding. After giving his orders, Gu-chun led the 2 women toward the stairwell. Fortunately, he had good stamina. Anyone else would be exhausted from climbing stairs all day. Yes, Wu Dexuan replied respectfully. After Gu-chun left, the survivors stared longingly at Yao Wanya and Dai Bobo, 2 stunning women, their eyes burning with undisguised desire. Damn it, what are you all staring at? Never seen a beauty before. Wu Dexuan roared like a hungry wolf. Under his scolding, the other survivors reluctantly averted their gazes. Yet despite his words, Wu Dexuan himself kept his eyes fixed on those 2 graceful figures, his own craving growing unbearable. Damn it, when will that Gu-chun kid die? Only when he's dead will I have my chance. In the dead of night, a crescent moon cast a pale glow through the clouds, faintly revealing the grim silhouettes of corpses scattered across the ground. An autumn breeze swept through, making the Shansong warehouse feel as eerie as a haunted place. From a thicket not far away, a hunched figure emerged silently. He walked slowly to the corpse-strewn warehouse, startling the rats that were feeding on the dead. In the dim moonlight, the man's face became faintly visible. It was none other than Wang Su, whom Gu Chun had stabbed to death with a single sword strike. He walked over to Black Panther's corpse, sat down beside it, and pulled a Hong Tian group emblem from his chest, holding it in his hand, muttering to himself, "Quite a few kills, kid. But this time you've killed the wrong person." Thump thump. Under the pale glow of emergency lights, Gu Chun, Yao Wanya, and Dai Bobo finally arrived on the 13th floor and knocked on the door of the safe house. After confirming it was Gu Chun through the peephole, Xia Bijin joyfully opened the door. The moment the door cracked open, she flung herself into Gu Chun's arms, her soft body pressing tightly against his. Since the safe house had the heating on, Xia Bijin was only wearing a thin silk nightgown. Gu Chun could almost feel her captivating young body without any barrier. "Honey, you're finally back. I was so worried about you." Xia Bijin's delicate and melodious voice pierced into Gu Chun's heart, instantly refreshing him and dispelling all the fatigue of the day. "Honey, honey." Hearing the commotion from the guest room, Xue Shishir and Mu Yumin also excitedly trotted out from the kitchen. When they saw Gu Chun safe and sound, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were genuinely worried that Gu Chun might have encountered danger. But upon seeing the two graceful beauties behind Gu Chun, their bodies couldn't help but freeze. "Hell, let me introduce you." Gu Chun pulled Yao Wanya and Dai Bobo inside. "This is Yao Wanya, the CEO of Starry Group. Little Bijin, you should know her. As for this one, she's her secretary, Dai Bobo. But identities don't matter now. What's important is that from now on we're all good sisters, so we need to get along well." Under Gu Chun's introduction, the two sides nodded politely, though they still seemed a bit distant. Yao Wanya was usually buried in her work and wasn't familiar with the three actresses Xue Shishir, Xia Bijin, and Mu Yumin. But Dai Bobo had a wide range of interests following fitness, movies, entertainment, and more. She immediately recognized this popular girl idol group from watching. She familiarly took Xia Bijin's hand and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my, isn't this the famous idol group, SP Girls? You're Xia Bijin, you're Xue Shishir, and you must be Mu Yumin. Wow, all three of you are here. You're truly as beautiful as flowers and as lovely as a feast. No wonder you've won so many fans." Dai Bobo then looked at Gu Chun and said with a mischievous smile, "Little brother, you're really lucky. Hiding beauties in your golden house, and three top-tier actresses at that." Xia Bijin, Xue Shishir, and Mu Yumin felt a bit shy from Dai Bobo's compliments. Xia Bijin said somewhat bashfully, "Sister Bobo, don't say that. You're also very big and beautiful." Dai Bobo shook her head and said in a seemingly aggrieved tone, "I'm just passable. I can't compare to you all. I'm older than you, and my figure can't match yours. Look at all this flesh on me. Many people say I'm fat." But as she said this, she was actually quite satisfied with her figure, otherwise she wouldn't be spending so much time at the gym lifting iron. "Is that so?" Gu Chun glanced at Dai Bobo's perky upper body, then at her plump lower body, his heart surging with passion and itching with desire. "This isn't fat, it's plump. A woman who brings good fortune to her husband looks like you. Some say the best figure for a woman is plump." Seeing Dai Bobo's explosive curves, Gu Chun couldn't imagine how stunning she would be shaking the sun or climbing mountains. "Really? You like me like this?" Dai Bobo grabbed Gu Chun's hands and asked in surprise. From Gu Chun's appearance, she thought he only liked slim girls. "Of course. Why else would you be here?" Gu Chun gave Dai Bobo's watermelon-like, but a squeeze that felt wonderfully soft and firm. "Honey, let me help you take a bath. After the bath we can eat." Xia Bijin took Gu Chun's hand and tried to lead him to the bathroom. But Dai Bobo interrupted. "Sister Bijin, coincidentally Wanya, and I need to bathe too. Why don't we help little Gu Chun wash?" Xia Bijin agreed without a second thought. She had a good impression of this older sister and let her take over. But Yao Wanya felt extremely embarrassed. She could handle bathing Gu Chun alone, but what about two women? She wasn't mentally prepared for that, so she blushed and declined. He'll pass. Bobo, you two go ahead." Dai Bobo shot Yao Wanya a disapproving glare, thinking her good friend had no sense of romance. They hadn't known Gu Chun for long, and their feelings weren't as deep as Xue Shishi's and the others. But feelings could be washed out through bathing, couldn't they? Gu Chun was surrounded by beauties, each a stunning goddess. If they didn't come up with something fun to keep him hooked, they might end up sitting on the bench. But with everyone present, she didn't dare say it outright. So she went ahead to bathe with Gu Chun, while Yao Wanya went into the kitchen with Xia Bijin and the others to busy themselves. Under the warm glow of the lights, hot water sprayed from the shower head onto Gu Chun's well-defined muscles. After the system's exponential physical enhancement, although he still looked lean, the density of his muscles had reached an astonishing level. Even though he was only at the gamma level, his physical strength far surpassed that of his peers, and even those of higher levels might not compare. Opening the system panel. Name Gu Chun. Age 22. Height 180 centimeters. Weight 70 kilograms. Strength 3,326. Speed 3,415. Endurance 3,800. Agility 3,200. Spirit 3,310. Current ability level Gamma 3,500. Experience points needed for next level. Current heartthrob goddesses, Shue Shirshir Srank, Xia Bijin S Srank, Mu Yuman Srank Dai Bobo Srank Yao Wanya Srank. Great, just a little more, and I can level up. Seeing that he was about to advance to the next level, Gu Chun was full of motivation. Splash. Shortly after Gu Chun finished showering, Dai Bobo came in with some cool change of clothes, which Gu Chun had picked up from Starry Mart. Through the misty steam, Gu Chun watched as Dai Bobo slowly shed her clothes, revealing a voluptuous and curvaceous figure. An irresistible primal charm emanated from her plump body. The temperature in the bathroom seemed to rise a few degrees. Under Gu Chun's burning gaze, she walked barefoot on her fair feet, like a sacred Venus slowly approaching him. Then she bent down directly, her full soft red lips parting. Leave it to me, husband. Inside the safe house, under the warm amber glow of the lights, 6 people sat one by one around the square dining table. The table was laden with an array of fine wines and exquisite dishes. At a glance, there were steamed sea-based boiled prawns, Iberian ham, and typhoon shelter-style king crab. Under the light, they emanated an enticing luster and fragrance that whetted the appetite. Before Gu Chun lay a lavish spread: lamb kidneys, oysters, scallops, chives, and other robust dishes. The other women each had a glass of red wine, but before him sat a full cup of red date and goji berry tea. What's this all about? Are you looking down on me? Gu Chun was baffled. His perplexed expression drew a stifled laugh from the 5 women. Xia Bijin looked at him seriously and said, "Honey, you need to eat more. With so many sisters now, I'm afraid you might not hold up." Gu Chun curled his lips in defiance. "What are you saying? You underestimate me. Even if there were 50 of you, not just 5, I wouldn't be afraid." That wasn't a boast. Gu Chun had the strength to back it up. Yet the women acted as if they hadn't heard, merely pursing their lips while silently piling oysters and scallops into his bowl. Since the apocalypse broke out, Yao Wanya and Dai Bobo had never had a full meal. Now, facing the sumptuous feast, they felt as if they were in another world. These ordinary home-cooked dishes seemed like the rarest delicacies, whetting their appetites immensely. As they ate and chatted, the women chattered endlessly, as if they had finally found kindred spirits. Their topics ranged from various anecdotes before the apocalypse to their perilous encounters afterward. Dai Bobo excelled at livening up the atmosphere, and under her influence, waves of laughter and joy filled the room. It was the happiest night they had spent since the apocalypse began. Watching the women chat so animatedly, Gu Chun felt deeply gratified. However, with Yao Wanya and Dai Bobo joining them, the safe house was clearly too small. Moreover, located in the city center, this place was not only a target for other human survivors, but also attracted formidable monsters like the white ghost fiends who were gradually migrating this way. Thus, Gu Chun conceived the idea of moving. Upon learning his thoughts, the women eagerly offered suggestions. "Why don't we move to the Banshan Villa district? That's where we used to live, and it's quite spacious. Plus, since it's in the suburbs, we won't have to worry about harassment from others." Mu Yuman suggested, placing a piece of lamb kidney into Gu Chun's bowl as she spoke. "I think that's a great idea. The Banshan Villa district is in Jianxing district, a remote area that's definitely safer." Shue Shirshir chimed in. "I've heard of that place too, but its geographical setting is indeed favorable. But those are just ordinary houses, easily breached if monsters come. Although there might be fewer monsters in the suburbs, that doesn't mean there are none." Dai Bobo offered a different perspective after some thought. Her concern was valid, and not just gamma-level monsters like the white ghost fiends, but even xenomorph predators could easily break into such villas. Furthermore, if armed humans came, the place would offer no defense. With only Gu Chun possessing combat strength, such a residence offered little value. Gu Chun had no say in this matter. He was just a struggling worker with no knowledge of housing. The women fell into deep thought. Then Yao Wanya's eyes lit up with an idea. She exclaimed excitedly, "I've thought of a place. Not far from the Banshan Villa district, there's a private estate called Celestia Manor. This estate was lavishly built by Tang Qinghua, the former richest man in Huaqing. It's said to be constructed with superalloy materials, incredibly sturdy, perfect for a safe house." Dai Bobo also had a sudden realization and added, "Now that you mention it, I remember. Tang Qinghua was reportedly a man with a severe lack of security, constantly obsessed with the apocalypse. He hired a professional international architectural team and spent billions to build this estate. But unfortunately, before the apocalypse even came, he died mysteriously." "Oh, how did he die?" Gu Chun asked. "That's unclear, but rumors suggest it might have been related to his new wife. Tang Qinghua died suddenly on their wedding night. Poor woman. She became a widow before the marriage was even consummated." Dai Bobo sympathized with the woman. Gu Chun stroked his chin, pondering. If Celestia Manor was truly that sturdy, it would be the perfect next stronghold. The more he thought about it, the more promising it seemed. Having made up his mind, Gu Chun decided to scout the estate tomorrow. The meal was thoroughly enjoyable, leaving Yao Wanya and Dai Bobo completely satisfied. During the meal, Dai Bobo found various excuses to get everyone to drink heavily. Gu Chun had a high tolerance. A few glasses of wine had no effect on him. But the other women couldn't hold their liquor. They passed out slumped over the table, unresponsive no matter how much he called. Gu Chun had no choice but to carry them one by one to the bedroom's large bed. Now only he and Yao Wanya remained at the table. Strangely, Dai Bobo had urged everyone else to drink, but ensured Yao Wanya touched not a drop, claiming she was allergic to alcohol. But when Yao Wanya poured half a glass of red wine into her own cup and downed it in one go, Gu Qin knew it was a lie. After the half glass, her fair cheeks flushed slightly, and her neatly arranged hair became slightly disheveled. Yet this only added to her feminine allure, making her heart-stirringly beautiful. Gu Qin, do you know? If it weren't for you, I'd still be in the Starry Tower facing an unknown tragic fate, or perhaps I'd already be dead. Yao Wanya toyed with the stray strands of hair on her forehead and smiled bitterly. I used to think women were no different from men, that we could do whatever men could. But when the apocalypse struck, I realized how ridiculous my thinking was. It's okay. Let the past be the past. We just need to live well in the present, Gu Qin comforted her. Yao Wanya looked up and smiled, her once clear eyes now hazy and dreamy, filled with a surging spring that enveloped Gu Qin's reflection in her pupils. She stood up and walked toward him with an elegant cat-like grace. Her winered cotton dress seemed to ripple, without wind, exuding an intoxicating aura. Reaching him, she sat down in his lap, her soft boneless arms wrapping tightly around him. Gu Qin loved me. Her crimson lips parted, and her warm breath sent a shudder through Gu Qin's body. He lifted her by the waist and pressed her down, kissing her fiery red lips fiercely. The two entangled passionately, and to Gu Qin's surprise, this seemingly cold and beautiful soul was now exceptionally ardent, like an erupting volcano. Inside the bedroom, listening to the increasingly fervent sounds from beyond the door, Dai Bobo, who had supposedly passed out, opened her eyes and curled a smug smile. The next day, sunlight spilled over the two figures on the sofa, casting a picturesque scene. Yao Wanya lay beside Gu Qin, her fingers tracing patterns on his chest. After a night of intense trials, a noticeable flush appeared on Yao Wanya's fair face, enhancing her femininity. This scene happened to be witnessed by the waking Xia Bijin, whose face turned crimson as she turned to retreat to her room. However, she was stopped by Dai Bobo. "Sister Bijin, don't be shy, let's join them," Dai Bobo said with a mischievous smile, pulling Xia Bijin to sit down on the sofa. Yao Wanya was shy to the extreme, quickly covering her smooth body with the blanket. In contrast, Gu Qin was quite carefree, laughing as he pulled Dai Bobo and Xia Bijin into his embrace, planting a kiss on their fragrant lips. Truly sweet. Dai Bobo and Xia Bijin each possessed their own charm, one alluring and mature, the other youthful and vibrant, making the embrace feel incredibly pleasant. Xue Shishir and Mu Yumin also woke up one after another, seeing their husbands surrounded by three women. They felt a sense of competition and eagerly pressed against Gu Qin. Thus 6 people were crammed onto one sofa. Although it was a bit crowded, their expressions clearly showed that they were enjoying themselves. With the addition of the newcomers Dai Bobo and Yao Wanya, Xue Shishir, Mu Yumin, and Xia Bijin felt a bit of urgency pressing against Gu Qin even more. As a fair man, Gu Qin naturally could not show favoritism. Therefore, he had to caress each one in turn, and only after everyone was satisfied did they leave the hotel, heading for the Celestia Manor. Meanwhile, in order to return to the Thunder Group and report back, Zhao Hejia pressed on without pause. Without the formidable armed force of the Black Panther, he faced constant crises along the way, encountering numerous challenges. Fortunately, he was not foolish and managed to evade various monsters, arriving at the Thunder Group in one piece after dawn. This was a post-apocalyptic fortress transformed from an existing military base, boasting high overall defensive levels, particularly its towering outer walls. Ordinary monsters simply could not breach them. The walls were patrolled by heavily armed mercenaries, achieving an extreme level of defense. Under the guidance of the guards, Zhao Hejia traversed the tight defenses to reach the command center, which also served as the Thunder Group's operational meeting room. At that moment, there were already 3 people inside. Seated in the deputy positions were 2 men exuding a powerful aura. The one on the left had a neat buzz cut, his sharply defined face adorned with keen eyes like an eagle's. He was the renowned gun king of the Thunder Group, said to be able to shoot with deadly accuracy. The man on the right, slender, and with skin stretched tight over prominent cheekbones, radiated a dangerous aura like that of a venomous snake. He was known as Dagger, a fearsome presence. It was said that he had successfully assassinated a national leader under the protection of ironclad defenses. Sitting in the main position was a robust man, resembling an iron tower, his muscles rippling with explosive power. His face was masked with a menacing black mask, and just his presence instilled a strong sense of oppression. This man was known as the Mechanical Czar Li Tianlong, the core figure of the entire Thunder Group. As soon as Zhao Hejia entered, an invisible pressure enveloped him, making it hard for him to breathe. The Gun King's sharp gaze swept over Zhao Hejia as he coldly stated, "The execution time for this mission exceeded expectations. Strictly speaking, it was a failed operation. Moreover, it should not have been reported by someone of your level. Where's the Black Panther? If you don't think you can skip basic procedures just because you believe you have achieved something significant, do you?" Dagger remarked, fiddling with his gleaming military knife without lifting his head. Zhao Hejia felt a jolt in his heart, his legs trembled involuntarily. After hesitating for a moment, he stammered, Gun King Commander Dagger Commander the Black Panther Commander. He is dead. What? At his words the Gun King's expression changed drastically. What did you say? Repeat that. Zhao Hejie cursed internally. Damn it, didn't I make myself clear? It's not like he's senile, or anything pretending to be deaf. But such thoughts could only remain in his mind. He truthfully stated, Gun King Commander the Black Panther Commander is dead. Not just him, the entire action team is dead. A silence fell over the room as Li Tianlong, the Gun King, and Dagger all stared at Zhao Hejie, their narrowed eyes seemingly pondering something. They were well aware of the Black Panther's capabilities. As a top mercenary and a beast-type ability user, he was exceptionally powerful. Not to mention ordinary human survivors, even extraterrestrial predators, had no way to deal with him unless it was a monster of a higher combat level. For example, the White Ghost. Zhao Hejie continued to report the situation as it was, of course, omitting the part about taking a dump and playing games. He simply stated that after he stepped away, the entire squad was wiped out along with Xing Aniu and his group from the Hammer Base. After pondering for a moment, Li Tianlong stood up and slowly walked over to Zhao Hejie, his tone icy as he said, Is everything you said true? If there's even a hint of deceit, you know I will ensure you die without a complete corpse. Li Tianlong's words were like ancient ice, sending a shiver down Zhao Hejie's spine. He lowered his head, not daring to meet Li Tianlong's gaze. Yes, Commander, everything I said is true. Commander, could it have been caused by a conflict with the Hammer Base? The Gun King speculated. The Thunder Group and the Hammer Base had always been at odds, fighting fiercely over the abundant supplies at the Shanga warehouse, making it a reasonable assumption. If that's the case, the Black Panther is too weak. Xing Aniu is just an ordinary person, not even an ability user. If it weren't for his two older brothers backing him up, he would have died long ago. It's ironic that the mighty Black Panther, one of the Iron Triangle, died at his hands. Dagger mocked. Shut up. Li Tianlong suddenly turned his head to glare at Dagger, causing the latter to squirm uncomfortably. Li Tianlong did not believe that the Black Panther could have been killed by Xing Aniu. He didn't possess that level of strength. The Gun King also felt that this possibility was extremely low, pausing before speaking. Could it have been the work of the Bihua Base or the Wangzhe Base? After the apocalypse erupted, the original system rapidly collapsed, forming four powers within Huaqing. Apart from the Thunder Group and the Hammer Base, the Bihua Base and the Wangzhe Base were also forces to be reckoned with. Though the weaponry and equipment of these two bases might not match that of the Thunder Group, they possessed exceptional ability users among them. For instance, Jiang Wanshi from the Bihua Base awakened her powers shortly after the apocalypse began and quickly ascended to the second tier, becoming a Gamma-level ability user. If she wanted to kill the Black Panther, it shouldn't be difficult. Additionally, the ability users from the Wangzhe Base possessed similar strength. Li Tianlong furrowed his brows, feeling that this possibility was quite high, but there were also doubts. For example, how had the vast supplies from the Shanga warehouse disappeared without a trace? Moving them all within a short time, leaving no residue behind, neither of those two bases had the capability to do so. I know who killed the Black Panther. Just as Li Tianlong was lost in thought, a deep voice suddenly resonated from outside the command center. Soon a man opened the door, limping in while holding his waist. From his appearance, it was unmistakably Wang Su. All eyes instantly focused on this unfamiliar man. Respected Commander Li Tianlong, Gun King Dagger, my name is Wang Su. I know who killed the Black Panther, as well as the entire Thunder Group action team. On the outskirts of Jianxing District, a luxurious manor stood like an earthly paradise nestled in the heart of the forest. This was the Celestia Manor, lavishly built by Tang Qinghua, the richest man in Huaqing. The manor was square-shaped, rising 3 stories above ground, its outer walls crafted from a mysterious silver-white substance that reflected a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight. The manor was surrounded by an eerie silence, save for 9 white ghost fiends prowling nearby. They let out piercing shrieks at the manor and occasionally slammed their bodies against its walls with a thunderous roar. Though the impact was formidable, it caused little damage to the manor beyond a few dents. Nevertheless, the onslaught filled the survivors inside the manor with dread. In the entertainment room on the first basement level, a group of young men and women sat with furrowed brows. Each violent crash struck their fragile hearts like a death knell. What do we do? What do we do? Those terrifying monsters are back. A woman dressed in the latest Gucci collection said nervously, on the verge of breaking down. Su Xiaoxiao, can't you calm down? Your panic is making me tense too. A man in a high-end leather jacket on the sofa scolded. James is right. We need to keep our wits about us and not lose our heads before the monsters break in. Across from James, a robust man in a tailored suit spoke calmly. Yet beneath his composed exterior, fear gnawed at his heart. This man was Situ Feiyue, the eldest son of Situ Kaishuan, a renowned tycoon in Huaqing. His words eased Su Xiaoxiao's tension. In the apocalypse, a strong man always offered a sense of security regardless of his actual combat prowess. After steadying herself, she asked in confusion, "Didn't we feed them just yesterday? Why are they back today? We only gave them 2 yesterday. Remember, it used to be at least 3. I think they weren't full," James speculated. Damn it. Where are we supposed to get that much food for them? Since the apocalypse began, we've fed them dozens of servants. Now all the manor's staff are dead. What are we supposed to feed them with? Su Xiaoxiao said bitterly. She looked around. Only 7 survivors remained, all privileged elites from wealthy families. How could they possibly sacrifice themselves? Indeed, these were the children of Huaqing's elite. Before the apocalypse, they had been invited to a party by the manor's heir Tang Langlang. But halfway through the festivities, the apocalypse erupted, trapping them all here. Fortunately, the manor had ample food supplies and was sturdy enough to keep them safe. But their luck didn't last long. Within days, white ghost fiends appeared near the manor. These terrifying monsters, drawn by the scent of humans inside, launched a frenzied assault on the building. The relentless attacks filled them with a deep sense of crisis, robbing them of sleep and peace, leaving everyone in utter misery. On Su Xiaoxiao's suggestion, they threw out a few sick servants as food for the monsters. To their relief, the white ghost fiends quieted down after feeding. Thus, every few days they would select 3 servants to feed the creatures. The manor's food reserves were limited anyway, and the servants only hindered their survival. Better to let them die, they reasoned, in exchange for a temporary respite. Naturally, some servants resisted, but the wealthy youths had martial artists among them. Outmatched, the servants had no choice but to comply. Gradually, all the manor's staff, nannies, drivers, security guards, gardeners, and chefs, were fed to the monsters. Now, with no more servants to sacrifice, James proposed, maybe we should just ignore them this time. Let the monsters do what they want. The manor is sturdy enough, they won't break in any time soon. He'd rather live another day than walk to his death. The others shared his sentiment, falling into a heavy silence. No, it's not time yet. Suddenly, a woman in a white training suit sitting at the bar broke the silence. All eyes turned to her, seated in a meditative lotus pose filled with hope and wariness. She was Tang Longlong, the only daughter of Huaqing's richest man Tang Xinghua, and the co-heiress of this manor. I'm trying to contact Uncle Xiao at the military district. Once I reach him, he'll send someone to rescue us. So we need to buy time. We gave them 2 yesterday, just 1 more today will do. Tang Langlang declared. If Situ Feiyue was the strongest man among the 7, then Tang Langlang was the most formidable woman. She had trained in Taekwondo since childhood and was now a black belt. It was she who had subdued the rebellious servants earlier. Everyone present knew this. Though it was uncertain whether she could reach Uncle Xiao, it was a glimmer of hope. For them, that light was unquenchable. I understand the logic, but there's no one left to sacrifice. You know who's here, Su Xiaoxiao said, helplessly scanning the room. The remaining survivors were all wealthy scions with status. They couldn't possibly send them to their deaths, could they? They were too noble, unlike those lowly servants. Tang Langlang opened her eyes, her cold gaze sweeping over the 6 people. Each one averted their eyes, terrified of being chosen as the next sacrifice. When her gaze fell on the last woman, a flicker of hostility surfaced in Tang Langlang's eyes. This woman was round and delicate, beautiful as a blooming flower. Though her figure was hidden beneath a black trench coat, her face, a blend of allure and purity, marked her as an extraordinary beauty. She was Zhong Qinxin, the young widow who had lost her husband mid-wedding. Though the marriage to Tang Changhua had yet to be finalized, she had already obtained a marriage certificate with him, making her Tang Langlang's legitimate stepmother. But despite the title, Zhong Qinxin was only slightly older than Tang Longlong, and the latter never acknowledged her. It wasn't just the age difference. Under Tang Langlang's intense gaze, Zhong Qinxin grew flustered, her hands tightly clasped together. After a moment, she mustered her courage and said, Longlong, I know you're tired of hearing this, but I still feel I should speak my mind. This appeasement policy of trading lives for temporary peace, I don't think it's right. We've seen the news. Monsters are invading everywhere. Who knows what's happening with your Uncle Xiao? We've been trying to contact him for so long with no response. If we keep sacrificing people, we'll end up dead anyway. Death is inevitable either way. Why don't we fight those monsters with everything we've got? Zhong Qinxin's tone was resolute, adding a touch of fortitude to her enchanting face, making her appear uniquely captivating. However, her words failed to evoke any resonance from the others. They had witnessed the terror of the white ghost fiend firsthand. Such a monster could not be defeated by the 7 of them, let alone the 9 now lurking outside. To fight them heat would be worse than ending their own lives, at least sparing them a gruesome death. Miss Zhong, do us a favor and grow a brain elsewhere, or you'll only make a fool of yourself. Su Xiaoxiao sneered. She knew all too well how explosive Zhong Qinxin's figure was. Just a glance at a photo had left her feeling utterly inferior. Fortunately, she was now wrapped in a coat. If she were dressed in her usual seductive attire, the men would have gone mad. Exactly what can you even do? If you actually went into battle, you wouldn't even touch the monster's fur before you're dead, another wealthy woman chimed in. Agreed. We're discussing ways to deal with the crisis here. A woman like you shouldn't interrupt. James scoffed, his mocking gaze roaming over the beauty. Tang Langlang felt nothing but contempt. What did it matter if she had looks, a great figure, or elegance? Was there anything else worth mentioning beyond these 3? She wondered why her deceased father had been so shallow. Suddenly an idea struck Tang Longlong, and her eyes narrowed with a sinister glint. No wonder you're the woman my father chose. You do have some guts. Since you're not afraid to die today, you'll be the one to fight the monsters. You show your courage, and we get the time and peace we need. A fair trade, isn't it? Hearing this, Zhong Qinxin panicked. Tang Langlang's suggestion was clearly a death sentence. She had only wanted to unite their strength to find a way out of their despair, not to die meaninglessly. Oh, you were so capable just now. Why are you backing down now? Su Xiaoxiao sneered. Yeah, isn't it all going to end in death anyway? Dying today makes no difference. James taunted. But not everyone sided with Tang Langlang. Situ Feiyue seemed to find it too harsh and stepped in to plead. Long, this isn't right. Miss Zhong is your stepmother after all. I think we should. Shut up. Tang Langlang cut him off ruthlessly. She wouldn't have been so angry if anyone else had pleaded for Zhong Qinxin, but it was Situ Feiyue, her own boyfriend. Wasn't he clearly siding with an outsider? Situ Feiyue, you're so righteous. Pleading for my stepmother. Tang Langlang glared coldly at the robust man, her mockery unmistakable. But I think it's not her status you're after, but her beauty. Your infatuation is written all over your face. Since that's the case, go die with her. I Tang Longlong don't welcome either of you. Situ Feiyue often secretly ogled Zhong Qinxin, his gaze completely absorbed every time. Did she really think she hadn't noticed? Exposed Situ Feiyue's heart raced, but he kept his composure. Tang Langlang was clearly jealous. A little sweet talk would suffice. He did covet Zhong Qinxin's stunning beauty, but he knew well where his priorities lay compared to his own life. Longlong, don't say that. How could I like this widow? You know my heart only has room for you. I only said that for your image. It wouldn't look good if this got out, would it? In truth, Situ Feiyue was also outstanding, but he had no real affection for the arrogant Tang Langlang. He had stayed with her solely for her father's status as the richest man in Flower City. After Tang Qingguo's death, he would have kicked her out long ago, if not for media scrutiny. This woman was ugly, flat-chested with unappealing hips and a terrible personality. No match for Zhong Qinxin. Still, she was a black belt in Taekwondo, somewhat useful in this apocalypse. That was why he acted so submissively. Oomph. Tang Langlang felt secretly pleased, but maintained a cold demeanor. It's the apocalypse now. I don't care about image. In short, she must leave today. Langlang is right, she must leave the estate. I agree. This wretched woman has been hindering us from the start. Doesn't she realize she owes her survival to those useless servants? Everyone glared at her with hostility and spite. Zhong Qinxin wasn't surprised. She had always known she was from a different world than them. But being driven out by outsiders was something she refused to accept. What right do you have to kick me out? Don't forget, I am Tang Qingguo's lawful wife. Now that he's dead, I am the mistress of this estate. The ones who should leave are you. Silence fell. She was speaking the truth. But Tang Langlang wasn't buying it. To her, this venomous vixen had finally shown her true colors. Finally dropping the act. I knew you had ulterior motives when you approached my father. Perhaps his death was your doing, you damned fox. Everyone knew Tang Qinghua had died of a sudden heart attack on his wedding night. Forensic examination had cleared Zhong Qinxin of any involvement. It was merely Tang Langlang's paranoid conspiracy theory. Langlang is right. I saw it coming. An ordinary model seducing the richest man in Flower City. It was a carefully orchestrated scheme. Su Xiaoxiao pointed at Zhong Qinxin and accused. You slut. I knew old Master Tang didn't die for no reason. It was all your fault. And now you have the nerve to claim you're the mistress of this estate. Shameless. James gnashed his teeth in fury. Facing the overwhelming slander, Zhong Qinxin's chest heaved with anger. Even through her trench coat, its magnificence was still imaginable. You're lying. Mr. Tang's death was because. Two streams of aggrieved tears traced down her cheeks. Zhong Qinxin covered her red lips, unable to continue, as if burdened by an unspeakable secret. Go on. Why don't you continue? Slut. She sighed deeply. She couldn't bring herself to say it, nor did she want to argue with this crowd. It was a waste of time. Must it come to this? Zhong Qinxin seethed with indignation. Stop wasting time. If you don't leave now, I won't hesitate to break your legs and toss you out like trash. Tang Langlang threatened. Her twisted expression made it clear she wasn't joking. Zhong Qinxin gave up. As a woman, she couldn't fight everyone, not even Tang Langlang. Death was inevitable anyway, perhaps dying now wasn't such a bad thing. Final leave. Living with you people is worse than dying. Wiping the tears from her eyes, Zhong Qinxin turned resolutely, and under the jeering gazes of the crowd walked dejectedly toward death. 30 minutes ago, after a period of flight, Gu Chen finally arrived near the Celestia Manor. The manor, built in the heart of the woods, gave him an initial impression of being concealed, followed by the realization of its superior environment. The surroundings were empty, and the manor, left unattended, had grown a lot of weeds, adding a touch of desolation. Not a single person was seen here, but there were several by Guisha. Gu Chen was quite surprised. When did these creatures come to such a remote place? Wasn't there enough food for them in the city? 1, 2, 3. 9. Gu Chen counted, and there were indeed at least 9 by Guisha. They surrounded the front yard of the manor, emitting waves of piercing screeches and occasionally crashing their bodies against the outer walls and gates of the manor, appearing extremely agitated. The moment Gu Chun appeared, their keen sense of smell immediately detected him, and they excitedly shifted their target towards him. Of course, it wasn't just them who were excited. Gu Chun was equally thrilled. To him, the terrifying Bai Guisha in others' eyes were merely moving experience points. Killing one Bai Guisha could yield 500 experience points, and with 9, that would be 4,500 points, which was more than enough for him to level up to the next stage. He experience points. Here I come. Drawing out the Qishao sword, Gu Chen's eyes sparkled as he dashed towards the Bai Guisha. Amidst the flashing blades and the cries of agony, flesh and blood flew everywhere. The battle did not last long. Gu Chun was constantly improving, and he already knew the weaknesses of the Bai Guisha, so killing them took far less time than before. Detection host has successfully killed 9 Bai Guisha, gaining experience points, 4,500. Congratulations, host. Current experience points meet the requirements for promotion. Sigma upgrade successful. As the system notification sound faded, a golden halo suddenly rose around Gu Chun, rendering him as if he were a sacred living Buddha. Just looking at the richness of the halo, it was several times more intense than before. Under the influence of the golden halo, a surge of energy flowed through Gu Chen's body, making him feel incredibly refreshed. This refreshing feeling surged straight to the crown of his head, surpassing even that of the Sykes. The entire promotion process took much longer, but the effects were exponentially greater. Gu Chun felt an abundance of energy coursing through his body, and looking at the tightly shut manor gates, he was eager to test just how powerful the fists of a Sigma man truly were. Just as he was about to unleash a punch, the thick door, made of special material, opened on its own. What entered Gu Chen's sight was a woman shrouded in a black cloak. Although her figure was unclear, just from her breathtaking beauty, it was evident that she was an extraordinary beauty. Her hair flowed like a waterfall, her beauty was picturesque, and her flawless face revealed a hint of the unique charm of a mature woman. In terms of looks, this woman was unmatched by any beauty at home. However, at this moment, there were faint tear stains on her cheeks, indicating that she had just been crying. So there are survivors, Gu Chun said with slight surprise. I suppose this woman was captivated by my impressive display of killing the Bai Guisha, so she voluntarily opened the door to welcome me, But soon Gu Chun realized he was overthinking. The beautiful woman hung her head low, looking completely lost, completely unaware of Gu Chen's presence. It was only when she stumbled into his arms that she noticed someone else was there. I'm sorry. Zhong Qinshin instinctively apologized. Raising her watery, beautiful eyes, a joyful smile reflected in her dark pupils, making her look charming and heart-fluttering. Ding. System scan completed. Name: Zhong Qinshin. Age: 30. Height: 167 centimeters. Weight: 66 kilograms. Appearance score: 90. Body score: 97. Comprehensive evaluation: SS grade. Wow, she is actually an SS grade beauty. Gu Chun was utterly astonished, his eyes fixed on the enchanting figure before him. It was known that even beauties of the caliber of Xue Shishir and Yao Wanya were merely S grade, yet this woman, named Zhong Qinshin, was unexpectedly SS grade. Aside from the astonishingly high appearance score, what was most jaw-dropping was her body score of 97, which was simply unbelievable. Every woman Gu Chun knew was graceful with varying figures, but except for Xia Bijin, none could achieve such a high score. Gu Chun couldn't help but feel excited about the enchanting figure hidden beneath the cloak. Who are you? Why are you here? Zhong Qinshin carefully scrutinized Gu Chun, as she simply couldn't recall who this man was, as she hadn't seen him at the party that day. I am your old. Gu Chun was about to casually say, but then thought it might sound too frivolous, so he changed his words. My name is Gu Chun. I came here to find a place to live. Finding a place to live? Zhong Qinshin frowned tightly, suspiciously looking at the youth before her, not believing such nonsense. Who would come to such a remote place to find a place to live? Moreover, it was the end of the world now. However, she only doubted for a moment. What did it matter what this boy came for someone about to die? I advise you to escape quickly. There are many monsters here, and they eat people. Out of goodwill, Zhong Qinshin reminded him. Are you talking about the Bai Guisha? Gu Chun pointed at a pile of corpses on the ground, and said with a smile, Don't worry, they're already dead. Zhong Qinshin was greatly shocked, her beautiful eyes incredulously looking at the dead monsters on the ground. After confirming several times they were indeed the terrifying creatures that had troubled them for so long. How did they die? Just a moment ago she had still heard the commotion they caused. Zhong Qinshin was greatly puzzled, but with the Bai Guisha dead, she had temporarily escaped the calamity. However, what good did that do? Just because she had dodged the first day of the month, could she dodge the 15th? Now, without a place to stay, death was merely a matter of time for her. After all, she was no longer the mistress of this manor. Whatever this boy wanted to do had nothing to do with her. With a forlorn glance at the manor behind her, she was about to continue on her way, even though she didn't know where to go. Hey, wait, where are you going? Gu Chun abruptly pulled Zhong Qinshin and asked. This was a precious SS grade beauty. He couldn't let her slip away. I don't know. But I must leave. There is no place for me here anymore. Zhong Qinxin looked quite dejected. My. Gu Chen looked suspicious as he pointed to the luxurious manor behind Zhong Qinxin and asked, "Isn't this enough for you to stay?" Zhong Qinxin sighed deeply and then recounted what had just happened to Gu Chen. After finishing, she didn't forget to remind him, "You should leave quickly. If you provoke them, it will be too late." However, the young man before her was completely unfazed. Instead, he laughed heartily with great interest, leaving Zhong Qinxin utterly confused. Just these few scraps, it was merely a matter of Gu Chen moving his fingers. "You are not going anywhere today. This is your home." Ignoring the astonished Zhong Qinxin, Gu Chen walked past her directly into the manor hall, then said in his deep and magnetic voice, "Let's go. I will help you take back this place." With the collective demise of the white ghost fiends, the estate's recreation room had regained its former tranquility. However, Tang Lang and the others were unaware of this, believing instead that it was Zhong Qinxin, the delectable morsel, who had wrought this change. Finally saved. That damn monster has left at last. Su Xiaoxiao massaged her temples, speaking with a sense of relief. She suffered from a nervous disposition, and the commotion caused by the white ghost fiends had frayed her nerves. Indeed, that woman's death has bought us a few days. If we can use this time to contact Lang Lang's Uncle Xiao, all our problems will be resolved. James poured himself a glass of whiskey, took a large gulp, and spoke with eager anticipation. Situ Feiyue remained silent, lamenting Zhong Qinxin's death. Such an exquisite woman perishing so quietly. What a pity. As for Tang Longlong, she felt a sense of vindication. Ever since Tang Changhua had resolved to marry Zhong Qinxin, she had not known a single day of peace, her mind consumed by conspiracies of stolen family wealth. With Tang Chenghuo's death, these conspiracies had reached their zenith. Of course, this might have been a delusion Tang Langlang used to numb herself. Deep down, she might have simply envied Zhong Qinxin's breathtaking beauty and exquisite figure. Both were women. Why did she, with her privileged birth, not possess such attributes? A woman's jealousy could be a terrifying thing. Rustle, rustle. Just as they were relaxing, faint footsteps echoed from the stairwell. It sounded as if someone, or perhaps more than one, was approaching. Their nerves instantly tautened. What's happening? Who's coming down the stairs? Su Xiaoxiao asked uneasily, the uncertainty aggravating her nervous condition. Could it be that woman surnamed Zhong? No, that's impossible. From the sound of it, there are two people. But besides us, there's no one else in the estate, right, Lang Lang? James questioned, puzzled. Tang Longlong, however, had no answer. She remained silent, her eyes fixed on the stairway. Before long, Zhong Qinxin and a young man appeared in their sight. Gu Chen led the way, with Zhong Qinxin following obediently like a docile kitten. Yet the others' gazes lingered only briefly on the unfamiliar youth before focusing on Zhong Qinxin behind him. In an instant, mockery surged like tidal waves. "Oh ho, who do we have here? The mistress of Celestium Manor herself. Didn't expect to see you again so soon. What's the matter? Too scared to even leave your room?" "Ha ha ha," James jeered. "It must be so. Earlier you talked about fighting the monsters, but it was all just talk. Now that the words are out, isn't it too late to back down?" Su Xiaoxiao chimed in with further ridicule. Before the relentless mockery of these highborn elites, Zhong Qinxin's fury erupted like a breached dam. "What right do you people have to judge me, eh? If you weren't afraid of death, why would you sacrifice all the servants to prolong your own lives?" This silenced Su Xiaoxiao and her ilk. Tang Longlong, however, snorted coldly and spoke with indifference. "What are these worthless lives worths? If sacrificing them could buy us a chance to survive, that would be the embodiment of their value. As for you, I warned you clearly. If you don't leave, I won't hesitate to break your legs. Do you think I wouldn't dare, eh?" Zhong Qinxin's heart tightened. She knew Tang Langlang wasn't joking. Since the apocalypse began, she had witnessed many of the latter's cruel handiworks. If this Taekwondo black belt truly decided to harm her, she would have no means to defend herself. Helplessly, she turned her gaze to the slender figure. Her fate now rested entirely on Gu Chen. Yet what Gu Chen said next caught her off guard, causing her delicate frame to tremble. "You're not qualified to touch her." Gu Chen turned, smiling tenderly at Zhong Qinxin, his eyes gentle as water. "From now on, Miss Zhong is my woman. If anyone dares to speak rudely again, I will make them pay a heavy price." His resolute words plunged the scene into silence. They never imagined that Zhong Qinxin, having left only briefly, had already found herself a man, and so quickly at that. Tang Langlang was also perplexed. She had secretly investigated and knew that Zhong Qinxin had been alone for years without a boyfriend. And how did Gu Chen, so young, come to know Zhong Qinxin, who was much older than him? Could he be a gigolo she kept on the side? Even Zhong Qinxin herself was bewildered. She tugged at Gu Chen's sleeve and complained, "What nonsense are you talking about? Who's your woman?" Gu Chen crossed his arms and grinned mischievously at Zhong Qinxin. "I don't work for free. I can settle this score for you today, but in return you must become my woman." So he's a hired hand. And you expected him to stand up for you. How foolish. James sneered. "Miss Zhong, I told you before. You should put some brains in that head of yours, not just in other places. Look at this man. You expect him to support you. He can't even support himself. How laughable." Su Xiaoxiao glanced at Gu Chen's slender build, her contempt unmistakable. Young man, I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, you'll only bring trouble upon yourself. They'll give you one last chance. Take this woman and get out now, or don't blame us for being harsh. Situ Feius stood up and threatened. For some reason, Gu Chen's calm demeanor infuriated him. Yet, Gu Chen seemed oblivious to their jibes, his gaze fixed intently on the beautiful woman before him, as if they were the only two people in the world. What do you think? Become my woman and earn my protection. In this apocalypse, it's not a bad deal. But, I'm a widow. I don't mind. Looking into Gu Chen's affectionate eyes, Zhong Qinshin was truly moved. Though this man was thin for some reason, he gave her a profound sense of security. In prosperous times, women were like gold. In chaotic times, they were like dirt. During this apocalypse, she had learned that lesson well. Now homeless, and with her life hanging in the balance, becoming Gu Chen's woman to survive was undoubtedly the best choice. She had worried that her status as a widow might be an obstacle, but she never expected Gu Chen to be completely unbothered. That being the case, what did she have to fear? All right. If you don't mind, I am willing to be your woman. Zhong Qinshin lowered her head, bashfully, a blush spreading across her lovely cheeks, captivating Gu Chen's heart. Gu Chen and Zhong Qinshin gazed into each other's eyes, as if no one else in the room existed. This sweet scene only fueled the fury of the onlookers. Cufa in particular had long coveted Zhong Qinshin's beauty, but now the maiden of his dreams had fallen into another's embrace, his cold gaze brimming with hostility toward Gu Chen. Excellent. Gu Chen smiled with satisfaction. He turned his icy gaze sweeping over the crowd. I now declare that the Celestia Manor belongs to me. All you irrelevant people get out now. If you refuse, I won't hesitate to break your legs and toss you out like trash. His cold eyes carried a tangible, killing intent that sent chills down the spines of everyone present. The crowd was stunned, the aura emanating from Gu Chen's lean frame far surpassed their own. Yet they scoffed at the idea that such a display could make them willingly leave. Tang Langlang shot Cufa a meaningful glance, signaling him to deal with Gu Chen. However, cautious and unsure of Gu Chen's background, Cufa avoided taking the risk himself. Instead, he nodded toward the furious James, who slow-witted as he was caught on. James grabbed a fire axe from the bar counter and strode menacingly to Gu Chen, bellowing in rage. Kid, who the hell do you think you are? You think you can kick us out? Die. Before his words faded, James raised the sharp axe high and swung it down at Gu Chen's head with lethal force. Had the blow landed, Gu Chen would surely have been cleaved in two, dead on the spot. A dodge. The harrowing sight made Zhong Qinshin's face pale, her heart skipping a beat. If the axe struck Gu Chen, she would be doomed as well. Yet Gu Chen stood as still as a mountain, seemingly ignoring her warning. Then with a sharp crack, the axe abruptly reversed direction, spinning through the air like a top. As for the bewildered James, a tremendous force struck him, sending him flying backward with a pig-like squeal until he crashed into the wine rack behind the bar. Bottles shattered everywhere with a series of thuds. James, are you alright? Su Xiaoxiao rushed to check on the fallen James, only to find him as still as a corpse, knocked unconscious. Had it not been for the faint breath from his nostrils, she would have thought he was dead from a single slap. Such power from a mere effortless slap. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. The crowd stared at Gu Chen in horror, their eyes gradually filling with wariness. Don't worry, he's not dead yet. Gu Chen clapped his hands casually. Considering James was an ordinary man, Gu Chen had held back significantly. Had he used even a tenth of his strength, the man's head would have been torn clean off. Of course, he didn't want Zhong Qinshin to witness such a bloody scene and risk traumatizing her. Who's next? Gu Chen's smile was gentle, yet to the others it felt as cold as the Arctic ice, sending chills through their bones. The crowd stepped back, even the bulliest man, Cufa, retreating hastily. He knew he stood no chance against the young man. Zhong Qinshin watched the slender figure in astonishment, surprised by Gu Chen's combat prowess. No wonder he had shown no fear earlier. Wait. A thought struck Zhong Qinshin. Could it be that he was the one who killed those monsters? There was no one else around the manor, and the monsters couldn't have died for no reason. The truth was clear. It was Gu Chen who had slain the monsters. Who exactly are you? Tang Langlang asked warily. I am the master here, Gu Chen declared emphatically. Beating a useless fool doesn't make you that impressive. Don't get too cocky. Tang Langlang gritted her teeth, seething with rage. When it came to combat prowess, she was number one. Having studied Taekwondo since childhood and won numerous championships, James was in a completely different league from her. Is that so? What a pity then. Gu Chen shook his head with a helpless smile. In that case, come at me all together. His words made it clear he held them in contempt. While others might not care, Tang Longlong, as a martial artist, felt deeply humiliated. How could she, a black belt master, tolerate such an insult? Aya! With a sharp cry, Tang Langlang leaped high into the air, delivering a fierce axe kick aimed at Gu Chen's head. The force behind this kick was at least twice as powerful as Jameis' earlier attack. Yet Gu Chen showed no intention of dodging. Just as the kick was about to land, he raised his hand, gently catching her ankle, like a raptor seizing its prey, holding her fast. Tang Langlang's entire body was suspended in midair, resembling a circus act. Tang Langlang was astounded. Though she had witnessed James being knocked out with a single slap, it wasn't until she experienced it firsthand that she understood the terrifying extent of Gu Chen's strength. Take this. She then swung her left foot in a sideways kick aimed at Gu Chen's face. But without exception, Gu Chen easily caught that kick as well, leaving her dangling awkwardly in the air. Her face flushed crimson. This taekwondo prodigy had never felt so humiliated. What are you all gawking at? Get over here and help. At Tang Langlang's shout, the remaining four snapped back to reality. Though deeply wary of Gu Chen, leaving this safe haven was out of the question. They charged at Gu Chen with various weapons, but barely a few steps and they were knocked down by Tang Langlang's heavy body. Want to keep going, but I warn you, next time won't be just for fun. Gu Chen's voice came like a death knell, plunging Tang Langlang and the others into despair. Seeing the young man's immense strength, CUFA and the rest knew they were outmatched, but leaving meant certain death. In his desperation, CUFA quickly devised a plan. Since Zhong Qinxin was now Gu Chen's woman and also Tang Langlang's stepmother in name, perhaps they could find a way out by appealing to her. Brother Gu Chen, please spare us. We just want to survive the apocalypse. If we leave the manor, we'll surely die. Let us stay for Miss Zhong's sake. CUFA changed his tune, kneeling on the ground with heartfelt words. Yes, please let us stay for Miss Zhong's sake. Long begged Miss Zhong. She is your mother after all. Su Xiaoxiao urged frantically. Tang Langlang bit her lip. Not long ago she had been arrogantly dictating Zhong Qingxin's fate, and now she had to grovel before her. The reversal was too swift. But with no better option, she had to swallow her pride for now. If they were allowed to stay, there would be plenty of opportunities to turn the tables later. They couldn't beat Gu Chen in a fight, but even he had to sleep, didn't he? Once he dozed off, the chance would come. And once Gu Chen was dead, that damn Zhong Qinxin would be theirs to do with as they pleased. With this thought, Tang Langlang felt much better. She knelt before Zhong Qinxin and said with feigned sincerity, Miss Zhong. Oh, mother, please let us stay for my father's sake. If I die, my father will surely grieve. Zhong Qinxin was now in a dilemma. To be honest, she felt no affection for Tang Chunghua and his daughter Tang Langlang. In fact, she resented them. Had Tang Chunghua not used underhanded tactics, she would never have married that old man. As for Tang Longlong, she had repeatedly targeted her with hostility, never showing her any kindness. Yet despite everything, she was legally married to Tang Chunghua, making her Tang Langlang's stepmother in name. Would it be too inhumane to let her stepdaughter die? Just as she was about to plead for mercy, Gu Chen pointed a thumb at himself and declared with authority, Miss Tang, you seem to have misunderstood. I am the master of this manor. Are you joking? Would Gu Chen ever let them stay? If they were around, he wouldn't be able to sleep a wink. These words left Zhong Qinxin speechless and completely sealed off any retreat for Tang Langlang and her group. Don't make me repeat myself. Get the hell out of here now. Gu Chen bellowed sternly. His icy glare sent shivers down everyone's spines. With things as they were, they had no choice but to scram. If they didn't leave now, he would surely break their legs. The group dejectedly picked themselves up from the ground and prepared to leave. Wait, take that piece of trash with you. Gu Chen pointed at James, who lay on the ground like a dead dog. What are you looking at us for? We're just women. This is between you two men. Su Xiaoxiao refused to do such a thing. That damn Situ Feiyue was actually staring at her. How utterly distasteful. Only then did Situ Feiyue and the other man reluctantly hoist James up, and the whole group stumbled out of the manor in disgrace. Gu Chen stood behind them, confirming they had all left before resolutely slamming the door shut. Life is so ironic. Just moments ago it was Zhong Qinxin who was in despair, and in the blink of an eye their roles had reversed. Truly thought-provoking. Alright, now how about giving me a tour? After Tang Langlang and the others had left, Gu Chen said to Zhong Qinxin with a smile. He also wanted to take a good look at this manor, though more for security considerations. Zhong Qinxin nodded. The two took the elevator, starting their tour from the ground floor. Besides the 3 floors above ground, Celestia Manor also had 3 floors underground, and the area was quite vast. It had sports fields, a gym, a home theater, an entertainment room, a bar, and more. The ventilation system, lighting system, and water purification system were all complete. Staying underground was a pure pleasure. One would never feel cramped or oppressed. Furthermore, to prevent enemies from digging tunnels, the underground spaces were separated by half-meter thick special steel plates. Forget digging by hand, even using bombs might not work. The security was absolutely top-notch. On the floors above ground were the living room, dining room, study bedrooms, and such. Every single adornment was the epitome of luxury. After seeing everything, Gu Chen was very satisfied. Why did you marry Tang Chunghua? Gu Chen asked nonchalantly from behind Zhong Qinxin. As far as Gu Chen knew, Tang Chunghua was nearly 70 years old this year, while Zhong Qinxin was only 30 in the prime of her youth. The age gap between them was far from insignificant. After hesitating for a moment, Zhong Qinxin decided to confess everything. Now that she had agreed to be Gu Chen's woman, she felt she should hide nothing from him. Actually, I never liked Tang Chunghua at all. He's old enough to be my father. Zhong Qinxin smiled helplessly. I used to be a print model, fairly well known, you could say. Then one day Tang Chunghua noticed me. Probably attracted by my looks, he began to pursue me. But I truly had no feelings for him. Every time he confessed, I politely refused. However, Tang Chunghwa simply wouldn't give up. Whatever he set his sights on, he had to possess. Later, he started playing dirty. He secretly contacted my family and colleagues and threatened that if I didn't marry him, he would spread rumors about me, destroy my reputation, and make it impossible for me to stay in Huaqing. As a woman, how could I possibly contend with him? Left with no choice, I agreed. Gu Chen listened with great interest. The stories behind famous people are always explosive, aren't they? And marrying into a wealthy family is many women's dream. Someone I know spent her entire life striving for it. Zhong Qinxin admitted, that's true. But I'm not like them. This life isn't what I wanted. Not only do I lose my freedom, but I also have to face the infighting within a wealthy family. From the day I entered this manor, his daughter Tang Langlang has been targeting me at every turn. She never gives me a kind look, and even secretly arranged for people to investigate me. She thinks I don't know a thing. Gu Chen nodded. Tang Langlang was indeed the type to do such things. After touring the second floor, Zhong Qinxin stopped, her expression hesitant, and said, there's no need to go upstairs, is there? Why? Gu Chen was puzzled. Upstairs is my wedding chamber. Oh. Gu Chen suddenly remembered that Bo had said Tang Chunghwa died in the wedding chamber. No wonder Zhong Qinxin didn't want him to go in. But the more she said that, the more curious Gu Chen became. He was also very eager to know how the wealthiest man in the world, whose riches rivaled entire nations, had kicked the bucket. Let's take a look anyway. I need to understand the entire manor's layout. Gu Chen fabricated a reason. All right. Zhong Qinxin sighed softly, her footsteps treading onto the place she considered forbidden ground. The entire third floor was the wedding chamber. The sheer size was ridiculously large. The festive decorations from the wedding day had been taken down, leaving only a wedding photo on the bedside table, which stood out conspicuously. Gu Chen picked up the photo, his brow furrowing deeply as he looked at it. The man in the photo was decrepit and ugly as a pig, while the woman was in her prime, delicate like a flower. The two of them had nothing matching about them from head to toe. You even took wedding photos. You didn't. You know. Do it, did you? Gu Chen asked with a frown. He didn't mind being a chow chow, but knowing that his woman had been trampled by a pig, so to speak, would bother him a bit no matter what. Not yet. Zhong Qinxin understood Gu Chen's implication immediately, and her face flushed bright red. I am a very traditional person. I always believed that such things should only happen after marriage. Tang Chunghwa wanted to countless times, but I always found an excuse to refuse. Gu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. That was a close call. But he had to admit, in an era where sexual attitudes were becoming more and more liberal, women like Zhong Qinxin were increasingly rare. All right, now tell me, how exactly did Tang Chunghwa die? Zhong Qinxin's face instantly turned crimson. She hesitated for a long time before finally deciding to speak. Since Gu Chen was her man, naturally, she couldn't hide anything from him. Well, on the night of the wedding, after he saw my body, he had a sudden heart attack. He got too excited and just died. Zhong Qinxin hung her head low, her pretty face flushed a deep red, as if it might drip blood. I couldn't exactly explain this to the outside world. Since then, everyone has thought him a jinx, bringing nothing but bad luck to my husband. So that's it. That's why you wear this trench coat, right? Thus, Gu Chen became even more intrigued by the figure concealed beneath that trench coat. Come on, let me have a look. This? In broad daylight, it's not appropriate. It's fine. I don't mind. Should we go to another room? Here. Zhong Qinxin pointed at the wedding photo, looking embarrassed. She seemed very shy. It's okay. Let him watch. With no other choice, Zhong Qinxin unbuttoned her trench coat. As the garment fell open, Gu Chen's eyes went wide. Under the black trench coat was a purple short-sleeved dress. The simple outfit, however, could not conceal her stunningly voluptuous figure. He had thought Dai Bobo was the peak of curvy beauty, but Zhong Qinxin's physique was even more explosive. Her round, smooth shoulders, her full heaving bosom, and her incredibly striking waist-to-hip ratio stirred the heart and made the blood race. And those two plump, supple, long legs were utterly tantalizing. Zhong Qinxin exuded an aura of mature charm and allure from head to toe. Just looking at her body was enough to make one sink deeply into it, unable to extricate oneself for a long time. Truly an S-grade figure, scoring 97 points. The system did not deceive me. Turn around. Blushing, Zhong Qinxin slowly turned, then gracefully climbed onto the luxurious bed. Every single movement silently spoke of primal temptation. Kneel down. Zhong Qinxin obeyed docilely. From this angle, the sight was enough to make one drool. Good. A blazing flame ignited in Gu Chen's eyes. His breath quickened, his blood boiling throughout his body. After a moment's appreciation, he slowly advanced towards that enchanting scene. An hour later, Zhong Qinxin lay contentedly beside Gu Chen, her face radiant with the bliss of womanhood. She had finally experienced the explosive power and endurance hidden beneath his lean frame. It was nothing short of beastly. Waves of ecstasy had crashed over her one after another. Yet Gu Chen was still somewhat unsatisfied, his mind replaying the surging pleasure over and over. Just then the system's prompt suddenly rang out. Ding. Detected that class beauty Zhong Qinshin has a crush on the host meeting reward distribution conditions. Reward psychic ability mind domain. Psychic ability. Wow, oh my god. As the system's tone faded, Gu Chun felt a thunderous roar in his mind, and a strange energy instantly spread through his entire body. He closed his eyes, tightly concentrated his spirit, and then an unprecedented perception surged in all directions like a tide, as if he had entered another world. His entire being became clear-headed. Within a 10-kilometer radius, everything sharpened in his mind's eye. He could see the towering trees in the forest, the budding flowers, the small fish swimming in the creek, and even the awkwardly trudging group of Tang Lang Lang and her companions. This ability was like a natural radar, utterly miraculous. Gu Chun was overjoyed. Seeing his excitement, Zhong Qinshin puzzled asked, "Honey, what's wrong?" But Gu Chun suddenly pounced on her like a hungry wolf, his clear eyes blazing with passion. "Honey, I still want more. No, I'll break." Another hour passed, and it was now afternoon. Since he still needed to return to the hotel to pick up his wives and bring them here, Gu Chun reluctantly left Zhong Qinshin's warm embrace. "Honey, stay home. I'm going to bring your sisters over." Zhong Qinshin paused, then smiled in understanding. In the apocalypse, a man with Gu Chun's exceptional strength having multiple wives was perfectly normal. Besides, having a few more sisters to look out for each other wasn't a bad thing. If she had to serve Gu Chun alone, she really couldn't handle it. "Can I come with you? I'm scared here alone." Zhong Qinshin pleaded with tender eyes, looking too pitiful to refuse. But Gu Chun had another purpose besides moving his hotel wives. There were scenes he didn't want this innocent woman to witness. "Be good, wait at home. I'll be back soon." Gu Chun kissed her forehead affectionately and left. In the woods, Tang Longlong's group trudged along like turtles. These spoiled rich kids complained of fatigue after just a few steps, and the two men were carrying the unconscious James. "Damn, I'm exhausted." "Hey James, you bastard, are you dead or not? If you're not dead, get down and walk." "Do you want to kill me, eh?" Situ Fiua slapped James hard twice, but the latter remained motionless like a vegetable. Long, it's getting late. Where should we go?" Su Xiaoxiao looked around nervously, the various sounds from the woods making her feel unsafe. "Ahead is a hillside villa area. A classmate of mine lives there. We can seek refuge there," Tang Lang Lang said as she walked. "Oh, how much farther? Can we make it before dark at this pace? The surroundings look terrifying. I don't want to spend the night here." Su Xiaoxiao said. "About 7 or 8 kilometers. At this speed, we definitely won't make it," Tang Lang Lang replied, glancing at James being carried by the two men, frowning. Then her eyes turned dark. "Unless we drop the baggage we're carrying." The others suddenly understood. Their relationship with James was merely superficial, so there was no need to waste energy dragging along such a burden. They exchanged glances and found the answer in each other's eyes. Situ Fiue and another young master dumped James on the ground like trash, dusting off their hands in relief. "Not enough," Tang Lang Lang said with narrowed eyes. "What if James wakes up and finds out we abandoned him? Given his personality, he might try to kill us. Do you want to leave such a threat?" Long, you mean this?" Situ Fiue made a throat-slitting gesture. Tang Lang Lang nodded coldly. The others agreed without objection, then picked up stones and branches from the ground and viciously smashed them onto James's body. Soon James was battered beyond recognition, so disfigured that even his mother wouldn't know him. "How did that bastard train to be so strong?" Situ Fiue complained. He had never seen another man with Gu Chen's brute strength in his life. "So what if he's strong? He'll fall into my hands sooner or later, and I'll kill him in the most brutal way. And that bitch Zhong Qinshin, just you wait." Tang Lang Lang gritted her teeth in hatred. "Sigh, but we can't beat him at all." Su Xiaoxiao sighed. "We can't beat him, but no matter how powerful he is, can he go without eating, drinking, or sleeping? Once he falls asleep, what's there to fear? Ridiculous. Does he really think kicking me out is enough to stop me? Then how do we sneak in? Simple. The estate was designed with a secret passage. We can enter undetected from there." Hee. Tang Lang Lang laughed sinisterly. Only she knew about this passage. Even Zhong Qinshin was unaware. As for the person who designed and built it, her father had long since eliminated him quietly. To the outside world, of course, it was just an accident. The group rejoiced, seeing hope of returning to the estate. Once they caught Gu Chun, they would have to cut him into 1,000 pieces to vent their anger. "Hey, you've gone to a lot of trouble to deal with me." Just as they were feeling invigorated, a familiar voice came from the bushes ahead. Who else could it be but Gu Chun? You bastard, you've been following us." Su Xiaoxiao pointed at Gu Chun and cursed. Gu Chun sneered, "Do I need to follow a bunch of small fry like you?" Their movements were clear in his mind domain. They could only blame themselves for moving so slowly. Hours had passed, and they still hadn't traveled 10 kilometers. Seeing Gu Chen's cold demeanor, Tang Lang Lang and the others sensed trouble. "You've already kicked us out. What more do you want?" Tang Lang Lang blustered, but her voice clearly lacked conviction. "What do I want?" Gu Chun smiled, a crimson sword appearing in his hand from nowhere. "To eliminate the root of the problem, of course. You thought of it, didn't you think I would?" The group was horrified. Before their stunned eyes, the crimson sword left his hand, floated in the air unaffected by gravity, its gleaming blade radiating a soul-shattering chill. Feeling the threat of death, Situ Feiyue fell to his knees with a thud, kowtowing desperately. Gu Qin, good brother, I have nothing to do with this damn Tang Lang Lang. If you're going to kill someone, kill her. She was just talking about revenge. Yes, we were all forced by that bitch Tang Lang Lang. The deaths of the servants and Miss Zhong's troubles. She caused it all. We're innocent. Su Xiaoxiao quickly caved, shifting all the blame onto Tang Lang Lang. Their bond with James was weak, but was it any stronger with Tang Lang Lang? It was nothing but fake sisterhood. In truth, they had often complained privately about this domineering woman. If sacrificing her could save their lives, they wouldn't hesitate. You. Tang Lang Lang was so furious she couldn't speak for a moment. Finally, she recovered. You losers, do you think this will help? He won't spare you. And you, Situ Feiyue, weren't you always swearing to protect me? Now that trouble comes, you show your true colors, you damn scumbag. But at this point, Situ Feiyue naturally didn't hide his love for her, saying contemptuously, take a look at yourself. How could I ever love a woman like you? If it weren't for your father being the richest man, I wouldn't even want to talk to you. Tang Lang Lang's face turned ashen, shattered by the merciless words. Actually, Tang Lang Lang is right. I won't spare any of you. With that, the crimson sword trembled violently. With a piercing hum, it shot through the void like a red meteor, carrying the aura of death and striking at the group like lightning, resembling a dazzling, enchanting blood blossom. 20 minutes later, Gu Qin arrived at the Intercontinental Hotel. Now he could manipulate metal with greater proficiency, so his speed had increased considerably compared to before. However, Gu Qin himself did not possess the ability to fly and had to rely on metal as a medium, which was somewhat inconvenient. But for now it hardly mattered. All he needed to do was to bring the women home to the Celestia Manor, a task that was not difficult at all. When the women saw Gu Qin return, they anxiously asked him questions. Honey, have you been to Celestia Manor? Was everything smooth? Dai Bobo asked, holding Gu Qin's right arm. Seeing Dai Bobo so proactive, Mu Yuman refused to be outdone and affectionately took his left arm. Honey, I think the environment here is quite nice too. We don't have to move. I think you shouldn't rush back and forth. Just stay home and let us take care of you. Gu Qin chuckled. Little Yuman was indeed thoughtful. He gently pinched her elegantly shaped nose and said, all right, I know you mean well, little Yuman. But a man doesn't mind being a bit busy. Then he sat down on the sofa with the two women. Yao Wanya came out of the kitchen and handed Gu Qin a glass of water. Here, have some water first. You must have been fighting monsters again, right? Yao Wanya observed carefully and immediately noticed the faint bloodstains on Gu Qin. It's fine. I wish I could fight monsters every day, ha. Gu Qin laughed heartily. Now that he had reached the Sigma level, advancing to the next stage required 100 experience points, which would surely be a long process. Gu Qin took a small sip and then briefly explained the situation at Celestia Manor to the women, telling them to pack their belongings and prepare to move. Upon hearing that they were going to a new home, Xue Shishir, Mu Yuman, and Xia Bijin were the most excited. Since the apocalypse began, they had never left this safe house, and to be honest, they were feeling quite cooped up. Although they didn't say it, Gu Qin could tell. It was his responsibility to provide for his women. The women returned to their rooms to pack. There wasn't much to pack, just some personal items. All the supplies were stored in Gu Qin's space. A few minutes later they were done. As they were about to leave the safe house, Xue Shishir, Mu Yuman, and Xia Bijin suddenly felt reluctant. They had spent a very happy time with Gu Qin here and had grown attached to the place. It's okay. If you ever want to come back and visit, you can do so anytime, Gu Qin comforted them. The three women nodded obediently. Then they all went down the stairs together. Upon reaching the first floor lobby, seeing Gu Qin rarely taking the women out of the safe house, Wu Deshuan came up to ask, Brother Gu Qin, where are you going? I'm leaving this place, Gu Qin said calmly. Hearing this, Wu Deshuan was somewhat surprised. Why would he leave all of a sudden? Having Gu Qin stay here made them feel safer. But it was obvious Gu Qin didn't intend to explain. So about the safe house. Wu Deshuan stammered. As soon as he spoke, Gu Qin knew the guy was after the safe house. Although he had a new residence, he had no intention of handing the safe house over to Wu Deshuan. Their relationship wasn't that good, and Gu Qin needed to keep a backup plan. After all, the future was uncertain. What I give you is yours. If I don't give it, don't ask. I see. Well, all right. Wu Deshuan looked reluctant, but he wasn't foolish enough to force Gu Qin to hand it over. He didn't have the ability. Gu Qin had no intention of giving up the safe house, but considering that Wu Deshuan and his people had contributed significantly during the fight against the coalition forces, he left them some supplies. Then he left with the 5 women. After a high-speed flight, Gu Qin and his group quickly arrived at Celestia Manor. Standing in the spacious front yard looking at this luxurious and sturdy apocalypse fortress, the women were visibly excited. Seeing Gu Qin return, Zhong Qinxin came out from afar to greet him. When she saw the beautiful women by his side, she wasn't shy. After introductions, she warmly took them to tour the manor. In fact, Zhong Qinxin recognized Xue Shishir, Xia Bijin, and Mu Yuman. Their fame was too great to be unknown. As for Yao Wanya and Dai Bobo, since they weren't public figures, she wasn't familiar with them, but judging by their appearance, they seemed easy to get along with. The 6 women chattered away like long-lost sisters, and quickly disappeared into the manor, leaving Gu Qin alone in the front yard. Gu Qin smiled helplessly. Although he was neglected, he didn't plan to stay idle. He immediately activated his mind domain to scan the area around the manor for creatures, and indeed, he discovered several unfamiliar monsters. To gain more experience points, Gu Qin drew the Qishao sword and swiftly moved toward the monster's location. After Gu Qin left the Intercontinental Hotel, only Wu Daxuan and about 20 other survivors remained. Without the protection of this powerful figure, they were somewhat panicked. What do we do now, brother Sun? Now that Gu Qin is gone, our safety isn't guaranteed. A survivor in the crowd sighed. Yeah, if we could live in the safe house, it would be much safer. But Gu Qin is leaving and won't even give us the safe house. How infuriating. Another survivor spat contemptuously. They understood how sturdy the safe house was, but without the password they couldn't touch it. You useless lot, snap out of it. So what if Gu Qin is gone? Without him, we're the kings here. I'm tired of bowing and scraping to him every day. Wu Daxuan spoke forcefully, a complete change from his usual demeanor. He was a famous entrepreneur in Flower City with power and influence. Gu Qin, on the other hand, was just a minor electrician. Their statuses were worlds apart. But because of Gu Qin's formidable strength, he had to play the submissive role, which was utterly humiliating for someone with his superiority complex. Now that Gu Qin was gone, he could finally hold his head high. He refused to believe they couldn't survive without Gu Qin. Exactly, brother Sun is absolutely right. Every one of us here is outstanding. Why should we stoop to relying on an electrician? A survivor chimed in. After him, more survivors stepped forward to agree. The crowd responded with a unified voice, their spirits high. They felt a surge of joy like oppressed peasants finally celebrating their liberation. Boom. However, this joy didn't last long. A deafening explosion suddenly erupted from the hall, so powerful that it shook the entire building, and the sturdy hotel door was instantly blown to pieces. Fortunately, the survivors were deep inside the hall. If they had been any closer, they would have lost their lives. Panic-stricken, the survivors had no idea what was happening. Gun King, Commander, there are some survivors here. After the door was destroyed, Wang Su was the first to enter. He sniffed the air and quickly located the survivors. Amidst the rolling smoke, the fully armed Gun King stepped into the hall. His gaze was as cold as an icy peak sweeping over them, sending chills down their spines. Various standard-issue pistols were holstered at his waist, and the large-caliber sniper rifle on his back was even more terrifying. The Gun King walked straight up to Wu Daxuan and the other survivors, glancing down at this trembling group as if they were mere ants. You? Who's the leader? The Gun King asked coldly. With just a single indifferent remark, Wu Daxuan was scared out of his wits. Judging by the Gun King and the fully armed soldiers behind him, they were definitely not good news. Even if beaten to death, he couldn't admit it. It's him. This man is called Wu Daxuan. He's our leader. A survivor, fearing being implicated, quickly jumped out to identify him. Yes, he just said he was the king of the hotel, and to come to him if anything happened. King my ass. Wu Daxuan cursed inwardly. His heart was truly bitter. He had barely enjoyed a few seconds of his newfound freedom before a formidable figure appeared out of nowhere. If this matter wasn't handled well, he might not even keep his life. If only he had known, he would have just stayed an ordinary lackey instead of playing the big shot. Wu Daxuan instantly switched to a flattering smile, resuming the respectful demeanor he had toward Gu Qin, and said humbly, "Esteemed officer, I am indeed Wu Daxuan, but I am merely an ordinary citizen. How could I possibly be worthy of being everyone's leader? However, since everyone was kind enough to offer me the role, I can only temporarily take it on. Please." Slap. Before Wu Daxuan could finish, the Gun King gave him a resounding slap that made him see stars. Too much nonsense. If you keep babbling, I'll make sure you never speak again. The Gun King said coldly. The slap was heavy and forceful, Wu Daxuan's right cheek swollen like a pig's head. He clutched his wound in pain, not daring to utter another word. Seeing this, the other survivors were also struck silent with fear. Good thing they weren't the leader, or they'd be in for it too. Now answer my questions honestly. If you dare to hide anything, you know the consequences. Wang Su walked up to Wu Daxuan, his face dark and gloomy. Yes, I'll tell the truth, the whole truth. Is there a young man staying in this hotel, tall and thin with the ability to control blades? Wang Su asked. The image of Gu Qin immediately flashed through Wu Daxuan's mind. Judging by their hostile demeanor, they were probably Gu Qin's enemies. Esteemed officer, there is indeed such a person here. His name is Gu Qin, but he has just left. Wu Daxuan answered truthfully. Where did he go? Wang Su asked with a frown. Wu Daxuan shook his head and replied helplessly, I don't know either. Slap. Another resounding slap. Useless trash. Now both sides of his face were swollen like a pig's head. Wu Daxuan's heart was so bitter. He wasn't obligated to know Gu Qin's whereabouts. And besides, even if he did know, could he force Gu Qin to tell him? Did he have that kind of power? That bastard Gun King was nothing but domineering and unreasonable. However, faced with absolute power, he could only swallow his anger and stay silent. Gun King, Commander, we are still a step too late. Wang Su said reluctantly. Back when he reported the situation to Li Tianlong, the decisive Li Tianlong immediately dispatched the Gun King and his team to pursue Gu Qin. Why not a kill order? Because of the massive supplies at Shansong warehouse, Gu Qin was now the only person connected to those supplies. He still had value alive. Along the way, Wang Su followed Gu Qin sent to the hotel. Their marching speed was already fast enough, but Gu Qin had still managed to slip away. Can you pinpoint his hiding spot? The Gun King asked with a frown. It shouldn't be a problem. Wang Su raised his head, sniffed the air, and followed the faint residual scent to the doorway, then stared intently in the direction of the suburbs. Gun King Commander, I found that kid Gu Qin's trail. He must have headed toward the suburbs. Excellent. Let's hurry and follow him. Since he just left, he can't have gone far. The Gun King quickly gave the order. What about these people? Wang Su asked, pointing at the group of survivors. Wu Dexuan and the other survivors, now singled out, were tense to the extreme. Their lives hung entirely on the whim of the Gun King. They all held their breath, staring unblinkingly at the commander. The Gun King obviously didn't care about them at all. He didn't even bother to give them another glance. Turning around, he said indifferently, just a bunch of useless trash. Kill them all. His icy words, like a judgment from on high, pronounced the final fate of Wu Dexuan and the others. The survivors were completely panicked. Having made it this far, they couldn't just die like this. Please no, officer. We can be useful. You want to deal with Gu Qin, right? We can help too. Wu Dexuan's legs gave way from fear, and he fell to his knees begging. The other survivors also knelt down in unison, pleading in chorus. Yes. We've also had it with Gu Qin for a long time. Please give us another chance, officer. We've killed people before too. We can definitely be of help. Please. Pleading voices rose and fell echoing through the hotel lobby. Yet they failed to move the Gun King in the slightest. He stood with his back to the crowd, his face calm, without a ripple. The Hongtian group had formidable strength with hundreds of mercenaries, each a battle-hardened tough guy. Would they be short of a bunch of ordinary people with no combat experience? In his eyes, they were nothing but a group of useless parasites who could only eat and sleep. After a brief pause, the Gun King made a kill gesture to the mercenaries on either side. They immediately understood and drew their weapons, ready to begin a massacre. The atmosphere in the room dropped to freezing point. Seeing no hope of survival, Wu Dexuan was consumed by rage. He leaped up from the ground and raised his arm to rally the survivors behind him, shouting, "Brothers, let's fight these bastards to the death." To avoid offending the mercenaries, Wu Dexuan and the others had already humbled themselves to the utmost, yet they still couldn't buy an ounce of mercy. Since that was the case, they would fight to the bitter end. Driven by despair, the survivors answered the call. They surged forward, lunging at the nearest mercenaries like rabid wolves. A powerful will to survive unleashed an unprecedented ferocity in them. They threw themselves onto the mercenaries, clawing and thrashing wildly. Some even sank their teeth into the mercenaries' necks, biting down hard, like mindless beasts. The mercenaries were taken aback by the survivors' sudden assault. Despite the vast disparity in strength, they never expected these insignificant ants to dare resist. Rat-a-tat-tat. Some mercenaries caught off guard were bitten to death or maimed. The remaining mercenaries opened fire on the frenzied survivors. Bullets whizzed through the air, claiming the lives of survivor after survivor. And of course, they also claimed the lives of some of their own comrades. In such a chaotic and tangled melee, friendly fire was unavoidable. Amidst the fierce clash, Wu Dexuan, staring at the tall, sturdy back of the Gun King, suddenly conceived a bold idea. Murderous intent surged in his eyes. He grabbed a sharp knife, determined to take the contemptuous Gun King down with him. Having made up his mind, Wu Dexuan broke into a sprint. The distance between them wasn't great, so in the blink of an eye he was upon the Gun King. He raised the knife high, aiming to plunge it into the Gun King's head. But how could the battle-hardened Gun King be unaware of such a foolish counterattack? Since he had turned his back to his enemy, it meant he held the latter in utter contempt. Such small fry weren't even worth his attention. Just as the Gun King was about to turn around and kill him, the frenzied Wu Dexuan suddenly froze and placed the gleaming knife, held motionless in the air, unable to advance an inch. Wu Dexuan was stunned, his throat emitting painful gurgling sounds, as if someone were strangling him. Fear made his eyes bulge wide as if they might pop out. At this moment, he was clearly being choked by an invisible pair of hands. He could even feel the warmth emanating from them, yet no matter where he looked, he saw no one. It felt like seeing a ghost. Just then the Gun King's watch strap suddenly emitted a beeping sound. He snorted coldly and spoke to the empty space before him. "Black Ghost, I didn't expect you to come and join the fun." Wu Dexuan painfully turned his head, glancing at the transparent area beside him, but saw nothing. However, the next second, that empty transparent region suddenly rippled eerily, and after the ripple, a dark-skinned, bearded, burly man emerged from the void. Only then did Wu Dexuan realize that it wasn't a ghost strangling him, but this man. "He don't get too attached to me. I'm just following the Tsar leader's orders," the man named Black Ghost chuckled. Just a mere young brat. Does the Tsar leader not trust me?" According to intelligence from Wang Su, Gu Qin, though skilled, was still a green youth with insufficient combat experience. Sending him alone was already a great honor for Gu Chun, yet now even Black Ghost, one of the soul-reaping specters, had been dispatched. In the Sky-Shattering Legion, besides the renowned Iron Triangle, there were actually two hidden trump cards: the invisibility type ability, users the soul-reaping specters. The soul-reaping specters consisted of Black Ghost and White Ghost. Their pasts were shrouded in mystery. In the Sky-Shattering Legion, they only answered to Li Tianlong, the Mechanical Czar, and held a status equal to the Iron Triangle. As their abilities suggested, the soul-reaping specters were primarily used for assassinating forces opposing the Sky-Shattering Legion. With their assistance, the Legion advanced triumphantly after the apocalypse, quickly becoming the most powerful force in Flower City. Black Ghost shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Gun King Commander, I suggest you stop overthinking. You know this our leader's style. I believe you understand." The Gun King paused, then revealed a relieved smile. "He is indeed cautious enough. But I truly didn't expect him to value that Gu Chun so much as to send you. That kid sure has a grand show of force." Black Ghost grinned, his eager gaze shifting to another transparent area, and called out, "I'm not the only one here. Come on, darling, show yourself." As his words fell, that transparent region also rippled, and a man in a pink tight suit suddenly appeared. "White Ghost, you're here too?" the Gun King exclaimed in surprise. Gun King Commander, long time no see." White Ghost smiled and walked toward Black Ghost, fiddling with a dark object in his hand. "Sorry, this thing was too troublesome, so I took it off. Don't tell the Tsar leader, okay?" The Gun King smiled bitterly. It turned out that to deal with Gu Chun, even with him and Black Ghost as double insurance, White Ghost had also been sent. This Tsar leader was terrifyingly cautious. However, this also indirectly showed the importance of the Sungong warehouse supplies, which was understandable. Seeing the ability users of the Sky-Shattering Legion appear one after another, Wang Su was filled with confidence. Would Gu Chun all alone be a match for these strong warriors? "Since you two are here, I'll skip the nonsense. Wang Su already knows where the kid fled. Let's set off now." The Gun King arranged without delay. "No problem, but first I need to take care of this minion." Black Ghost looked at Wu Dashuan, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth, filling the latter with utter despair. With a crisp crack, Wu Dashuan and his pride left this world forever. The scene was strewn with corpses and blood. No survivor remained from the massacre. After triple-checking that no one was left alive, with Wang Su leading the way, the Gun King and about 100 men marched grandly toward the outskirts of Jinqing District. In the Qingpu district of Flower City, a magnificent steel factory stood in the barren outskirts. After the apocalypse, all the furnaces had ceased operation, yet from within the steel plant loud clanging sounds could still be heard from time to time. It sounded like a persistent blacksmith meticulously forging his work with a hammer. But upon closer inspection, the noise came from a bare-chested man in the forging workshop. He didn't look like a blacksmith and wasn't using a hammer. He was using his bare hands. Yes, without any protective gear, he was striking the iron pillar before him with his fists, as if the steel before him was nothing more than a sandbag. The guards at the entrance watched in astonishment. "The base leader has incredible strength. He can even dent steel," said a man in a blue fire-resistant suit. "Indeed, with such power, no wonder those terrifying monsters dare not invade us. We've truly found the right place." Another guard added in admiration. They were new members who had recently joined the Iron Hammer base. After drifting through the apocalypse, they finally found stability upon becoming part of the base. The base was converted from the original Flower City Zhufeng heavy industry, and given the post-apocalyptic conditions, they had to wear the factory's uniform. But in this season in Flower City, it was just right. "You newcomers don't know this, but I heard the base leader awakened a special ability. Something called an ability, and his fists are incredibly hard." Another guard explained, sounding like he had been at the base for a while. "But why does the base leader hammer iron every day? It doesn't look like practice. It seems more like he's venting something," the guard in the blue suit said in confusion. "Shoo." The veteran guard quickly hushed him, looking around cautiously. "Don't say that in front of others. You don't know this, but the base leader's third brother was killed during a mission. He was his favorite brother. Can you blame him for being furious?" Just then a burly man with a tiger-like build strode in, his steps vigorous, but his expression was grim. Even as the guards respectfully greeted him, he ignored them. "Big brother, I'm back." Zheng Luxia walked up to the base leader Zheng Taizhu and nodded in greeting. Zheng Taizhu finally stopped his actions, drenched in sweat. Although he was a reinforcement-type ability user, even he couldn't withstand such relentless consumption day and night. Zheng Taizhu grabbed Zheng Luxia's broad shoulders and asked urgently, "Second brother, tell me quickly, did you find the murderer who killed our third brother?" Zheng Luxia shook his head and said dejectedly, "No. Over the past few days I have secretly investigated some forces, and they know nothing about this." "What about the Bianhua base and the Wangzhou base? There shouldn't be many people with such power in Huaqing, right?" Zheng Taizhu frowned deeply. As far as he knew, the entire Huaqing was divided into 4 powerful factions, and only they had the strength to annihilate Zheng Aniu and the others. As for the other inconspicuous small forces, surviving was already very difficult, let alone opposing the Hammer base. Moreover, it wasn't just the members of the Hammer base who died. the Heaven's Thunder team, including Black Panther, met the same fate. I personally visited the Bianhua base and the Wangzhou base, but judging from Jiang Wanqi and Sheng Kangqiang's reactions, they seemed completely unaware of the situation. From my understanding of them, they don't seem to be lying. Zheng Luxia was also at a loss. He had questioned all the suspects, leaving only the Heaven's Thunder team. However, they were also one of the victims, which didn't make sense at all. Big brother, why don't we ask that guy Li Tianlong? They might have more information than us, Zheng Luxia suggested. Upon hearing this, Zheng Taizhu fell silent. The Hammer Base and the Heaven's Thunder team had always been at odds, and Zheng Taizhu and Li Tianlong didn't see eye to eye either. If it weren't for dire circumstances, he really didn't want to contact that faction. After a long pause, Zheng Taizhu sighed helplessly and said, "Let's contact Li Tianlong." Faced with the blood feud of Zheng Ainyu, Zheng Taizhu decided to set everything else aside. The two of them went to the communication room, and Zheng Luxia dialed the Heaven's Thunder team's number. After a long wait, it was finally answered. "Hello, this is Zheng Taizhu from the Hammer Base. I need to speak with Li Tianlong." Zheng Taizhu took the phone and got straight to the point. The person on the other end was momentarily confused, then began to hear layers of reports. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that Li Tianlong's indifferent voice slowly came through. "What is it? An old friend looking for me." Upon hearing Li Tianlong's voice, an unnamed rage quietly surged within Zheng Taizhu, coupled with the long wait, which nearly made him grind his back teeth. But with the matter at hand, he had to endure as much as possible. "Do you know about Black Panther's death at the Sugong warehouse?" "Oh, and then my third brother was also brutally killed at the same location. I want to know if you have any clues. If we find him, I will definitely chop him to pieces." "The murderer?" Li Tianlong squinted his eyes, pondering. From Long Su's report, he had only detected the presence of Zhao Hejia and Gu Chun, and it would be impossible for that second-generation heir Zhao Hejia to have done it, so the one who killed Black Panther and Zheng Luxia could only be Gu Chun. He had already suspected this. If it weren't for the resources at the Sugong warehouse, it would have been fine to inform Zheng Taizhu. However, he had already dispatched the Gun King to pursue Gu Chun, and if the latter's information were leaked, the vast resources would inevitably make the Hammer Base envious. Before acquiring those resources, it was better not to stir up trouble. "Well, I want to know too. If you have any clues, feel free to contact me." "That's it," Li Tianlong said casually, then hurriedly hung up without waiting for Zheng Taizhu's reply. Damn it, Li Tianlong is so rude. Listening to the busy tone on the other end of the line, Zheng Taizhu was seething with anger. "Big brother, what should we do now?" "Continue investigating. Even if I have to turn watching upside down, I will find the murderer who killed my third brother." Zheng Taizhu roared with a fierce expression, gripping the phone tightly, and when his hand opened again, only a pile of white scraps remained. Boom, boom. In the dense forest, loud booms echoed, startling the flocks of birds and beasts that inhabited it. Beside a dry tree trunk, a centipede the size of 2 adults was beaten to a pulp, its green juices splattering everywhere. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a Sigma-level mutated centipede. Experience points 2000. Gu Chun walked up to the dead centipede, a solemn expression on his face. Although he gained a lot of experience points, the process was indeed perilous. In this apocalyptic world, in addition to humans undergoing mutation and evolution, other creatures were also undergoing bizarre changes at all times. Only by becoming stronger could one survive in such a world. After several hours of hunting, Gu Chun accumulated nearly 10,000 experience points. Of course, aside from that, what was even more valuable was the experience of how to become an excellent hunter. Patience, calmness, and delivering a lethal blow to the enemy at the most opportune moment. Let's call it a day. Looking at the darkening sky, Gu Chun murmured to himself. He took out his flight armor from his space, which he had crafted from 4 or 5 luxury supercars. Although it wasn't very comfortable and looked quite ugly, it was much easier to control. After about 10 minutes of flight, he returned to the manor, where the hall was brightly lit and luxurious, standing out conspicuously in the pitch-black night. The women were anxiously waiting in the living room. When they saw Gu Chun finally return home, they instinctively gathered from various corners, their concerned gazes shifting to him. "Honey, where have you been? We were so worried about you," Mu Yuman asked with concern. "Honey, although this place is remote, it's not entirely safe. You should try to go out less," Zhong Qinxin said worriedly. After a lot of hard work, her heart had now transformed to resemble Gu Chen's. Looking at the concerned expressions of the women, Gu Chen's body froze. Unknowingly, the bond between them was also increasing day by day. All right, I'm a bit hungry. Let's get something to eat." Zhong Qinxin hesitated and said, "Honey, the food stored in the manor has nearly been consumed. All that's left are some noodles. Can I cook those for you?" "Noodles? Are they tasty?" Gu Chen teased. "Not tasty," Zhong Qinxin answered innocently. "Those noodles were about to expire, so of course they weren't tasty." However, Dai Bobo smiled mischievously, gently adjusted her glasses, and said with sultry eyes, "Little brother, why not try mine? It should be quite tasty." Gu Chen looked with great interest at this exceptional beauty, thinking to himself, indeed the highest in the sky are the plains, and the most alluring on the ground are the glasses. All right, But for now, let's eat something else. Gu Chun took out a large pile of precious ingredients from his space and placed them on the table, including black truffles, caviar, M9 Wagyu beef, and more. Zhong Qinshin was left speechless as these items were extremely precious ingredients. Even before the apocalypse, many people would never get to eat them in their lifetime, let alone in this apocalyptic time where even being full was a luxury. Honey, how did you manage to get these? You'll explain that later. I'm hungry, so let's get something to eat first. Okay, honey, just wait a moment, it'll be quick. Holding those ingredients, Zhong Qinshin appeared very excited. Although she was a model, she also enjoyed researching food and was skilled at cooking. Zhong Qinshin was bustling about in the kitchen with the other women eagerly lending a hand. Gu Chun only needed to lounge comfortably on the sofa, savoring a brief moment of leisure. Soon the women emerged from the kitchen one after another, carrying an array of dishes that under the soft glow of the lights exuded a rich fragrance that alone made one's mouth water. Gu Chun casually picked up a piece of black pepper beef, and upon tasting it his eyes sparkled with delight. The tender beef burst with a rich, savory flavor in his mouth, and with each bite the juices flowed, bringing an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Gu Chun had never tasted such exquisite food, and he couldn't help but feel a newfound admiration for Zhong Qinshin. Xia Bijin and the others, tempted by the sight, each took a small bite, their faces soon becoming a picture of blissful intoxication. Qinshin, this is absolutely delicious. Xia Bijin exclaimed in praise. She had already resolved to get on Zhong Qinshin's good side and learn all these culinary skills. She aimed to capture both Gu Chun's heart and his stomach. Of course, she wasn't the only little glutton with such plans. And so the seven of them gathered warmly around the table, enjoying an incredibly cozy dinner. A scene unimaginable in this apocalypse where others were still struggling to survive. Just as everyone was feasting heartily, Gu Chun suddenly furrowed his brows and looked up toward the window. Within his mental domain, he sensed a group of heavily armed soldiers stationed near the Banshan Villa area, while two uncanny men were striding purposefully toward the manor. Half an hour earlier, near the Banshan Villa, the squad led by Gun King had been cutting through obstacles and rushing non-stop, finally reaching a place to rest. Looking around, the members of the Hongtian group were already exhausted and listless, with the weaker ones even starting to shiver. They had been walking for several hours straight. Although Gu Chun's flight had taken only a few dozen minutes, they had covered the distance on foot. Unlike the sky, the ground was winding and the distance was significantly longer. Plus, dealing with annoying alien predators along the way had cost them considerable time. It was fortunate they were well-trained mercenaries. Had they been ordinary people, they wouldn't have made it even by tomorrow night, let alone tonight. Initially, Gun King had doubted Wang Su's ability, but after witnessing with his own eyes that they had indeed evaded several groups of monsters, he gradually came to believe. Nevertheless, this did nothing to ease his growing irritability. Equally irritable were the soul-severing ghosts. As the group took a brief rest on the road in the villa area, Black Ghost could no longer hold back and complained, "Hey Wang Su, we've been walking for hours. Can you really catch Gu Chun's scent? Why can't I smell anything?" One drawback of the apocalypse was that conventional vehicles were practically useless. They were too conspicuous. As soon as they were driven out, they became targets for the monsters. So they had to walk. "Yes, if my dear breaks a leg, I won't let you off easy," White Ghost said, casting a resentful glance at Black Ghost. Wang Su felt quite wronged. Oh, wasn't he tired too? Although he was an Esper, he was only at the Yida level and had awakened the auxiliary ability of enhanced smell. Physically, he was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Though he harbored complaints, he wasn't foolish enough to vent them at the soul-severing ghosts. "You too, the usefulness of my nose has been proven on the road, as you've seen," Wang Su explained solemnly. Suddenly his pupils contracted. The scent of Gu Chun in the air had become noticeably stronger, filling him with unexpected joy. "Everyone, that punk Gu Chun must be nearby. His scent is getting stronger. I can smell it." Hearing this, all the mercenaries perked up, their fatigue momentarily alleviated. "Are you sure?" Gun King asked. "Positive. Based on my experience, it's about 7 or 8 kilometers away." Wang Su replied, excitedly gazing toward the direction of Celestia Manor. "Excellent." Gun King stood up abruptly and shouted to the group, "Everyone get up. We'll complete the mission soon." The mercenaries were taken aback. They had just started resting, and now they had to move again so soon. Was there a need to push so hard? Two members dressed differently from the regular mercenaries stepped forward to advise, "Commander Gun King, the brothers are exhausted. Should we rest a bit longer before setting off? That way we'll have better combat strength," said Kai Yun, one of the cadre members of the Hongtian group. "Yes, Commander Gun King, we've been walking for hours." "A little more time won't matter," Zhang Mao added. Gun King shot them an annoyed glance, a flicker of anger igniting within him. He just wanted to finish the task quickly. It was only a minor figure like Gu Chun. Why go all out? "Commander Gun King, I think they have a point. Let's sit down and work out a plan. That Gu Chun kid is tricky. Besides controlling a flying sword, his strength is terrifying." Recalling the punch he had taken that day, Wang Su still felt a lingering fear. Gun King scoffed disdainfully, "Humph. Mere tricks. Did they really fool you? Under my gun no one gets out alive. Gun King's words were no exaggeration. Given his past accomplishments, eliminating targets under heavy protection relied on nothing but skill. He was also an esper. With his ability, both his accuracy and range had improved qualitatively. This was his greatest confidence. Commander Gun King, have you forgotten what our leader said? Black Ghost remarked casually. Before Gun King set out, Li Tianlong had specifically instructed that the priority of this mission was the supplies at the Shansong warehouse, so Gu Chun must be captured alive. Killing him was only to be done as a last resort. At the mention of the Tsar leader, Gun King's mood softened. He took a deep breath and sat back down on the ground. He had indeed been too eager to claim credit. So what do you suggest? Gun King asked. What can I suggest? Black Ghost shrugged nonchalantly. Simply capture him and interrogate him. If he refuses to talk, we can kill him later. Yes. Completing the mission is the priority. Killing people is boring. Haven't we done enough of that? White Ghost yawned, sounding utterly disinterested. To him, killing was as mundane as eating or drinking. Since the apocalypse began, they had killed no fewer than 1,000 people. So how do you two plan to capture him? If he resists, I doubt you'll handle it well, Gun King questioned skeptically. The soul-severing ghost's ability was invisibility, similar to Wang Su's. It was more of an auxiliary power. Their combat prowess hadn't improved much. Ha ha ha. The soul-severing ghosts burst into laughter as if hearing a hilarious joke. Commander Gun King, for all your battle experience, do I really need to spell it out? Black Ghost pulled a plastic bag from his pocket. All we need to do is knock him out discreetly, and everything will be simple. And if Gu Chun dares to resist, he'll shoot him in the leg or arm. That shouldn't go against the Tsar leader's wishes, White Ghost added with effortless ease. As long as Gu Chun could be captured alive and forced to reveal the whereabouts of the supplies, that was all that mattered. Whether the latter ended up crippled or not was none of soul-severing Ghost's concern. The Gun King chuckled as well and said, in that case, it's all up to you two. He then produced a red flare gun and handed it to the Black Ghost. Once you succeed, just fire the signal flare, and we'll come over as soon as we see it. The Black Ghost took the flare gun and casually tucked it into his waistband, his gaze fixed on the direction of Celestia Manor. Don't worry, you'll see it soon enough. What's wrong, honey? Noticing Gu Chen's unusual behavior, Yao Wanya asked. Someone's coming. Looks like they're here to cause trouble. Gu Chen set down his chopsticks, his piercing gaze as sharp as an eagle's. Hearing this, the women's faces paled, their appetites completely gone. Though they had no idea how Gu Chen knew, they never doubted his judgment. Are there many of them? Only 3 are approaching now, but there are over 100 more behind them. They must be mercenaries from the Sky-Shattering Legion. Apart from the Sky-Shattering Legion, Gu Chen couldn't think of anyone else who would be so fixated on him. At the mention of the Sky-Shattering Legion, Yao Wanya and Dai Bobo were no strangers to them. Those men were well-equipped, battle-hardened, and utterly ruthless, as evidenced by their massacre of the Iron Hammer base members. Now they had come knocking again with over 100 men. The situation was undeniably critical. Honey, is there anything we can do? Dai Bobo asked urgently. The other women also looked at Gu Chun in unison. With their home under threat, they wanted to contribute. Gu Chun rubbed Dai Bobo's forehead and smiled. Can you fight? Dai Bobo stiffened slightly and shook her head helplessly. Can you shoot? This? The women were even more troubled. They had only ever been Gu Chen's targets. How could they pick up a gun and shoot someone? All right, this isn't your battlefield. Leave everything to me. Gu Chun was now a Sigma-level man, and he refused to believe he couldn't handle these guys. They were just mercenaries from the Sky-Shattering Legion. He had killed them before. Wanya, take everyone down to the basement level. Don't come up without my order. Yao Wanya hesitated for a moment, then nodded solemnly. These women staying here would only hinder Gu Chen's performance. After the women left, Gu Chun extinguished all the lights in the manor and sat quietly on the sofa. Within his mind, domain, the 3 men drew closer and closer. Wang Su walked at the front. He could feel Gu Chen's aura growing stronger, and as they reached the front courtyard of Celestia Manor, this aura peaked. Beneath the pale moonlight, the entire manor lay like a beast lurking in the darkness, quietly prostrating before them. Gentlemen, that brat Gu Chun is definitely in there. Wang Su pointed at the manor, speaking with confidence. After waiting so long, the chance for revenge had finally come. The sword strike from that day would be repaid tenfold today. How this kid sure knows how to hide. This godforsaken place was really hard to find. The Black Ghost said leisurely. But no matter how well he hides, it only prolongs his pathetic little life. The White Ghost also said with a smile. Since the apocalypse broke out, no one who had offended the Sky-Shattering Legion had ever ended well. In their eyes, Gu Chun would be no exception. Look at how dark it is. The kid must be asleep. I have to say, compared to those night owls, his living habits aren't bad. Haha. The Black Ghost showed a surprised expression. Isn't that perfect? Saves us unnecessary fighting. Darling, let's go. As the White Ghost's words fell, his body began to turn transparent from the bottom up, and within 2 seconds, he had completely disappeared. Then the Black Ghost quickly shifted into his invisible form as well. Now only Wang Su stood alone in the front courtyard, as if the 2 men had never existed. Wang Su watched in amazement. This ability was incredibly useful, perfect for assassination. No wonder the sky-shattering legion had quickly become the most powerful force in Flower City. Wait here. We'll tell you once we're done. The black ghost's voice drifted eerily from the empty ground. Yes, gentlemen. The next moment in Wang Su's view, two strange spatial ripples appeared in succession at the manor's main entrance, indicating that the soul-severing ghosts had already entered. As soon as they stepped into the hall, a rich, fragrant aroma assailed their senses, invigorating both the black and white ghosts. Darling, it smells wonderful. The black ghost couldn't help but drool. The white ghost looked around, and by the dim moonlight approached the table laden with dishes. He sniffed closely and exclaimed, "Wow. The cooking is absolutely perfect. Look at these beef cubes, caviar, ham slices. Good heavens. Even in the apocalypse, that brat Gu Chun lives so extravagantly. The missing supplies from the Sugura warehouse must have something to do with him. Hey, the food is still warm." The black ghost extended his hand, and could faintly feel the residual warmth rising from the dishes. "In that case, I'll help myself." Since the apocalypse began, their daily rations had been nothing but compressed biscuits. The mere thought made them nauseous. Now, with such delicacies laid before them, why not indulge? There was no rush to complete the mission in this very minute. The black ghost casually picked up a pair of chopsticks, but just as he was about to taste the food, a man's voice drifted lightly from a dark corner. "Hey. Using someone else's chopsticks without permission is very rude, you know." The sudden voice startled the black and white ghosts, as they had been completely unaware of anyone else's presence. They immediately turned their heads and shouted toward the dark corner. "Who's there? Get out here. It's me. Isn't it just the master of this estate?" From the pitch-black corner, a somewhat slender figure rose from the sofa and slowly walked to the glass window. Under the faint moonlight, the boy's blurred silhouette could barely be discerned. Gu Chun. The black and white ghosts instantly realized. Who else could it be but this youth's? Yet what they never expected was that despite both being in stealth mode, he could still pinpoint their presence with such precision. "You can actually see us." The black ghost's face was etched with confusion. "In a sense, you could say that," Gu Chun replied calmly. The black and white ghosts exchanged a grim glance, reading the shock and surprise in each other's eyes. After all, this had never happened in their previous missions. Yet as battle-hardened assassins, their quick reflexes allowed them to regain composure swiftly. Truly unexpected. That bastard Wang Su missed this detail." The black ghost sneered. "But no big deal, just a greenhorn kid. Don't think we two ability users can't handle you. Darling, let's go." With that, the white ghost charged toward Gu Chun at lightning speed. Though his combat prowess fell short of Gun King's, as a ruthless executive of the Sky-Shattering Group, he was confident in subduing this young boy. As the white ghost attacked, the black ghost followed closely, agile and fierce, flanking Gu Chun from left and right in a pincer movement. "Wang Su, huh?" Gu Chun murmured the name, finding it vaguely familiar. But there was no time to ponder. He shut his eyes tight, and just as the black ghost was about to strike, he unleashed a sudden punch. With a dull thud, the black ghost was instantly overwhelmed by an irresistible force. Upon contact, sent flying backward, crashing heavily several meters away, spitting a mouthful of crimson blood. After repelling the black ghost, Gu Chun threw another punch into the void on his left. The overwhelming mountain-crushing force caused the white ghost's fingers to crack with a series of snaps. He let out an agonizing scream, then flew off like a broken kite, mirroring the black ghost's fate. "Darling, are you okay?" The black ghost's mouth streamed blood, but seeing the white ghost collapsed, he still managed to ask with concern. "Cough. My hand is probably ruined." The white ghost trembled as he spoke. The soul-severing ghosts were merely Ada-level ability users. How could they contend with Gu Chun, who was on the Sigma level? After falling, they stared in horror, finally grasping his terror only after crossing blows with him. Recalling Wang Su's report, they had naively mocked his weakness, only to be thoroughly slapped in the face now. A single exchange made it clear they were no match for Gu Chun. The mission had failed, and staying would only mean a grim death. Their only option was to flee as fast as possible. The black and white ghosts exchanged a knowing glance, but as they moved to escape, Gu Chun's figure appeared before them like a phantom. How could he not know their intentions? These two were extremely dangerous. Though Gu Chun could detect them, he couldn't risk them sneaking in while he slept or was away. That would be a nightmare. Tonight they must die. Gu Chun gripped the black and white ghosts' necks tightly, hurling them like garbage onto the living room floor, stirring up a cloud of dust. Now gravely injured, they could no longer maintain their stealth, revealing their true forms. "You? What do you want?" Seeing no hope of escape, the black ghost could no longer stay calm. He curled up, staring at Gu Chun as if seeing a ghost. But then he froze. Gu Chun's eyes were closed. Recalling the entire fight, the boy hadn't even opened his eyes. Had they become this weak? "You break into my home and ask me what I wanted. Ridiculous." Only then did Gu Chun open his eyes, coldly glaring at the black and white ghosts who lay like beaten dogs. A boning knife had somehow appeared in his hand, making him look like a cold-blooded killer from a movie. "Now answer my questions honestly. If I catch you lying, you know the consequences." Gu Chun threatened coldly. The black ghost shuddered and quickly said, "Just don't kill us, and we'll tell you everything." "Who are you? Why did you break into my territory?" "We're known as the soul-severing ghosts. I'm the black ghost, and he's the white ghost. We're assassins from the sky-shattering group. The mechanical czar sent us. His orders were to make you hand over the supplies from the Shanga warehouse, and kill you." "Mechanical czar?" Gu Chun murmured, unfamiliar with the name. "Yes, he's the leader of the sky-shattering group. Mechanical czar is his alias. He knows you killed Black Panther, so he dispatched Gun King and us to eliminate you." "Gun King? You mean those people in the Villa district?" The black and white ghosts were speechless with shock. How did Gu Chun know about Gun King and his men? Had their movements been under Gu Chun's control from the very start? At that thought, a bone-chilling cold surged from their feet to their scalps. Yes, the black ghost nodded. Gu Chun didn't care who Gun King was, he only wondered why this Gun King hadn't attacked. Was there some other scheme? Why haven't they attacked? "Because the mechanicals are specifically ordered you to be captured alive to extract the location of the supplies. To avoid raising alarm, we were sent in first. Once we captured you, they would come over." "I see." Gu Chun understood. Fortunately, he now possessed the mind domain ability, how otherwise things would have been truly troublesome. "Are there just the two of you?" Gu Chun squinted. "Oh." The black ghost hesitated before telling the truth. "There's one more outside. He led us to you." Saving his own skin was the priority. Now Wang Su's fate was not his concern. "I've told you everything you asked. Will you let us go now? If you do, we swear never to target you again." The black ghost pleaded. He meant it. Even in stealth, Gu Chun could detect them, rendering their abilities useless. Gu Chun stroked his chin, pondering. The black and white ghost abilities were too formidable, he needed to kill them. But would killing them outright be a waste? Since Li Tianlong had used them against him, why not turn them against him instead? What better way than to repay in kind? With that thought, Gu Chun decided to spare their wretched lives for now. He put away the boning knife, pulled a thick rope from his space, and bound them to chairs like dumplings. Not done, yet he frisked them thoroughly, uncovering 2 pistols and a transparent plastic bag filled with powder. "What's this?" Gu Chun held up the bag. "Oh well. It's protein powder. I have a food allergy," the black ghost stammered, his gaze shifty. TCH, did he really think Gu Chun was a 3-year-old child? The look of his lie was practically written all over his face. "Is that so? Then I'll have to give you a good supplement," Gu Chun said with a smile, then made as if to pour the entire packet of powder into the Black Phantom's mouth. The Black Phantom was instantly panicked. That was a whole large bag of knockout powder. Just a tiny bit could knock someone out for hours. If he drank the entire bag, at best he'd sleep for months, at worst he'd croak. How could the Black Phantom not panic? "Boss, wait. He'll talk, alright." The Black Phantom was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath before he could recover. "This is knockout powder. Sometimes the opponents we face are very strong, so we came up with this to complete our missions." Knockout powder. This was a good thing. Gu Chun had only seen it in movies and TV shows, he never thought it actually existed. Now that he had to deal with those guys outside, he really didn't have the energy to guard the soul-severing phantom. This stuff could help. Looking at the knockout powder in his hand, then at the disheveled black and white phantoms, Gu Chun revealed a sly smile. This smile, seen by the black and white phantoms, was more unbearable than eating shit. They probably guessed what Gu Chun was thinking. "Boss, if you're going to use this on us, please go easy. Just a little bit is enough." "Really?" the Black Phantom pleaded. But Gu Chun said with dissatisfaction, "A little bit? How can a little bit be enough? Aren't you allergic to food? I need to give you a good supplement." The Black Phantom. Gu Chun poured the large bag of knockout powder into a cup, mixed in some water, shook it well, and handed it to the Black Phantom. "How about it? Will you drink it yourself, or should I pour it down your throat?" Sigh. The Black Phantom let out a deep sigh. This stuff was always used on enemies. He never thought it would be his turn today. Truly the heavens have their ways, and no one escapes their due. He was now like a fish on the chopping block. Did he even have a choice? "He'll drink it if you please." The Black Phantom painfully tilted his head back, opening his mouth wide. If he didn't cooperate, that kid Gu Chun might use some cruel method on him. Better to comply. Gu Chun chuckled, then poured half the cup of knockout powder into the Black Phantom's mouth with a gurgle. Then he went to the White Phantom and said with a grin, "Your turn." In a dark corner of the manor's front yard, Wang Su was squatting on the ground, growing impatient. The soul-severing phantoms had been in there for over 20 minutes. Why was there still no movement? The long wait had turned his initial excitement into unease. He couldn't understand what was happening inside the manor. Even if the manor was huge, they should have found him by now. Wang Su stood up, looking at the silent manor. "No, I need to see what's going on." Just as he was about to move forward, a mocking voice came from behind him, sounding somewhat familiar. "Are you looking for the soul-severing phantoms? Sorry, but you might never see them again." Wang Su quickly turned around. Not far from him stood a tall, thin figure. From the silhouette, who else could it be but Gu Chun? "Damn it, it's you, you bastard." The bitter memories flooded back like a movie. Wang Su gritted his teeth in rage. He quickly drew his pistol and aimed it at Gu Chun, shouting, "Where are the soul-severing phantoms? What did you do to them?" Ignoring the dark muzzle of the gun in Wang Su's hand, Gu Chen stepped forward 2 paces. At this distance he could finally see Wang Su clearly. Wasn't this the burly man he had killed at the gas station that day? He thought the man was dead, but it seemed life was quite tenacious. Of course it might also be that his control was not precise enough, which gave the latter a chance. Haha, so it's you. I never thought I'd see you again. What a coincidence. Gu Chen said in surprise. Who would want a coincidence with a scumbag like you? If it weren't for the Tsar leader, I'd love to cut you into pieces right now. Wang Su said fiercely. You people are really unreasonable. You were the ones who targeted me first. Was I not supposed to fight back? Gu Chen sneered. If Wang Su hadn't been after his woman and threatened him with a knife, things wouldn't have come to that. After all, Gu Chen wasn't a demon. Enough nonsense. Even if it was my fault, so what? I'm not here to reason with you today. Tell me what happened to the soul-severing phantoms. Did you kill them? Not exactly. How should I put it? They're taking a good nap. Gu Chen looked up at the crescent moon hanging in the sky, stroking his chin. But now's not the time to worry about them. I couldn't kill you last time. Do you think you'll have another chance? Taking a nap. Wang Su was a bit confused, but this wasn't the time to think about that. Gu Chen was a strange one. He had to take control of the situation as soon as possible. Since the Tsar leader said he couldn't kill him until they got the supplies intel, he could shoot him a few times for self-defense as long as it wasn't fatal. With that in mind, Wang Su didn't hesitate. He shifted the gun's aim to Gu Chen's thigh, but just as he was about to pull the trigger, he unexpectedly found the trigger wouldn't budge. He tried several times, but the result was the same. What was going on? Was this gun defective? Haha, it seems you still haven't learned your lesson. Gu Chen shook his head with a laugh. It's your doing. Wang Su suddenly realized. The trigger was made of metal. Since Gu Chen could control the red dust sword, a tiny trigger was no problem. Gu Chen smiled without a word. He opened his palm, and a crimson sword lay within. The red dust sword that Wang Su had stolen from a wealthy merchant. Gu Chen gripped the hilt, and his power surged like a tidal wave into the blade. Affected by this, the originally dull red dust sword seemed to awaken, its surface glowing with a dazzling red light, like a blazing flame. You're even stronger than before. Feeling Gu Chen's immense aura far greater than his own, Wang Su stumbled backward in fear. This kid had improved too fast. Wang Su estimated he was at least several power levels above him. The gap in strength between each level was like a chasm. With his current state, Wang Su had no chance of winning. You can't kill me. The Gun King and his men are still here. If you kill me, they won't let you off. Wang Su backed away, threatening him. You've got that backwards. After I finish you off, it'll be the Gun King's turn. Seeing Gu Chen's killing intent, and having no cards left to play the desperate, Wang Su gritted his teeth and chose to run. But just as he turned, a 10-meter-long tongue of fire descended from the sky, accompanied by a sharp sword cry engulfing Wang Su entirely. Before he could even let out a scream, he was cleaved in two like butter. The air still carried a faint smell of blood. The red glow of the red dust sword had already faded. Gu Chen looked toward the direction of the Banshan Villa, and said word by word, "Since you are here, none of you are leaving." In the pitch-black Banshan Villa district, clusters of leaping bonfires blazed brilliantly. Gun King and his subordinates sat around the flames, basking in the warmth they provided. Yet everyone understood this warmth was fleeting. Once the dazzling signal flare rose in the sky, they would have to set off immediately. Of course, they could have broken into the villas to rest, but considering they would have to leave before their seats even grew warm, Gun King decided to save trouble and camp on the spot. Strange. They've been gone for several dozen minutes now. They should have reached the destination by all logic. Kai Yun sat cross-legged on the icy ground, chewing on a piece of compressed biscuit as if it were wax. If Wang Su's judgment is correct, they've definitely arrived. It's just 7 or 8 kilometers, a mere stone's throw. Why would it take this long? Zhang Mao pulled a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and took a big gulp before speaking. Soul Severance Ghost and Wang Su were all superhuman ability users with far better physical fitness than ordinary people, naturally making them faster. But why haven't we seen the signal yet? Could it be they can't handle Gu Chen? According to Wang Su's report, this Gu Chen seems quite formidable, Liu Bosch said with some concern. He was also a cadre of the Sky-Shattering group on par with Kai Yun and Zhang Mao, all playing supporting roles to Gun King. Liu Bosch, I think you're overthinking it. 3 ability users can't handle a mere college graduate. If that's the case, they might as well go eat dirt. Kai Yun sneered with contempt. Then why is there still no movement? Could it be they want to hog all the credit? Zhang Mao suddenly thought of another possibility. In the Sky-Shattering group, the resources a member received were highly tied to the quantity and quality of missions completed. If Soul Severance and Ghost could capture Gu Chen alive and pry from him the whereabouts of the supplies in Sujiro warehouse, the credit for this mission would be theirs alone. As for Zhang Mao and the others, they would only be left to watch helplessly as they sewed clothes for someone else's wedding. Hey, now that you mention it, I think it's possible. Those 2 Soul Severance and Ghost wouldn't think twice about doing something like that. Plus, Wang Su is new and eager to make a name for himself. This all makes perfect sense. Don't you agree? Commander Gun King. The three of them turned their gazes in unison toward the robust, muscular man standing before the bonfire. However, he acted as if he hadn't heard them, merely wiping a khaki-colored sniper rifle with great care, as if cherishing it dearly. They all understood this was Commander Gun King's prized treasure. This weapon was no ordinary tool. It was the Macmillan TAC-50 sniper rifle, a frequent fixture on the top of the weapon charts. A large-caliber anti-material sniper rifle, its range extended to a terrifying 200 meters, with devastating power. In the hands of a special ability user like Gun King, its effectiveness could be multiplied. Thanks to this long-range attack, Marvel Gun King was virtually invincible before the apocalypse, and the same held true afterward. No wonder he treasured it so much. Seeing that Gun King had no interest in their discussion, Kai Yun and the others wisely turned away. Glancing at the massive weapon propped against the wall by the mercenaries, they couldn't help but complain, "Is that a mortar? I really don't get why we brought those along. That thing weighs a full 70 kilograms. The brothers are exhausted." Kai Yun sighed helplessly. He was a cadre who cared for his subordinates and couldn't bear to see them carry such heavy weapons on foot. "This is a bit overboard. Are we really going after a fresh graduate? Why such a big fuss? Anyone who didn't know better would think we're going after Godzilla." Lu Bosch also voiced his discontent. This time their leader had been far too cautious. In his view, there was even no need to deploy them at all. This was a sheer waste of manpower and resources. Just then a thunderous explosion echoed from not far away. The group rose to their feet, looking toward the direction of the Celestia estate. There the once pitch-black night sky suddenly bloomed with a colorful flower, a sight pleasing to the eye. "Commander Gun King, look. It's Black Ghost's signal flare." Kai Yun pointed at the fireworks, speaking excitedly. Upon hearing this, Gun King stopped what he was doing, stood up, and gazed into the distance. "Tell everyone it's time to move out." A line of people marched through the woods with great fanfare, each mercenary wearing a relaxed, carefree smile. It was as if they weren't on a dangerous mission, but a hiking trip. Gun King and his men moved swiftly, covering 2 kilometers in less than 10 minutes. At this pace, they would reach their destination in no more than 20 minutes. Bang! But just then a loud blast suddenly rang out from afar. Shortly after the sound, a mercenary beside Gun King fell to the ground, his head blown off, before he could even scream. What's going on?" Someone in the crowd shouted in alarm. But before they could figure out what was happening, another loud blast followed, and another mercenary was shot in the head. By now even a fool would realize they had been ambushed. "Damn it, there's a sniper." Panic instantly swept through the mercenaries, throwing them into chaos. When death descends, no one can remain calm. Many had already drawn their pistols and blindly fired into the pitch-black darkness ahead. The scene was one of utter pandemonium, sparks flying, bullets streaking everywhere. Seeing that just 2 bullets had sent his forces into disarray, Gun King blushed with shame. He stood tall and proud at the front, roaring in fury. "Everyone stop panicking. Calm the hell down." Thanks to Gun King's authority, the other mercenaries' panic subsided somewhat. But the next moment, another loud blast rang out. A pitch-black bullet, like a harbinger of death, came whistling in with a lethal aura. On this night, where one couldn't see one's hand in front of one's face, other mercenaries might not have noticed, but Gun King, who had spent his life teetering on the edge of life and death, keenly sensed that this bullet was aimed at him. His pupils contracted sharply, and without hesitation, he threw himself forward, barely escaping the shot. But the mercenary behind him wasn't so lucky. His head exploded on the spot, sending him to the grave. Gun King was drenched in cold sweat. If not for his quick reflexes, he would have been the one lying there. What a pity." Guchen shook his head with a bitter smile. This bullet had been specifically aimed at the man standing at the very front. Of course, he didn't know that man was Gun King, but common sense told him that the one at the front was usually the leader. Shooting at them was the right move. Seeing their supreme commander sprawled on the ground like a dog, the others were stunned. Who was it that said not to panic? Why don't you stay standing? After a brief moment of shock, they followed suit, scattering like birds and beasts to take cover. "There's a sniper ahead. Everyone kill the lights." Kai Yun shouted loudly. "What's going on? Could Soul Severance and Ghost be staging a rebellion?" Kai Yun gritted his teeth in fury. At this moment, he instinctively blamed the 2 of them, not giving Guchen a second thought. "No, the shooter isn't Soul Severance or Ghost." Zhang Mao denied. "They simply didn't have such precise marksmanship, and even if they had the audacity of a bear's heart and a leopard's gall, they wouldn't dare massacre members of the Sky-Shattering group." "Guchen." Lu Bosch narrowed his eyes, speaking with immense fury. "It must be that bastard Guchen." In the bunker 2 levels below ground, the tremendous commotion from the surface filtered down, leaving the women tense and restless, unable to sit still or stand. Sister Wanya, what's happening? It sounds like gunfire. How terrifying." Shue Shishir asked, her jade-like hands clutched tightly to her chest, her expression fraught with anxiety. A battlefield riddled with bullets and raining shells was utterly beyond the imagination of these delicate women. Yao Wanya furrowed her delicate brows, her worry for Guchen clearly written on her face. Yet they could do nothing at all. "No. I have to go up and see." Mu Yumin could no longer bear it, as she needed to confirm Guchen was safe. But as she moved, Dai Bobo grabbed her. "Don't go. Going now will only distract our husband. But I'm so worried about him. Crystal tears swirled in Mu Yuman's eyes. If not for the other sisters being present, she would have already broken down in tears. It's okay. Our husband will definitely defeat those villains. Xia Bijin said with unwavering confidence, her hands resting on Mu Yuman's smooth shoulders. Huh, it's actually Gu Chen. Wasn't that kid captured? Even soul-severing Phantom failed. They were the assassination aces of the group. Impossible, it has to be impossible. Isn't he just a fresh college graduate? How is his marksmanship so precise? No, it can't be Gu Chen. There must be another expert around. The mercenaries buzzed with chaotic chatter, but no matter the scenario, the situation was dire for them. Since the enemy could still counterattack, it meant soul-severing Phantom's mission had already failed. But weren't they stealth-type ability users? How had the enemy managed to do it? Their minds swarmed with doubts, yet there was no time to dwell on them. They had to solve the sniper problem. With the flashlights extinguished, the mercenaries were plunged into pitch-black darkness, unable to see even a shadow. For ordinary people that might be true, but for Gu Chun, who possessed the mind domain, it was a piece of cake. Gu Chun lay prone by the third-floor window, a sniper rifle mounted before him. He had collected it from Black Panther's subordinates, never expecting it would prove so useful now. Of course, compared to Gun King's McMillan, this rifle was quite ordinary. However, as a Sigma-level ability user, even with basic equipment, Gu Chen's abilities could amplify its power to terrifying extraordinary heights. Now the distance between both sides was about 6 kilometers, well within his firing range. Think lying down will save you. Let's give it a try? Haha. Casually loading the magazine, with a click, Gu Chun aimed again at the mercenaries prostrate on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. In the ink-black night, the terrifying gunfire rang out intermittently, like the death god's fatal horn call, relentlessly reaping one fresh life after another. Whenever a mercenary exposed even a single body part, Gu Chun seized the opportunity to mercilessly pursue them. Due to the bullets' overwhelming power, the fortunate ones were blown apart instantly, ascending on the spot. Those hit in the limbs couldn't die quickly but had to endure excruciating pain and despair. They were the worst off. The scene was filled with ceaseless wails enough to make one's scalp crawl. What the hell is going on? Didn't we turn off all the lights? It's pitch black. How is that bastard still so accurate? Kai Yin said resentfully. They had thought the darkness would grant temporary safety, but it only made things worse. That guy's rifle must have a thermal imaging scope. Zhang Mao considered this possibility. If true, they were nothing but moving targets with no chance to fight back. Gun King Commander, what should we do? Lu Bosch asked. The Gun King frowned in deep thought. According to Wang Su's estimation, they were about 6 kilometers from Gu Chen's position. But his own attack range maxed out at 4 kilometers, they had to advance to gain an offensive opportunity. Kai Yun, Zhang Mao, Lu Bosch, each of you lead 20 men to flank from the left, center, and right. You must close the distance with the sniper, so we can make our move, the Gun King calmly ordered. Roger. The three immediately mustered their troops and set off from 3 directions toward the manor. As for the Gun King himself, he stayed behind to draw the sniper's fire, creating space for the 3 squads to break through. Hey, interesting. Gu Chen smiled. In his sight, the sky-shattering regiment soldiers split into 3 routes, while another squad remained in place, firing wildly in his direction, clearly trying to distract him. That squad was no concern. He first had to deal with the other 3, who knew if they had explosives hidden in their pockets. Gu Chen felt a slight regret that he didn't have a helper by his side. But it was only slight. He could handle this trivial matter. 3 squads, huh? I don't believe you can outrun bullets. Gu Chun first targeted Kai Yun's squad, advancing from the left, taking down the leading soldiers with a few precise shots. Shoot the headbird proved effective. Seeing their comrades fall, those behind grew timid, shrinking back and daring not to act rashly. Next, Gu Chun aimed at the soldiers attacking from the right and center. Though it cost some time, the results were satisfactory. The farthest advance was only a few hundred meters, a distance utterly insignificant to Gu Chun. In just a few short minutes, no fewer than 30 men had fallen to his gun, as if it were a specially arranged shooting practice. He had never killed with such relish. He even began humming a little tune. But as he was reloading, a sudden change occurred. From the nearby open ground, several booming sounds erupted, and then multiple shells shot into the air, like small rockets trailing sonic booms, as they sped toward the manor. Looking closely, there were as many as 10 shells. If they all exploded, the destruction would be unimaginable. The Gun King stood tall on the spot, proudly admiring his masterpiece. You damned bastard, enjoying killing my men, huh? Next, get ready to cry. In truth, the Gun King's ultimate goal was not to use the 3 squads to break through. On the contrary, he used them as bait to pave the way for his final trump card. That was the Mortar Squad. With his extensive combat experience, he had long anticipated that relying solely on those 3 squads would not secure victory. The distance was too great, and it was pitch black. They would likely be wiped out before even getting close to the sniper. But by using them to divert the gunner's attention and create an opening for the Mortar Squad, this battle was a sure win. Though many brothers were sacrificed on the books, at least it ensured a brilliant outcome. Victory often comes at the cost of blood. What the hell? Facing 10 incoming shells, Gu Chun instinctively panicked. This scene, which only appeared on military channels, was now truly before his eyes. Heavens! Those were 10 immensely powerful shells. That would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. Although he was inside the room, he had no confidence whether the manor could withstand this assault. Gu Chun never expected that the Gun King would pull such a trick. After a brief moment of panic, Gu Chun suddenly thought, "Aren't I a metal element awakener? Since I can control bullets, why not shells? Aren't all shells wrapped in metal?" With that thought, Gu Chun's confidence soared. Standing by the window, he extended his hands, and his supernatural power surged forth like a tide pouring onto the 10 shells. Under this influence, the shells' surfaces instantly shimmered with a dense golden radiance. Buzz! Buzz! The 10 shells suddenly halted, stopping uniformly in midair. A series of low hums emanated from their trembling casings, as if Gu Chun's power was fiercely clashing with the shell's own momentum. The spectacular sight drew exclamations of astonishment from the mercenaries. What's happening? Why are the shells frozen in the air? Damn, this is too incredible. It's like an invisible giant hand has grabbed them. The Gun King also stared at the scene with a furrowed brow, a foreboding feeling rising in his heart. The shell's momentum was extremely powerful, and there were 10 of them at once, making it a strenuous effort for Gu Chun to control them, to the point that fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. But fortunately, he managed to stabilize the situation. "You Gun King, you actually pulled this on me. Since that's the case, let me make you taste its flavor." Gritting his teeth, Gu Chun suddenly pushed his hands forward. The 10 shells drew a treacherous arc in the air, and then shot back along their original path. The shells are coming back. Retreat. Seeing the shells reverse direction, the mercenaries on the ground were terrified, scattering like headless flies in a frantic rush. But it was too late. The next moment, the high-speed shells landed around them. Boom! Boom! A series of violent explosions erupted in succession, igniting a vast blaze of dazzling flames that illuminated the scene as brightly as day. The fierce blast tore the mercenaries to shreds, scattering flesh and blood through the air as thick smoke billowed, transforming the area into a living hell. The Gun King stood frozen, watching his soldiers struggle in agony amidst the flames, a towering rage surging within him. "Gun King, Commander, get down." Just as the last shell was about to land on the Gun King, the quick-witted Liu Bosch suddenly sprang from the side and heavily tackled him to the ground. The two rolled together into a depression, narrowly escaping a gruesome fate of being blown to pieces. Having narrowly escaped death, the Gun King's eyes were bloodshot, like a beast ready to devour its prey alive. He yanked out his legendary sniper rifle, the Macmillan, and roared toward Gu Chun in the distance. "Bastard, go to hell." Bang! The trigger was pulled. This bullet, condensed with all the Gun King's power, tore through the barrel, splitting the air with an incredibly terrifying momentum as it shot straight toward Gu Chun's location. In reality, the Gun King was still 5 kilometers away from Gu Chun, far beyond his effective range. Yet, driven by extreme rage, he unleashed power beyond his own limits. My! Within Gu Chun's domain, a bullet was hurtling toward his brow at supersonic speed. Sensing the immense energy it contained, Gu Chun chose to dodge. Crack! The moment Gu Chun tilted his head, the bullet struck the window glass. With a cracking sound, the pane made of bulletproof glass shattered outright, a testament to the bullet's formidable force. Gu Chun raised an eyebrow slightly. This shot was indeed extraordinary. It must have drained all the Gun King's power. Sure enough, after firing this shot, the Gun King visibly paled, yet his gaze burned with fervent intensity as he stared at the sniper point. But the next moment, a faint spark from that spot told him he had failed again. "Gun King, let's go quickly. There's a master hero we can't win," Liu Bosch urged. Kai Yun and Zhang Mao also scrambled back, disheveled and begrimed, pleading, "Gun King, Commander, flee now. Where there's life, there's hope." The Gun King glared bitterly into the distance. This battle had been utterly humiliating. He had never suffered such a crushing defeat. Of the original 100-odd men, only the 4 of them remained alive. This was sheer disgrace. Yet survival came first. The Gun King turned, and with his 3 officers retreated toward the Banshan villa. Trying to run, Gu Chun sneered. He would not let a tiger return to the mountains. Strike while the iron is hot. Storing the sniper rifle in his space, Gu Chun leaped from the 3rd floor. With a loud crash, the ground beneath him cratered, sending up a cloud of dust. "You think you can escape, eh?" In the woods, the Gun King and his men were sprinting for their lives. Thanks to his superior physical condition, the Gun King managed to stay ahead, pulling away from Kai Yun and the others. Liu Bosch, affected by the explosion's aftermath, lagged behind. Though he could no longer hear gunfire, a deep unease gnawed at him. He kept feeling that someone was chasing him, so he glanced back while running. The next moment, a whistling bullet struck him in the head, blooming into a splash of blood in the darkness. Kai Yun and Zhang Mao watched in terror, trembling uncontrollably. They quickly hid behind 2 towering trees, struggling to calm themselves. In the dark of night, Kai Yun failed to notice that one of his feet was exposed. He soon paid the price. Bang! Gu Chen shot Kai Yun's foot to pieces, and the latter let out a heart-wrenching scream. Zhang Mao, quick. Save me. After being hit, Kai Yun could no longer run. He cast a pleading look at his former comrade in arms not far away. But the next second he realized how foolish he was. Zhang Mao shot Kai Yun a contemptuous glance before bolting away without hesitation. At this moment, saving his own skin was paramount. Past bonds meant nothing. Bang! The instant Zhang Mao's head emerged, a bullet pierced from the darkness, killing him instantly, his entire head bursting into a mist of blood. Though their bodies were tough, they were still ordinary humans. How could they withstand an attack from a Sigma-level awakener? Kai Yun was already in despair, knowing he had no chance of survival. In a decisive move, he drew his pistol and fired at his own temple. With a bang, he was dead. Gu Chen cast a cold glance at the man who had taken his own life, mildly surprised. But it was just as well saving him the trouble. He turned and pursued the last man. Huff, puff. After a long run, the Gun King had exhausted all his strength, his chest heaving like a broken bellows. Fortunately, he had now reached the Banshan Villa district. Though still in danger, it was far better than the desolate wilderness. He looked around the villa area and spotted a house with its door wide open. Overjoyed, he hurried inside and locked the door behind him. Still uneasy, he dragged over several large pieces of furniture to barricade the entrance. After doing all this, he leaned against the wall, drenched in sweat, pale and lifeless, as if completely drained. As the Gun King gasped for breath, Gu Chen caught up to him. Within his domain of consciousness, he could clearly see the dejected man slumped against the wall. Gu Chen entered the courtyard and fired several shots at the wall, though the bullets were insufficient to penetrate it. Yet that was not his intention. Now he merely wished to savor the thrill of driving his prey into a corner. This bastard, he's trying to toy with me. With so many places to shoot, why target this specific wall, if not to mock him? An ordinary man would have been terrified by Gu Chen's tactics. But the Gun King was no ordinary man. His extensive combat experience and profound knowledge of firearms allowed him to quickly assess the situation. The shooter outside was using a common Glock pistol, which holds a magazine capacity of 17 rounds. After firing all 17 rounds, it would take at least 2 seconds to reload. To seize the last chance for survival, he had to make perfect use of those 2 seconds. 1, 2, 3. 15, 16. Under immense pressure, the Gun King counted with rapt focus, his nerves growing tauter with each number. 17. At this count, the Gun King's eyes snapped open. In a flash, he moved to the window and fired repeatedly at the figure in the courtyard. His hands moved without pause, emptying the remaining bullets in less than 2 seconds. Glass shattered everywhere, but he paid it no mind. Never had he felt such urgency. Just one hit, just one would suffice. Uffed. Yet before he knew the result, a bullet struck his right hand. To his astonishment, though the dark figure stood before him, the bullet had come from an inexplicable angle to the side. Oh, damn you. The Gun King gnashed his teeth in fury. Uffed. As he cursed, another bullet, curved in midair this time, striking his left hand. When had bullets learned to turn? Having played with guns his entire life, the Gun King had never seen such a technique. Sorry, I was afraid you might be left-hand, Gu Chen said with a smile. Stepping out from the shadows under the faint moonlight, the Gun King finally saw the one who had slaughtered over 100 of his comrades, a slightly youthful-looking boy. The Gun King was speechless, then asked bitterly, what kind of marksmanship is that? Standing right in front of me, yet the bullets swerve. It's not really marksmanship, I just make them fly however I want, Gu Chen replied casually. He could control bullets while the boy he sought to capture could control blades. Oh, you're Gu Chen. The Gun King connected the dots, guessing the name of the youth in the darkness. A sharpshooter who saw through the night like day, even capable of controlling artillery shells. He had never imagined facing such a terrifying monster. You're the Gun King, aren't you? Gu Chen asked calmly without answering. Yes. Hello. This is our first meeting, and also our last. No. I'm still useful. If you spare me, I'll tell you all of Li Tianlong's secrets. At that moment, the Gun King was truly panicked. He offered what he thought was his most valuable information, hoping to buy a sliver of hope. After a long silence, Gu Chen sighed and said, I'm too tired tonight to listen to your nonsense. The Gun King tried to plead further, but in the next instant a bullet materialized out of thin air, drilling into his forehead at high speed as blood gushed out. After dealing with the Gun King, Gu Chen scanned his domain of consciousness again, only relaxing when he confirmed no other soldiers from the Skyrim Brigade were nearby. Mindful of the 2 unconscious guests in the hall, Gu Chen hurried back. Before returning, he didn't forget to collect all the weapons from the Skyrim Brigade into his space, including the Macmillan. By the time Gu Chen returned to the manor, dawn was breaking, and a pale glow appeared on the distant eastern horizon. Click! Gu Chen pulled the switch, and bright light dispelled the darkness. Under the illumination, he finally saw the appearance of the soul-severing specters. The Black Spectre was a burly man with a crew cut and a thick beard, while the White Spectre wore a tight suit, his pallid skin making him seem effeminate. Due to the heavy dose of sedatives, they were still fast asleep. Hubby. Upon receiving the crisis resolution notice, the women emerged from the bunker and rushed to surround Gu Chen, their eyes full of concern. Hubby, are you okay? Mu Yumin held him tightly, her voice anxious. Gu Chun was surprised. Among all the women, Mu Yumin seemed the most worried. Was it the lingering shadow from Chef Gordon's incident? I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine. He gently patted Mu Yumin's back and spoke softly. Seeing him safe, the weight lifted from the women's hearts. Hey, who are these two? Xia Bijin pointed at the tightly bound soul-severing specters, curious. They're called the soul-severing specters. The bearded one is the black specter and the effeminate one is the white specter. They're assassins sent by the Skyren Brigade, Gu Chun said. Humph. Xia Bijin kicked the black specter in the stomach without hesitation, pouting, how dare you come to kill my hubby? They'll kick you to death. But her strength was pitifully weak. Instead of knocking over the bound black specter, she stumbled and nearly fell, saved only by Gu Chen's quick catch. Falling into Gu Chen's arms, Xia Bijin's face flushed red with anger, a sight both endearing and amusing. Hubby, why haven't you killed them? Yao Wanya asked, puzzled. You'll see in a moment, Gu Chun replied, pulling out 2 large syringes from his space and lifting the black specter's calloused hand. Close your eyes. The women obeyed, knowing the following scene might be unsettling. Gu Chun slowly inserted a pin into the tip of the black specter's middle finger, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. The piercing pain jolted the black specter awake, and he screamed hysterically. Ignoring his agony, Gu Chun inserted another pin into the white specter's fingertip, eliciting the same reaction. Ah, damn it. Who's the bastard? It hurts like hell. You're awake. Gu Chun stood before them with a genial smile resembling a warm-hearted youth who would help an elderly lady cross the street. The soul-severing ghost pulled out the needle, glaring at that harmless-looking smile, with eyes ablaze with fury. But they quickly realized that the young man who had given them the injection was the same terror from last night. You're Gu Chun. Where's the Gun King? Black Ghost's voice was hoarse. Seeing Gu Chun unscathed, a foreboding dread welled up in his heart. Oh, that guy. He's dead. And all his little minions are gone too. I made sure to double-check this time. Gu Chun sat back on the sofa, speaking nonchalantly. What? The Gun King and over 100 of his soldiers had all met their demise. Good heavens. Soul-severing Ghost's eyes were filled with shock. That force alone could annihilate a small faction, yet it couldn't overcome a mere Gu Chun. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Since that's the case, why don't you kill us? Black Ghost suddenly thought of this question. Keeping you alive has its uses. Gu Chun set down his mug, eyeing Black Ghost with interest. I want you to do something for me. What is it? Black Ghost frowned. Kill Li Tianlong. Gu Chun's tone remained flat. This so-called mechanical czar had sent so many people after him. Surely he wasn't an easy target. If he could use soul-severing Ghost's abilities to turn the tables, that would be ideal. Black Ghost, don't agree to this. He's trying to get you killed. Don't fall for it. White Ghost pleaded. That mysterious man. Others might not know his true nature, but they did. Assassinating him was like walking to one's death, and the most brutal kind at that. I can't agree to it. Black Ghost's tone was resolute. Even if I torture you, or even kill you, you won't agree. Gu Chun frowned slightly. Kill me if you must, but I won't do this for you. Black Ghost turned away, his gaze unwavering. I see. Gu Chun was troubled. If a person feared not even death, he couldn't think of any other way to coerce them. Just as he was at a loss, Dai Bobo suddenly had a flash of inspiration and whispered something in Gu Chun's ear. Gu Chun's eyes lit up with sudden realization. Right? He had almost forgotten this crucial detail. Back then, Black Ghost had called White Ghost darling, and when searching Black Ghost, that scoundrel had let out a disgusting coy moan. Plus their typical gay attire. He could use that. He slowly walked over to White Ghost, suddenly gripping his throat, and said, fine. Since you're not afraid of death, I suppose you wouldn't mind being attended to by some perverts. What do you mean? Black Ghost asked anxiously. Still playing dumb. This is your girlfriend, isn't it? After I kill you, I'll find the biggest black brute in Flower City to take good care of him. Soul-severing Ghost was horrified not only because their secret relationship was exposed, but also at Gu Chun's ruthlessness. As everyone knew, a black brute's monstrous prowess was terrifying. If it were to land where it shouldn't, the devastation would be unimaginable. Soul-severing Ghost shared a deep bond. They could not bear to let each other suffer such inhuman agony. Fine. I agree. Black Ghost finally made up his mind. In his view, being tormented by a black brute was worse than death. That's more like it. Gu Chun released his grip, satisfied. No, Li Tianlong will kill you. Don't do something so foolish for me. White Ghost pleaded bitterly. I'd do anything for you. Black Ghost looked firmly at White Ghost, and I might not necessarily fail to kill him. A plan had already formed in Black Ghost's mind. Though Li Tianlong was immensely powerful, he lacked Gu Chun's freakish abilities. That would be his greatest advantage. Good. Once you kill Li Tianlong, he'll set you free. Gu Chun untied Black Ghost and handed him a gun and a knife. If you try any tricks, your girlfriend will suffer greatly, understand. Black Ghost remained silent. He took the knife and gun, gave White Ghost one last deep look, then turned and vanished with a strange ripple. Gu Chun, he agreed to your terms. Why haven't you untied me? White Ghost barked with a bluster that belied his fear. Untie you? Not yet. Gu Chen laughed, then poured the remaining knockout drops into White Ghost's mouth. He couldn't rest easy with this one awake. 2 days later at the main camp of the Sky-Shattering Legion Command Center. Damn it, what is the Gun King playing at? Dealing with just a young punk. How long can it take? It's been 2 days, and he still hasn't reported back. Sharp Knife sat on his chair, his tone full of reproach. If he had been sent instead, he might already be toasting with the kid's head by now. Li Tianlong still wore that black mask, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, he let out a soft exclamation, turning his head toward the window, as if he had noticed something. After a long pause, he slowly spoke. They have likely been wiped out. What? Sharp Knife stared at Li Tianlong in disbelief, unable to fathom why the leader would make such a judgment. Besides the few ability users, there were over 100 soldiers, all heavily armed with top-notch equipment. That force was absolutely devastating, even by Flower City standards. It could easily crush a mid-sized faction, yet now it had all fallen to a mere youth. It only means that man is not as simple as Wang Su suggested. He is incredibly powerful. Powerful or not, how dare he repeatedly strike at our Sky-Shattering Legion? Does he think we're pushovers? This grudge must be avenged. Leader, allow me to lead the troops. I refuse to believe he can escape my blades. Sharp Knife stood up, his narrow eyes glinting. No. We've already taken heavy losses. There's no need for more senseless sacrifices. Remember, he's not our only enemy. The other bases are watching hungrily. We can't afford to keep draining ourselves. Li Tianlong said calmly. Besides the Sky-Shattering Legion, Flower City housed 3 other major powers: the Hammer Base, the Spider Lily Base, and the King's Base. Though they lagged behind the Sky-Shattering Legion at its peak, they were forces to be reckoned with. They lurked like wolves in the dark, biding their time for the perfect moment. Li Tianlong had to be wary of them. Damn it. Hammer Base, Spider Lily Base, King's Base. They'll wipe them all out sooner or later. Sharp Knife growled through gritted teeth. You may leave. I need some quiet. Li Tianlong said flatly. Though seething, Sharp Knife had no choice but to depart. After he left the command center, the Gun King rose and walked to the window, staring blankly at the distant sky. You have come to kill me, haven't you? In the vast command center, only Li Tianlong's voice echoed alone. Yet he knew that besides himself, another presence existed within. What? You can see me too? The Black Phantom's face was stricken with shock. His pride, his hidden ace, had been seen through one after another, and his confidence was waning. Li Tianlong stood like a mountain of flesh before the window, his back to the Black Phantom as he spoke, placing a tracker at the Celestia estate to divert my attention, then coming to kill me without a trace. Such child's play is utterly dull. You knew it all. The Black Phantom sensed something amiss. The tracker had been given to them by Li Tianlong. All along, the Black Phantom believed that only through the tracker could their invisible forms be detected. But now, it seemed he had been far too naive. As the supreme leader of the Skyren Legion, if I couldn't handle such petty tricks, I would be unworthy of this position. You know you are no match for me, yet you still risked an assassination. That brat forced you, didn't he? The bargaining chip is your other half. The White Phantom. Li Tianlong spoke methodically. The Black Phantom was horrified. He had never imagined that while Li Tianlong remained in command at the military base, he was fully aware of everything that had transpired at the estate. Cold sweat broke out on his brow. Opposing him was indeed unwise, but now the Black Phantom was caught on a tiger's back, unable to dismount, his fate no longer his own. Since you were so clever, you must have guessed that Gun King's entire team was wiped out. That brat's strength far exceeds our imagination. Why not go apologize to him and make peace? For the sake of our past camaraderie, I can spare your life. Huh? Black Phantom, have you lost your mind? Li Tianlong laughed uproariously, then after a long pause he spoke solemnly. Gun King's death does surprise me, but if you think that puts that brat above me, you are gravely mistaken. I will kill him. The Black Phantom's heart sank. His despair was not over the irreconcilable conflict between Li Tianlong and Gu Chun, but because their conflict directly concerned the life and death of the White Phantom. In that case, die. The Black Phantom suddenly raised his gun and fired repeatedly at Li Tianlong's head. According to gathered intelligence, Li Tianlong as a cybernetic human was as hard as steel all over, with only one weakness: his head. Bullets struck the back of Li Tianlong's head in rapid succession, producing a clanging metallic sound. The Black Phantom emptied the entire magazine, yet to his dismay, Li Tianlong remained standing firmly, completely unaffected. Howie, your weakness isn't your head. The Black Phantom's eyes bulged wide. What do you think? Li Tianlong turned around, his intangible aura exploding outward. I forgot to tell you, my body modification rate is 80. Mechanical modification had existed long before the apocalypse. Of course, not everyone was suited for it. The physical requirements were extremely stringent. A higher modification rate meant a more formidable physique. An ordinary human could at most achieve a 60 modification rate, but Li Tianlong had reached a terrifying 80. In other words, aside from a few internal organs, his entire body had been mechanized. This was something the Black Phantom had never known. Realizing he could not kill Li Tianlong, the Black Phantom turned to flee. But the moment he moved, Li Tianlong's arm elongated, instantly striking like a mechanical serpent, seizing the Black Phantom's throat in a vice-like grip. The immense power rendered him immobile. The Black Phantom struggled desperately, but in vain. With a dull crack, his neck was effortlessly snapped. After the Black Phantom's death, Li Tianlong's mechanical arm suddenly transformed into countless precision gears, which swiftly reassembled into a slender probe. With a thud, Li Tianlong plunged the probe into the Black Phantom's skull, causing a faint light to flicker on its surface. This was Li Tianlong's exclusive memory extraction technique. The entire process lasted a mere 5 seconds. As the probe retracted, the Black Phantom's memories were fully transmitted into Li Tianlong's database. So your name is Gu Chun. Li Tianlong squinted, a knowing smile curling on his lips. How very interesting. Bang. The command center door was smashed open by Jian Dao, who had rushed over with the guards upon hearing the gunshots. He was relieved to see Li Tianlong unharmed. It's the Black Phantom. I never thought this bastard would betray us. Jian Dao was astonished. He was forced here by Gu Chun, said Gun King. Gu Chun? Yes, he killed Black Panther Wang Su and Gun King. The White Phantom is also in his hands. Damn bastard, he's got a death wish. They'll go kill him right now. Jian Dao was furious. Gu Chun had shown utter disregard for the Skyrim Legion. Yet inwardly, he was also amazed at Gu Chun's formidable strength. No, this time, it's the turn of the 3 bases. Li Tianlong thought coldly, a scheme already forming in his mind to deal with both Gu Chun and the 3 bases simultaneously. Contact the 3 bases immediately. I want to send them a grand gift. 30 minutes later, the leaders of the 3 bases appeared on the command center screen. Xia country was notorious for its infrastructure frenzy, so even in the apocalypse, some communication facilities still functioned, though the signal was unstable. The Ironhammer base was represented by Zheng Tieju, no need for further elaboration. The King's base was represented by a man named Sheng Tsangqiao. His individual combat prowess might not be exceptional, but under his leadership the King's base was second only to the Skyrim Legion, a testament to his capability. As for the Spider Lily base, it was represented by a beautiful woman with rosy lips and a fair complexion. Though the screen resolution was poor, her extraordinary beauty was still discernible from the blurry image. She was the leader of the Spider Lily base, Jiang Wanqi. What wind blows you here today? The esteemed leader of the Skyrim Legion actually contacting us old friends. My, is my forehead running a fever? Jiang Wanqi playfully touched her smooth brow, her tone teasing. Her smile was captivating enough to enchant anyone. Li Tianlong, have you found the murderer of my 3rd brother? Zheng Taizhu asked impatiently. After a moment of silence, Li Tianlong said calmly. Indeed. According to our investigation, Zheng Aniu was killed by a youth named Gu Chun. Of course, our Black Panther also died by his hand. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanqi and Xiao Xiong exchanged glances of surprise. This Gu Chun possessed such strength. After all, he had not only killed Black Panther, but also dozens of his formidable mercenaries. Even they would have to put in considerable effort. Damn it. We had no grievances with him, yet this bastard killed my 3rd brother in cold blood. They'll skin him alive. Zheng Taizhu slammed his fist on the table, smashing a hole through it. The impact caused a brief instability in his signal. Gu Chun, who is he? I've never heard of him, said Sheng Tsangqiong of the King's base, puzzled. So formidable. Even Black Panther was taken down by him. He must have some real skill. Heh. Jiang Wanqi seemed intrigued. Does it matter? Not at all. Whoever killed my 3rd brother, even if he were the son of heaven, I will fight him to the death. Zheng Taizhu roared. Enough noise. Enough noise. Hammerhead, can't you lower your voice? My eardrums are about to burst. Jiang Wanqi frowned, annoyed by his volatile temper. Li Tianlong, is this why you called us here? This feud is between you and that brat. There's no need to drag us into watching the show, is there? We're in the apocalypse, we don't have time for this. Right. Sheng Tsangqiong. Sheng Tsangqiong gave a knowing smile, arms crossed, offering no opinion. Of course not. The reason I gathered you all today is to share a tremendous piece of good news, Li Tianlong said solemnly. And this news is also related to Gu Chun. A piece of earth-shattering news. The 3 leaders exchanged skeptical glances. Li Tianlong swept his gaze across the group and said coldly, yes. I believe none of you are unfamiliar with the Shansong warehouse. Both Ironhammer and I have sent our people to investigate it. I trust Leader Jiang and Leader Sheng have done the same. After all, such a massive bounty would tempt anyone. Jiang Wanqi exchanged a knowing smile with Sheng Tsangqiong and said slyly, indeed, we also sent our scouts, but we were too late. Apart from a pile of rotting corpses, there wasn't a single thing left. Does your good news have something to do with the supplies there? Of course. According to our investigation, all the supplies from the Shansong warehouse have fallen into Gu Chun's hands. A sharp intake of breath echoed from the 3 leaders. It was common knowledge that the Shansong warehouse had sustained the entire Baiwei province's supply chain with a quantity that reached an utterly staggering level. Now that Gu Chun had single-handedly monopolized it all, he would never have to worry about supplies for countless lifetimes. Instantly, they displayed a keen interest. Yet as the initial excitement subsided, doubts crept in, such as how Gu Chun managed to transport the supplies, and where he had stored them. Logically, he shouldn't have possessed the capability to pull this off alone. What puzzled them most was why Li Tianlong would share this intelligence with them. For the Sky-Shattering Legion, which frequently clashed with them over supplies, this was clearly out of character. Indeed, it's earth-shattering news. But forgive my bluntness, since you know the supplies are with Gu Chun, why tell us? We may all be local powers in Flower City, but our relations are hardly that cordial, are they? Jiang Wanqi toyed with her hair as she voiced her doubts. Zheng Taizhu and Sheng Tsangqiong also frowned at Li Tianlong, eager to see how he would explain himself. Li Tianlong broke into a smile. Jiang Wanqi, you're as cautious as ever. Not at all. As everyone knows, our Netherbloom base is the weakest among the major factions. I'm just a feeble woman in this apocalypse trying to cling to life. I detest being sold out and still counting the money for the seller. Jiang Wanqi spoke slowly, her tone like that of a delicate, fragile woman evoking sympathy. Li Tianlong sneered inwardly. How dare she call herself a feeble woman? Since the apocalypse began, she had likely slain no fewer than 1,000 people. Since she had risen to lead a faction, how could she be a lamb to the slaughter? Yet he kept his composure and explained, you're right. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't have told you. But with an external threat looming, I simply don't have the bandwidth. After all, we're all native forces of Flower City. Though we've had our disagreements, we're still from the same lineage. It's better for this fortune to fall on your heads. Li Tianlong's words left the room in dead silence. An external threat? You mean those from the wolf-breaking gang? Sheng Tsangqiong asked. Yes, Li Tianlong nodded. The Sky-Shattering Legion was based in the Nanny district of Flower City, bordering Xiangshan City to the south. Xiangshan City was small, so its factions were fewer than those in Flower City. The wolf-breaking gang was the sole surviving force there. Though a lone entity, its strength was formidable, rivaling or even surpassing the Sky-Shattering Legion. The constant friction between the two was an open secret. By bringing this force to the table, Li Tianlong dispelled most of the lingering doubts. Of course, this was just another one of his fabrications. Seeing no further objections, Li Tianlong continued, after extensive investigation, that brat Gu Chun is now hiding in the Celestia estate. Sheng Tsangqiong, you should be quite familiar with this place. The king's base was located in the Dongpu district, geographically closest to the Jianshang district where the Celestia estate stood. Alright, I've done my part. The rest is up to you. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. With that, Li Tianlong exited the messaging conference. Jin Dao, who had been sitting beside him the whole time, couldn't help but ask, Chief, do you think they'll fall for it? Among the three bases, aside from the emotionally volatile Zheng Taizhu of the Ironhammer base, the others were no pushovers. Falling for it implies deception. Strictly speaking, I haven't deceived them. The supplies are indeed with Gu Chun, Li Tianlong said coldly. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a mountain of supplies? If they aren't, they'd be no different from fools. Rest assured they'll take the bait. Jin Dao, grasping the plan, said with a venomous tone, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Let those bastards kill each other, ha. After Li Tianlong left the chat, the three fell silent for a while, each lost in their own calculations. What do you two think? Sheng Tsangqiong probed. What else is there to think? That brat Gu Chun killed my third brother. Even if he didn't have the Shansong warehouse supplies, I'd still kill him. Zheng Taizhu declared first. For him, blood vengeance was paramount. Of course, if he could reap a fortune in supplies while exacting revenge, he wouldn't refuse such a boon. Yet compared to the Ironhammer base's indifferent view on supplies, the Netherbloom base was far more desperate. They were the weakest among Flower Cities, for major factions constantly at risk of being swallowed. Jiang Wanqi was well aware of this. She yearned to expand her power, but was perpetually constrained by a lack of supplies. Thus she was determined to seize the Shansong warehouse's vast stockpile. I agree. Though I have no grudge against this Gu Chun. In fact, I rather admire him. Since he chose to abscond with such a fortune, he must have anticipated becoming a target, Jiang Wanqi said languidly. Yet inwardly she was eager to dispatch her forces to storm the estate, kill Gu Chun, and snatch the supplies. Hearing their words, Sheng Tsangqiong frowned slightly. He too needed supplies, but those were mere external possessions. What he truly valued was Gu Chun himself. Supplies could be scavenged or seized anew. But high-caliber talent in the apocalypse was a rare find, even with a lantern. Even after awakening his aura-reading ability post-apocalypse, he had discovered few psychics. Yet even that small number of psychic teams was enough to uphold their second-rank status in Flower City. He absolutely couldn't let them kill Gu Chun. His mind racing, Sheng Tsangqiong feigned concern. You both make valid points. But there's one thing you might have overlooked. What? Jiang Wanqi and Zheng Taizhu looked at Sheng Tsangqiong in confusion. Can we fully trust Li Tianlong's words? If he concealed information and deliberately set a trap for us, we might not only fail to obtain the supplies, but also put ourselves in a difficult situation. Zheng Taizhu and Jiang Wanqi fell into deep thought, but Sheng Qingqiang's words made sense. The Hongtian group had hundreds of mercenaries at its disposal. Could it truly lack the manpower to seize such a crucial strategic resource? This could only mean that ordinary mercenaries were utterly incapable of completing this mission, implying that Gu Chen's strength had reached an astonishing level. Since Li Tianlong was unwilling to take the risk, why should they lead the charge? Yet giving up such a tempting prize was utterly unacceptable. Then what do you suggest? Zheng Taizhu asked. Seeing that the two were convinced, Shang Sanqiong breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "We certainly can't abandon the supplies, but we must not put ourselves in danger either. Therefore I suggest that I send a team to scout ahead. If the situation is indeed as Li Tianlong described, we can act then." Shang Sanqiong naturally intended to seize this opportunity to buy time to win over Gu Chen. As long as he sent someone to persuade Gu Chen, both Gu Chen's people and the supplies would belong to their base. In the end, he would be the biggest winner. Zhang Tiezhu of course didn't grasp this. The king's base was closest to the Celestia Manor, making it most suitable for them to send a team. He agreed without much thought. Let that bastard Gu Chen live a couple more days. However, Zhang Wanshi sensed something amiss. Furrowing her delicate brows, she said, "You're not planning to monopolize those supplies, are you?" On the surface, Shang Kangqian's proposal seemed flawless, but upon closer inspection it would allow him to be the first to reap the benefits. If Shang Sanqiong took all the supplies for himself, she would have nowhere to turn. Shang Sanqiong had anticipated this and soothed her. "Chief Jiang, where are your thoughts? Do you think I'm that kind of person, eh? Of course, if you don't trust me, you're free to seize the supplies now. But as for the risks involved, you should be well aware." Shang Sanqiong was certain that Jiang Wanshi wouldn't dare. Her faction was the weakest among the four major powers. If anything went wrong during the campaign against Gu Chen, she might not even have a place to stay. Indeed, after much deliberation, Jiang Wanshi relented. "Fine, well, do it your way. But if I find out you're playing tricks, I'll fight you to the death, even if it costs me my life." Of course, Shang Sanqiong replied with a smile. At worst, he would give her 30% of the supplies after securing them. As for the hammer base, he was confident he could protect Gu Chen. After a few more awkward exchanges, the meeting adjourned. Once alone, Shang Sanqiong said to his deputy Xiao Xiong, "Do you understand why I did this?" Xiao Xiong hesitated for a moment before replying, "Chief, do you intend to recruit Gu Chen into our base?" Shang Sanqiong revealed a gratified smile and praised, "Exactly right. Now that the apocalypse has arrived, the monsters are growing stronger and countless humans die every day. To survive, we must bolster our strength as much as possible, especially high combat talent with awakened abilities. They covet the supplies in the Shangshan Palace warehouse, but I have my eyes on Gu Chen himself. But, is this Gu Chen worth such effort? Just based on his feat of taking down the Black Panther and those dozens of mercenaries, I doubt even you could achieve that," Shang Sanqiong said with a chuckle. He spoke the truth. Although Xiao Xiong was also an ability user facing the Black Panther and dozens of firearms simultaneously, he would be lucky to escape without being riddled with bullets. If possible, making him a deputy wouldn't be a bad idea. A deputy? Xiao Xiong felt a surge of displeasure, not only because Shang Sanqiong valued Gu Chen so highly, but also because he might usurp his position. However, he dared not voice this, and could only force a smile and nod. "Leave this to Duan Zhiping and Go Zijing. Tell them to be courteous, understand?" "Yes." After agreeing, Xiao Xiong withdrew from the meeting room. At the Celestia Manor in the sunlit front yard, White Ghost sat on a chair bound like a mummy. Gu Chen sat across from him. A day had passed since Black Ghost left the manor, yet there was still no news. Gu Chen suspected the mission had likely failed. Of course, he hadn't held high hopes for this assassination attempt. Success would be ideal, but even if it failed, Gu Chen planned to confront Li Tianlong personally sooner or later. The enmity between them had deepened to the point where only one could survive. After a long slumber, White Ghost finally awoke, his head spinning and aching unbearably. Yet what pained him more was that the locator bound to Black Ghost's life had stopped functioning, signaling that his mission had failed and Black Ghost had met his end. White Ghost's gaze dimmed. "Black Ghost failed, didn't he?" Gu Chen said with a smile. "What do you want?" Staring at that harmless-looking smile, White Ghost felt a chill run down his spine. "You know what I want." White Ghost's ability was too dangerous. Although it posed little threat to Gu Chen while he was awake, what about when he slept? No one wanted to keep such a latent threat around, so regardless, White Ghost had to die. Gu Chen hadn't had time to deal with him before, but now he finally could. "You're going to kill me, eh?" White Ghost's pupils dilated, his terror unmistakable. "Sorry, you might not know this, but I don't like leaving loose ends. Wait, even though Black Ghost failed, I didn't. I can complete the unfinished mission." Gu Chen paused briefly, then quickly regained his composure. "No need. I'll deal with Li Tianlong myself." Drawing a pistol, Gu Chen loaded it. Just as he was about to execute him, White Ghost suddenly unleashed his ability, broke free from his restraints, and dashed toward the woods. After a long rest, White Ghost had recovered to his peak condition. As an Ada-level ability user, the potential unleashed in the face of death was enough to snap ordinary ropes. White Ghost ran swiftly, reaching over 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Yet Gu Chen remained seated quietly on the chair, not even bothering to look. Indeed, killing him is safer. Gu Chen hadn't expected him to break the ropes. Fortunately, he had been heavily dosed with sleeping drugs, otherwise he might have slipped away unnoticed. White Ghost continued to pant and run, but soon a whistling bullet followed in hot pursuit. The next 2 days passed peacefully, each day serene and tranquil. Yet Gu Chun understood that this was merely the brief calm before the storm. During this time he had not been idle. On one hand, he cleared the previous battlefield, disposing of the scattered Hongtian group mercenaries. On the other hand, he used his mind domain to continue scouting for nearby monsters, and slaying them, harvesting as much experience as possible. Naturally, enhancing the women's self-defense capabilities was also on his to-do list. Gu Chun could not always be by their side, so they had to improve their ability to protect themselves. In the front courtyard of the manor, Gu Chun and the women stood on the open ground, engaged in shooting practice. Through training they had made considerable progress. Though their marksmanship was not precise, they could at least fire a gun without issue. The women concentrated intently on shooting at distant targets, while Gu Chun moved among them like a coach, occasionally offering guidance on their stances. With a bang, after a long aim, Zhong Qinshin finally fired a shot. Unfortunately, it still missed the target. I failed again, Zhong Qinshin said regretfully. Your aiming posture is off. Gu Chun walked up behind her and gently lifted her arm. Look, when aiming your eye the sight, and the target must be aligned in a straight line like this. With a bang, under Gu Chun's Hansen guidance, the shot hit the target successfully. Wow, I hit it. Zhong Qinshin danced with joy, then wrapped her arms around Gu Chun's neck and gave him a passionate kiss. The sweet scene made the other women envious. Oh dear, why can't I aim properly anymore? Hubby, come teach me. Dai Bobo followed suit, her voice syrupy and seductive. Gu Chun shrugged. He knew exactly what Dai Bobo was up to. But they were all his women, he couldn't play favorites, could he? He stood behind Dai Bobo, using the same posture to guide her. But at this moment Dai Bobo suddenly turned clumsy, making mistakes at every turn, and even struggled to stand steady, her delicate body repeatedly stepping back until they were pressed tightly together. Tempted by her full voluptuous curves, the vigorous Gu Chun immediately felt a reaction. Sensing the unusual sensation, Dai Bobo's lips curled into a triumphant smile. A gentleman dies for his confidant, a woman adorns herself for her beloved. Such a reaction from a man was precisely a testament to her charm. If a man ever remained unmoved, the relationship would be nearing its end. Dai Bobo turned around, leaned close to Gu Chun's ear, and whispered shyly, hubby, come to my room, I'll help you. Looking at her utterly alluring demeanor, Gu Chun could no longer restrain himself. Ignoring the covetous glances of the other women, he was about to pull her into the room to have his way with her. But just as he took a step, 2 figures appeared in his mind domain, swiftly approaching the manor from the direction of the Banshan Villa district. Gazing toward the Banshan Villa direction, Gu Chun cursed inwardly. Damn it, they couldn't have come at a worse time. In the dense forest, 2 red figures leaped and bounded effortlessly, as agile as Tarzan. They were the renowned scouts of the king's base, Duan Jiping and Go Zijing. Both were superhumans, white threads continuously sprayed from their palms. Though they looked thin, they were as tough as iron wire, easily supporting their combined weight of over 100 kilograms. Aside from their roles as scouts, they were also distant relatives of Xiao Xiong, the base's deputy commander, holding considerable status. Since the king's base was not far from the Celestia Manor, the 2 soon arrived within a few kilometers of the estate. Duan Jiping stood on a thick branch, pulled out binoculars from his backpack, and peered through them. He was instantly dumbfounded. In the manor's front yard were several stunningly beautiful women of celestial grace, apparently practicing shooting. Duan Jiping rubbed his eyes vigorously, thinking he was seeing things. Refusing to believe it, he looked again. This time he confirmed it, and couldn't help exclaiming, damn, what kind of paradise is this? So many gorgeous women. Saliva drooled shamelessly from the corner of his mouth. No wonder he reacted so strongly. The king's base had over 100 men, all unkempt and rough, their desires long suppressed. Under such prolonged repression, even a sow would be hard to resist. I say, have you been doing too much needlework? How the hell can there be so many beauties in the apocalypse? Go Zijing rolled his eyes at Duan Jiping and snatched the binoculars from his hands. After a look, he too was stunned. Holy shit, it's true. Even before the apocalypse, I never saw women this beautiful. A flame of lust quietly rose in Go Zijing's eyes. But the next moment, an even more shocking scene unfolded. On a table at the edge of the front yard, various delicacies and fresh fruits were laid out. For someone who had long subsisted on mere biscuits, it was like glimpsing the heavenly palace. He struggled to restrain himself. If not for the man among the women, he would have already lost control. Jiping, that man must be Gu Chun, right? He doesn't look so impressive. In Go Zijing's view, Gu Chun resembled a groping coach, touching here and pinching there, nothing like a true expert. Let me see. Duan Jiping looked as well and furrowed his brow. He indeed seemed utterly ordinary. He couldn't understand why the leader valued him so much and treated him with such courtesy. Could it be that Gu Chun is someone else? Bullshit. Look at him, it matches exactly what Sanxiong described. Duan Jiping looked closely and had to agree, complaining, I really don't get the leader's thinking. Wasting precious time on this brat. Why not just grab the supplies, kill him, and be done with it? From the food on the table, they had confirmed that the theft of supplies from the Shansong warehouse was closely linked to Gu Chun. After all, who could enjoy such lavish feasts in a starving apocalypse? And Gu Chun didn't seem particularly formidable, probably not even a match for the two of them. TCH. What a spineless bastard. How can he be a base leader? Might as well let us take over. Go Zijing spat resentfully. After a pause, a wild idea suddenly struck him, his eyes gleaming. Jiping, since we're here anyway, why not take out Gu Chun and grab his women while we're at it? If we wait for the others from the base, we'll lose this golden opportunity. If they killed Gu Chun, their relative Xiao Xiong would secure his position, and they could have those beautiful women. If Shang Sangxiong questioned them, they could simply claim Gu Chun started it. That wouldn't be right. Duan Jiping looked troubled. Our mission is to persuade Gu Chun to hand over supplies and join our base. Doing this would surely bring punishment from the leader. What a coward. With that pathetic attitude, you probably couldn't even lay a hand on a woman lying right in front of you. Go Zijing said contemptuously. Gazing in the direction of Gu Chun and the others, Duan Jiping revealed a hesitant expression. There was no denying that this opportunity was indeed rare. As long as they eliminated Gu Chun, Xiao Xiong's position in the base would be secure, and they could immediately indulge in their desires. Watching the captivating beauty of the scene before him, Duan Jiping's heart raced tumultuously. However, at the same time he stared at the front yard of the manor, Gu Chun was also gazing at him from several kilometers away with an air of triumph. Duan Jiping was filled with confusion. From Gu Chun's gaze it was clear he was staring directly at him. Yet at that moment they were completely concealed within the foliage, utterly invisible. In the next moment, he saw Gu Chun pull out a large, earth-colored sniper rifle aiming directly at their location. This sniper was a Macmillan, and at Gu Chun's Sigma level this distance was hardly a challenge. What is he doing? It looks like he's aiming at us. Have we been discovered? No way, there's such a distance between us. How could he spot us? And how could that sniper rifle possibly reach us? Bang! Just as the two were filled with doubt, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted from Gu Chun's hands, and a large caliber bullet hurtled through the air from several kilometers away, hitting the unprepared Duan Jiping with unerring accuracy. From the sound of the gunshot to the moment it struck its target, less than a second had passed. Go Zijing's body froze in place. He didn't even have time to react before his teammate had met his demise. The bullet's power was immense, instantly turning Duan Jiping's head into a mist of blood. Brain matter mixed with blood splattered across Go Zijing's face, rendering his already shocked expression even more terrified. This was at least a distance of 5 or 6 kilometers. How could that guy achieve such a precise hit? The horror in his heart surged like waves at sea, and this single shot made Go Zijing realize that his earlier judgment of Gu Chun had been completely wrong. This was no ordinary youth. He was clearly a cold-blooded killer. He was absolutely no match for Gu Chun, and the only option left was to flee for his life. Threads of white silk shot from his palms, and Go Zijing fled the scene like a frightened spider. While escaping, he called for rescue from the base via radio. Hello. This is Go Zijing, come save me. Gu Chun wants to kill me. Due to his extreme fear, Go Zijing's voice was indistinct. Fortunately, after a continuous barrage of calls, he finally received a response from Xiao Xiong. Go Zijing, what's going on over there? Speak clearly. Xiao Xiong scolded sternly. He had only sent the two to act as negotiators. How had it escalated to a life-or-death situation? Go Zijing was in a panic, yet he felt embarrassed to reveal the truth. I don't know. We clearly approached him amicably, but that guy came at us crazily and shot Jiping without a second thought. And now he wants to kill me too. Shang Tsangtian felt puzzled. Is that really the case? Yes. That guy even said he doesn't care about the so-called deputy of the base. He wants to wipe you and the entire Wangzhe base off the map. Go Zijing continued to ramble. Xiao Xiong was enraged, his veins bulging. If this were true, that kid Gu Chun was far too arrogant. In the next moment, another bang echoed, followed by Go Zijing's pig-like screams coming from the radio. Looking at his leg, which had been blown to pieces, a wave of despair surged from the depths of Go Zijing's heart. Damn it, that wretched brat, I won't let this go. Go Zijing, what's wrong? That bastard Gu Chun shot my thigh. I can't run anymore, what should I do? Xiao Xiong was also sweating profusely. Despite Go Zijing being a distant relative in this dire situation, he felt utterly helpless. Rustle. Just as Go Zijing panicked, Gu Chun had already stepped softly onto the thick fallen leaves, his cold, indifferent eyes radiating bone-chilling coldness. Gu Chun, do you know who we are? We are from the Wangzhe base. If you kill me, you'll be in big trouble. Go Zijing lay among the leaves like a dog, but he still wore a fierce expression. However, given his current situation, it had a hint of false bravado. Do I care who you are? Gu Chun's foot brutally stomped down on Go Zijing's severely injured leg, the intense pain eliciting a pig-like wail from him. Xiao Xiong, help me. Go Zijing cried, tears streaming down his face. From that horrific scream, Xiao Xiong could imagine just how much pain Go Zijing was enduring. He hadn't expected Gu Chun to be so ruthless. After a moment of silence, Shang Tsangtian threatened, Gu Chun, he is one of ours from the Wangzhe base. If you dare to kill him, we will never let this go. Wangzhe base. What is that? Gu Chun frowned slightly, thinking hard, but he had no recollection of such a place. However, he felt no fear. The bombing group had claimed to be the best in Huaching, and in his eyes they were nothing but pitiful. Who told you to sneak into my territory? You have only yourself to blame. I don't seem to know you. Without any grievances or enmities you intrude into my territory, and now dare to threaten me. Gu Chun said coldly into the radio. You misunderstand. Our intention was to invite you to join the Wangzhe base. You don't know it, but there are many people who want to kill you. Joining us is your only chance to survive. Xiao Xiong felt that Gu Chen's words were somewhat nonsensical, but he still tried to explain as calmly as possible. Join the Wangzhe base. Survive. Gu Chun was utterly perplexed. Just hand over the supplies from the Shangan warehouse to us, and we will definitely guarantee your safety. Xiao Xiong continued. So that's it. Only now did Gu Chun finally understand that they were after the supplies, but he was puzzled about how they knew about this. What Shangan warehouse? I've never even heard of it. Gu Chun put on an innocent expression. Haha. Xiao Xiong sneered. At a time like this, don't try to play tricks on me. It's still the same. Hand over the supplies, and our Wangzhe base will ensure you live. Otherwise, once the 3 major bases are enraged, you will only have a dead end. What if he destroyed the Black Panther? If the 3 major bases united, Xiao Xiong was convinced that even if Gu Chun had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't escape. Now the Wangzhe base was his last lifeline. Why are there again 3 major bases? Is this never-ending? Gu Chen's mind raced. He truly couldn't understand how he had entangled himself with these flies. However, since they were so determined to take advantage of him, he would not be a soft target. Seeing Gu Chun deep in thought, Go Zijing, who felt a glimmer of hope for survival, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, before he could fully relax, the youth's expression suddenly turned dark and fierce, sending chills down his spine. Ignoring the terrified Go Zijing, Gu Chun slowly raised his pistol and shot him point-blank in the forehead, instantly reducing his head to a puddle of mush. Buzz! The deafening noise from the close-range gunshot caused the walkie-talkie to emit a piercing screech that grated on the ears unbearably. After the noise subsided, the walkie-talkie fell silent, and Xiao Xiong knew exactly what had happened. What surprised him, however, was that even though he had laid out the stakes clearly on the table, Gu Chun remained unmoved and unswayed. The death of a distant relative did anger him, but what infuriated him even more was the fact that he and the entire king's base were being looked down upon. This was something he could not tolerate. You bastard Gu Chun, don't you? Buzz! Bang! Just as Xiao Xiong was grinding his teeth and about to continue, a familiar explosive sound came from the walkie-talkie again. This time Gu Chen's target was the walkie-talkie itself. He gave Xiao Xiong no chance to continue his threats. Xiao Xiong's face turned the color of pig liver, and he nearly ground his back molars to dust. Yet there was nothing he could do. So much blabbering. Gu Chun stored his gun in his spatial ring and muttered with disdain. As he had said, since the other party was dead set on targeting him, he would just fight it out with fists. Words were useless. If they disagreed, they would settle it with force. However, since he knew little about the details of the 3 bases and their overwhelming numbers, he still had to remain vigilant. After disposing of the 2 mangled corpses, Gu Chun leisurely returned to the manor. Honey, what happened over there? Dai Bobo came up to him and asked. Nothing much. Just dealt with 2 annoying little spiders. Gu Chun said lightly. He then told the women about the impending attack from the 3 bases. After hearing this, the women felt some concern, but more than that, they were eager to try. They wanted to test the results of their training. But how could Gu Chun let his women take such risks? Their marksmanship was abysmal at best, and their range was far too short. Even though the manor's defenses were as solid as iron walls, he had no intention of letting the enemy get this far. For him, the farther the battle line was drawn, the better. While Gu Chun was actively preparing for battle, Xiao Xiong angrily went to find Sheng Tsangxiong and gave him a detailed report of what had just happened. Sheng Tsangxiong listened without a word, his face dark and terrifying. As the base leader, he had shown Gu Chun enough goodwill, yet this brat not only refused to appreciate it, but also killed 2 of the base's psychics. This was a slap in the face. Although he longed to recruit talents and further strengthen the base, he would not tolerate such humiliation for anyone. Where would that leave his dignity as the leader? So he immediately contacted the Spider Lily base and the Iron Hammer base, sharing the intelligence they had gathered. Zheng Taizhu and Jiang Huanxi were overjoyed at the news. They had been waiting for the signal to attack, and now they could finally stretch their limbs. To facilitate the equal division of spoils, the 3 agreed to gather at the Celestial Manor at 3 o'clock that afternoon, and once everyone arrived, they would launch a siege against Gu Chun. Since the king's base was closest to the manor, they arrived near the Banshan Villa area around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Only a few more kilometers stood between them and Gu Chun's lair. The king's base had dispatched dozens of battle-hardened soldiers, including some formidable psychics. Although they were outnumbered compared to the Gun King squad, each of their fighters was no less skilled than the mercenaries of the Sky-Shattering Corps. In fact, they were even stronger. Moreover, with the support of Sheng Kangqiang's Symphony Corps ability, their overall strength was not to be underestimated. Sheng Tsangxiong and Xiao Xiong stood on the roof of a villa from which they could faintly make out the outline of the distant manor. On the rooftop, Sheng Kangqiang's coat fluttered noisily in the north wind, giving him the air of a heroic figure. I heard that manor was lavishly built by the richest man in Huaqing Tangxinghua, with an alarmingly high level of defense. It wouldn't be bad as our new base. Sheng Tsangxiong murmured to himself. By the way, when will the Spider Lily base and the Iron Hammer base arrive? I just contacted them, they are both on their way. The Iron Hammer base is closer, so they'll be here soon. The Spider Lily base will take about half an hour at most. Xiao Xiong stood beside Sheng Tsangxiong and answered truthfully. Excellent. Sheng Tsangxiong squinted toward the distance. With the simultaneous siege of the three bases, even the sky-shattering core would find it hard to withstand. Let's see how a mere Gu Chun can resist. Xiao Xiong was also full of confidence. In Huaqing, no one had been born who could simultaneously withstand three bases. Gu Chun, today is your day of death. Sheng Tsangxiong said, then decided to gauge Gu Chun's strength. He half closed his eyes, then snapped them open a moment later. A faint shimmering light flickered in his pupils, seeming almost tangible as it pierced through the void and directly cast itself over the celestial manor. This was his psychic ability, Aura Sight. By observing auras, he could judge the strength of a psychic. It was precisely through this keen ability to spot talent that Sheng Tsangxiong had unearthed a group of formidable individuals from the vast sea of people, which was the foundation of the king's base, ranking second in Huaqing. However, at this glance, Sheng Kangqiang's expression changed drastically. He stared blankly at the area above the manor, his face full of disbelief. Chief, what's wrong? Xiao Xiong asked, puzzled as he watched Sheng Kangqiang's increasingly grim expression. Sheng Tsangxiong remained silent, then looked there again. Above the manor, a dense, intense golden light was drifting, presenting a bizarre and unreadable scene. Judging solely by the intensity of the color, Gu Chun's psychic level was far above theirs. He had originally considered that Gu Chun might be powerful. After all, someone who could defeat a reinforcement-type psychic like Black Panther couldn't be weak. But now it seemed he had vastly underestimated him. To put it bluntly, with their forces, they were no match for Gu Chun. This guy is no ordinary man. We never should have waded into this murky water. Sheng Tsangxiong lamented. It was highly likely that not only would they fail to seize supplies, but they would also lose their lives. Without his aura sight ability, he couldn't imagine how disastrous the outcome would have been. But Xiao Xiong lacked such a skill. He simply wondered why their usually imposing chief was now singing the praises of an enemy. Chief, with all due respect, he's just a Gu Chun. Why should we fear him? Now that the three bases are allied, even Li Tianlong would struggle to withstand us, let alone him. Shut up. Sheng Tsangxiong roared. Xiao Xiong could afford to be muddled, but he absolutely could not. Tell the brothers to hide themselves thoroughly and not to show themselves until I give the order. Sheng Tsangxiong commanded with a grave expression. But what about the Spider Lily and Iron Hammer bases? Xiao Xiong hesitated. The three bases had agreed to attack simultaneously, but now their chief was backing out at the last minute. If this got out, not only would the king's base lose its reputation, but they might also face retribution from the other two bases. After all, everyone despises a betrayal. How could Sheng Tsangxiong not be aware of this situation? Without a special reason, who would willingly fight on two fronts? He knew well enough the weight of reputation versus life. Just do as I say. He'll explain things to the Banshee Flower base and the Iron Hammer base. Approximately 20 minutes after the king base's retreat, several modified large trucks appeared one after another near the Banshan villa, resembling the battle vehicles from Mad Max. From their earthy yellow paint and the Iron Hammer emblem, this was unmistakably the Iron Hammer base. To avoid monster-infested city roads, Zheng Taizhu and his men deliberately took suburban routes. Yet, even so, they encountered numerous alien predators along the way, wasting considerable time in battles with them. Hey, where's the king base crew? They should have arrived by now. Zheng Lusha stood at the front of the truck looking around, but there was nothing in sight except themselves. Who knows? Zheng Taizhu sat beside him with arms crossed, his face impassive. I'd better ask. Feeling uneasy, Zheng Lusha picked up the communicator. Iron Hammer base calling King base, please respond. Please respond. The first call went unanswered, and it took several attempts before a connection was made. Hello, Chief Sheng. This is Zheng Lusha from Iron Hammer base. We've reached the Banshan Villa area. Haven't you arrived yet? A crackle came through the communicator, followed by Sheng Kangqiang's deep voice. Huh. You Iron Hammer folks are quick. We're still on the road. Ran into quite a few monsters, so we might be a bit late. Sorry about that. Sheng Tsangxiong sat lazily in the grass, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, looking utterly relaxed. Is that so? Zheng Lusha grew suspicious. After all, the distance from Iron Hammer base to the Celestia Manor was several times greater than that of King base, and they too had encountered many monsters. Using that as an excuse seemed far-fetched. Yes, indeed. So many monsters. Sensing the doubt in Zheng Lusha's voice, Sheng Tsangxiong quickly signaled his underlings, who instantly transformed into seasoned extras, shouting and hollering as if in battle. See, damn monsters everywhere. We're fighting fiercely here. Zheng Liusha, and even the king base men were left speechless. Their once commanding leader was now acting like a coward, dragging them into this farce. How pitiful and lamentable. The more Zheng Luxia thought about it, the more uneasy he grew. Sheng Kangqiang's leisurely tone hardly suggested a fierce battle. It even felt like an act. But Zheng Tieju, less perceptive, let out a contemptuous sneer and waved his hand. Forget it, it's nothing. Come if you can, or don't bother. Today Gu Qin's life was his to claim with or without Sheng Sanqiong. Helpless Zheng Luxia said. Then Chief Sheng, finish up and join us as soon as you can. All right, no problem. Sheng Sanqiong chuckled in reply before hastily ending the call. Brothers, how was my performance? Ha! He beamed proudly at his men. The King Base brothers. Boss, that woman from the Banshee Flower Base hasn't shown up either. Should we wait a bit longer? Zheng Luxia suggested. Whether King Base came or not was uncertain, but surely they had to wait for Banshee Flower Base. They couldn't be the only ones attacking when it was supposed to be a three-pronged assault, could they? Besides, for some reason, he had a nagging sense of unease. But Zheng Taiju remained indifferent, saying coldly, wait for what? Can't we carry out this operation without them? As if we need their company. If Sheng Sanqiong hadn't butted in, I'd have dealt with that brat, Gu Qin, long ago. Zheng Luxia fell silent. Perhaps he was overthinking things. With over 100 seasoned warriors from their base, taking down Gu Qin should be a walk in the park. Thus the Iron Hammer base set out alone toward the manor. However, the road leading to the manor was a narrow path fit only for small cars, and their modified trucks couldn't fit through, forcing everyone to proceed on foot. As they marched, Gu Qin sat cross-legged in the manor's front yard, eyes closed in meditation. Though his eyes were shut, the Iron Hammer base's movements were crystal clear within his mental domain. Gu Qin was slightly startled. In his mental domain, he detected two separate groups, yet only one was advancing to attack. The other lurked furtively in the waist-high grass. What were they plotting? An ambush? But from such a distance, an ambush was impossible. Gu Qin couldn't figure it out, nor did he care. Hiding kilometers away posed no threat to him. The only problem was the single group approaching. He rose and retrieved 10 mortars from his spatial storage, setting them up on the ground. These mortars were a gift from the Gun King, with a range of about 5 kilometers. Of course, with Gu Qin's abilities the range could be extended, but controlling so many shells at once was quite taxing. Today he would give these invaders a proper send-off. Calm and composed, Gu Qin waited like a seasoned hunter for his prey to take the bait. Meanwhile, after a relentless forced march, the prey finally reached a spot 5 kilometers from the manor. This was also where the tragedy had unfolded before. Everyone halted, staring dumbfounded at the horrifying crater before them. Without a doubt, it had been blasted by a massive shell. The ground in this area was covered in extensive black stains. Ordinary people might not know, but to these men who danced on the edge of death daily, it was all too clear. Those weren't ordinary stains. They were bloodstains, only blackened by the passage of time. Judging by the coverage of the bloodstains, at least 100 people had died here. A bleak north wind blew, adding to the desolation. The underlings were already having second thoughts. Boss, what's with all the blood? Looks like a major battle happened here not long ago with heavy casualties. Zheng Luxia assessed. Who knows? Maybe monsters did it. These days death is everywhere. Zheng Taiju said dismissively. But this explanation didn't convince Zheng Luxia. Monsters ate people, but they didn't leave nothing behind. Boss, something's off. Maybe we should wait for the other 2 bases before making a move. Zheng Luxia suggested. But this suggestion was like lighting a fuse. Zheng Taiju exploded with rage. What's wrong with you today, second brother? All timid and hesitant. Are you even a man? But... Zheng Luxia tried to explain, but Zheng Taiju cut him off, pointing at the manor. But what, the murderer of our third brother is right there. Instead of seeking revenge, you're holding us back. Do you want him to die with his eyes open? Following Zheng Taiyi's finger toward the manor, Zheng Luxia's eyes flickered with conflict. How could he not want to avenge Zheng Anyu? But, boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a series of thunderous sounds erupted from the manor, shattering the calm. In an instant, the empty sky was filled with several dark gray objects hurtling towards Zheng Taiju and his men. They were none other than shells. As the artillery shells soared through the air, everyone held their breath, frozen for a moment before chaos erupted. Damn it, an attack. Run. It's bombs. Hit the deck. The once orderly formation instantly dissolved into disarray, with soldiers either fleeing or throwing themselves to the ground, hands shielding their heads. The clever ones leaped into the deep pits. With little time to react, the shells landed around them in a violent explosion. A fierce shockwave swept through the area, and many soldiers who failed to take cover were blown to pieces. The scene was ablaze with flames, thick smoke billowed, and screams of agony filled the air. It was a living hell. Zheng Taiju and Zheng Luxia survived only by lying flat in the pit. Though both were superpowered individuals, they were far from impervious to the shell's destructive force. Once the explosions subsided, they scrambled out of the pit. The 10 shells had unleashed a wave of searing heat, raising the temperature significantly. Yet Zheng Tieju, ignoring the sweat on his brow, stared ahead with sheer horror in his eyes. The hammer-based soldiers were either dead or wounded, their wails echoing across the field. In this single strike, over half of their forces had been lost. That damn Guchen. It must be him. Standing amidst the rolling heat, Zheng Taizhu clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. No way. How could he have such weapons? Zheng Luxia found it unbelievable, having never heard of Guchen having any military connections. Zheng Taizhu spat fiercely, his eyes fixed on the distance with murderous intent. I don't care how he got them. The bastard killed my third brother, and now has blown up so many of my men. If I don't chop him into mincemeat, my name isn't Zheng. But then a thunderous roar erupted again as another 10 shells shot into the sky, aimed at the remaining hammer-based soldiers. Damn it. Don't push me too far. Zheng Taizhu's eyes bulged with fury. This kid was merciless. 10 shells weren't enough, and he immediately unleashed another 10. It was a clear intent to annihilate every last one of them. Brother, get down. In the nick of time, Zheng Luxia lunged and tackled Zheng Taizhu to the ground, barely dodging the next round of explosions. Lying in the familiar pit, the two were covered in dust and grime, utterly disheveled. Having learned their lesson, the Zheng brothers stayed put this time. Even after the explosions ceased, they remained prostrate for a long while, motionless as corpses. They lay there foolishly for a full 10 minutes before finally getting up, looking sheepish. After this assault, only a handful of base soldiers remained alive. The massive commotion at Hammer Base reached Sheng Tsangxiong and his group. Even from several kilometers away, they could see the battlefield raging at the manor. With eyes closed, one could imagine the devastation the Hammer Base soldiers were enduring. Every member of the King Base, including Xiao Xiong, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Had it not been for Sheng Kangqiang's wise decision, they would have become the death base by now. Leader, please forgive my impertinence and ignorance. Xiao Xiong knelt directly before Sheng Tsangxiong, offering a sincere apology. He had previously harbored doubts about the latter's decisions, which now seemed utterly shallow. Sheng Tsangxiong looked smug, waving his hand dismissively. What's there to apologize for? Just watch. The best is yet to come. These shells were merely an appetizer. In Sheng Kangqiang's observation, Gu Qin's superpower was his most terrifying trump card. This is just the beginning. Xiao Xiong was dazed. Any trace of his former hatred for Gu Qin now vanished. Meanwhile, under Jiang Wangxis' lead, the Spider Lily base also arrived near the villa. They too came in vehicles, though theirs were far inferior to the Hammer base's modified ones. From a distance, they heard the shocking explosions, sending chills down their spines. Leader, it looks like the battle has begun, said a weathered man in a suit standing at the front of the vehicle and gazing toward the manor. His name was Zhuang Weike, Jiang Wangxis' deputy. Jiang Huanxi narrowed her beautiful eyes, a flicker of anger passing through them. Humph. They started without us. Looks down on our Spider Lily base, doesn't he? What do you say, Fatty? A low roar came from Fatty, who lifted his head slightly in agreement. Upon closer inspection, this Fatty was no ordinary cat, but a striped tiger lounging in the driver's cabin. Yet the king of the forest showed no intimidating presence. Instead, it was strangely docile and well-behaved, seemingly enjoying Jiang Wangxis' touch. Those bastards, relying on their strength and looking down on us, will surpass them tenfold or 100-fold one day. Zhuang Weike said indignantly. It wasn't the first time the Spider Lily base had been overlooked. In this post-apocalyptic world where strength reigned supreme, their base barely held together, thanks to Jiang Huanxi. Though other members were combat-capable, they were no match for those lucky enough to have awakened superpowers. If they want to show off, let them fight, Jiang Huanxi said leisurely, a hint of crimson flashing in her captivating eyes. We might just snatch the spoils in the end. No more bombs now, right? On the smoke-filled battlefield, Zheng Luxia stared unblinkingly at the sky, terrified of another bombardment. But his worry was unfounded. Gu Chun had only gathered 10 shells in total, not a single one more. Damn it. Why haven't the King base and Spider Lily base arrived yet? Are they playing tricks? Zheng Taizhu roared in fury, surveying the hellish battlefield. But besides the two of them, there was no one else in sight. Sigh. Zheng Luxia let out a heavy sigh. This time their losses were catastrophic. Even if they managed to kill Gu Chun in the end, their status would never recover. Gu Chun, you bastard. Come out. They'll chop you to pieces. Zheng Taizhu roared madly at the sky. What's all the noise about? A slightly impatient voice of a young man emerged from the thick smoke. Zheng Taizhu and Zheng Luxia were shocked. As Gamma-level superpowers, they hadn't sensed anyone's presence at all. The only explanation was that the other's superpower level surpassed theirs. Their eyes locked onto the source of the voice, and a handsome, refined face gradually emerged from the black smoke. Gu Chun smirked, rolling up his sleeves, and said calmly, You want to fight? Aye. We'll see it through to the end. Are you Gu Chun? Zheng Luxia bristled with caution, his hairs standing on end. He had imagined Gu Chun to be a fearsome figure, but never expected him to be so youthful, looking no different from a warm-hearted neighborhood youth. Second brother, why waste words with him? Kill him, avenge third brother. Zheng Taizhu's eyes were bloodshot, shooting a glance at Zheng Luxia before charging toward Gu Chun. Avenge? Gu Chun was somewhat baffled. So they weren't after him. What vengeance was there to speak of? Huh. Zheng Taizhu struck first. He let out a long howl toward the sky, his coat shattering instantly, revealing a taut, muscular physique. Then his entire body began to gleam with a silvery white metallic luster. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from mortal flesh into a steel body, every muscle resembling a precisely cast block of iron reflecting dazzling light under the sun. This was Zheng Tai's ability Steel Body, which allowed him to rapidly turn his body into steel, granting immense advantages in both offense and defense. With a sudden stomp of his right foot, he cratered the ground, charging forward like a tank with his robust frame. Meanwhile, Zheng Luxia was not to be outdone. He raised his hands lightly, and the surrounding sand and stones, as if summoned, swiftly gathered toward his body. Under the influence of the gravel, his form swelled 2 or 3 times, resembling a small mountain. Zheng Luxia, an earth element ability user, could manipulate objects like sand and rock. Oh, not bad, both are gamma level. The moment their auras fully erupted, Gu Chun sensed their ability grades. No wonder the Iron Hammer base ranked among the 4 major forces of Flower City. It relied on these 2 ability users. Gu Chun was slightly surprised, but that was all. When Gu Chun was still 10 meters away, Zheng Taiju suddenly stomped the ground, launching himself into the air like a spring. He raised his fist, descending with a whistling wind toward Gu Chun's face. To an ordinary person, this movement was incredibly fast, nearly impossible to dodge. But to Gu Chun, it was like slow motion. He sidestepped slightly, effortlessly evading the powerful blow. Zheng Tai's iron fist slammed into the ground, leaving a large crater where Gu Chun had stood, sending debris flying. Kid, you got lucky. Zheng Taiju gritted his teeth. This strike had used 90% of his strength, enough to obliterate even a creature like the White Ghost Fiend. If it had hit Gu Chun, Zheng Taiju was confident he would have reduced him to mincemeat. Undeterred by the missed blows, Zheng Taiju simply attributed it to luck and launched a series of punches at Gu Chun. Each punch grew stronger and faster. But to his surprise, none of these attacks landed on Gu Chun. The youth before him dodged left and right like a fluttering butterfly, every sidestep perfectly evading Zheng Tai's iron fists. Having finally encountered a gamma-level ability user, Gu Chun wasn't eager to finish him off quickly. Playing around was always an option. While Gu Chun dodged, Zheng Luxia was not idle. He manipulated sand and stones from all directions, forming a 3-hanglong sand serpent that arced through the air before coiling toward Gu Chun. Break for me. Gu Chun stopped evading and punched directly at the sand serpent. With a rumbling sound, the entire serpent shattered from head to tail, kicking up a cloud of dust. What? Zheng Luxia was horrified. His powerful strike had been effortlessly neutralized by Gu Chun. Unlike his simple-minded elder brother, he could tell from this one blow that the opponent's ability level was far above theirs. On the path of evolution, the gap between each level was like a chasm. Unless one's ability was exceptionally overpowered, it was generally difficult to defeat a higher-level opponent. Continuing this fight spelled doom. Second brother, what are you spacing out for? Keep fighting. Just as Zheng Luxia was lost in thought, the irascible Zheng Taiju bellowed. Zheng Luxia hesitated for a moment, but gritted his teeth and launched another attack. This time, he unleashed his full ability, simultaneously controlling 2 6-hanglong sand serpents. By the time they took shape, he was drenched in sweat, looking quite strained. Go! With Zheng Luxia's shout, the 2 serpents attacked Gu Chun once more. Is there no end to this? Gu Chun was growing impatient. After 1 serpent, 2 more appeared. If he finished these 2, would that old geezer conjure 4 more? No, he had to take him down. These sand serpents were all controlled by Zheng Luxia, so eliminating the source would solve everything. Gu Chun narrowed his eyes, stomped his right foot on the ground, and leaped high into the air, causing the 2 serpents' attacks to miss. Seeing Gu Chun soaring through the air and charging straight at him, Zheng Luxia sensed danger. It was too late to manipulate the sand serpents for an attack, so he abandoned them and gathered all his strength into a punch aimed at Gu Chun. Bang! Their fists collided with a thunderous sound, sending shattered gravel flying everywhere. Ouch! Zheng Luxia screamed in agony. Gu Chun's power was overwhelming. The moment their fists met, it shattered his sand-formed giant hand completely. He was sent flying uncontrollably, crashing heavily to the ground, his massive form shrinking back to its original size. Second brother, are you alright? Zheng Taiju asked frantically. Zheng Luxia struggled to raise his hand to speak, but suddenly blood spilled from his mouth. After taking that blow, his entire body trembled. Everyone's ability had its limits. If it exceeded the bearable range, even he would dissipate into nothingness. Now he was only a step away from that critical point. Damn bastard, he'll fight you to the death. Seeing his second brother gravely injured, Zheng Taiju charged madly at Gu Chun, raising his right fist with immense force to smash the slender figure. This punch used all of Zheng Tai's strength. Kid, if you've got guts, don't run. Try taking this punch heat in. Bring it on, who's afraid? Gu Chun stood his ground, coldly watching the oncoming Zheng Taiju with a sneer. His earlier dodging was just playing around. Did the man really think he was something? For this punch, Gu Chun intended to use all his strength. Clang! Their fists met with a dull metallic sound, the shockwave scattering dust in all directions. The moment they made contact, Zheng Taiju was sent flying like a cannonball, while Gu Chen remained standing as if nothing had happened. The disparity in their strength was instantly clear. Zheng Taiju flew over 100 meters through the air, breaking several thick trees before finally crashing to the ground. A searing pain spread throughout his body, causing him immense suffering. He never imagined that his full-powered attack would be so pitifully ineffective against Gu Chen. You? How can you be so strong? Zheng Taizu's eyes widened as he asked in disbelief. At Gu Chen's level, not just the Black Panther, but even he could be killed with ease. Yes. Gu Chen couldn't be bothered to waste words on this brute. He drew the Qishao sword, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Just as he was about to strike, his brows furrowed. In his perception, a surge of flame, like a fierce tiger, suddenly attacked from behind. What the hell? Gu Chen was slightly startled, his focus fixed on the Zheng Taiju and Zheng Lusha brothers, leaving him oblivious to the sneak attack from behind. His form twisted rapidly, leaving afterimages in the air as he barely evaded the lashing tongue of flame. Edge. A surprised murmur emerged from the thick smoke, and then a graceful figure slowly walked out from it. To his surprise, it was none other than Zhang Huanqi. She was now clad in a fiery red combat suit, adding a touch of fervor to her otherwise cool and elegant demeanor. Roar. At her side, a tiger as tall as a man glared with round eyes, its sharp fangs glinting with a cold sheen. It let out a deafening roar at Gu Chen, startling the birds in the forest into flight. Where was the gentle demeanor of Peng Hu now? His entire being exuded the dominance and killing intent of the king of the mountain forest. After Zhang Huanqi and Peng Hu appeared first, the other members of the Spider Lily base, led by Zhuang Weike, emerged one after another. They were all dressed in identical suits, wielding either blades or guns, looking like suited thugs ready to go berserk at any moment. The atmosphere grew tense once more. Seeing the timely arrival of the Spider Lily base, the Zheng Taiju and Zheng Lusha brothers finally breathed a sigh of relief. If they had come even a little later, their lives would have been forfeit. Great. Commander Zhang, you finally arrived. Zheng Lusha was overjoyed. Even the bitter-faced Zheng Taiju showed rare delight, nodding to Zhang Huanqi in gratitude as a greeting. Though she was late, she had at least shown up as promised. Much better than the king's base, which was still nowhere to be seen. Yet Zhang Huanqi seemed unimpressed, maintaining her icy beauty demeanor. Her cold, deep-like eyes swept over the disheveled duo as she spoke with a sharp tongue. Of course I came. Even in this apocalypse, a little woman like me knows how to spell promise. Unlike certain arrogant men who don't take promises seriously. She was naturally referring to the Hammer base's violation of the pact among the three bases by launching an attack on Gu Chen alone. This was a blatant disregard for the Spider Lily base, and for her, Zhang Huanqi. However, upon seeing the miserable state of the two and the other Hammer base members, this feeling of being slighted somewhat diminished. Zheng Taiju was choked up at a loss for words. Zheng Lusha was about to add, Commander Zhang, there are reasons for this, please. Shut up. Zhang Huanqi snapped harshly. She knew full well how they had treated her, and it couldn't be glossed over with a few words. Enough with the nonsense. Now is not the time to dwell on these matters. As long as she defeated the youth before her and seized his supplies, the vast stockpile would give the Spider Lily base the capital to grow and prosper. Then she wouldn't give a damn about the so-called Hammer base or King's base. Withdrawing her gaze, Zhang Huanqi curiously appraised the youth not far away. The Zheng brothers were rough men, but they were Gamma-level superhumans, not weak in the slightest. The fact that Gu Chen could defeat them both simultaneously indicated his true strength was far from what his appearance suggested. As Zhang Huanqi sized up Gu Chen, he too looked her over from head to toe. A stunningly beautiful. Her jet black hair was tied high with a ribbon, her forehead broad and brows delicate, her eyes bright and teeth white. Her exquisite features seemed like a masterpiece of the goddess Nuwa, and her skin was as fair and smooth as mutton-fat jade. Especially her two long, straight, and sleek legs wrapped in the combat suit appeared exceptionally alluring. Her temperament was somewhat similar to Yao Wanya's. Ding system scan complete. Name Zhang Huanqi, age 26, height 172 centimeters, weight 54 kilograms, appearance score 95, physique score 90, overall rating S rank. Indeed, S rank. Gu Chen was not surprised. With her graceful figure and delicate face, she was no less than the women at home. If he could win her over, what rewards might he obtain? At that thought, Gu Chen couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. Kid, what are you laughing at? Zhang Huanqi frowned slightly. Judging from Gu Chen's demeanor, he showed no sign of panic, even facing her and all the warriors of the Spider Lily base, which left her feeling vaguely uneasy. What I'm laughing at is none of your business. You're not qualified to ask yet. Gu Chen put away his smile and said seriously, who cares about being qualified? I couldn't be bothered. Zhang Huanqi's words were as cold as ice. I'm not a bloodthirsty killer. If you're wise enough to hand over the supplies from the Shangguan warehouse, they'll spare your life. And they'll even let you join our Spider Lily base. With our protection, you can survive this apocalypse. Zheng Taiju frowned at Zhang Huanqi upon hearing this, shocked that this woman dared to make such a decision on her own. Gu Chun was his brother's murderer, not tearing him apart would be an insult to Zhang Ania's soul. Commander Jiang, is this appropriate? This kid killed my third brother. Have you forgotten? TCH. Jiang Huanqi shot him a sidelong glance and snorted coldly, what does your third brother's death have to do with me? If you find me a nuisance I can just leave and let Gu Chun kill you all right now. Perhaps she had once feared the hammer base, but given Zheng Taiyi's current pathetic state, she couldn't care less. You? Zheng Taizhu pointed at Jiang Huanqi, seething with rage. Big brother say less, Zheng Lushao urged. They needed Jiang Huanqi to turn the tide now, they couldn't afford to offend her too. Zheng Taizhu had no choice but to swallow his anger watching the scene unfold with unblinking eyes. Kid, give me your answer. Jiang Huanqi shouted, issuing her final threat. Penghu Zhuang Weike and the others stirred restlessly ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Gu Chun just smiled faintly spreading his hands and saying slyly, ill pass. Or perhaps you could consider being my seventh wife. Under my careful nurturing and protection, you could thrive in this apocalypse. How about it? Damn pervert. Jiang Huanqi was furious. Though she didn't dislike Gu Chun and wouldn't have targeted him if not for his coveted supplies. His flirtatious words and the suggestion of being his seventh wife were too much. Even at her worst, she was still the leader of the Spider Lily base, one of the 4 major powers in Flower City. This was intolerable. Arrogant. Today I'll make you pay for this. Penghu attacked. Roar. Penghu understood, tilting its head back in a tiger's roar before lunging at Gu Chun, with claws bared stirring up a gust of wind. At the same time Jiang Huanxi's hands moved swiftly, 2 crimson flames springing from her palms, and rapidly expanding, evolving in an instant into raging tongues of fire over 10 meters long. Under her control the 2 fire tongues merged into one, forming a massive fire python that surged forward with searing heat. Jiang Huanqi flame ability, user gamma level. Whooshed. The fire serpent writhed and rampaged through the air, distorting even the air itself with its scorching heat. The surrounding temperature rose by several degrees, leaving some of the weaker soldiers from the Bianxi Hua base drenched in sweat. Oh, not bad control over the fire. Gu Chun remarked in surprise as he watched the soaring fire serpent. Although Jiang Huanqi was only a gamma-level psychic, dealing with her proved quite tricky. The reason was simple. While he could overpower types like Zheng Taizhu or Zheng Lushao with brute force, he couldn't go head-to-head with flames. Gu Chun's physical condition was exceptional, but he lacked the confidence to withstand temperatures of over 1,000 degrees. Before Jiang Huanxi's attack could land, he had to neutralize Fat Tiger's assault first. At that moment Fat Tiger charged like a golden tank, darting in front of Gu Chun in the blink of an eye. Its massive body leaped high, its sharp claws tearing through the air with lethal intent. If those claws caught him, he would surely be crushed to pieces. Gu Chun squinted his eyes. Just as the claws were about to make contact, he sidestepped with perfect precision, evading Fat Tiger's attack. Then his right hand shot out like a hunting eagle, firmly gripping its claw in a vice-like hold. Startled, Fat Tiger struggled against the grip. Even through its thick fur it could feel the immense strength in the human's hand. As the king of the forest, it had never encountered an opponent with such raw power. Not even the lions it had once fought could compare. In its panic, Fat Tiger's massive body suddenly spun uncontrollably in the air like a high-speed windmill. The wind roared past its ears, dizzying it, while foul drool splattered from its mouth. Get lost. With Gu Chun's fierce shout, Fat Tiger's bulky frame was hurled heavily to the ground, like a lead ball, sending dust and gravel flying. Fat Tiger, are you okay? Jiang Huanxi's beautiful eyes widened with concern. Ow! Fat Tiger curled up on the ground, whimpering in pain. Its former majesty was gone, leaving it looking no better than a sick cat. Damn it! How dare you hurt my Fat Tiger? Jiang Huanqi fumed, her chest heaving with rage. Fat Tiger had once been an ornamental tiger at the Huaqing Zoo. After the apocalypse struck, no one cared for the poor animals, and most perished. Fortunately, Fat Tiger was strong enough to survive, and was later rescued by Jiang Huanqi. The bond between them deepened through countless shared experiences. To Jiang Huanqi, Fat Tiger was not just a subordinate who helped her eliminate enemies and expand her power. It was also one of her few companions in this cruel new world. Seeing Fat Tiger gravely injured, her heart ached unbearably. She immediately commanded the fire serpent to attack Gu Chun with overwhelming force. Before the serpent even reached him, Gu Chun's hair whipped wildly in the rolling heat. Oh, not bad. You've got some skill. Jiang Huanxi's strike was formidable, and Gu Chun dared not meet it heat-in. He lightly tapped the ground, leaping into the air like a dragonfly skimming water, putting enough distance between himself and the blazing flames. Damn bastard, don't run if you've got guts. After missing its mark, the fire serpent roared forward again. Gu Chun wasn't idle. He dodged left and right, causing every attack from the serpent to miss. Chief Jiang is truly exceptional. Zheng Lushao remarked in awe. In his view, Gu Chun was scurrying and hiding, completely unable to confront the fire serpent directly. A clear sign that Jiang Huanxi's flames were too overwhelming for him to counter. Although the Bianxihua base's overall strength couldn't match the other three major factions, Jiang Huangxi's abilities were undeniably formidable. Jiang Huangxi, go, kill this brat for me, and I'll reward you handsomely. Zheng Taizhu broke his usual silence, showing unexpected enthusiasm. Jiang Huangxi ignored him, her brows furrowed tightly as fine beads of sweat formed on her smooth forehead, betraying her strain. On the surface, she seemed to have the upper hand, but only she knew how exhausting it was to control the fire serpent. If she couldn't land a hit on Guchen, soon she might be the one to fall. While the battle raged fiercely outside, the women in the manor grew increasingly restless. Over an hour had passed since the fight began. Far too long. Guchen had faced many battles before, but none had lasted this long. How was he doing? Had something gone wrong? These questions haunted their minds. What should we do? It's been so long. I wonder how hubby is doing. Mu Yuman paced anxiously. Yes, so many enemies this time. I don't know if hubby can hold up, Zhong Qinxin fretted. These foes were nothing like the spoiled brats they'd encountered before, leaving her deeply uncertain. Everyone don't worry. I believe Guchen hubby will take care of those villains, Xia Bijin said confidently, clenching her small fists. From the day she met Guchen, they had faced countless challenges, yet he always turned danger into safety. That's true, but he's just one man against so many bad guys. It must be tough, right? Shui Shishir said uncertainly. But with all the chaos outside, what can we women do? That's not our place, Yao Wanya added helplessly. Silence fell over the hall, a suffocating sense of helplessness spreading through the air, broken only by the ticking clock on the wall. Suddenly Dai Bobo's eyes lit up as if struck by an idea. It used to be that way, but not anymore. Have you forgotten? We've had professional training. Shooting practice. Right? Babaji is correct. I even hit 2 shots today. That should be enough to deal with those villains. Mu Yuman exclaimed excitedly. 2 shots. How many did you fire in total? About 100 or so. Too many to remember clearly, Mu Yuman said, rubbing her chin. The other women. Good heavens. With that pathetic hit rate of less than 2%, you dare claim it's enough to fight villains? Are you overestimating yourself or underestimating the 3 major bases of Huaqing? Sensing their disbelief, Mu Yuman lifted her chin defiantly. So what if my accuracy is low? With so many of us attacking together, I refuse to believe we can't take them down. Well, the women hesitated. I think Yuman Maimai has a point. Even if we can't kill many enemies, we can definitely lighten hubby's burden. The top student Dai Bobo made the final call, echoing the sentiment. With her encouragement, the women steeled their resolve. As members of this family, they couldn't let Gu Chun bear all the pressure. Defending their home was their duty too. They promptly retrieved their firearms, opened the manor gates, and cautiously made their way toward the blazing fire. In the woods, Dai Bobo led the group of women, glancing around cautiously as they moved forward. To avoid fumbling during combat, their rifles were already loaded, giving them a striking resemblance to woodland inspectors. However, since each of these women was exquisitely delicate and irresistibly alluring, their actions failed to instill any sense of menace in the enemy. Instead, they only served to heighten their excitement. Yet the women remained oblivious to this fact. As they drew closer to the battlefield, the sounds grew louder, and their hearts leaped into their throats. Sister Bobo, are we almost at the battlefield? I'm so nervous. Xia Bijin's delicate frame trembled slightly, betraying her unease. Nervous, my ass. Dai Bobo shot her a glare and reiterated. Our task is simple: shoot anyone who isn't our husband. Got it? Oh, Xia Bijin murmured, though her tone lacked conviction. Sister Bobo, isn't it a bit too conspicuous to be walking so boldly? On TV they always crawl on the ground, Mu Yuman asked. Dai Bobo's face darkened with exasperation. Do you think we're storming a bunker? That won't be necessary. Crawling is painfully slow, and if we hurt any vital parts, it'll affect our husband's experience. True, the women nodded in unison. Time ticked by, yet the battle remained unresolved. Seeing that Gu Chun remained unyielding, Zheng Taizhu and Zheng Luxia lost their smugness, their hearts growing increasingly restless. The same was true for Jiang Huangxi. The prolonged high-intensity consumption of her abilities had taken its toll. She was now barely holding on by sheer willpower, but her limit was fast approaching. The fire serpent weaved through the air, yet never once struck Gu Chun. In contrast, despite his constant evasion, Gu Chun remained brimming with energy. His body was now frighteningly robust. Even if he had to keep this up with Jiang Huangxi for an entire day, he would still handle it with ease. After all, this woman was in strength, beauty. He had no desire to harm her severely. Draining her abilities seemed the safest course of action. It looks like the leader can't hold out much longer. Some warriors from the other shore base began to worry. Yeah, Zhuang Weike declared coolly, looking like a killer poised to strike. But we must be patient and wait for the leader's command. Rustle. Suddenly Zhuang Weike heard a noise and sharply turned his head toward the dense woods nearby. Could Gu Chun have reinforcements? If so, they were in trouble. One Gu Chun was already a handful. A few more allies would spell certain defeat. Zhuang Weike immediately went on alert, expertly cocking his pistol and aiming it at the source of the sound. Following his lead, the other warriors quickly reacted, leveling their dark muzzles at the same spot. "Who's there? Show yourself now, or we'll shoot without mercy." Zhuang Weike bellowed. Gu Chun and Jiang Huanqi also paused, frowning as they turned to look at the grove. His attention had been solely on Jiang Huanqi. Now that the fight had stopped, he could use his mind domain to observe. What he saw nearly made him faint. Hiding there were none other than his 6 women, these disobedient ones. He had explicitly told them to stay in the mansion, yet here they were right on the battlefield. As if his troubles weren't enough. We've been found. What do we do, Sister Bobo?" Mu Yuman panicked. They had been careful, but the sound of stepping on dry leaves had given them away. "Should we just open fire?" "But there are so many of them, if they shoot back we're dead," Yao Wanya said fearfully. Dai Bobo was also flustered. She hadn't anticipated this. They had only meant to ambush and take potshots, but that opportunity was now lost. "Let's just show ourselves. We women might distract the enemy and help our husband." The others hesitated. This wasn't how they had imagined it. But with no better option, they reluctantly agreed. Led by Dai Bobo, the women filed out of the woods one by one, slowly moving toward Gu Chun. The moment they appeared, the eyes of the other shore base warriors lit up. These women were all stunning beauties, perfect in both face and figure. Had they not been on a battlefield, they would have charged forward and carried them off. But Gu Chun's gaze was icy. He loved these women, true, but he disliked disobedient cats. "Honey," Dai Bobo sidled up to him, grinning sheepishly. "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to stay in the mansion?" Gu Chun demanded coldly. Dai Bobo was too intimidated by his expression to speak. She had never seen him like this. "Honey, don't blame Sister Bobo. It was our idea. Blame all of us." Xia Bijin stepped forward, loyally speaking, with feigned bravado. Gu Chun was speechless. This little Bijin sure had a sense of loyalty. "Honey, please don't be angry. We were just so worried about you." Mu Yuman tugged at Gu Chun's sleeve, looking at him with pitiful eyes as glistening tears began to form. She appeared so vulnerable and innocent that it was hard to scold her. Glancing at the rifles in the women's hands, Gu Chun shook his head, unsure what to say. But he did feel their sincerity, which moved him. At the same time, a sense of urgency arose. With his wives present, he no longer had the heart to play games with Jiang Huanqi. It was time to end this battle. "Kid, you sure have a lucky streak with women." Jiang Huanqi teased, her arched brows lifting. Yet inwardly, she was delighted, believing she had found Gu Chun's weakness, perhaps the key to her victory. "Out of respect for your deep feelings for these women, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the supplies from the Shangguan warehouse, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise you and your lovely ladies will perish here." Amid the swirling smoke, Jiang Wang's face was indistinct, but her words pierced the women's hearts like steel needles. They finally realized their grave mistake. If they hadn't appeared, Gu Chun wouldn't be in such a predicament. "What do we do, Sister Bobo? We shouldn't have come," Xue Shishir began to regret. Looking at the formidable warriors of the other shore base, Dai Bobo's face grew solemn. After a long pause, she declared resolutely, "Since we're here, we'll fight alongside our husband." With that, she stepped forward to stand before Gu Chun. The other women, having made up their minds, also moved forward, their faces set with a death-defying determination. The sight was both amusing and stirring. Gazing at those graceful silhouettes, Gu Chun smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then he walked past his wives to the front, speaking in an infinitely tender tone, "My wives, stand back. Leave it to me." The gentle words stirred a certain place in Jiang Wang's heart, evoking a strange feeling. Since the apocalypse, she had witnessed too many cases of selfishness where individuals cared only for themselves and disregarded the lives of their partners, leading her to completely lose faith in what was called love. This is also why she devoted so much attention to Fat Tiger. Sometimes interacting with animals is far simpler than dealing with humans. Yet the scene before her made this woman begin to doubt herself. A love in the apocalypse. It still exists, right? Come on, it's time to end this. Suddenly the young man's gaze became incredibly sharp, as if he had transformed into a different person. Gu Chun clenched his fists tightly, a Sigma-level aura bursting forth like a tidal wave wrapping around Jiang Huanqi. So powerful. Jiang Huanqi was utterly astonished, her heart sinking. Just from this aura, she could tell that Gu Chun's strength was far beyond her own. To put it bluntly, if Gu Chun wanted to defeat her, she would have no choice but to accept her fate. But why was he still dodging and wasting so much time with her? Could it be? Jiang Huanqi suddenly had an unbelievable thought. No way. Yet just as she was confused, that slender figure took decisive action, slamming his right foot into the ground, and a powerful force immediately created a large pit. Using that force, Gu Chun soared into the air, raising his fist to strike at Jiang Wang's position. Not good. In that brief moment, Gu Chun's movement was several times faster than before. She could hardly see his actions before he was already upon her. This punch carried unmatched momentum, and Jiang Huanqi knew she was definitely no match. Terrifying, it was too terrifying. In her panic, Jiang Huanqi hurriedly extended her hand. 2 jets of crimson flames suddenly shot out from her palm, exuding a terrifying might. However, this time Gu Chun did not dodge. He simply extended his hand into the void, and a shield forged from steel appeared in his grasp. Though it seemed somewhat irregular, it was enough to completely shield against the surging flames. Jiang Huanqi put all her strength into this strike, and the temperature of the spewing flames was frighteningly high, evidenced by the thick steel plate being scorched to a hue akin to a sunset. There was no doubt that if given enough time, that steel plate could be entirely melted into molten iron. I said, "The battle is over." Just as Jiang Huanqi was maintaining her output, she suddenly felt a chill on her back. Gu Chun had stealthily appeared behind her, his speed unimaginable. She was in a panic, quickly turning her head to prepare for a counter, but it was already too late. Gu Chen's heavy fist had already struck her delicate body, delivering a blow of immense force that directly slammed Jiang Huanqi to the ground. She felt an unprecedented pain radiating from her back, her body writhing in agony, as if it were being torn apart. With this single blow, she had no strength left to fight back. This man was unexpectedly powerful. Yet inexplicably, a feeling of resentment arose within her heart. After all, she was a delicate and beautiful young woman. How could he strike her so harshly? The scene fell into silence, and everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. They never expected that their formidable leader would be defeated so decisively. It had only taken a single round. The hearts of Zheng Taizhu and Zheng Liuxia plummeted to the depths. With Jiang Huanxi's defeat, their demise was inevitable. After the shock, the warriors of the Bianhua base, led by Zhuang Weike, quickly raised their guns at Gu Chun, attempting to eliminate him with bullets. "Bullets, oh how I truly enjoy them," Gu Chun said coldly. Yet his eyes were filled with murderous intent. If they fired, he would undoubtedly kill them all on the spot. "Stop, you bunch of fools." Just as a gunfight was about to break out, Jiang Huanqi quickly shouted. If her gamma-level ability couldn't handle Gu Chun, how could these ordinary warriors do anything? Moreover, judging from Gu Chun's expression, he was ready for bloodshed. If Zhuang Weike and the others fired, the consequences would be unimaginable. Perhaps the entire Bianhua base could fall here. "But leader," Zhuang Weike wanted to say something, but Jiang Huanqi interrupted him sternly. "But what? Is my command no longer effective?" Zhuang Weike had no choice but to wave his hand to stop. Gu Chun, however, was somewhat troubled. He had planned to take advantage of the moment when the Bianhua base fired to eliminate them all. But what was going on now? Just as he pondered, he suddenly heard Yao Wanya's surprised voice. "Huanqi, is that you, eh?" As Jiang Huanqi was knocked down not far in front of the group of women, Yao Wanya finally saw her clearly. This was none other than her good friend, Jiang Huanqi. "Oh my, it really is her." Dai Bobo also covered her lips, her eyes filled with disbelief. Turns out Yao Wanya, Dai Bobo, and Jiang Huanqi were all classmates from university, and they had kept in touch with business dealings after graduation. As the only daughter of the Jiang family conglomerate, they shared a sisterly bond. But this friendship had abruptly ended with the onset of the apocalypse, as she never expected to see familiar faces in this place. "Wanya, Bobo, is it really you?" Jiang Huanqi was just as astonished, having not seen clearly through the smoke just moments ago. She never anticipated that the one treated kindly by Gu Chun would be her former good classmate and close friend. Yao Wanya nodded firmly, then jogged over to Jiang Huanqi, squatting down to ask with concern, "Are you alright? Oh, your mouth is bleeding." Yao Wanya hurriedly took out a tissue to wipe Jiang Huanxi's blood, but the latter stopped her. With a glance at the slender figure in the smoke, she said in a resentful tone, "No need, let him see how heavy-handed he is." Yao Wanya froze for a moment, while Dai Bobo discerned the unique feminine undertone, exchanging meaningful glances between Jiang Huanqi and Gu Chun. The sudden turn of events left Zhuang Weike and the others dumbfounded. It turned out that their leader was friends with Gu Chun's woman, so why fight at all? Immediately, he ordered his men to lower their guns. Since they were good friends, Gu Chun might spare them out of consideration for this friendship. Thinking of this, Zhuang Weike couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. He really had no confidence in confronting Gu Chun Heaton. If he had fired just now, he had a premonition he would have been eliminated on the spot. The ones feeling the worst were undoubtedly Zheng Taizhu and Zheng Liuxia, who with the reunion of old acquaintances had found themselves safe at the Bianhua base. But they were not familiar with those women. Zheng Liuxia stared blankly for quite a while, until he confirmed that he truly did not recognize anyone, leading him to despair completely. "Oh, Wanla." Zheng Liuxia was utterly hopeless. Today no one would save them. By the way, where the hell was the King base? They had been fighting for so long, surely they should have arrived by now, right? Just then Gu Chun slightly tilted his head and said lightly, "Come out. Did you think I wouldn't know you were hiding there?" "What? There's more people." Everyone's tension heightened once again. Not a single one of them had noticed. The warriors of the Bianhua base, who had just lowered their handguns, raised them once more, not knowing where to aim. "Brothers, it's our own people, don't shoot." At that moment, from a distance in the grass behind Gu Chun, a low and somewhat panicked voice came from Xiao Xiong. Not long after his words fell, Xiao Xiong, Sheng Tsangqiong, and others gradually emerged from the grass, and there seemed to be at least 50 or 60 of them. Seeing Sheng Tsangqiong and the others appear, the brothers Zheng Taizhu and Zheng Liuxia, who had been in despair, felt a flicker of hope ignite in their eyes. With the appearance of the King's base members, the barely subsided situation on the field once again bristled with tension. Bound by their leader's personal ties, the other Sureflower base could no longer oppose Guchun, yet the King's base had him in their sights. Thus the dilemma before Zhuang Weike and his group was whether to go to war with the King's base or simply wash their hands of the matter and watch from the sidelines as the two tigers fought. The most excited were none other than the brothers Zheng Taizhu and Zheng Liuxia, who felt an exhilarating rush of hope after being pushed to the brink of the cliff. In terms of strength, the King's base ranked as the second most powerful entity in Flower City, far surpassing the other Sureflower base. If Sheng Tsangxiong and his men stepped in, their chances of victory would be significantly higher than Jiang Wangxi's earlier attempt. Excellent. Sheng Tsangxiong, you finally made it. Zheng Taiyi's face was barely able to contain his excitement. Though late, it was better than never arriving, wasn't it? Even though such a thought had crossed his mind once before, since they hadn't kicked the bucket, they were quick to forget the pain of their wounds. Sheng Tsangxiong, hurry up and use your coordinated legion. With so many of you, your chances of winning are certainly not small. Come on, Zheng Taizhu urged incessantly. At this moment, Sheng Tsangxiong and the King's base members behind him were his only remaining hope. Under Zheng Taiyi's eager gaze, Sheng Tsangxiong glanced back at his subordinates, then walked toward Guchun with a grave expression. Damn it, how are there more? Dai Bobo said, biting her red lips. Moi. Jiang Huanxi seemed to catch something in her tone. Ah, that I wasn't talking about you. You're my good sister, how could I say that about you? Right. Dai Bobo laughed foolishly, rubbing the back of her head. Humph. Jiang Huanxi let it go and fixed her gaze on the moving Sheng Tsangxiong. From her understanding of him, this battle was unavoidable. Sheng Tsangxiong was only a Gamma level. If it came to a unknown fight, Jiang Huanxi believed he would have no advantage. But the issue lay in Sheng Kanqiang's coordinated legion. With the enhancement of this group combat ability, even ordinary soldiers could unleash Ada-level combat power. Guchun was only one man, if faced with a simultaneous assault from so many, could he withstand it? Damn it, what am I doing? Jiang Huanxi cursed under her breath. Unknowingly, she had actually started worrying about Guchun. It was utterly baffling. Coldly watching Sheng Tsangxiong draw nearer, Guchun's knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists. Judging by the opponent's aura, he was merely a Gamma level, and Guchun was confident he could kill him in a single blow. Yet when they were about 20 meters apart, Sheng Tsangxiong suddenly stopped. Amidst the onlookers' expectant or worried gazes, he dropped straight to his knees. Yes, like a limp shrimp, he knelt down without hesitation. The entire scene fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. This sight stunned everyone into speechlessness. They had anticipated another inevitable great battle, but who would have guessed that the highly anticipated Sheng Tsangxiong would cave in like this? And in such a humiliating manner. Zhuang Weike and the others' minds went blank. They had imagined countless ways the battle might unfold, but never this outcome. Everyone on the field, including Guchun, wore a look of utter bewilderment. At that moment, the only one who could understand Sheng Tsangxiong was probably Xiaoxiong. What is he doing? Zheng Liuxia stammered, pointing at Sheng Tsangxiong prostrate on the ground. Zheng Taizhu was also dumbfounded. How could the leader of the mighty King's base act so spinelessly? He couldn't help but burst into a tirade. Hey Sheng Tsangxiong, what the hell are you playing at? You're the leader of the King's base. Get up and fight him. Yet these golden words failed to rouse the kneeling coward. Sheng Tsangxiong looked up and retorted with contempt. Fight your head. If you're so capable, why don't you go? You? Zheng Taizhu was utterly stunned. The words struck him right in the heart. If he could actually defeat Guchun, would he need Sheng Kanqiang's reminder? Sheng Tsangxiong wasn't a fool. He had seen the strongmen of two major bases fall one by one to Guchun. Sending more men would only add to the casualties. To sacrifice the future of the entire King's base for the sake of so-called backbone was not something he should do. Sheng Kanqiang's cold gaze shifted to Guchun, then instantly softened into a fawning expression. He spoke almost obsequiously. Brother Guchun, this is all a misunderstanding. We were misled by villains into doing this foolish thing. I hope you can spare the King's base, considering no serious harm was done. To express our respect for you, all members of the King's base hereby wish you boundless happiness and longevity, as enduring as the southern mountain. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxiong and the other King's base members instantly caught on. They knelt down in unison and shouted in perfect harmony. Please spare our lives, Brother Guchun. We wish you boundless happiness and longevity, as enduring as the southern mountain. Guchun. If they had just fought it out, he could handle it, but this scene completely threw him off. At this moment, Zheng Taizhu and Zheng Liuxia felt worse than if they had been stabbed. The birth of hope followed by its swift disappearance. They had truly had enough of this feeling. The women exchanged glances, each seeing utter bewilderment in the other's expressions. Only Dai Bobo with her sharp ears caught a key detail. She stood up and asked, "What do you mean by misled by villains? Who sent you?" "It was Li Tianlong who told us. He's the leader of the Skywind group." "Li Tianlong, huh?" Guchun murmured to himself. That made sense. The earlier failure of sending Gun King must have hit the Skyrim group hard, so they resorted to the scheme of using others to do their dirty work. If the three major bases could defeat him, that would be best, but if they failed, even they would be hard-pressed to survive, wouldn't they? What a vicious plan. Brother Guchen, you must have heard of the Skyrim group. Their Black Panther was taken out by you, and... At this point Shang Tsangxiong glanced at Zheng Taizhu and Zheng Luxia and fell silent. Yet these careless words stirred up the long-suppressed hatred within Zheng Taizhu. He had once sworn a solemn oath to avenge Zheng Aniu. Though he was no match for Guchen, this resolve had never wavered. Shang Tsangxiong, you son of a bitch, go on. Tell me who really killed my poor third brother. Zheng Taizhu roared like an enraged beast. This. Shang Tsangxiong stammered. Guchen could no longer hold back. From the very beginning, he had heard Zheng Taizhu spouting these nonsensical accusations. Zheng Aniu, huh? Guchen looked up pondering, then suddenly recalled, wasn't Zheng Aniu that unlucky bastard who was ambushed and killed by Black Panther in the Sangong warehouse? Yes, that had to be him. He was wearing the same combat uniform as the Iron Hammer base members. Oh, I remember now. But unfortunately that unlucky Zheng Aniu wasn't killed by me, Guchen said with a hint of regret. To be honest, if Black Panther hadn't killed Zheng Aniu that day, he would have surely done it himself. Guchen would never allow anyone else to covet the supplies he had his eye on. You're lying. Li Tianlong clearly said you killed him. Zheng Taizhu kept roaring uncontrollably. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. The same words came from both Guchen and Jiang Wangsis' mouths in perfect unison with identical frequency and tone. Everyone stared at them in astonishment, their hearts filled with an odd sensation. Guchen exchanged a silent glance with Jiang Wanqi, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Ahem. Guchen cleared his emotions and resumed in normal tone, saying, Do you think I have any need to deceive you? And do you deserve my deception? Zheng Taizhu was at a loss for words. Indeed, Guchen's strength far surpassed his own. Did he really need to deceive him? Not to mention Zheng Aniu, even if they executed the two brothers on the spot, they wouldn't dare to utter a single word of dissent. So this is a scheme designed by Li Tianlong. Zheng Luxia's mind sparked with insight as he suddenly understood. Second brother, why do you say that? Eldest brother, think about it, is Li Tianlong really that kind-hearted? Would he tell us about a good deed that requires only a simple gesture? This must be a trap he set to use the resources of the Shanggu warehouse to make us target Guchen. When we are both weakened from fighting, he will come in to reap the rewards. I see. Then what about the death of the third brother? Your third brother was killed by the Black Panther. I witnessed it with my own eyes. That coward actually believed the Black Panther's nonsense about sharing resources. He had it coming. Guchen scoffed. You must never turn your back on the enemy. Oh, how could one be so naive in the apocalypse? His death was merely a matter of time. Yes, my husband is right. Both Bo and I witnessed it too. Yao Wanya stepped forward to confirm. At this moment the truth was laid bare. Zheng Taizhu clenched his fists, wishing he could devour Li Tianlong alive. Good for you, Li Tianlong. Not only did you kill my third brother, but you also try to frame others to eliminate the three major bases. You truly are audacious. Jiang Wanqi and Shang Tsangxiong both spoke through gritted teeth. Relying on their ability to foresee, Shang Tsangxiong and the Wangzhe base narrowly escaped a calamity. But Jiang Wanqi was in a dire state, suffering greatly after being beaten by Guchen. Had she not decisively stopped Zhuang Weike, the fate of the Bianhua base would likely have been as grim as that of the Hammer base. All of this should be blamed on that bastard Li Tianlong. I've made my decision. That guy Li Tianlong's life must be taken, Guchen declared astonishingly. He could no longer tolerate this extreme danger. Who knew what tricks Li Tianlong would play tomorrow after orchestrating a situation to eliminate him today? How long can Guchen keep defending against the threats? It would be better to act decisively and eliminate the danger once and for all. The three leaders remained silent. They certainly hated Li Tianlong, but they weren't at the level of recklessly confronting him. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but their strength didn't allow it. As a mechanical cyborg, Li Tianlong had the title of the Mechanical Czar, and his solo combat ability was comparable to that of a Sigma-level ability user. Coupled with the well-equipped soldiers of the Thunderous Brigade, they simply weren't his match. Guchen, my brother, you may not know, but Li Tianlong is very powerful. I've heard he was personally modified by a doctor named Robert in Mechanical City, and he is incredibly formidable. Shang Tsangxiong explained earnestly. Are you really planning to deal with him? He is very strong. Jiang Wanqi also displayed concern. Is that so? Guchen replied confidently. Is he strong? Does that mean I am weak? With his current abilities at Sigma level and the system's dozens of times enhancement, Guchen was not afraid of this so-called Mechanical Czar. Moreover, since he is called the Mechanical Czar, his body must be made of metal. Wouldn't that make my metal manipulation significantly more useful? Truly, fortune favors me. The three leaders pondered again. Indeed, Guchen, who possessed such abilities at a young age, had limitless potential in the future. Perhaps defeating Li Tianlong really is possible. If they could successfully achieve their goal, the sword of Damocles hanging over their heads would be lifted. Wouldn't that be wonderful? With this in mind, Shang Tsangqiong immediately decided, Guchen, my brother, I am willing to follow you. There are risks, but the rewards are equally astounding. If you don't mind, I am also willing to lend you a helping hand, Jiang Wanqi said softly. Watching the two leaders express their intentions one after another, Zheng Taizhu felt a surge of excitement and boldness, declaring in a thunderous voice, so do I. Gu Chen's gaze swept over Shang Tsangqiong, and Jiang Wanqi then landed on the heavily injured Zheng Taizhu as he teasingly said, you don't blame me for having killed so many of your subordinates, do you? Well, Zheng Taizhu was left speechless, unsure of how to respond. However, Zheng Liuxia, being astute, stepped forward and said, ultimately it comes down to our lack of proper judgment. We are deeply saddened by the deaths of those brothers, but it is a price we had to pay. Instead it is you, Guchen. At this point Zheng Liuxia found it somewhat difficult to express. But then he thought, since even the leader of the Wangzhe base had said it openly, what did he have to be concerned about? In contrast, Guchen, my brother, I hope you won't hold it against us for bringing you so much trouble. Zheng Liuxia's words sounded quite eloquent, and Guchen felt much of his anger dissipate. So you're not planning to take my resources anymore? No. Shang Tsangqiong shook his head vigorously. Even if you gave us 10 more guts, we wouldn't dare. After all, what a joke. Oh, would they really treat their lives so lightly? Even if we starve, it's better than being beaten to death by Guchen. Jiang Wanqi didn't know what to say, only turning her head away in silence. This action spoke volumes. Finally, it was Zheng Taizhu's turn. Facing Guchen's cold gaze, he quickly said, so do I. Guchen nodded, showing his satisfaction. Very well. Next you will follow me into the Thunderous Brigade to execute Li Tianlong. Rest assured, I am a man of clear rewards and punishments. If you assist, the rewards you deserve will not be lacking. After eliminating Li Tianlong, Guchen planned to distribute the resources of the Thunderous Brigade to the 3 major bases, which should help alleviate their urgent needs. Really, Guchen, my brother, you are truly wonderful. Shang Tsangqiong hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Get up now, you've been kneeling for quite a while. Hey, alright, we are getting up now, Shang Tsangqiong said with a smile, then his tone turned serious. Xiao Xiong, why are you still kneeling? Did you not hear Guchen's command? I heard, I'm getting up now. Immediately after, Xiao Xiong and others also rose, looking at Guchen with reverent eyes. Are you Xiao Xiong? Guchen walked over to Xiao Xiong, recalling how Go Zijing had communicated with someone named Xiao Xiong using the communicator just before his death. Yes, that is I. Xiao Xiong nodded respectfully. Oh, that day 2 guys invaded my estate, and they spoke with you. From your tone it seemed you were relatives, right? I killed them both. Do you have any objections to me? Guchen said with narrowed eyes. He must clear out these individuals. If anyone held any hostility, he would certainly kill them, without mercy. Feeling Guchen's oppressive aura, Xiao Xiong felt a chill run down his spine. If he misspoke, he might become a corpse in the next moment. Shang Tsangqiong held his breath, watching Xiao Xiong with intense anxiety, unwilling to see his capable lieutenant meet any mishap. After a frantic whirl of thoughts, Xiao Xiong declared with righteous conviction, how could that be? Brother Guchen, you worry too much. Those 2 scoundrels are vile in character, and they must have met their end due to their own treacherous schemes. I'm only too glad. Between us, they are merely distant relatives, and our bond is tenuous at best. In truth, I've long wished to sever ties with them. Really? Absolutely true. Hearing Xiao Xiong's high-minded declaration, Shang Tsangqiong sighed in relief and shot him a well-done glance. Xiao Xiong's tone was so earnest that no one could find any fault. Guchen was satisfied with this answer, his murderous intent gradually fading. Brother Guchen, you mentioned launching an assault on the Sky-Shattering Legion. I believe the risks are considerable. The Legion is built from the former Huacheng military base, boasting top-tier defenses. A direct attack would be no small feat. Shang Tsangqiong voiced his concern. He had visited the Legion's stronghold before, and its towering outer walls tens of meters high were truly daunting. Indeed. Moreover, the walls are heavily guarded by well-armed soldiers. A frontal assault is unwise. Jiang Wanqi added. A direct assault would incur devastating losses. I see. Guchen asked, do you have any better suggestions? The group fell into thought. Zheng Liuxia spoke first. Why not try to lure him out of his stronghold? We could combine our strength to take him down. But do you think he'll take the bait? That man is exceptionally cautious. Shang Tsangqiong questioned. I'm not sure either. We can only try. Zheng Liuxia replied helplessly. If they could draw the snake out of its hole, they could minimize casualties among the 3 bases. Not out of mercy for strangers, but to preserve those people for future use. Guchen nodded in agreement. Fine, leave this to you. Inform me when you have news. Agreed. Everyone nodded in unison. As night had fallen, they wasted no time and prepared to return. Seeing that Zheng Taizhu and Zheng Liuxia had defected, Guchen instructed Shang Tsangqiong to take them back to the king's base for treatment, as it was nearest to the celestial estate. Shang Tsangqiong dared not refuse, and promptly ordered his men to support the 2 as they left. After their departure, Zhuang Weike prepared to take Jiang Huanqi and Penghu back. Huanqi, you're badly injured. It's best not to move around too much. Why not stay here tonight? Yao Wanya pleaded, holding her arm with compassion. Is that convenient? Jiang Huanqi glanced at Gu Chen hesitantly. Clearly Gu Chen was the master of the estate. She had enough discernment to see that. What's inconvenient? My husband Gu Chen is the most considerate man. He won't mind at all, will you, honey? Dai Bobo pouted, tugging at Gu Chen's hand coquettishly. Rolling his eyes at Dai Bobo, Gu Chen said casually, do as you please. With that he turned to leave, then paused as if struck by a thought. Come to my room later. I need to discipline you properly. Judging by the other women's reactions, Dai Bobo was clearly the instigator of this unauthorized expedition. He had to teach her a lesson or she'd get completely out of hand. Got it, honey. Blinking her sparkling clear eyes, Dai Bobo agreed readily. Are you sure? It's okay. Jiang Huanqi was uncertain, seeing that Gu Chen still seemed somewhat angry. Don't worry, it's fine. He's just a young man. Watch how I handle him. Dai Bobo said with confidence. Oh, how do you plan to handle him? You're not even an ability user, are you? Jiang Huanqi was dumbfounded, sensing no trace of supernatural energy from Dai Bobo, unable to imagine how she could manage such a powerful man. Well, you'll understand in time. Dai Bobo laughed it off. Jiang Huanqi was puzzled, but seeing Bobo's confidence, she stopped refusing. It had been a long time since she had seen her old friends, and she wanted to catch up. Jiang Huanqi instructed Zhuang Weike to lead the soldiers of the underworld base back, while she and Peng Hu would stay temporarily at the estate. Since Peng Hu was severely injured, Zhuang Weike arranged for several soldiers to carry him to the front yard before leaving with a worried heart. Seeing Peng Hu unable to stand steadily, she wondered if he would survive. Jiang Huanqi was also heavily wounded and had to be supported by Yao Wanya and Dai Bobo back into the estate. Upon entering the grand hall, she was enveloped by a familiar warm atmosphere. Bright lights, opulent splendor, as if everything was still as it was before the apocalypse. It was a stark contrast to her own base. The underworld base was converted from an abandoned factory on the outskirts. Though defensively adequate, its comfort was negligible. Her fondness for this estate grew instantly. Yao Wanya wanted to help Jiang Huanqi rest on the sofa, but she refused, unable to bear sitting on the spotless floor. So they took her to bathe and change clothes. Fortunately, the three women had once been inseparable best friends, and undressing in front of each other posed no problem. In the steam-filled bathroom, as the tight combat suit slipped off, Jiang Huanqi's flawless body emerged faintly through the mist. Her voluptuous figure traced breathtaking curves with an exquisite proportion of bust and hips, a slender, smooth waist, as if carved by the finest craftsman, and legs as sleek and graceful as jade. A true vision of allure. If Gu Chen were here, he'd surely be unable to look away. Wow, Huanqi, your figure is even better than before. Dai Bobo groped and pinched, marveling. Oh Bobo, why are you still so cheeky and shameless? Jiang Huanqi lightly slapped Dai Bobo's wandering hand and scolded softly, though inwardly she was pleased. What woman doesn't love compliments about her body? I'm serious. If my husband Gu Chen saw you, I guarantee he'd lose control. Dai Bobo picked up a wet towel and gently wiped Jiang Huanqi's full bosom. Jiang Huanqi's body stiffened, slightly caught off guard by Dai Bobo's sudden remark. Bobo, are you still in the mood to tease Huanqi? Have you forgotten what hubby told you to do? Yao Wanya reminded her. Oh no, I almost forgot something important. Huanqi, chat with Wanya for a bit. I have something to attend to. Dai Bobo handed the towel to Yao Wanya and hurriedly left the bathroom, heading straight for Gu Chen's room. Before going to Gu Chen's room, she changed into a seductive yellow battle robe that accentuated her voluptuous, curvaceous figure to perfection. Knock knock. Dai Bobo rapped on Gu Chen's door. Click. The door opened to reveal Gu Chen drying his wet hair with a towel, having just showered. Why are you dressed like that? I called you here for punishment. Gu Chen looked surprised, having intended to scold her sternly, as such reckless behavior was too dangerous and could cost her life. That was something Gu Chen couldn't bear to see. I know. Dai Bobo's breath was fragrant as she spoke. Slipping through the crack of the door, she closed it behind her. Under Gu Chen's astonished gaze, she skillfully tied her hair up with a ribbon, then knelt before him, striking a pose that was both obedient and utterly seductive. I'm ready to accept my punishment now. Master,